A dizzying haze enveloped his mind, and the cacophony from outside felt both distant and overwhelming, as if separated by centuries. Tang Yin found himself in a dream, one where he struck a deal with the devil, selling his very soul. "My dear, if you continue to sleep, the living dead will devour you," a voice echoed in his mind, eerily reminiscent of the devil that tempted him into this dark pact. A sharp pain throbbed at the back of his head. He reached back, feeling something sticky, and upon inspecting his palm, he discovered it smeared with blood. It dawned on him that he must have struck his head during a fall from a great height. "Wait," he thought, "I only remember my name is Tang Yin, and I fell from a height along with that bizarre dream. Please, no. Don't come closer." A woman's voice pierced through his reverie, distinctly different from the voice that had lured him into a transaction, filled instead with palpable fear. Ignoring the injury at the back of his head, he turned to the side and beheld a nurse clad in white, collapsed on the ground, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at something ahead. Something? No, it was not a something, it was a someone, or rather, something that once was human. His heart raced as he caught a glimpse of the creature. Though it resembled a person, its mouth was grotesquely decayed, teeth a sickly green, with a piece of rotting flesh hanging nearby. The exposed skin had shriveled, a ghastly gray, tightly wrapping around bone, exuding the unmistakable stench of decay. Before him stood a corpse, unmistakably dead, as evidenced by its putrid body, sunken eyes, and the aura of death that surrounded it. Yet, what baffled him was that this corpse, rather than lying still, was advancing toward the pale-faced nurse in the corner. Despite its limp and sluggish gait, the seemingly petrified girl, appearing no older than 18 or 19, was paralyzed with fear, trembling and shouting, wholly devoid of the courage to resist. "Hud, hud, hud." A dull crashing sound echoed from the end of the corridor. Tang Yin turned his head to see the door, barricaded by a table, being gradually forced open by a multitude of decaying arms, some dripping with congealed blood, while others bore remnants of flesh, like severed intestines. For reasons unknown, he felt a strange thrill at the horrific scene, yet it did not invoke overwhelming terror. Rather, his consciousness sharpened with clarity. Special edition of the StarCraft system successfully integrated, core activated, establishing rules. Rules are being established. Rules established. Human emotional feedback serves as reward points, categorized into satisfaction, gratitude, and trust, corresponding to reward points of 1, 10, and 100. Negative emotional feedback, disgust, fear, and hatred yields 1, 4, and 20 points respectively. Reward points can be exchanged for equivalent items on the interface. A flurry of text raced through his mind, followed by an item selection interface. Categories were divided into individual gear, vehicles, aircraft, and miscellaneous items. Individual gear further subdivided into weapons, armor, consumables, and special components, each with intricate classifications. Not only individual gear, but vehicles and aircraft also possessed hierarchical structures. He glanced at the prominent 0 in the upper right corner of the interface, and then at the system items obscured by darkness, leaving their forms indiscernible, his expression one of bewilderment. What on earth was this? How did it come to reside in his mind? What had transpired prior? A cascade of questions flooded his thoughts. If you remain in this stupor, that nurse will soon perish at the hands of the living dead. I suggest you take action and experience the might of this unparalleled system. Who the hell are you? He snapped, recalling the mocking and flippant voice that had stirred him from his stupor, now instructing him again. He cast a glance at the trembling nurse in the corner, her eyes squeezed shut in fear, then suddenly rose from another corner, shouting at the limping corpse. "Hey, I'm over here." As he shouted, he kicked a card from his feet toward the nurse. His voice rang out, startling not only the approaching corpse but also the nurse, who opened her eyes in astonishment at the sudden movement. The corpse emitted a guttural growl, as if choked, but its voice lacked conviction. Tang Yin acted swiftly, Not allowing the creature to turn fully, he thrust a kick at it before it could react. In comparison to an ordinary human, the corpse seemed frail, a mere cripple. He anticipated that his kick would send it sprawling. Reality, however, proved otherwise. His kick merely forced it back a step. It did not topple as he had envisioned. How weak was that kick? He had no time to ponder the dissonance between his physical abilities and self-awareness. The creature, now enraged, lunged at him with a speed far superior to its previous assault on the nurse. As its decayed visage loomed ever larger, consuming his field of vision, he grasped its arm, striving to prevent its mouth from nearing his body. Simultaneously, an emotionless voice resonated in his mind. Emotional feedback received level satisfactory, awarded 1 point. Tang Yin noticed the value in the upper right corner of the system interface shift from 0 to 1, and the first item in the close combat weapons category on the left became unlocked, revealing its true form. It was a knife, designated as a butterfly knife, requiring 1 reward point. His arm began to ache, whether from physical weakness or the corpse proving more formidable than anticipated. He could not tell. Nevertheless, time was of the essence. He pressed the exchange button without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, a sense of pressure enveloped his right palm, and the butterfly knife materialized in his grip. As he released his right hand, he swiftly slashed to the left. With a sickening sound, the knife effortlessly penetrated the corpse's skull, oozing a few drops of black blood that splattered onto his tattered sleeve. Confirming the creature was lifeless, he withdrew the knife, flicking off the black blood, and turned his gaze toward the end of the corridor. More hands were emerging from the crevice of the door, and a male corpse was forcing its way inside, its hands clawing forward, gradually pushing the table aside. The nurse gasped, her trembling hands misking the password as the card slipped from her grasp. He said nothing, merely advancing with the knife in hand. The nurse cast him a fearful glance, swallowing hard as she hurried to retrieve the fallen card and continue inputting the password. What spurred Tang Yin to resolve to eliminate the corpse with utmost urgency was neither the voice echoing in his mind nor the nurse's somewhat alluring appearance. Rather, it was her expression of terror that tugged at his heart, for he understood clearly that at the end of the corridor lay a horde of corpses. Ahead was a secured door requiring the correct password and the IC card to unlock. The tip of the butterfly knife was perilously close to the nurse's neck, the residual black blood emanating a foul odor. She had swallowed several hard gulps, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead onto her shoulder. What kind of person is this? She thought. Moments ago, he had leapt into action, dispatching the terrifying corpse with a single kick and a swift slice, exuding an aura of power and safety. Yet now, he bore a fierce countenance, knife aimed at her neck. In his eyes, she discerned an unmistakable glint of murderous intent. Bang, bang, crash. The table at the corridor's end was shoved aside. The door burst open, and a swarm of bloody, flesh-ridden corpses surged into the hallway, racing toward the two of them. They're nothing like the limping, undead creature from earlier. They move swiftly, their voices thunderous, causing the entire corridor to tremble. As the stench of decay and blood assaulted him, the safety door swung open. He thrust the female nurse into the room, turned on his heel, and firmly pulled the door shut with a decisive click, locking it behind him. The entire maneuver was executed with remarkable efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. Hut, hut, hut. The relentless sounds of pounding echoed from the other side of the door, serving as a stark reminder that this was no mere dream. This was an office, with only the safety door leading to the corridor as an exit for the time being. It was secure. Emotional feedback received, degree of fear registered, reward points acquired. 4. Tang Yin paid no heed to the voice reverberating in his mind, his gaze fixated upon the wall to his right. A mirror hung there, reflecting a somewhat pallid face. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his own face, and the figure in the mirror mirrored his action. He recalled his name was Tang Yin, yet it seemed that Tang Yin's face was not like this. Could it be that the dream was indeed real? You are quite cunning, presenting yourself in a moment of crisis to gain the other's favor, only to instill fear in the shortest time possible to acquire a second reward. To adapt to reality so swiftly and adeptly manipulate the system's rules is truly commendable. Indeed, you have struck gold this time. The same flippant, teasing female voice chimed in. His attention shifted from the face in the mirror to the voice in his mind. Tell me, who are you exactly? Oh, I am the beloved of all, the charming Miss Amy, the assistant of the human race who even the Buddha would find irresistible. The special edition of the StarCraft system. Is there a special edition? Then surely there must be a limited edition as well? If he were conversing with a person face to face rather than speaking to the entity in his mind, his expression would undoubtedly be grim. There is no limited edition, but there is a Christmas edition, she replied with mock seriousness. Do not mention this to my sister, she would surely kill me. You have a sister? You have a younger sister too. Of course, I was just teasing you. Chapter 2. Shelter 1001. Tang Yin felt as though he were teetering on the brink of madness. The entity residing within his mind was nothing short of a quintessential villainess. Of course, while her tongue was sharp, it did not hinder her efficiency as an assistant. He had grown weary of Amy, only to discover that this other being was even more exasperating. Despite being a mere novice in the art of warfare, she incessantly boasted of her prowess on the ladder of fame. She claimed to possess the abilities of a high-level combatant, while in reality, her combat effectiveness barely registered a 5. What of my memories? He pondered, lost in the passage through time and space. Lost? Is it truly that simple? Indeed, Amy responded. You know precisely what I mean. No, I do not know. It is strictly prohibited for an aide to pry into the commander's thoughts. He felt helpless against her, yet at least he had gleaned some information. The visage reflected in the mirror was not his own. This world was not the one he had known. The dream he had experienced prior was not a mere figment of imagination. He had indeed exchanged bodies with another. He remained oblivious to the identity and background of this body's original owner, but that mattered little. What was paramount was that he was Tang Yin, and he wished to live well. As he accessed the system interface and surveyed the locked items, thoughts began to proliferate in his mind. He had just exchanged for a butterfly knife, leaving him with 4 remaining reward points. Both items required 4 reward points for redemption. Clearly, the stun device was of little use against the undead, while the Ruger pistol, though an antique, would likely suffice in dispatching a few of the creatures. However, it would only manage a handful, and the entrance was obstructed by a considerable horde that showed no signs of retreat, continually battering against the security door. Beneath the Ruger pistol, there was an additional option to purchase a magazine for the weapon, costing 1 reward point. Currently, he had enough points for but a single firearm, implying that once it was expended, he would be left defenseless. If only I had the CMC power armor, he mused. With it, those undead would pose no threat at all. Reward points. Oh, reward points. He lifted his gaze to the woman he had inadvertently knocked to the ground. After all this time, she remained seated, staring blankly at the butterfly knife stained with dark blood. My apologies. I was startled by those undead outside and acted with rudeness. Please forgive my indiscretion. With a flick of his hand, the butterfly knife vanished into the system space, and he transformed into a polished gentleman, extending his right hand toward the nurse. His gentlemanly smile was warm, though the attire he wore was far from pristine, marred with both his own blood and that of the undead. The nurse accepted his apology, extending her hand to assist him up, her complexion regaining a hint of color. She had remained on the ground, partly due to fear of the man before her, and partly because the shock had drained her energy. My name is Han Xian. Thank you for your assistance. Tang Yin, no need for formality. After surveying their surroundings, he inquired, what is this place? This is Shelter 1001. She explained further. The supervisor's office of Shelter 1001. Shelter? Tang Yin gazed at her in confusion. It is no wonder you are unaware. You have been in a state of unconsciousness since Professor Wong and the others carried you in from outside. Upon hearing her mention the undead, Han Xian's face drained of color. Those creatures appeared shortly after you arrived, attacking the Shelter's inhabitants. Professor Wong is dead. Han Hu is dead. Fan Tongzhou is dead. Only I remain. Wah. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, spilling down her cheeks. Tang Yin regarded the nurse, who was now crumpled in despair at the desk, and felt a sense of annoyance. He approached the computer situated at the center of the desk, powered it on, and initiated the operating system. Instead of a vibrant graphical interface, he was met with a decidedly antiquated disk operating system. Upon seeing the prompt for a password, he was momentarily stumped. Han Xin, do you know the computer's password? She wiped away the tears from her eyes, replying, though this is my father's office. I only know the room's password, not the computer's. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, perhaps you could try 875 for 332? That is the door code. Tang Yin attempted the code, but the system denied access. No, that cannot be right. At this juncture, I should invoke my name. A voice echoed in his mind. Amy, can you resolve this issue? Certainly, she replied in a slightly flirtatious tone. Please place your finger at that location and beseech me in your most tender voice. Following her instructions, Tang Yin inserted his finger into the computer's lower interface, whispering inwardly, thank you for your help. That lacked sincerity. Please. That was devoid of emotion. Speak further. And I shall seal your mouth with an SCV welding gun. Do not be so harsh, darling. The monitor flashed rapidly, displaying a cascade of numerical symbols, indicating that the aide was executing a decryption process. Seizing the moment, Tang Yin inquired, are all aides in the interstellar system like you? Cheeky? Amy, you are prying into my thoughts. I am not. After a brief perusal, he opened the oldest file available, a diary left by the first supervisor of Shelter 1001. In the early 21st century, Earth faced a resource crisis. By the mid-21st century, the crisis and ideological conflicts escalated to an irreconcilable extent. By the end of the 21st century, a scientist named Marrow created a special crystal from synthetic elements. This crystal could maximize solar energy absorption, reduce waste, and enhance efficiency through an internal amplification mechanism, bringing significant benefits to humanity. When the first colossal crystal appeared in the skies over New Jersey, the FBI received intel regarding a clandestine organization called Omega Dog. It turned out that the scientist Marrow was an agent of artificial intelligence within human society. Regarded as a beacon of hope for humanity, the Marrow crystal was, in fact, a tool employed by artificial intelligence to rebel against mankind. The massive Marrow crystal structure in New Jersey, originally intended to amplify solar energy, concealed another function. It continuously released light pulses to human visual organs, gradually influencing the human brain, ultimately enslaving them to artificial intelligence. The sitting president promptly issued a command to destroy the Marrow crystal structure. However, just before military action commenced, the artificial intelligence detected the covert order. In a bid to avert annihilation, the artificial intelligence detonated multiple nuclear warheads positioned in Alaska, igniting a global nuclear war that pushed human civilization to the brink of collapse. Facilities like Shelter 1001 were constructed by nations that had been compelled to take sides during the Cold War, aimed at safeguarding the ember of human civilization in the face of apocalyptic nuclear warfare. Tang Yin finally grasped the context of the world around him. It has been over a century since the nuclear war, he murmured to himself. At that moment, a voice broke through his reverie. How did you unlock my father's computer? Wait, what is this? Why did my father research the Marrow crystal? Han Xion's words interrupted his contemplation as she casually opened files stored on the current supervisor's computer. Within were a few images and a plethora of data files. He paid little heed to the data, focusing instead on an object resembling a crystal, presumably the Marrow crystal she had mentioned, the very catalyst of the nuclear war. According to the first supervisor's records, the Marrow crystal was a device used by malevolent artificial intelligence to enslave humanity. Why then? Had Han Xion's father resumed his research on it after all these years? The thought flitted through his mind like a fleeting shadow. For the most pressing matter at hand was how to extricate himself from this predicament. The interface flickered, signaling that the electromagnetic lock was disengaging. Simultaneously, a nearby electronic device displayed a myriad of small windows, revealing black and white footage from the closed-circuit cameras monitoring the vicinity of the shelter's entrance, accompanied by a dull, dissonant sound. The steel panel behind the desk slid backward, unveiling a staircase that descended into darkness. It was evident that this secret passage was linked to the exit of the shelter. Considering the hordes of undead lurking outside the supervisor's room, it presented a potentially expedient escape route. However, Tang Yin also took note of the footage captured by the surveillance system. Within the hall of the shelter's exit, there were indeed undead creatures moving about, neither an overwhelming number nor an insignificant few, totaling 10. The Ruger pistol had a magazine capacity of 8 rounds, and since it belonged to a certain general, it was likely an antique, too valuable to modify. What to do? Should he force his way through? Given his current weakened state, any misstep could very well cost him his life. Chapter 3. Everything no. Do not look back. Do not. As Tang Yin grappled with the dire situation before him, he heard Han Xian's panicked exclamation. He glanced up to see 5 individuals clad in shelter attire traversing the corridor ahead of the exit. The door in front was shut, obscuring their view of what lay beyond. However, Han Xian could see it. Shouting here would be futile. Tang Yin remained silent, his eyes narrowed slightly. Bang, bang. The dull thuds emanating from the front door were no longer as frequent, yet in this hushed environment, they felt even more terrifying. I will go save them, Han Xian declared resolutely. Tang Yin still did not respond, lacking even the inclination to glance her way. With a determined bite of her lip, Han Xian retrieved a large wrench from the toolbox on the left side of the bookshelf, showing no hesitation as she dashed into the hidden passageway. Tang Yin ignored her, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Moments later, he muttered a curse under his breath, rose to his feet, and entered the concealed passageway. Meanwhile, the Ruger pistol, cherished for many years by General, appeared in his hand. Han Xian moved swiftly. By the time she descended the stairs, the figure was already out of sight. Utilizing the dim light cast from the corridor above, she sprinted towards the exit and pressed the door switch. Before her stood Han Xian's pallid face, the mouth of a ghoul mere inches from her leg, while not far away lay the wrench, pristine and devoid of any bloodstains. Bang! The gun fired, the bullet embedding itself in the ghoul's skull the moment it made contact with its decaying teeth. Blood sprayed across Han Xian's face, finally restoring some color to her countenance. Get away! Tang Yin shouted at her, rushing through the door while simultaneously pulling the trigger. As fire erupted, the second bullet pierced the second ghoul's nose. The ghoul's severely decayed mouth remained poised on the woman's face, yet it had lost the strength to bite. Ignoring the woman's screams, Tang Yin fired the Ruger again, the bullet striking down a ghoul that lunged towards him. With each shot, black blood splattered onto the ground and smeared the red button on the control panel. At that moment, 2 male shelter members appeared, accompanied by 3 ghouls. They obstructed his line of sight, rendering the shooting angle unfavorable. Nevertheless, Tang Yin fired, the bullet grazing their scalps as it passed. The 2 men were left stunned, rendered immobile by fear. Tang Yin stepped forward, maneuvering his gun hand between the 2 dazed men, causing them to stagger aside. At the same instant, he pulled the trigger, releasing the 6th bullet. The 3rd ghoul, pursuing the 2 male shelter members, did not collapse at the shot. The bullet skimmed past its left eye socket, fracturing its skull and revealing the atrophied brain tissue within. Although the sight was horrifying, it was not fatal, at least not for the ghoul. Tang Yin struggled against the encroaching weakness in his limbs, seizing the ghoul's arm during the brief moment of its disarray and forcefully pulling it aside before pressing the blood-stained red button on the console. The ghoul collided with the railing, tumbling into the machinery, where it was gruesomely shredded by the winch's motion, black blood splattering against the railing, the ground below, and Han Xian's profile. She shivered, her face appearing frozen, with only her eyes shimmering with terror. Tang Yin paid her no mind, leaping down from the console to fire the 7th bullet through the half-opened hatch. This time, he did not miss. A ghoul chasing an injured shelter member fell lifelessly to the ground. His focus remained ahead, neglecting the ghoul lurking in the corner, gnawing on a shelter member's corpse. Han Xian could do nothing but scream a warning. In a critical moment, he raised his left arm, striking the ghoul squarely in the face. He then pivoted, bringing the gun beneath his armpit, igniting a flash of fire as the bullet penetrated the ghoul's chin and entered its skull. Only 1 ghoul remained, trapped in the crevice between the motor and stone platform, unable to escape, flailing its arms while its hollow eyes and gaunt face followed Tang Yin's movements. He approached, plunging a butterfly knife into its head, drawing it out with a surge of viscous fluid. In under a minute, all 10 ghouls were dispatched. Realizing he was momentarily safe, he leaned against the railing, the ghoul's face mere inches from him. Breathing heavily, Tang Yin felt waves of weakness hit his body. The moment he left the supervisor's room, he had taken a bottle of vitality elixir from the table, which could temporarily enhance one's physical strength and endurance. Otherwise, he could never have disposed of the 10 ghouls so swiftly. The temporary boost came at a cost, leaving him feeling even weaker than before. Should another ghoul appear now, his only recourse would be to flee. Han Xian had risen from the ground, immediately moving to a spot not far from him, yet she did not speak. Instead, she removed her white robe and draped it over the middle-aged woman who had been bitten in the abdomen by a ghoul. Her name was Sun Xiaolan, her delivery nurse. After completing this act, she retched, having held back for too long, overwhelmed by the gruesome scene before her. Emotional feedback received. Level of gratitude acknowledged. Reward points, 10. He understood that these 10 points stemmed from Han Xian's gratitude for saving them. What puzzled him, however, was when the two male shelter members and the female member approached him. The voice echoing in his mind was entirely different. Emotional feedback received. Level of disgust acknowledged. Reward points, 60. What was happening? He had saved them, yet the emotional feedback was one of revulsion. Despite the higher reward points for disdain compared to gratitude, he found it utterly incomprehensible. It was all because of you, because your shelter had fallen to such a state. Now he grasped why, upon saving them. They expressed not gratitude, but rather anger and resentment towards him. Naturally, he had no intention of defending himself. No, he seems to have come to deliver a message. Someone intentionally sabotaged the energy device connected to the exit door when he entered. Han Xian raised her head to address the three individuals. Someone deliberately vandalized it? Asked a man with a mole by his eye. It was Fan Changfa. He took the nuclear fusion core from the power room. By the time we find a backup to replace it, everything will be too late. Do you think we will believe your words? You can check the surveillance footage from the security room if you don't believe me. I believe her. She has no reason to deceive us, said the woman standing behind, stepping forward to thank Tang Yin. Regardless, thank you for your help. Tang Yin glanced at her without uttering a word. Emotional feedback received. Level of satisfaction acknowledged. Reward points, 3. He mused that this bizarre version of StarCraft not only allowed for the exchange of reward items, but also served to discern who harbored goodwill towards him and who bore hostility. From their conversation, he gathered that only Han Xian's father had departed from Shelter 1001 5 months prior. Could it be that the owner of this body was acquainted with Han Xian's father? But where was the letter? He patted his body, finding nothing. Did you take the letter? Han Xian shook her head. When Professor Wong and the others concluded their meeting and went to look for you, they found you beneath a boulder outside the shelter, on the brink of death, and the letter was gone. Her gaze was peculiar, as if she could not fathom how someone on the verge of death could suddenly revive, appearing so vibrant. However, to Tang Yin, his current state felt dire. It appears that someone has assaulted him, stealing the letters he carried. Could this incident be related to Fan Changfa's escape from Shelter 1001? If so, what was written in the letter that incited such panic, prompting the assailant to not only seize the correspondence but also destroy Shelter 1001? Furthermore, why did Han Xian's father suddenly begin researching the Merlot crystal, a catalyst for nuclear war, and abruptly abandon his daughter in Shelter 1001? This girl is quite astute, persistently seeking your favor. Amy's voice echoed in his mind, interrupting his reverie. What, can robots feel jealousy too? I merely fulfill my duty as your aide by providing you with pertinent information. Have you not noticed a change in her gaze towards you compared to before? No, Tang Yin had no time to consider such matters. When faced with adversity, who is likely to lend you a hand? The answer is typically those who have aided you in the past. Now, you are their savior, surely. They would not allow you to perish in the wilderness. Are you suggesting she is deliberately embellishing my image to impose moral pressure on my forthcoming actions? Darling, you are truly clever. This statement sounds like flattery, yet upon closer reflection, it is not. Now that Shelter 1001 has transformed into a haven for the undead, Han Xian and her companions cannot remain here. They must opt for survival in the wasteland. However, they are entirely unaware of the circumstances outside, and given that he, as a dweller of the wasteland, has just proven his strength through action, he is naturally the most reliable ally. The wasteland is no paradise. It is the closest semblance to hell. He did not squander much energy on this predicament. Pulling up the StarCraft system menu and glancing at the rewards points in the upper right corner. 73. Compared to the earlier meager points of 1 and 4. This is indeed a bountiful harvest. The item exchange menu has undergone several updates. The catalog of grenades under the individual equipment category now includes the B3 grenade, flashbang, Ripper grenade, Hellfire grenade, fragmentation grenade, and tear gas canister, with exchange requirements of 55, 50, 35, 30, 20, and 10 respectively. The B3 grenade is a sticky type that can be used against vehicles. The Ripper grenade is even more powerful than the Hellfire grenade. The true man favors its use. The landmine catalog has been updated to include the jump mine and the type electric mine, requiring 60 and 70 points respectively. The explosives catalog now features D6, D8, and G4 explosives, necessitating 25, 35, and 45 points respectively. D6 and D8 are specialized explosives for Reapers, while G4 is an optional and a personnel explosive for them. The weapon category has expanded to include the C-150 pistol, revolver, shellshocker pistol, spike pistol, P220 pistol, and T10 pistol. The point costs from left to right are 70, 60, 45, 45, 30, and 20. The system notes indicate that the P220 pistol is equipped with a laser sight. The T10 pistol has no special characteristics, but it boasts a remarkably low failure rate. Both the shellshocker and spike pistols have a magazine capacity of 14 rounds and can be equipped with armor-piercing ammunition, though they are ineffective against CMC power armor. The C-150 is a .50 caliber pistol. In the rifle category, there is an item that unlocks a micro-submachine gun, requiring 70 reward points. The shotgun category also has an item that unlocks a double-barreled shotgun, requiring 25 points. Among these, the P220 and T10 pistols are civilian-grade weapons, while the revolver, shellshocker, spike pistol, and micro-submachine gun are military-grade. The double-barreled shotgun has the lowest cost because its classification in StarCraft parallels that of the Ruger pistol, both being considered antique weapons. Of course, its power far exceeds that of the Ruger. As for why the revolver, also an antique, shares a similar reward point cost with the micro-submachine gun, he surmised it might be due to its notoriety. After all, Mr. Renault's revolver has been known to shatter planets. This, of course, is an exaggeration, a humorous reference from his memories of StarCraft. He would certainly not opt for the revolver. His first choice would be the micro-submachine gun, for he has no interest in nostalgia and would not risk his life for the sake of bravado. His objective is simple. Since the wasteland is the closest thing to hell, the crucial question is how to survive. Having determined the items available for exchange and their requisite reward points, he encountered another dilemma. The micro-submachine gun requires 70 points, and obtaining a magazine for it demands an additional 2 points, meaning that his 73 points could only purchase one micro-submachine gun with 60 rounds of ammunition. The reward points are still insufficient. He is uncertain how many points the C-14 piercing hand would require, nor the cost of the CMC power armor in the armor category. Only by assembling the most basic Marine Corps set could he consider himself equipped for survival. In the supervisor's room, he had not only acquired relevant information about the wasteland, but Amy had also downloaded files concerning wasteland technology. Although it is significantly inferior to the technology of humanity in StarCraft, for him at present, even the absence of nuclear weapons as a form of mass destruction could spell doom in the event of an assault by the undead. Perhaps it would be wiser to repeatedly gather reward points from these individuals and accumulate more before venturing out. Just as this thought formed in his mind, Amy delivered a sharp rebuke. Darling, do not attempt to outsmart the system. The emotional states of the same individual correspond to reward points that can only be claimed once. For instance, Han Xion's attitude towards you has already undergone transformations of satisfaction, fear, and gratitude. The system will not respond to any further variations of these three emotions from her. This means the system can now only collect from her feelings of disdain, hatred, and trust. Amy, could you perhaps make an exception? I am willing to do anything for you. But alas, the system is the system, and I am myself. She emphasized the phrase anything with a notably unique intonation. The system's initial interface consists of three major sections. The first section features the soaring eagle, representing human technology, which has now been illuminated. The second section displays the razor spiral, symbolizing Zerg technology, which remains locked. The third section showcases the sacred starfire, representing Protoss technology, which is likewise in a locked state. Chapter 4. Ambush Darling, let us discuss everything. As an aide, I can only provide you with a hint. Say, dog meat. Dog meat? What does that mean? Amy ceased to speak, and the aide's figure vanished from the menu bar, followed by a warning from the system. Experiment V has crossed the boundary, initiating the aide module's offline process, with a confinement period of 1 month. Damn it. What a load of nonsense. He cursed bitterly, lamenting that it was of no assistance regarding the outcome. According to that voice, Amy would be offline for at least a month. Fortunately, aside from the aid module, the system was functioning normally, and the item exchange feature remained operational. Just moments ago, the middle-aged man and the living corpse had been facing away from him. He then realized that the man had been bitten by the living corpse. With a wound on his carotid artery, having lost a significant amount of blood, Han Xian anxiously searched for something to bandage the man's injury. Tang Yin glanced at the Ruger pistol in his hand, rose from the ground, and approached the middle-aged man, pulling the trigger at his head. Bang! The bullet penetrated the brain, and the man collapsed, blood splattering onto the two male shelter members in vivid hues. That was the last bullet of the Ruger. The middle-aged woman beside him was momentarily stunned. Han Xin felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing the gunshot. The strip of cloth she had torn from somewhere fell to the ground. Though she knew the middle-aged man could not possibly survive and acknowledged that Tang Yan's actions were justified, psychologically, it was still difficult to accept. "Look at what you've done," the middle-aged woman shouted at him, her eyes bulging with rage. The man who died by Tang Yan's gun was her husband, and she had every reason to be furious. Every reason to harbor hatred. She scrambled to her feet and lunged at Tang Yan. But the male shelter member with a mole at the corner of his eye restrained her. "Sun Yao, calm down." Zhang Xiangyang was bitten by the living corpse on his carotid artery. "We cannot save him. Fan Yong, let go of me." "Let me go?" She struggled in his grasp, appearing utterly unhinged. Tang Yan holstered his gun and walked towards the exit. His secondary motive for this act was to end the middle-aged man's suffering sooner, but his primary aim was the reward points. Just moments ago, the system had collected 8 reward points, presumably from the 2 male shelter members, since Han Xin had already been frightened once. And Sun Yao now wished to avenge her husband's death. He now understood why the reward points corresponding to the negative emotions directed at him were significantly lower than those linked to positive emotions. Instilling fear and disdain in others was far easier than earning their gratitude and trust. Thus, as he stepped through the door, he faced a dilemma. Should he strive to be a virtuous individual or embrace the role of a villain? Wait a moment. A voice called out just as sunlight began to cast its warmth upon him. Tang Yan remained silent, standing still. Han Xin tiptoed and wrapped the strip of cloth around his head repeatedly. "Done." As Tang Yan prepared to continue onward, she spoke again. "Hold on." Han Xin moved in front of him, her face still smeared with the blood of the living corpse, presenting a rather chilling sight. "This is a technological marvel of the shelter, a personal health assistant device. It can help you understand your physiological condition and detect radiation levels in the surrounding environment." As she spoke, she affixed a wristband-like device to Tang Yan's arm. The equipment was somewhat soiled, stained with blood, likely taken from a corpse. He felt no discomfort. Glanced at the interface displaying various physiological readings, nodded at Han Xin, and proceeded outward. His Ruger pistol was already reloaded, and the submachine gun was also ready for retrieval from the system space at any moment. Han Xin followed closely behind, while Sun Yao, Fan Yong, and a male shelter member named Lang Iping lagged far behind. He did not believe he had any obligation to concern himself with their fates. In fact, when he observed the exit area through the surveillance system in the supervisor's room, his first thought was to have those 5 individuals attract the living corpse's attention, thereby creating an opportunity for his own safe escape. Naturally, if circumstances allowed, rescuing a few people to earn reward points was also a commendable idea. If Han Xin had not rushed out, he would have certainly delayed his actions, for he knew that living corpses engaged in feeding were easier to handle. Dog meat? What on earth did Amy mean by dog meat? The literal interpretation was quite straightforward, so he would need to find a dog first and foremost. A gust of wind swept through the tunnel entrance, stirring up a layer of dust. The external scenery was far from beautiful. It was desolate, perhaps even bleak. The sky was not blue, but rather gray, as though shrouded in a layer of ash. In the distance, trees jutted from the crevices of rocks, devoid of any trace of greenery. The stones, eroded by the wind, told tales of desolation, and at the horizon stood a dilapidated building, its exterior plastered with faded posters. The exposed bricks having transformed into rubble under the relentless sun and wind. The wind, the voice of the earth, sang without the accompaniment of trees, flowers, or birds, resembling the lament of those who had lost their homes. Over a century had passed, yet the shadow of nuclear war still loomed over the land. Tang Yan took 2 steps forward, suddenly pivoting and tackling Han Xin to the ground. The blood on her face bore the stench of the living corpse. But that was inconsequential. What mattered was that the bullet had missed their bodies, striking the nearby rock and sending a flurry of debris into the air. The 3 individuals trailing behind reacted swiftly, darting behind the stone as the bullet swept past Tang Yan and Han Xin. The middle-aged woman named Sun Yao, whether still reeling from her husband's death or lacking the agility of the 2 male shelter members, failed to evade the bullet from the opposing side. Her head burst like a watermelon dropped from a 10-story building, splattering blood and brain matter onto the grayish-white bare rock, a striking sight. The headless corpse tumbled to the ground, rolling downwards. Tang Yan rose from Han Xin. Just as he was about to look toward the source of the gunfire, another volley of bullets rained down, pattering against the rocks in front of him, producing a cacophony of explosions. Occasionally, fragments of stone struck the bandaged areas, causing sharp pangs of pain. There were 3 assailants in total, 2 assault rifles and 1 sniper rifle. He silently calculated in his mind. He did not see the situation across the way. He had merely exposed himself briefly to observe the trajectory of the bullets and ascertain the enemy's position. He knew there were 3 opponents solely due to the system's reward point increment of 60, indicating that 3 individuals wished to see him dead. Sun Yao's exploded head suggested that the enemy possessed a sniper rifle equipped with dum-dum bullets, which had failed to hit him and instead unleashed its deadly wrath upon Sun Yao. Han Xian lay on the ground, paralyzed by fear, trembling incessantly. Her eyes fixed vacantly on the gray sky. She had never anticipated that upon leaving the shelter and escaping the jaws of the living corpse, she would encounter an ambush from unknown adversaries before she could even relax. She had witnessed Sun Yao's head being shattered by the enemy's fire, the corpse lying not far away, still oozing blood. Fan Yong and Lang Yiping were equally paralyzed with terror, crouching behind the rocks, gasping for breath, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, over 100 meters away from Tang Yan's position, a newcomer in black leather armor, wearing a panda gas mask, was complaining that the sniper on the billboard was a fool. That idiot Zabuhar can't even handle a chicken from the shelter. And he has the audacity to brag about being the 3rd-ranked sniper in the Legion? One of his companions remarked. At least he didn't claim to be the 2nd-ranked sniper in the Legion. That's a step up. No one dared to boast about being the top sniper of the Panda Legion, for those who had made such claims were long dead. It is not by the hands of foes that one meets their demise, but rather by the hands of one's own kin, the recruits of the Legion, who scorned the foolishness of Zabuhar, similarly failed to comprehend why that formidable gentleman would bestow such a name upon his organization. The term Legion bears a certain gravitas. Yet what is the significance of the prefix Pandaren? Is it merely because of his fondness for pandas, or perhaps because his daughter adores panda plushies? At times, those toys bear the blood of adversaries. When female slaves are in short supply, these Legion recruits assume the role of caretakers, aiding that unfortunate girl, blind and limping, in cleansing the blood from the toys. She is, after all, sightless. Does she truly need to wipe away the blood? And then there is that accursed Pandaren mask, which, it is said, originated from a jest made by that little girl, only to become standard issue for the Legion. Oh, what a nightmare. No one dares to broach the topic of the mask's design in the presence of that gentleman. Yet the Razorback demons frequently refer to them, using derogatory terms for those who cannot bear children. Damn it, this is nothing short of a profound humiliation. The recruits waited long for any sign of movement from the opposing side. Zabuhar had ceased firing, leaving only the mournful wind to sweep through the desolate hills, stirring the gravel upon the ground. Why had they fallen silent? One of his companions turned away, extracting a crumpled packet of cigarettes from his inner pocket. He retrieved one, placed it between his lips, struck a match to ignite it, and inhaled with a bitter disdain, gazing at the overcast sky as he remarked, "They await the cover of darkness." As the Legion recruit had suggested, they initially believed this bounty hunt would be straightforward, targeting a group of defenseless chickens residing in a sanctuary. Those individuals, lacking even the fortitude to wield a weapon, would be dispatched with ease, akin to severing the necks of captives. Little did they know, the reality was far more challenging. That man not only evaded Zabuhar's shots, but also possessed a keen awareness of his own condition and the surrounding environment. The recruits cast their eyes westward, where the blood-red sun dipped below the horizon, shrouded in twilight. Should they notify Zabuhar to prepare for cover, and then rush forth to annihilate him without a trace? The veteran expelled a plume of smoke, squinting as he replied, "Do you know why I have survived so long? In this wasteland, the bold and reckless have perished. It is the timid and cautious who endure. If I were Zabuhar, I would not hesitate to use your head as bait to lure the enemy into the open, then blow the target's head off, thus accomplishing the mission while claiming an additional bounty. Why not?" The recruit countered, "Such an act is wrong." The smoker shot him a sidelong glance, his gaze akin to that directed at a simpleton. Chapter 5. Twinkling, twinkling, bright and glimmering. The starlight was dim, and the night sky hung low. Zahuba licked his slightly parched lips, adjusted his posture, and squinted to continue observing the situation behind the boulders. The first shot missed the man in front, leaving him quite frustrated, but the second shot, which exploded the head of a middle-aged woman behind, brought him a fleeting sense of joy. He relished the bounty tasks that required killing, as the thrill of blowing off a target's head from a distance was exhilarating, far more intoxicating than any tremor. The silent standoff outside Shelter 1001 had stretched nearly 3 hours. Although darkness had fallen and the absence of the moon severely impaired visibility, He did not believe those individuals would have a chance to escape alive. He was confident, indeed assured, of eliminating them all. This confidence stemmed from the weapon he wielded. Although it was an outdated Type 88 sniper rifle, it had been equipped with a night vision scope, allowing him to perceive the situation ahead far better than his two companions, despite being positioned further back. Within the circular, luminescent green viewfinder, nothing stirred behind the jagged rocks, suggesting that the adversaries intended to delay their actions. He secretly admired the enemy for their resilience. Enduring nearly 3 hours in such circumstances without succumbing to mental collapse was no small feat, considering they were not seasoned survivors of the wasteland. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A muffled sound emerged. It was his stomach protesting. Zahoba thought of the lizard jerky in his pocket. Although he despised the dry, hard texture and the earthy taste, it would at least satiate his hunger, wouldn't it? His hand reached for his pocket, but halted halfway when a shadow appeared in the viewfinder, moving to the right behind the interspersed rocks. Got you. Bang. A flash of fire erupted from the muzzle, and the black dot skimming over the rocks vanished in response. He hit it. However, Zahobia's momentary elation was quickly replaced by realization. It did not feel like a bullet striking flesh. Having killed many, he was far too familiar with the sensation of a bullet piercing a body, and thus quickly understood it was merely a diversion tactic from the enemy. It seemed that the man who had evaded the sniper had thrown something, while Zahoba fired. Was it a stone? How naive. As this thought crossed his mind, the object described a smooth parabola under the night sky and detonated in midair not far from his companions, unleashing a blinding flash that engulfed the entire rocky area, followed by a deafening explosion. As a sniper of the Panda Legion, while not a battle-hardened veteran, he was experienced. Although he did not believe those emerging from the shelter wielded powerful military weapons, he had nonetheless taken extensive precautions to evade the effective kill radius of flashbangs and stun grenades. And yet, despite his thorough preparations, he was still blinded and deafened by the enemy's thrown flashbang, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. How could that individual possess a flashbang? How could it be so potent? Zahoba had no way of knowing that the flashbang in Tang Yan's possession was not antiquated 21st century merchandise, but rather a life-saving flash grenade from the realm of StarCraft. This device could blind even soldiers clad in CMC-powered armor and bioorganic units, let alone someone like him. Zahoba found himself enveloped in a haze, losing track of time until a voice echoed in his ears. It sounded low in volume, yet struck his ears like thunder. Hello there. Could I borrow your gun for a moment? The greeting felt like a greeting from hell. A knife plunged into his throat, circling around the carotid artery. Warm blood sprayed onto the stock of the Type 88 sniper rifle as the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground reached him. The rookie of the Panda Legion instinctively turned his gun towards the rear, only to realize his ammunition had long been expended, producing nothing but the sound of clicking. Following closely was the sound of a gunshot. Bang. Warm liquid splattered across his face, tinged with a metallic scent. He sank to the ground, completely disoriented. As the dizziness began to wane, and his vision and hearing returned to normal, he beheld the severed right arm of a veteran. The hand that had held the gun lying not far away, its index finger still firmly resting on the trigger. In the shadows of the night, a figure approached, clutching Zahobua's treasured weapon. I have a few questions for you. First, who are you? Second, who sent you to stake out here? Third, is the letter in my pocket with you? Fourth, where is the nearest village? Just as the veteran was about to respond, the muzzle of the Type 88 sniper rifle pressed against his head, the beam of a flashlight illuminating the rookie's face. We are mercenaries from the Panda Legion. It was our leader who accepted a bounty task from someone else. I don't know about any letter. The nearest village is 2 kilometers to the southwest. At that moment, Han Xian, realizing the danger had dissipated, approached with 2 male members of the shelter. Search them. The man named Fan Yong stepped forward, rifling through their pockets and bags, producing only a pack of jerky, half a canteen of water, a few iodine tablets, and some medical bandages. Tang Yan frowned. Regarding the letter, he had found nothing on Zahoba. If these individuals had not taken the correspondence, then who had? Could it be that those who attacked him earlier were unrelated to the Panda Legion? Where is your base? The rookie of the Legion hesitated. In Wulong Ridge. Are you going to let us go? Get lost. The rookie, sensing the threat had lifted, assisted his companion as they retreated towards the barren woodland in the distance. Han Xian mused that he was quite decent, not indulging in the senseless slaughter of captives. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he was startled to see Tang Yen raise his weapon, his index finger curling slightly. With a bang, A flash of fire illuminated the faces of the four. Han Xian's expression turned grim. Fan Yong and Lang Yiping deliberated whether to leave the man before them. Tang Yin, however, was indifferent to their opinions. From the very beginning, he never intended to spare the three enemies. His claim to let them go was merely a ploy to exploit the system's rules, aiming to garner additional reward points. He did not wish for the leader of the Panda Legion to notice him prematurely, especially without the protection of CMC-powered armor. 2 kilometers southwest, he mused. Casting a glance at the obscured distance beneath the night sky, he picked up the half-full canteen and pocketed a few pieces of jerky, setting off towards the southwest. Guided by the data on his PDA, Han Xian gritted his teeth and pursued his retreating figure, followed closely by Fan Yong and Lang Yiping. Where there were people, there would be conflict. Where there was conflict, there was danger. Tang Yin was acutely aware of this, yet felt compelled to press on, for the more people there were, the more opportunities arose. His system could also receive more emotional feedback, not to mention the possibility of exchanging vital supplies like food and medicine with villagers. Tang Yin circumvented a section piled with iron cans, as the radiation levels indicated by his PDA increased significantly with proximity. He had no choice but to take another path, continuing along the road that led from the direction of the billboard. There were no roosters crowing nor dogs barking, no wind rustling through the willows. Only the soft crunch of footsteps on the pavement. Han Xian caught up, offering him the jerky she had retrieved from the rookie's pocket. He took a bite. It was dry and hard, with a muddy, earthy flavor, but at least it was warm, not cold. He glanced at her blood-streaked face, but said nothing. Fan Yong and Lang Yiping followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of less than 10 meters. As he ventured further, Tang Yin suddenly halted, straining to listen for a moment. He flicked on his flashlight, directing its beam towards the stones scattered on the path. An unsightly visage abruptly materialized before his eyes, prompting Han Xian to emit a piercing scream and retreat hastily. Tang Yin was equally startled by the unexpected ambush, however, upon discerning the features of their assailants. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, the flashlight's glow unable to dim his excitement. Though their fur had completely vanished, and their skin was riddled with pits of varying hues, evoking a sense of unease, the arrangement of their facial features and the contours of their faces revealed that they were a pack of dogs, grotesquely mutated. Chapter 6. The first sniper rifle. He recalled Amy mentioning before she logged off that the clue to unlocking the aberrant insect interface was dog meat. Without granting him ample time to ponder, the leading mutated dog was suddenly blinded by the flashlight, emitting a mournful cry, as 2 other mutated dogs lunged at him. The light flickered before him as he tossed the flashlight to Han Xian behind him. Help me illuminate those mutated dogs. Simultaneously, the micro-submachine gun he held unleashed a barrage of bullets, striking the unprepared mutated dogs ahead and causing crimson blossoms to erupt. A chorus of howls filled the air as 3 mutated dogs collapsed to the ground, their hind legs flailing in a desperate attempt to rise. Be careful on the right. Han Xian's trembling voice reached him from behind, the flashlight's beam illuminating his vicinity. In his peripheral vision, he caught a shadow darting into the light's reach. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his body to the left while redirecting the gun's muzzle, creating several gaping holes in the mutated dog's abdomen, splattering his clothes with its foul blood. He staggered to the ground, the corpse of the mutated dog pinning his leg. There's another one ahead, at Han Xian's shout. The flashlight illuminated the path before them. In front of the 3 struggling mutated dogs, an unharmed one lunged, jaws snapping toward his arm. Realizing he could not evade the bite, he instinctively drew his arm back, and the mutated dog clamped down on the personal health assistant device Han Xian had given him, leaving a row of bite marks on the PDA screen. Tang Yin's expression darkened. His right fist swung toward the mutated dog's head, as a butterfly knife materialized in his palm, plunging into the creature's skull with a sickening thud. The dog's front legs scraped the ground before it lay still. With considerable effort, he extricated himself from the dead dog and scrambled to his feet, grabbing the 88-style sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, aiming toward the rear. The current predicament was dire. Not only were he and Han Xian besieged by the mutated dogs, but also Fan Yong and Lang Yiping had drawn the attention of these beasts, albeit in fewer numbers. It seemed this pack possessed an acute instinct for danger. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 gunshots, silence enveloped the area, save for the wind rustling through the desolate terrain, carrying the faint whimpers of the mutated dogs. Fan Yong was unharmed, merely having his sleeve bitten off, while Lang Yiping sustained injuries, a chunk of flesh torn from his arm. Han Xian had medical bandages obtained from the Panda People's Army, which were just suitable for staunching the bleeding. Tang Yin paid no heed to the scene behind him. He did not waste time inspecting the emotional fluctuations of Han Xin, Fan Yong, or Lang Iping that would grant him a reward of 120 points. He crouched before a still-breathing mutated dog, plunging the butterfly knife into its flesh, forcibly carving out a piece from its gaunt body. Would this substance be effective in unlocking the aberrant insect module? The thought barely flickered through his mind when the system's dispassionate voice resonated. Extracting target genes. Completed. Searching aberrant insect gene database. Completed. Allocating system resources. Completed. Establishing parasite gene model. Completed. Aberrant insect module activation complete. Jumping worm potential has been released. Amy had indeed not deceived him. Dog meat could unlock the aberrant insect module. Regrettably, she was confined by the system, and his gratitude could only be expressed a month later. He summoned the system interface, navigating directly to the aberrant insect module. The previous electronic lock pattern had vanished, replaced by a bar graph, with the jumping worm icon prominently highlighted at the bottom. Clearly, a creature that could serve as both a shield and a predator, while also acting as a scout, would prove immensely beneficial to him. He was determined to acquire one. After glancing at the reward points required to exchange for the little dog, he noted it demanded 300 points, whereas he currently possessed only 163, falling short by a substantial 137 points. With 163 reward points, a plethora of new items awaited exchange. The grenade catalog now included dazzling grenades, EMP grenades, and retribution grenades, requiring 75, 95, and 80 points respectively. The dazzling grenade was an enhanced version of the flashbang, increasing its lethality radius and duration of disorientation. The EMP grenade was specifically designed to counter energy shields, while the retribution grenade was utilized by marauders. The mine catalog also featured the spider mine, which required 155 reward points. This mine was an autonomous area denial weapon that would emerge from the ground and detonate upon detecting movement. The pistol catalog introduced several new firearms: high-caliber pistols, steel needle pistols, P500 pistols, Z50 pistols, pulse pistols, and P38 pistols, with respective point cost of 80, 130, 100, 120, 125, and 145. The high-caliber pistol was standard issue for Marines, capable of firing explosive rounds, posing a threat to lightly armored foes. The steel needle pistol, introduced in 2488, replaced the high-caliber pistol as the Marine's primary sidearm, adept at piercing light power armor. The P500 pistol was immensely powerful, ensuring headshot effects with hits above the jawline. The Z50 was a 80 caliber pistol typically reserved for individuals in power armor. The pulse pistol utilized battery ammunition, inflicting damage on aberrant insects, while the P38 was an electromagnetic pistol, standard for Reapers. Notably, acquiring a 50 caliber magazine required 2 reward points, while purchasing 80 caliber magazines and battery ammunition required 5. The rifle catalog introduced the E9 rifle, State Route 8 Torrent shotgun, and Boyson FN50 sniper rifle, demanding 150, 140, and 160 reward points, respectively. The E9 rifle was a 10mm automatic firearm with a magazine capacity half that of the C14. The State Route 8 Torrent shotgun was a conventional light infantry weapon, capable of firing steel projectiles. The Boyson FN50 sniper rifle was employed by conventional force snipers during the Guild Wars, equipped with a bipod, optical scope, and extended barrel. Acquiring magazines for these 3 rifles required 2 reward points each. Thus concluded the list of single-soldier equipment available for exchange with his 163 reward points. The armor category remained unresponsive, which was to be expected, as powered armor was far more expensive than weaponry. With the early model weapons used by the Reaper forces, the P38 and standard issue rifles and sniper rifles now unlocked, the C14 piercing hand could not be too far off. A few more reward points should suffice. Tang Yin, what are you pondering? Han Xion's voice roused him from his reverie. He opened his eyes to find himself seated amidst a pile of mutated dog corpses, unsure how long he had been lost in thought. Shaking his head, he rose from the ground and stepped over the bodies of the mutated dogs, continuing forward. Han Xion regarded his silhouette, perplexed by how the gentlemanly demeanor he had displayed upon entering the supervisor's room had transformed into a cold indifference since leaving the shelter. Lang Iping has been injured, and Fan Yong twisted his ankle while evading the feral dogs. I wonder, Can we find a place to rest? Tang Yin halted, his gaze resting upon a nearby dilapidated building, surrounded by scattered rubber tires, the ground bearing a sign partially obscured but faintly reading sheet metal spray. Let us go there, he said softly, directing his steps toward the crumbling structure. He was indifferent to the injuries sustained by Lang Yiping and Fan Yong. He merely acknowledged Han Xian's words. Nights in the wasteland were perilous. They were fortunate to have encountered mutated dogs. For had it been the death clause recorded in the supervisor's computer, given his current condition, he could scarcely have hoped to escape unscathed. As he contemplated the death clause, another thought intruded upon his mind. It appears that Han Xian's father is not a novice in departing from the 1001 shelter. Otherwise, how could there be any knowledge regarding the creatures of the wasteland? He is not a malevolent figure. He merely harbors a cold exterior concealing a warm heart. Han Xian reassures herself thus. The night envelopes the world like a shroud, concealing the pervasive despair of the wasteland. Yet, inevitably, the dawn shall arrive, and the sun's rays will transform into daggers, shredding that veil into tatters. As Tang Yin and Han Xian set forth at daybreak, outside the 1001 shelter, a billboard emblazoned with the slogan "Unity is Strength stands tall." Atop it, a woman clad in form-fitting leather, her back adorned with a pair of long swords, stands with arms crossed, gazing toward the rising sun in the east. Her hair billows in the wind like a black battle standard. A layer of black gauze covers her mouth and nose, revealing only her sharp eyes and noble brow. Below the billboard, the body of Zabuha lies cold, though the blood within his neck has yet to fully congeal. A colored pencil dips into the wound, drawing forth some crimson, which is then smeared onto the sunlit canvas. Behind the canvas sits an individual, turned away from the sun, gazing toward the west. He is engrossed in his painting, where the sunset appears like blood aflame. There is an old adage: why does a child's first declaration of existence manifest as a cry? Because this world is, in truth, far from beautiful. Compared to the heavenly realms, it resembles a hell fraught with suffering. A woman's voice drifts through the air, cold and devoid of tenderness. Below, the painter glances at the non-existent sunset, dipping his brush once more into Zabuha's wound for more blood. It is said that the flames of hell are the color of blood. How I long to witness such a sight. The woman sighs, we have arrived too late. The artist adds another stroke to the canvas, brushing aside a lock of hair from his profile, revealing his melancholic gaze. Ren, I have pondered a question these days. If SCHR Dinger truly possesses a cat in a superposition state, does a parallel universe exist where another version of us resides? Xia, are you not an artist? Why concern yourself with matters that only physicists would ponder? Run, in truth, I am a philosopher. In the blink of an eye, she has appeared behind the philosopher, casting a shadow over the light streaming from the east. Chapter 7. The counterstrike as the last glimmers of starlight faded. The sun triumphed over the wasteland. Tang Yin crushed a clod of earth beneath his foot, exhaling a heavy breath as he surveyed the dilapidated village before him. On his way from last night's resting place to the small town described by the new recruits of the Panda Corps, he had been ambushed by a few mutated dogs. Fortunately, with the dawn's light, he easily dispatched them using his weapon. Abandoned electric vehicles lined the sides of the road, rusty lamp posts overgrown with weeds, and the shop windows bore shards of glass, with rotting doors ajar, revealing dirty dolls and shattered dishes within. The main road bore the scars of explosions, as if struck by rocket fire. Could this truly be a town where people once lived? Was that fellow deceiving him? Stealing himself? Tang Yin raised his sniper rifle to inspect the rooftops of the buildings, ensuring no enemies lay in ambush before proceeding. Look, is that wheat? Following Han Xian's gaze, he spotted a hint of green behind a sagging house. It appeared that someone still inhabited this place, but where had they all gone? Approaching a barricade constructed of burlap and fencing, he frowned at the cigarette butts and empty bottles strewn across the ground. The houses beyond the barricade were locked, their windows boarded up with planks or iron sheets, obscuring the interiors. After taking a few more steps, he veered off the main road into a narrow alley, examining the nearby small buildings. The majority of the structures had collapsed, their walls riddled with bullet holes, save for two at the end of the alley, which remained relatively intact. Judging by the overgrown weeds in their courtyards, it seemed someone still resided there. He meticulously inspected the interiors, confirming that people had indeed lived there. But they had left in haste, scattering their belongings about. At that moment, Han Xian's urgent shout broke through the stillness, tinged with fear. Tang Yin, you must come quickly. He exited the building, gripping his submachine gun tightly as he circled to the back of the small structure. Behind the buildings lay a patch of wheat, its growth stunted and sparse. Nearby was a pond, likely a water reservoir for the villagers. Where Han Xian stood at the edge, her face pale as she gazed at him. He tightened his grip on the weapon and hurried over. The pond was devoid of water, sullied by the presence of 5 corpses. From their positions, it was clear they had been restrained and shot in the head from behind. Blood pooled around them, now dried. Tang Yin noted that all 5 were men, and their injuries suggested they had not been dead long. Perhaps they had perished just the previous night. Could it be the work of the Panda Corps? The grim scene led him to suspect that the village had been raided, its wounded inhabitants slaughtered, and the survivors taken as slaves. Such an act could not be accomplished by merely a handful of individuals. It had to be the work of a larger, organized group. Returning to the alley's end, Han Xian relayed the events to Fan Yong and Lang Yiping. "Let us go. This village is no more." He said nothing, intending to continue his journey in search of the next human settlement. Just then, Fan Yong interjected, "You go on ahead. We have decided to stay. There are arable fields here, buildings that can shield us from the elements, cooking pots available, and clothing to wear. Though life here is a bit more challenging than in a shelter, it beats wandering aimlessly." The previous day's ordeal had terrified him and Lang Yiping. Not to mention the ruthless killers of the Panda Corps. The two had faced 2 waves of mutated dogs within just a couple of kilometers from Shelter 1001. Following Tang Yin into the wilderness would surely lead to peril. They were not like him. They had yet to adapt to this treacherous world. Tang Yin remained silent and continued on his path. Whether they chose to stay or leave was of no concern to him. He would not halt his progress. Han Xian glanced between Fan Yong and Lang Yiping, then looked at Tang Yin's retreating figure, unsure of what to do. Mr. Tang, I was wondering, could you leave us 1 or 2 weapons?" His shoulders bore the weight of the Type 88 sniper rifle. His bag contained a Type 81 rifle, and he wielded a formidable submachine gun, effectively transforming him into a mobile arsenal. Without further ado, he turned and strode into the street. As he neared the alley's mouth, on the verge of disappearing from sight, Han Xian stomped her foot and gritted her teeth. Chasing after him. "Why are you following me?" he asked coldly upon reaching the village's edge. "I don't know," she replied, pausing to ponder before adding, "It's a woman's intuition." Recalling the events that had transpired just after leaving Shelter 1001, Han Xian smiled, but remained silent. The road leading out of the village was in utter disrepair. The surface either jutted up or sank down, riddled with craters, while nearby vehicles bore scorch marks, evidence of numerous battles fought in the vicinity. After walking about a kilometer, the pair paused beside an overturned truck, sharing some jerky and a small amount of water to quell their growling stomachs. Having lived in Shelter 1001, where conditions were infinitely better than those outside, Han Xian could not bear the taste of the meager rations. She managed to swallow a few bites before rising to explore around the truck. Upon seeing a corpse bound by a seatbelt in the driver's seat, she instinctively clenched her fists just as gunfire echoed in the distance. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Tang Yin hastily swallowed the jerky in his mouth, grasped the Type 88 sniper rifle, and rose to peer toward the source of the gunfire. Shadows flitted through the ruins of the buildings, indistinct from his vantage point. The gunfire was brief, and the exchange of shots concluded almost as quickly. Behind the barricade of cement bags and fencing stood 2 individuals, smoking and seemingly engaged in conversation. Near the village's center, 2 others dragged 2 bodies from an alley, depositing them before a middle-aged man who knelt with his head in his hands. Behind him stood a figure clad in body armor and a gas mask, a gun pressed against the back of the kneeling man's head, ready to fire at any moment. Tang Yin observed the tattoos of scorpions on the faces of the 2 men behind the barricade and the bald man in the center, who bore a similar black tattoo on his profile. This indicated that the 5 were not mere drifters in the wasteland. They belonged to a disciplined and organized faction. Given the body armor and gas mask, they were likely not members of the Panda Corps. Ultimately, it mattered little from which bandit group they hailed. What was significant was that the 2 bodies on the ground were familiar to him, Fan Yong and Lang Yiping, who had parted ways with him not long ago. In the span of a mere meal, these 2 had met their demise in the wasteland less than a day after leaving the shelter. He felt at a loss for words and had no intention of speaking, for this was the harsh reality of survival under the shroud of nuclear fallout. He simply raised his rifle, taking aim at the smoker with his back turned toward him. The order of this world had disintegrated. Nations no longer existed, leaving behind various factions and bandit groups, with the sole guiding principle for all, survival, and the pursuit of a better life. He squeezed the trigger. The muzzle of the Type 88 sniper rifle erupted in a fiery blaze, the bullet racing forth with a swift crack, piercing the smoker's skull and exploding it into a gruesome mess. Blood splattered across the face of the second smoker, extinguishing his lit cigarette. Almost instantaneously upon the sound of the shot, the three bandits in the street scattered toward the nearest buildings, leaving only the kneeling middle-aged man behind. The man, whose face was drenched in blood, reacted swiftly, diving behind a makeshift barricade of cement bags, causing the second shot from the Type 88 sniper rifle to miss. This illustrates the extensive combat experience possessed by these individuals. Tang Yan's decision to target the enemy near his hiding spot rather than the distant figure clad in body armor was deliberate. After firing, he vacated his concealed position with utmost haste. The system reported a collection of 108 reward points, indicating that aside from the individual whose head he had blown off, there were still 5 adversaries remaining. As if to validate his suspicion, just as he evaded, the wall of his hiding place was shattered by a large-caliber bullet. Clearly, the enemy had also stationed a sniper at a higher vantage point. After traversing approximately 20 meters, a figure emerged from the corner of the wall by the elementary school, another thug smoking in front of the blockade. The cigarette, extinguished by blood, remained unexhaled, and the man's face was smeared with blood, presenting a grotesque visage reminiscent of a bloodthirsty butcher. Tang Yan refrained from alarming his prey. Continuing his stealthy advance to the left, utilizing an overturned electric vehicle for cover, he slipped into an abandoned building, cautiously avoiding the shards of glass on the floor, and ascended to the second floor via the staircase. From the furnishings within, it was apparent that this space had once been a department store prior to the nuclear war. The first floor was lined with shelves, while the second served as a storeroom. The walls were adorned with faded red paper and portraits of 2 individuals, now rendered into mere echoes of the past by the relentless passage of time. Logically, he ought to have refrained from penetrating the village and instead ambushed the smoker's companions from the grassy expanse outside the elementary school before devising a strategy to eliminate the smoker. However, he chose a different course of action. After observing from the second floor of the supply store, he crawled forward to the severely eroded outer wall, discarding the Type 88 sniper rifle, and retrieved the recently exchanged Borson FN-50 sniper rifle from the system space. Chapter 8. The narrow road encounter. The Type 88 sniper rifle was Zabuha's weapon, but he found it quite unwieldy. Its accuracy was subpar for medium to long-range combat. Last night, while shooting a mutated dog, he nearly hit Lang Iping, who was nearby. Just moments ago, at a distance of less than 100 meters, he aimed at the face of a left-side bandit, yet ended up blowing off the crown of a right-side bandit instead. To make matters worse, the scope had somehow loosened after that single shot. He held a certain admiration for Zabuha, who could manage to blow off Sun Yao's head from a distance of 200 meters with such a rifle, an impressive feat, indeed. Currently, he had no time for maintenance and was even less inclined to use this weapon against enemy snipers. What he sought was a rifle capable of delivering a fatal shot. It was evident that the newly unlocked Borson FN-50 sniper rifle was the best choice available. This rifle was a straightforward sniper model, significantly different in appearance from the C-20A. Exuding a strong sense of nostalgia, utilizing a butterfly knife, he carved a viewing hole in the severely weathered wall ahead, gently extending the barrel of the Borson FN-50 sniper rifle outward and adjusting his aim toward the second tallest building across from him. While the smoking bandits were still uncertain of their situation, he needed to swiftly eliminate the enemy sniper before they could relocate. The tallest structure in the village was an iron tower meant for broadcasting, yet the enemy sniper had chosen to conceal themselves in the barn beside it, rather than atop the highest point. Beneath the conical roof of the barn lay an attic-like structure, with small windows adorning the circular walls, providing both cover and a vantage point to survey the entire village. Tang Yan adjusted the angle of his rifle, using the optical sight to magnify the image, catching a glimpse of a person's profile through the window facing the direction of the elementary school. Due to the lighting conditions, he could only discern a rough outline, but it was clear the target was situated there. Aiming from the second-floor position of the supply and marketing cooperative, the angle towards the barn was not ideal. However, that was of little consequence. With a slight squint, he applied pressure with his index finger. A thunderous bang erupted as flames erupted from the muzzle. The shockwave expanded the observation hole created by the butterfly knife, causing dust to cascade down and obscure his line of sight. He refrained from firing a second shot or waiting for the dust to settle to ascertain the target's status. There was no need, for this rifle was designed for expert marksmen in the StarCraft universe, capable of puncturing the skull of an enemy hidden behind powered armor. According to the parameters provided by the system, its magazine capacity was merely 4 rounds, with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters and a loading speed of approximately 3 seconds. From Tang Yan's perspective as the user, this rifle felt far more formidable than a mere 12.7 millimeters. The recoil and the intensity of the muzzle flash gave him the sensation of wielding a larger caliber firearm, leaving his shoulder numb even now. Without hesitation, he picked up the discarded Type 88 sniper rifle and positioned it in the rear window, exposing part of the barrel before leaping directly down to the first floor from the collapsed section of the floor. He gently pushed open the front door and crouched his way onto the street. The bandit leader clad in body armor and the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. In the street lay 2 corpses and a middle-aged man, crouched and clutching his head, too terrified to move. He cast a glance toward the barn. The enemy sniper was dead completely and utterly. As he approached the end of the alley, he took a deep breath, preparing to ambush the enemy distracted by the Type 88 sniper rifle positioned at the back window of the supply and marketing cooperative. An unexpected turn of events occurred. The smoking bandit, who should have been the first to notice his departure from the elementary school, suddenly emerged from behind the collapsed wall, colliding face to face with him. The bewilderment in the bandit's eyes lasted only a brief moment. Almost simultaneously, the smoking bandit raised his weapon, while Tang Yan swiftly flicked his left hand, transforming the butterfly knife into a silver line that precisely plunged into the bandit's neck before he could aim. Blood gushed from the wound, extinguishing the cigarette as it fell. At the same moment the smoking bandit began to topple to the right, Tang Yan decisively charged out of the alley, his body leaning toward the bushes. As he unleashed a barrage of bullets from his submachine gun, the 2 bandits in front, seeing the barrel extending from the second-floor window, mistakenly believed Tang Yan was lying in wait for them to enter his line of sight, thus advancing cautiously, closely hugging the wall below, intending to catch him off guard. The bullets from the submachine gun struck them, creating multiple entry wounds. Their bodies trembled violently before slowly collapsing to the ground, blood pooling beneath them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 1 remained. Tang Yan silently mused. There should only be the bandit leader in body armor left. As the sound of reward points being credited echoed in his mind, he heard the roar of a motorcycle engine starting up. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang up from the ground and dashed toward the center of the village, where the iron tower housing the loudspeakers stood. Compared to the barn, which had been reinforced by the villagers, this outdated iron tower, once used for broadcasting, was now rusted and unstable, with most of its loudspeakers missing, leaving only a battered iron plate that seemed barely capable of supporting a person's weight. Tang Yan did not ascend to the highest point but halted halfway up, one arm gripping the unguarded ladder while he placed the Borson FN-50 sniper rifle on the iron frame ahead, aiming toward the main road at the edge of the village. Although the roadbed was in ruins, riddled with protruding and recessed panels, and various dilapidated vehicles lined either side, it remained passable for modified off-road vehicles. The bandit leader, clad in body armor, was driving a modified pickup truck with off-road tires, an armored chassis, and a metal bumper. Not only that, but the sides of the truck were also reinforced with steel plates to defend against stray bullets. As Tang Yan positioned the Borson FN-50 sniper rifle on the iron tower's middle shelf, the pickup truck had already turned and was speeding away. The roar of the engine made it clear that the driver was eager to escape. As the commander of this small team, he fled with resolute determination. It became evident to him that the one ambushing them was neither a village resident nor an ordinary bandit. He was akin to a special forces soldier from the old military. The pickup truck passed the collapsed houses at the village's end, preparing to turn right onto the road leading into the mountains. At that moment, a deafening shot rang out. The bullet whirled through the air, tearing through the steel plate at the rear of the pickup truck, creating a gaping hole that was shocking to behold. With a screeching sound, the truck veered sharply to the right, crashing into an abandoned vehicle and flipping over. As the pickup truck lost control, Tang Yan also plummeted from the iron tower. The recoil of the Borson FN-50 sniper rifle was so powerful that the long-exposed structure of the tower could not withstand it, fracturing and sending him hurtling backward. Fortunately, he did not fall onto the hard pavement, but rather onto the roof of a seemingly intact building. His back landed on the rooftop, collapsing the ridge and sending numerous scattered tiles tumbling into the second-floor room. The clattering of debris was followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Thud. He felt as though the bones in his back were about to shatter, gritting his teeth in pain. It took him a long moment to catch his breath and regain the ability to move. Reflecting on his earlier actions, he realized how reckless they had been. After all, The injury on the back of his head had yet to heal. Thankfully, he had not struck his head this time. Otherwise, he could not fathom how he might have perished. As his strength began to return, he attempted to descend from the somewhat yielding surface. But just as he turned his head, he was startled by the sight before him. He had landed on a bed, and lying between it and his body was a desiccated corpse, for reasons unknown. The residents here had not assisted in collecting the remains of their fellow villagers, an act that seemed incredibly cold-hearted. Tang Yin sat up on the bed, resting momentarily against the lifeless corpse. He kicked open the half-closed wooden door and descended from the second floor, scaling the wall to emerge onto the street. There, he approached the middle-aged man who knelt on the ground. The bodies of Fan Yong and Lang Yiping lay not far away, their 81-style rifles and Ruger handguns firmly clutched in their hands. "Lift your head," he urged, "for those people are dead." At his words, the bound man trembled and slowly raised his gaze to meet the speaker's eyes. Tang Yin stepped forward to untie the ropes, cautiously inquiring, "Are you a resident of this village?" The man nodded, his voice trembling with fear as he replied, Yes, I am." "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to understand the identities of those who abducted you and their purpose for coming here. It is like this." The man stammered, recounting the events in a halting manner. Although his account lacked detail, Tang Yin grasped the general essence of the situation. Matters concerning this village were, indeed, more intricate than he had initially presumed. Chapter 9. The Black Saints. The middle-aged man, Gao Zhibua, was a refugee who had migrated here 2 years ago. As for the individuals marked with scorpion tails on their faces, they belonged to a notorious band of robbers known as the Black Saints from a nearby region. Tang Yin found this perplexing, much like the Pandaren Legion where Zabuha resided. He could not comprehend why the leaders of these criminal factions could not choose a more sensible name for their organizations. Returning to the events that transpired in Gaojia village, 6 individuals arrived 2 days prior. Among them, 5 bore injuries and were armed, while one slender man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a seemingly fragile demeanor, remained unharmed. They requested temporary shelter in the village, offering in exchange some currency from the Western Alliance and a portion of their weaponry. According to their claims, their companions would arrive in 2 days to escort them away. However, as the night fell, rather than their allies, they were met by their adversaries. Gao Zhibua was unaware of the origin of these foes. He only knew they descended upon the village in a rare military helicopter. The villagers, terrified, abandoned the prospect of trade and fled en masse, leaving behind the 6 who had arrived 2 days earlier. During the chaos, Gao Zhibua became separated from the villagers and inadvertently wandered into the operational territory of the Black Saints, where he was captured by a patrol led by a man clad in body armor. They intended to eliminate him, deeming him too old to fetch a decent price, believing that keeping him alive would merely squander their provisions. In desperation, Gao Zhibua pleaded for his life, promising to lead a few of them to the hidden stash of valuables within Gaojia village. In a matter of moments, 2 of his captors were killed. The subsequent events need not be recounted by Tang Yin, as he was an eyewitness. Upon hearing Gao Zhibua's account, Tang Yin contemplated silently, gradually relaxing his furrowed brow. Regardless of the circumstances in Gaojia village, he had minimal vested interest, and dwelling upon it served no purpose. With multiple skirmishes occurring in succession, it was evident that the days ahead would not be tranquil. He should depart swiftly. Although the situation was arduous and perilous, the rewards were substantial. After rummaging through their pockets, he discovered a half-pack of soft-pack Hongta Mountain cigarettes, a counterfeit Zippo lighter, a bottle of health tonic, and several iodine tablets. Intriguingly, the Black Saints wielded standard-issue M16 rifles, leaving Tang Yin wondering about their source. From the pockets of a smoking bandit, he unearthed a blood-stained, crumpled piece of paper, which was unmistakably a recruitment poster for the Black Saints. The image depicted a man with a scorpion tattoo on his right cheek, his black hair spiked upwards like needles, his dark eyes radiating malevolence as he gazed upon a beauty clad in stockings at his feet, surrounded by scattered cans of luncheon meat and fragrant biscuits. The center of the poster bore the inscription, "Dreams set sail from here. The Black Saints welcome you, brave souls of the wasteland." Tang Yin mused that the leader of the Black Saints had a peculiar sense of humor, perhaps overly influenced by recruitment ads, as a mere band of robbers was boldly invoking dreams and valor. He crumpled the poster and discarded it into the underbrush, heading towards the spot where he had parted ways with Han Xian. However, upon reaching his destination and peering into the truck's cabin, his expression darkened. Han Xian was missing. In less than half an hour, she had inexplicably vanished. A blue cloth fragment, stained with black blood, hung from a metal panel at the rear, seemingly torn from her pants. What had transpired? How could she have disappeared? After gazing at the rag for a moment, he dashed out of the truck towards the area with the clearest line of sight. Surrounding him were neither fresh bloodstains nor signs of struggle, and no traces of wild beasts were evident. After a moment of contemplation atop the high ground, he turned back towards the village. Regardless of what had befallen Han Xin, it ultimately held little significance for him. Though she possessed some medical knowledge, having her around felt more like a burden. Gao Zhibua had already departed from Gaojia village, his whereabouts unknown. He reached a corner at the other end of the village entrance and opened the door of an overturned pickup truck. The head of a minor Black Saints leader had been severed from his body. Blood was splattered throughout the driver's cabin, and the steering wheel was utterly destroyed, with bullet holes piercing through to the engine compartment. It was evident that this individual had been clad in body armor, and the truck was shielded with steel plating. This illustrated the terrifying power of the Borson FN-50 sniper rifle, rendering civilian-grade vehicles as fragile as paper in its presence. Ignoring the gruesome scene of the bandit leader, he opened the rear cabin door and pulled out several wooden crates. Using a crowbar, he pried open one of them and, just as Gao Zhibua had described, found it neatly filled with bottles of liquor. The porcelain bottles were adorned with aged red ribbons and heavily faded paper labels, barely revealing the character for length, indicating a refined quality. According to Gao Zhibua, these bottles had been unearthed from a concealed cellar in the village chief's backyard after their arrival in Gaojia village. It was certain that these spirits were relics from a bygone era and of excellent quality. Otherwise, the most powerful and esteemed individual in the village would not have hidden them in his cellar, nor would he have taken meticulous care to seal them. After discovering the liquor, they had only sampled a couple of bottles, burying the rest in an abandoned well at the village's edge, intending to retrieve them later to exchange for essential supplies in Gem City during trying times. Tang Yen retrieved 4 bottles of liquor and tossed them into his backpack. While placing the remaining bottles along with the weapons into the system's storage space, he then changed out of his leather jacket and into a form-fitting suit designated for Shelter 1001. From the glove compartment of the pickup, he extracted a recruitment poster for the Black Saints and set off towards the location marked on his map. Given the operational rules of the StarCraft System Special Edition, it was ill-advised to remain in isolation. Only by venturing into populous areas could one hope to earn reward points and exchange them for more advanced weaponry. The lair of the Black Saints was perilous, yet as the old adage goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Chapter 10. The blind man. The spring rain of the wasteland is not precious due to its frequency, but rather because it carries trace amounts of radioactive particles, which can disseminate radiation wherever the rain falls. Certainly, the rain of today poses far less danger compared to the rain that fell in the years following nuclear warfare. Although the current rain does not generally result in fatal harm to the human body, no one would foolishly position themselves beneath a heavy curtain of it unless absolutely necessary. The romance of rain belongs to the cherished memories of a bygone era, tragically lost to time. For those living on the desolate land today, rainy days are anything but delightful, as they are forced to take refuge under eaves, gazing with hollow eyes at the relentless downpour, praying for the swift departure of the dreary weather. In this era of extreme scarcity, hard work does not guarantee survival, but idleness guarantees demise. Hu Laosi, a member of the Black Saints, donned a tattered straw hat, his face obscured by a heavy gas mask, as he patrolled the circular corridor outside the second floor of the satellite receiving station, wielding an M16 rifle with its stock removed. Between the railings were makeshift barricades of cement bags designed to shield those within the corridor from incoming bullets. The undead pose a significant threat to the unarmed, while for bandit organizations, they are often nothing more than moving targets for practice. As Hu Laosi ambled a few steps, preparing to remove his cumbersome gas mask and indulge in a cigarette resting on a chair nearby, he suddenly noticed a flash of color intruding upon his vision. Peering through his monocular, he discerned that the figure traversing the road was not a mindless corpse, but rather a living individual clad in shelter attire, seemingly intent on reaching the satellite receiving station. "Identify yourself," he commanded sharply as the person approached within range of his rifle. The stranger, hands empty, exhibited no signs of hostility. "I saw the recruitment notice on the wall and came here hoping to join you." As he spoke, the man produced a piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it toward Hu Laosi. The rain quickly drenched the paper. Yet Hu Laosi easily recognized the familiar imagery and slogan. "Dreams will set sail from here. The Black Saints welcome you, brave one of the wasteland." Huh. Yet another naive youth lured here by the boss's sweet words, he mused. having conveniently forgotten that he too was once deceived by such a recruitment poster. Hey, Shanjie, go greet the newcomer outside. We've got another one, Hu Laosi called out. After a moment's pause, a lazy response echoed from the first floor. This damn weather doesn't allow for a decent sleep. The door of the satellite station creaked open, revealing two armed bandits who approached the newcomer standing in the rain. Indeed, the rain-soaked figure was none other than Tang Yin, who had departed from Gaojia village not long ago. Hey, you from the shelter? Shanjie scrutinized him closely. Tang Yin's expression was one of despair. Yes, the undead overran our shelter. They are all dead, and I was the only one who escaped. Roughly, one of the armed bandits seized the backpack from Tang Yin's back and unzipped it. This is the gift I brought for everyone, though I could only grab a few bottles in my haste. The rummaging bandit paid no heed to his words, and upon spotting the bottles within the bag, his excitement surged. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and jubilantly shouted up to the second floor. Hu Laosi, look, it's liquor from the old times. Hu Laosi nodded in satisfaction. Chang Wu, I've told you before, recruitment is a lucrative business. Chang Wu seemed oblivious to his companion's remark, completely engrossed in the 4 bottles of liquor. This one S for me, that one S for Hu Laosi, and the last one for the boss. Shanjie smacked Chang Wu on the back. Do you think you can just give away a bottle? Chang Wu's mind may often wander, but when it comes to alcohol, he was sharper than anyone else. If it's the Panda Corps or the Razor Gang leader, it's best to bring 2 bottles. Who's our boss? Don't you remember what he loves? His greatest admiration lies with Western culture, where good fortune doesn't come in pairs. So, 1 for you, 1 for me. 1 for Hu Laosi, and 1 for the boss. Perfectly reasonable. Shanjie's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were meeting Chang Wu for the first time. You. Tang Yin stood motionless, observing the 3 bandits animatedly debate the distribution of the 4 bottles, entirely disregarding his presence. If only they knew that within his interstellar storage system lay 3 entire cases of liquor, they would be beside themselves with excitement. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from above. The 3 men standing in the rain jumped, turning to see a shadow fall between 2 withered trees not far away. Hu Laosi raised his rifle, chuckling, that's the 5th one today. Shanjie gestured to Chang Wu. Tang Yin feigned terror, lingering for a moment before reluctantly following Chang Wu toward the 2 dead trees. The satellite receiving station was distanced from the city, rarely attracting hordes of the undead. The few that wandered here posed little threat to the Black Saints. Chang Wu approached the space between the trees, grabbing hold of the undead's feet and deliberately presenting the bullet-riddled head to Tang Yin. Cursing inwardly, he struggled to lift the undead's shoulders, following Chang Wu's lead toward a large pit on the west side of the station. The corpse had once been a woman, though much of her hair had fallen away. Some clung stubbornly to her skull, while blood oozed from her wounds, staining Tang Yin's shelter gear. It wasn't until he reached the pit that he noticed it was filled with numerous undead, some shot through the head, others with broken limbs, an utterly grotesque sight. Ha! What a rookie! Shanjie's derisive laughter echoed behind him. This indicated that the 3 bandits had lowered their guard, beginning to accept him. Hey, newcomer, what's your name? Tang Yin looked up at Hu Laosi and casually fabricated a name, Li Xiang. Come join us. He obediently ascended the stairs to the circular corridor outside the 2nd floor. Hu Laosi tossed him the M16 rifle, gesturing toward a withered tree. See that? Over there. His gaze lingered on the rifle in his hands before he followed Hu Laosi's pointing finger, spotting a slowly moving figure behind the dead tree. Now, give your marksmanship a try. Tang Yin's eyes darted between the gun and the undead, raising the rifle to his face and pulling the trigger with force. Click, click, click. No bullets discharged, only the sound of an empty trigger. Ha! Hu Laosi's laughter rang out, thick with mockery. You should pull back the bolt before squeezing the trigger. Tang Yin feigned enlightenment, following his instructions to pull back the bolt and aiming once more at the undead behind the tree, his finger resting on the trigger. Rat-tat-tat-tat. This time, bullets flew forth, though regrettably, all ascended skyward. Hey, enough of that, my blind sharpshooter, Hu Laosi chided, taking the rifle from Tang Yin's hands. To make it from shelter 1001 to here, you truly are a fortunate fellow. Tang Yin gasped for breath, his face flushed as if ablaze. At that moment, Shanjie emerged from the 1st floor room, casting a puzzled glance at the 2nd floor corridor. Hu Laosi calmly remarked, as the sound of gunfire drew the attention of the living dead rushing towards the satellite receiving station, this fellow's marksmanship leaves much to be desired. Shanjie said nothing, gesturing for Tang Yin to assist him in moving the bodies. While Hu Laoxi's demeanor appeared to mock the newcomer, Tang Yin was acutely aware that this was merely a test of character. Being assigned to recruit newcomers at the satellite receiving station by the leader of the Black Saints indicated that this individual was no ordinary brute, but rather possessed considerable astuteness and cunning. As Hu Laoxi had jestingly pointed out, it was indeed suspicious that one could traverse from Shelter 1001 to the satellite receiving station unarmed. Fortunately, his acting skills were commendable, alleviating Hu Laoxi's concerns. He did not refuse, obediently shedding his filthy shelter uniform in favor of a set of leather armor that offered scant protection against stray bullets. Upon completing the change, he glanced at himself in the closed-circuit monitor, and he did exude a certain bandit-like aura. Indeed, if he were to tattoo a scorpion's tail on his face, it would be utterly perfect. Shanji sent a brief message to the base. In this crumbling world, the telephone network had long since collapsed, and communication between Shanji and the base relied on walkie-talkies rather than the cumbersome radio equipment. This indicated that the Black Saints base was not far from the satellite receiving station. Considering the terrain, it was likely no more than 8 to 9 kilometers away. Beyond that distance, communication would falter. As the adage goes, the most formidable fortress can often be breached from within. After severing the connection with the base, Shanji led him to a back room, only to find 2 other newcomers already resting on a filthy mattress. Cups and bowls for drinking water were strewn across a table, and a tattered chessboard lay in the corner, accompanied by scattered chess pieces. He reclined on the sofa against the wall, awaiting Hu Laoxi's directives. Chapter 11. Into the tiger's den. As dusk fell, the rain ceased, and he roused from a light slumber. Accompanied by 2 other newcomers, he climbed into an old pickup truck under the guidance of Shanji and Chang Wu, embarking on a journey eastward along a rugged and uneven road. Among the 2 newcomers, the shorter one was particularly loquacious, recounting his escape from Gym City after killing the foreman hired by a landowner and seizing the man's weapon. With no retreat available, he had no choice but to join the Black Saints and embark on a path of bravery, just as the recruitment poster for the Black Saints proclaimed. Tang Yin posed several inquiries regarding Gym City, all of which were met with detailed responses from the talkative newcomer. Gym City was within a 200-kilometer radius, the largest human settlement, a new city erected upon the wasteland, under the control of warlords from the bygone era. Since the inception of its first lord, the inhabitants had referred to themselves as governors. It is noteworthy that over a century has passed since the outbreak of nuclear war, and amidst the struggle for survival in the wasteland, the surviving scientists have not been idle. They have tirelessly sought to harness available resources to develop purification technologies, aiming for clean water and ample food. Gym City is home to a team of scientists who conduct research on purifying radioactive dust clinging to the soil, all under the protection of the governor. For the century following the nuclear conflict, their efforts were limited to rudimentary filtration processes, extracting clean soil to cultivate food within the confines of Gym City's sealed facilities. However, in the last 50 years, as some short-lived radioactive materials ceased to pose a threat and purification research advanced, Gym City has begun to master techniques for removing radioactive particles from the soil. These methods were applied to open environments, resulting in the establishment of small farms around Gym City, producing low-radiation crops such as corn and potatoes. Where there are farms, there are naturally landowners and laborers. The cost of hiring laborers in the city is exorbitant, rendering the purchase of wretched souls from slave traders a more economical option. The man named Zhenghua was indeed born of slavery. Strictly speaking, even as a laborer for Xinhui Agriculture, a subsidiary of Gym City, his situation remained unchanged. He was still a serf, devoid of freedom, personal property, and survival security. Killing the foreman and fleeing the farm marked the beginning of a grave peril, transforming him into a target for capture by Gym City's authorities. Both slave traders and bounty hunters would likely be eager to apprehend him in exchange for a reward from the city. His choice not to hide in the dense mountains or join the likes of the Razor Demons or Panda Brigade, notorious bandit factions, but to join the relatively smaller and newer organization of the Black Saints, stemmed from the discord between the Black Saints prophet and the governor of Gym City, each viewing the other with disdain. The audacity of such a minor band of brigands to challenge a formidable power like Gym City might seem absurd. Yet it is an undeniable truth. The Black Saints do not rely on Gym City's market resources. This emergent bandit organization possesses its own trade channels, enabling them to exchange their plunder for essential supplies such as food, ammunition, weaponry, and medicine. Zhenghua spoke with great enthusiasm about his life after joining the Black Saints. as if the vibrant scenes depicted in the recruitment posters were within his grasp. In stark contrast, the other newcomer remained silent throughout the journey, his gaze indifferent and expression rigid, resembling a soulless automaton. As the stars illuminated the night sky, the pickup truck came to a halt in front of a dilapidated manor. Though referred to as a manor, much of the structure had collapsed, with only the outer walls having been reinforced and appearing relatively intact. The severely faded sign above the entrance indicated that this building had once been a sanatorium prior to the nuclear war. In comparison to the former base of the Black Saints, Tang Yin was more concerned with the figures patrolling the walls. Without a doubt, they were the sentinels tasked with guarding the base. Behind the manor's entrance, several makeshift watchtowers had been erected in the corners of the courtyard, with unidentifiable light machine guns mounted atop concrete bunkers, while searchlights continuously swept across the area from the rooftops. Tang Yin was somewhat surprised. He had initially presumed the Black Saints to be an unruly mob of brigands, but it appeared that the individual who preferred to be called the Prophet had managed to establish a base with a semblance of order. The sentinels at the entrance confirmed the identities of Shan Ji and Chang Wu, and the individuals inside unlatched the door, slowly opening the heavy iron gate to allow the pickup truck to enter the courtyard. Once the vehicle was securely parked, Tang Yin leaped from the truck bed and, illuminated by the glow of nearby lampposts, surveyed his surroundings. Several modified vehicles were parked beside the pickup, some equipped with reinforced steel plates, while others had formidable light machine guns mounted in their cargo beds. A broad-bodied military off-road vehicle caught his attention. In this age of scarcity, most vehicles relied on electric power, yet this military vehicle was clearly powered by diesel, a luxury in this world and a symbol of status. Come on. Why are you dawdling? That vehicle is impressive, isn't it? There are hardly a few diesel-powered vehicles in all of Gem City. The leader of the Razor Demons refused to trade it for 10 beauties or 20 bags of food, Chang Wu remarked, his breath reeking of alcohol, suggesting he had indulged during the journey. Tang Yin merely nodded in response. Outside the brightly lit hall, cement bags were piled in the corners, while behind them lay M14 rifles, older than the M16, and empty magazines scattered across the floor. No one was stationed to guard the area. All personnel were inside the hall. The hall had been transformed from an indoor basketball court, with the hoops and backboards removed, and in each corner stood a small generator powering the large searchlights on the roof, illuminating the entire room. Shan Ji led several individuals inside, where they were met by a human wall. Behind this wall stood a raised platform, upon which a gallows was erected, a thick hemp rope dangling from it, tied around the neck of a gasping middle-aged woman. At the front of the platform stood a man with a birthmark on his forehead, raising his arms high and addressing the gathered crowd of brigands below. Uga, 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 Uga. Following a fervent round of cheers, the man descended from the platform, and another ascended the steps to stand before the crowd. Unlike the ragtag bandits clad in tattered leather armor or metal pieces, this individual wore a crisp suit, adorned with a red tie and a pristine white shirt beneath, with a silver watch glinting on his left wrist as he gestured. Upon reaching the high platform, he smoothed his slick hair with clean fingers and spread his arms downward, commanding silence. Chapter 12. The Prophet. The clamor below ceased, and the hall fell into silence. A man cleared his throat and, in a tone both solemn and earnest, proclaimed, "Every era gives rise to those who stand at the helm of change, and every historical transformation births countless admirable pioneers. In this world rife with blood and fire, what is the essence of life? Merely to survive? No. That is the aspiration of a mutated dog in the wasteland, the pursuit of a mole in the sewers. We are human. We possess courage, sincerity, fervor, loyalty, and love. Warriors, you require a grand purpose to forge your will and elevate your spirit, standing resolute upon this desolate land like the rock of Starsea Cliff, undaunted by storms, striving to carry forth the flame of human civilization. I am grateful for the war that transpired over a century ago. It bestowed upon us hunger, illness, and death. Yet it shattered the shackles of thought, granting us the opportunity to comprehend the world beyond, to understand freedom, equality, justice, and the rule of law. We ought to approach that calamity with a heart full of gratitude, face all adversities with courage, and cultivate the future through hard work and perseverance, sowing the seeds of civilization and illuminating the brilliance of a new era. Uha, 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 uha. As his voice fell silent, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd below, greater than the commotion stirred by the man with the birthmark on his forehead. The newly arrived Shan's Chicken and Chang Wu joined in. That voice, those words, that fervent passion ignited a conflagration akin to a spark in the autumn wilderness. Tang Yin squinted. If he was not mistaken, the man speaking from the high platform was the leader of the Black Saints, referred to as the Prophet by Chang Wu. As the clamor subsided, the impeccably dressed man raised his hand to hush the crowd, then brandished a card. There shall be no shadows, no underhanded dealings. Let us determine her fate through a vote. At that moment, someone approached the bandits below and collected the cards from their hands. The man in the suit was the final voter, and it was evident from below that he cast a dissenting vote. Xiang Tianbiao, my closest comrade. Let us commence the counting. Having said this, he descended, allowing the bald man with the birthmark to take the stage to tally the votes. At this point, Tang Yin gleaned the events from a conversation between Zhang Hua and a bandit. The middle-aged woman, hanging from the gallows at the rear of the stage, was a slave purchased by the Black Saints from the Razor Man. 3 days prior, the night patrol spotted her concealing a package of marinated mutated beef. Undoubtedly, this transgression violated the rules of the Black Saints and jeopardized the interests of the bandits, thus leading to today's trial. Conducted in accordance with the Prophet's guiding principles through a democratic vote. The voting results were promptly revealed, 38 votes in favor, 1 against. Clearly, the Prophet displayed mercy with his dissenting vote. It was the bandits who would not pardon the woman. Xiang Tianbiao licked his lips and stepped to the back. Pressing down on a mechanism, the wooden platform beneath the middle-aged woman opened, and her frail body succumbed to gravity, producing a sharp crack as the rope effortlessly severed her vertebrae. Ooh-ha, 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 ooh-ha. Once more, the crowd erupted in shouts, with some faces flushed, their blood boiling in excitement, radiating sheer joy. Xiang Tianbiao descended the stage with a relaxed demeanor, replaced by the Prophet of the Black Saints. The man again raised his hand to silence the throng before expressing his sorrow and helplessness in a tone of deep compassion. He then shifted the discourse, announcing his delight that the spirit of democratic thought had found acceptance, genuinely embracing it and upholding the essence of humanity's spirituality and morality. Ooh-ha, 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 ooh-ha. The audience erupted in fervent cheers once more. Even the newly arrived Xinghua raised his arms, his face alight with excitement. To be fair, this unnamed prophet possessed a remarkable ability to incite emotion. Nearly 40 individuals in the crowd gazed at him with adoration. Tang Yin mused on the rapid ascent of the Black Saints amidst the civilizational regression of the wasteland. Who could resist his material and ideological allure? A female slave entered the hall, pushing a food cart, her gaze fixed downward, too intimidated to glance at the high platform. Come, newcomers, settle yourselves quickly, and we shall join in the merriment. Shan's chicken called to the trio, leading them away from the hall towards a row of lowly huts. Let us leave it at that for tonight. Tomorrow morning, Chang Wu will take you to the tattoo artist. Aside from the Prophet, every bandit of the Black Saints must bear a scorpion tail tattoo on their faces, an emblem, an encouragement, a distinctive mark that sets them apart from other factions. To Tang Yin, it resembled a seal. Once emblazoned, it meant surrendering one's life to the Black Saints. Here, there were some sweet potatoes, pieces of jerky, and clean drinking water. Shan's chicken tossed a bag down and hurried off to join the raucous festivities in the front hall. Tang Yin broke off a piece of sweet potato and settled into a corner bed, chewing while gazing out at the scenery. The room was permeated with an unpleasant odor. The mattress was filthy, stained with oil and blood, and the floor littered with cigarette butts and scraps of fabric. This was expected. Finding a place to sleep in the wasteland was already a stroke of fortune. According to Zheng Hua, only the upper echelons of Gem City enjoyed clean accommodations, with wardrobes full of clothing, desks equipped with computers, and kitchens stocked with cupboards and spices. The living corpse-like man nibbled on a few pieces of jerky before collapsing onto his bed in slumber. Zheng Hua had been recounting tales of life in Gem City, how its inhabitants lived, how slaves were fed like pigs, and how brutal the overseers were, and so forth. After listening for a while, Tang Yin claimed he needed to use the restroom and rose to leave. Exiting the bandits' quarters, he evaded a patrolling bandit in the courtyard, feigning a need to relieve himself, and affixed a piece of D6 explosive, tailored for reapers, to the back wall of the bandit dormitory. Completing his task, he proceeded onward. First, he reached the area where the pickup trucks were parked, placing a second piece of D6 explosive, then departing amidst the curses of the tower guards. Next, he slipped into the holding area for female slaves, maintaining a safe distance, and tossed a third piece of D6 explosive into the bottom of an abandoned carriage. Engaging in brief conversation with the bandit perched atop the carriage, Calculating the timing, he then passed the ammunition storage and made his way towards the brightly lit hall, discarding a fourth piece of D6 explosive into a trash bin along the way. Inside the system space, the more potent D8 explosives were primed, and the reward value had plummeted from 137 to a mere 2. He was intent on orchestrating a grand spectacle, a big bomb for the Prophet. For how could he honor such an impassioned speech otherwise? Chapter 13. The Tiger's Cub. The revelry in the hall continued, with the bandits indulging in the post-apocalyptic delicacy of roasted meat, sipping on whiskey imported from distant shores, a rather incongruous pairing. Yet, this was a vast improvement compared to their clumsy dancing. The female slave, tasked with roasting the meat, was forcibly pulled into the throng, becoming a mere plaything for the ruffians. In stark contrast to these brutish fellows, the Prophet exuded a gentlemanly demeanor, displaying a remarkable degree of politeness. From an outsider's perspective, he truly stood out amidst the crowd. According to Chang Wu, his dance partner was once the wife of an administrator from Gem City, renowned for running a fashionable tailor shop and celebrated as a lady of high society. However, this pampered woman became the Prophet's intimate companion and the chief steward of the Black Saints, overseeing the distribution of resources, following an unexpected turn of events. Tang Yin lingered at the entrance for a moment. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he tossed a D8 explosive against the back wall of the hall. Just as a drunken bandit staggered out, he lowered his head and collided with the man. "Are you blind?" The bandit snarled, seizing Tang Yin by the collar, the stench of alcohol wafting unpleasantly into his face. Tang Yin surveyed his surroundings and, without hesitation, landed a punch squarely on the man's face. "Bastard!" This unconventional greeting ignited the bandit's fury. The inebriate retaliated with a punch, but Tang Yin gritted his teeth, absorbing the blow, which landed squarely on his nose, causing blood to pour forth. "You son of a," he cursed, throwing himself against the drunkard's waist, propelling them both into the hall. "Is picking on newcomers a display of the Black Saints' values?" Tang Yin straddled the man, relentlessly striking his face. "Is it because you've had a drink that you think you're the strongest?" The sound of slaps echoed in the air, each resounding slap punctuating his words. The commotion at the entrance quickly drew the attention of the guards, who set down their drinks and approached with menacing expressions, pulling Tang Yin away from the drunken man. "I want to see the Prophet. I want to see the Prophet," he shouted, blood still streaming from his nose. The drunken man, dazed from the blows, struggled several times but failed to rise from the ground. The music came to an abrupt halt, and the revelers ceased their movements, while the woman hanging lifelessly from the high platform continued to sway gently, slowly rotating with the motion of the rope. "I want to see the Prophet. I want to see the Prophet." Amidst his cries, a man in a tailored suit released his hold on his dance partner, offering an apologetic smile as he parted the crowd, making his way toward the entrance. The drunken man sat up, gasping for breath. The two guards who had seized Tang Yin no longer dragged him out, but instead retreated to observe the unfolding scene. "I wish to inquire, does bullying newcomers reflect the values of the Black Saints?" The Prophet raised an eyebrow at this question, evidently intrigued. Books to be found in the wasteland were exceedingly scarce. In this era of profound civilizational decline, few would dedicate significant time to reading. Most could only recognize a handful of familiar characters, and very few pondered the nature of values or cultural influence. Tang Yin's inquiry struck a sensitive chord within him. In this desolate land, there were no forums for exchanging ideas, debating, or sharing philosophies, though he led a gang with many followers. It did not imply a life devoid of imperfections or spiritual fulfillment. "Are you the newcomer who just emerged from the shelter?" The Prophet gestured for the guards to stand down and extended a hand to assist Tang Yin, who was still seated on the ground. "Yes, I am indeed the newcomer who has just emerged from the shelter," Tang Yin replied, grasping the Prophet's hand for support as he rose. This was a perfectly ordinary action, as the bandits awaited the Prophet to speak, anticipating the magnetic resonance of his voice, delivering enchanting and compelling words. "Ah, that is the most beautiful thing in the world. Like the dawn that ends the long, cold night, bringing hope and direction to their desolate lives." However, in the next breath, the situation took a dramatic turn. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, a knife was pressed against the Prophet's carotid artery, the slightest pressure threatening to sever the delicate flesh. No one anticipated such a development, including the Prophet himself. He reached out to assist the newcomer, only to find himself taken hostage in an instant. The bandit, stunned, was at a loss for what to do, muttering incessantly, "How is this possible? How is this possible? You little brat, are you courting death?" Chang Wu, slightly intoxicated, charged forward with a bottle in hand, but fortunately, a more sober bandit restrained him. Tang Yin, eyeing the bandits who hesitated in fear, began to lead the prophet step by step towards the exit. Why are you doing this? The man in the suit could not fathom the motivation behind Tang Yin's actions. Who do you work for? The governor? Yang Shi? Or Zhang Feng? The governor referred to the military leader of Gem City. Yang Ji was the leader of the Razor Gang, and Zhang Feng commanded the Panda Legion. They were the three factions whose interests clashed most vehemently with the Black Saints, and the three men who wished for his demise. Listen, no matter what conditions they offer you, I will double the price and guarantee your safety, transporting you to a new place to live. Tang Yin remained silent, continuing to lead the prophet outside. I believe you are a person of ideals and vision. Thus you must understand what this wasteland currently needs most: order. To restore human civilization to its pre-war state, order must be established. And maintaining order requires not only brute force, but also thoughts and hope to soothe the human spirit. Figures like the governor and Yang Ji act solely to protect their own interests and those of their supporters. Only I truly seek to save the world and rebuild human civilization. As Tang Yin guided the prophet out of the hall, darkness enveloped their faces. The bandits followed suit, with armed guards at the forefront, while the cacophony of curses and shouts from the crowd echoed behind them, demanding Tang Yin release the prophet. Soon, searchlights pierced through the walls, illuminating Tang Yin, while guards atop the watchtower trained their machine guns and sniper rifles on the man beneath the spotlight. To any observer, the situation appeared dire for Tang Yin, his actions seemingly a path to self-destruction. Yet, unbeknownst to all, as a pivotal figure in the kidnapping incident, Tang Yin's spirit soared with exhilaration. This was precisely the scenario he sought. Every member of the Black Saints loathed and despised him. In the span of less than 10 minutes, from seizing the prophet to exiting the hall, the system interface displayed a reward value soaring to 1183. He had no time to examine further details. But one thing was certain: the CMC power armor and C-14 piercing rifle worn by the Terran Marines in the StarCraft saga had been unlocked. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. No, this phrase hardly encapsulated his present actions. The iron-willed man who danced with danger craved the strongest spirits, the wildest women, and the fiercest beasts. Taking their leader hostage in front of the assembled thieves, should word of this escapade spread, it would surely become a legendary tale recounted throughout Gem City. Chapter 14. Mutation. His actions were not merely the result of a momentary impulse. From the moment he learned that the leader of the Black Saints was revered by the bandits as a prophet, listen to the grand speeches about dreams and futures from the podium, and observe the distinguished gentlemen and ladies dancing with such elegance, he grasped the essence of his target. The truth is held by a select few. Among these individuals, those who fancy themselves as prophets often experience a profound sense of spiritual solitude, believing that no one can truly comprehend them or stand on the same pedestal. Their followers merely trail behind, echoing their footsteps. Indeed, Tang Yin exploited the character flaws of his adversary to fulfill his own objectives. His seemingly reckless behavior was, in fact, calculated. No matter how the others tried to persuade or entice him, he remained unfazed, retreating to the parking lot with slow, resolute steps. He understood that as long as the prophet was in his grasp, the Black Saints would not dare to fire their weapons. This individual was not only the spokesperson for the interests of the Black Saints, but also their spiritual leader. They could not bear the thought of losing him. The military off-road vehicle lay ahead. Once he successfully boarded it, a significant portion of his plan would be accomplished. As for what to do next, with the CMC power armor and C-14 piercing hand, what could possibly go wrong? His thoughts were well formed, his plan meticulously crafted. However, unforeseen complications arose. The disruption did not stem from his oversight or the actions of the Black Saints, but rather from unpredictable external factors. As a blinding light cut through the night, a resounding explosion erupted, engulfing the watchtower near the main gate in a torrent of flames. Another piercing whistle followed, and a second explosion rocked another watchtower, which was struck by a rocket, sending flames spiraling outward. Debris, both flaming and non-flaming, plummeted from above, crashing to the ground with a cacophony. As for the guards inside, they had been obliterated. The abnormality was not confined to the main entrance. The watchtower at the corner of the surrounding wall also succumbed to an external rocket attack, reduced to ruins. The lights illuminating Tang Yin extinguished one by one, and distant cries of panic echoed through the air. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sound of rapid gunfire erupted, the piercing arrows of light from outside intermingling with those shot from the walls, and figures tumbled from the parapets, falling to the ground and struggling briefly before lying still. The bandits confronting Tang Yin near the parking lot were thrown into disarray, utterly at a loss. Their leader had been taken hostage. And now the base was under assault. Such unprecedented chaos was beyond their experience. In the distance, the ominous sound of gun barrels vibrating reached their ears. A shadow carved a smooth parabola across the sky, and with a thunderous boom, it detonated in front of the standoff, launching two unsuspecting individuals into the air. Flames erupted, illuminating severed limbs that spiraled through the air, blood gushing forth like water from a broken pipe. In their fright, the group abandoned thoughts of their prophet. Scattering in panic to evade the incoming grenades, Tang Yin found himself in a quandary. His plan to abduct the prophet and board the military vehicle to threaten the Black Saints into compliance was now in jeopardy. He had not anticipated such an unforeseen twist. And if he continued with his original plan, who could tell whether the military vehicle would be mistaken for an enemy and struck by an incoming rocket? Just as he grappled with uncertainty, a strange noise caught his attention from behind. Using the light from the explosions, he glimpsed a shadow falling nearby to his left. Damn it! With no time to ponder, he dove away from his position. In the next breath, the shadow emitted a blinding flash, and a barrage of stone rain erupted. Tang Yin felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by a searing rush of heat. He quickly checked himself and found that only shattered concrete had struck him, not searing shrapnel. Another grenade landed nearby, striking a pickup truck, igniting its high-energy fuel cell, and causing flames to leap skyward. The outer steel plating shattered, sending sharp fragments flying, one of which embedded itself in the sandy ground just a short distance from him. He could no longer afford to worry about the prophet's fate. Seizing a fleeting moment of respite from the grenade downpour, he dashed towards the parts room, maneuvering through the vehicles. The explosions continued to erupt throughout the base, a cacophony of voices and gunfire filling the air. When the second wave of grenades struck, he flung open the door to the parts room and rushed inside. Faced with the current chaos, the established plan was now obsolete. The most prudent course of action was to find a safe spot to don the CMC power armor and wait for the opportune moment to break through the siege. His thoughts were sound, yet once again, the circumstances took an unexpected turn. Upon slamming the door shut, he raised his eyes to see two faces, each wielding a firearm. One was familiar. It was Xinghua, who should have been sleeping in the newcomer dormitory. Don't act rashly. The enemy's enemy is our friend. Xinghua restrained the other individual's instinctive aim. If it weren't for him, our people wouldn't have been able to catch these guys off guard. What is going on? Tang Yan's question was cut short by a sudden series of crackling sounds from behind, sparks flying through the window. Xinghua crouched low and approached the window. As the gunfire outside ceased, he turned his head and fired a shot. One guard collapsed, while another cowered behind a garbage bin. They assumed Tang Yin was merely wielding a blade to hold the prophet hostage. Another volley of gunfire erupted, drowning out the distant explosions. Xinghua shouted a warning. Be careful. Just then, a deafening blast resonated as flames and debris surged through the window, the shockwave forcing black smoke into their faces. The guard hurled a grenade, but it lacked the necessary force, detonating 3 meters from the window. Zhenghua's companion spat in frustration, cursing, "It's all this kid's fault." He was not mistaken. Had it not been for Tang Yin, the Black Saints would never have discerned the presence of enemies within the parts room. Had they found the right opportunity to charge out, it would have inevitably incited chaos, allowing for a coordinated internal and external assault to more swiftly dismantle the Black Saints' resistance. Ignoring the blame directed at him, Tang Yin locked the door and concealed himself behind a cargo container, brushing the dust from his lips and firmly pressing the detonation button. Boom, boom, boom. The flames surged, blooming into small mushroom clouds within the base. The consecutive explosions were incomparable to the grenades hurled from outside. The dormitory area, the slave quarters, the ammunition depot, the parking lot, and the central hall were soon engulfed in flames. The shockwaves swept through the air, devouring the bandits who had just received weapons in front of the ammunition depot, their anguished cries echoing. A mountain chicken was blasted into the air by D-8 explosives near the hall, while Changwu suffered a shattered leg. Several pickup trucks parked close to the outer wall of the parking lot ignited, resulting in a series of detonations that shook the parts room, sending debris raining down. Regardless of who was responsible, it was a spectacular display. Those who blamed Tang Yin for ruining their plans stood agog at the unfolding chaos outside. Through the window, the scale of the explosions was vividly visible, unless it was the artillery of a main battle tank or missiles from an armed helicopter. Ordinary grenades and RPGs could not possibly produce such devastation. Moreover, he had not observed any trails or projectiles, ruling out the possibility that the attackers were responsible for the mayhem. As for Tang Yin, to be honest, he admired the audacity of those willing to abduct the prophet of the Black Saints. Yet, he recognized that such courage was merely the folly of a reckless individual. Chapter 15. A surge of new equipment. Could it be the handiwork of those shadowy figures? The mastermind behind the series of explosions had never considered that the individuals seeking refuge behind the shipping containers were the culprits. Zheng Hua nodded. It is quite possible. The gunfire outside began to dwindle, as the assailants took advantage of the chaos within the base to seize the walls, further constraining the movement of the bandits. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Hua slipped behind the containers and reintroduced himself. I am Zheng Hua. The name is correct. Yet my identity is not that of a fugitive slave from Gem City, but rather a member of the Panda Legion. This time, I infiltrated the ranks of the Black Apostles under a guise to assist the governor and the commander in executing a battle plan aimed at eradicating the Black Apostles in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's gaze shifted, and the thought of eliminating the two to replace their CMC power armor was swiftly suppressed. The Black Apostles murdered my wife. I am here for vengeance. When I arrived, Shanji and Chang Wu were in the back of a pickup truck, and since they were in the cargo area, Zheng Hua was unaware of his connection to Shelter 1001. What are your plans moving forward? I do not know, perhaps, to roam the world, wherever fate may lead. I see that you possess both skill and courage. Why not join the Panda Legion? He pondered seriously before responding. Very well. The D6 and D8 explosives were previously planted by Tang Yin, intended to be detonated upon departing the Black Apostles base to create chaos and disrupt the enemy's pursuit. Instead, they were utilized to relieve the pressure in the parts room. Zheng Hua's companions grumbled about him ruining their plans. He was also exceedingly displeased that the two were hidden in the parts room, preventing him from retrieving the CMC power armor from the system space. Having gained Zheng Hua's trust through his prior actions and receiving an invitation to join the Panda Legion, he suppressed his agitation and decided to join the Panda Legion. His motives were not purely to collect reward points, considering the events outside Shelter 1001. He was eager to discover who had issued the bounty that nearly cost him his life. The battle outside raged on, with gunfire and explosions ringing in the air. Numerous members of the Black Apostles leapt from the walls, fleeing towards the rear. Zheng Hua and the man referred to as San Pao sheltered in a room, taking potshots at those retreating, swiftly incapacitating 5 or 6 individuals. Tang Yin was not idle. He perused the system menu. The recent act of taking the prophet hostage had ignited the bandit's wrath, netting him 1180 reward points, along with an additional 3 points, and Zheng Hua's favorable feedback, totaling 1,184 reward points. The Zerg technology corresponding to the mutated tree remained limited to the jump bug, which was still in the unlocked state, and he had amassed sufficient reward points for redemption. He did not redeem immediately, but scrolled to the human technology interface. The mine catalog had been updated with the addition of trigger mines and widow mines. The required reward points for redemption were 160 and 800, respectively. Trigger mines are a type of area denial weapon, incorporating features from jump mines and electric mines with trigger sensors and networks. Multiple trigger mines are interconnected through a low-power network, allowing each mine to modify its detonation pattern independently upon triggering. These mines automatically disregard non-threatening and deceased targets and can be programmed for lethal or incapacitating modes. The Widow Mine, a new type of mine from the StarCraft II era, has evolved from the Spider Mine, equipped with short-range vertical takeoff and landing jets and a fusion reactor. In the category of personal weapons, a new P-45 electromagnetic pistol, C-7 pistol, and P-1000 pistol have been added. The P-45 is an upgraded version of the P-38, enhancing its mechanical boost coil for greater durability. The C-7 is an electromagnetic pistol capable of firing 8mm steel nails, boasting a faster rate of fire and higher ammunition capacity than the steel needle gun. The P-1000 is an upgrade of the P-500 pistol. The redemption costs for the 3 pistols are 190, 180, and 175 reward points, respectively. The rifle catalog now features the Borson FN-92 sniper rifle, C-10 Mk6 electromagnetic rifle, C-20A electromagnetic rifle, AGR-14 electromagnetic rifle, C-14 piercing hand eye, C-14 piercing hand 2, C-141 AC rifle, chain rifle, and HEV rifle. The Borson FN-92 sniper rifle is an upgraded version of the FN-50, equipped with a range-finding device and an elongated barrel, typically used by Ghost Special Forces. The redemption cost is 490 reward points. The C-10 Mk6 electromagnetic rifle, designed for Ghost Special Forces, can fire 25mm high-explosive rounds, EMP ammunition, and various grenades. It is equipped with tactical lighting, magnetic grid tracking systems, and low-frequency laser designators for guiding tactical weapons and airdrop pods. The redemption cost for the C-10 Mk6 electromagnetic rifle is 760 reward points. The C-20A electromagnetic rifle is an upgrade of the C-10, capable of switching between assault rifle, grenade launcher, and sniper rifle modes, requiring 880 reward points for redemption. The AGR-14 electromagnetic rifle is an 8mm assault rifle equipped with a grenade launcher, capable of firing supersonic pulses that incapacitate enemies, standard issue for Ghost Special Forces, redeemable for 740 reward points. The C-14 piercing hand is used by the Marines from the first StarCraft storyline, requiring 260 reward points for redemption. The C-14 piercing hand 2, utilized by the Marines from the second storyline, features a laser sight and grenade launcher, redeemable for 320 reward points. The C-141AC rifle, akin to the C-14, is standard issue for UED Marines, with a secondary mode that fires more powerful rounds, requiring 280 reward points for redemption. The chain rifle can be considered a C-141AC equipped with a bayonet, with reduced magazine capacity, redeemable for 260 reward points. The HEV rifle is a bolt-action rifle equipped with a scope and 2 laser sights, capable of firing HEV rounds and Mk12 armor-piercing rounds. Akin to the large sniper rifle used by Raynor in the campaign, redeemable for 1080 reward points. In the melee weapons catalog, the Ghost Blade has been added, a close-quarters weapon designed for Ghost operatives, powered by psionic energy, requiring 500 reward points for redemption. In the heavy weapons category, the Devastator Flamethrower, H-13 flashbang launcher, and rocket launcher have been introduced. The Devastator Flamethrower is a weapon used by fire bats, with plasma fuel that easily penetrates Zerg armor, roasting small Zerg creatures alive. It requires 450 reward points for redemption. The AH-13 flashbang launcher is a grenade launcher that can only fire illumination rounds, utilized by medics to deploy flashbangs, redeemable for 175 reward points. The rocket launcher is a personnel-carried anti-armor rocket launcher that fires high-explosive anti-tank ammunition, requiring 320 reward points for redemption. In other categories, a mortar and automatic cannon have been unlocked. The mortar is designed to launch low-speed, short-range, high-arcing projectiles, redeemable for 180 reward points. The automatic cannon is a compact, multifunctional weapon that can be deployed by light infantry and mounted on vehicles. It consists of a single rotating barrel and has a limited range, capable of locking onto nearby enemy units. However, its vulnerability to destruction is a notable drawback. The exchange for the automatic cannon requires 610 reward points. Next, we delve into the main attraction, the armor catalog within individual equipment. The newly introduced Reaper Battle Armor and Jetpack set features combat armor with excellent sealing and outstanding defensive capabilities, granting the Reaper remarkable mobility, enabling it to easily surmount obstacles and traverse land swiftly. The combination of flying optics in the P-45 is perfectly adaptable to various terrains. The exchange for the Reaper Battle Armor and equipped Jetpack set demands 850 reward points. Additionally, the CMC armor has been introduced, which boasts complete life support, a gravity accelerator, an emergency locking system, an extensive servo array, an efficient liquid cooling system, a high-speed turbine, and a cold fusion reactor, among other components. This suite transforms the armor into a mobile firepower point, capable of executing military operations in the vast majority of extreme environments. The exchange for the CMC armor requires 1080 reward points. The categories for vehicles and aircraft remain in a gray locked state, with no new items unlocked. This is the reward derived from Tang Yan's daring venture into the Lion's Den. The system currently holds 1184 reward points, should he exchange for the CMC power armor. Only 104 points would remain, insufficient even for acquiring a C-14 piercing hand. The reward points are still inadequate, he mused inwardly. Chapter 16. All about acting. The gunfire outside grew increasingly sparse, and the sounds of explosions retreated toward the rear of the base. A rumbling noise heralded the breach of the front gate by invaders as armed vehicles surged into the compound. "Hey, Li Xiang, are you planning to spend the night behind the cargo container?" At the sound of this, Tang Yin rose from behind the container, only to realize that Zheng Hua had already left the parts room, having established contact with the intruders, while San Pao remained behind to watch over him. "What are the Black Saints?" San Pao gazed northward, stating, "They fled." The Black Saints base had been converted from a sanatorium built against the mountains, and with several hills behind it, the night obscured any chance of completely annihilating the enemy. As San Pao walked outside, he boasted, "The base has fallen, suffering significant losses of vital supplies. Even if those rascals manage to escape, they have lost their opportunity for a comeback." When Tang Yin emerged from the parts room, he observed a group clad in black combat uniforms, adorned with tactical helmets and wielding variously modified assault rifles, disembarking from a military transport vehicle at remarkable speed, heading towards the northern battlefield. The dim light of night concealed the specifics of their gear and weaponry, yet their demeanor, appearance, and movements exuded a sense of professionalism and efficiency, starkly contrasting the disorganized nature of the Black Saints. Could they be from Gem City? San Pao glanced at him in surprise. "You don't know who they are?" Tang Yin replied, "I am a scavenger from Fengdao." He had gleaned from the data downloaded from Shelter 1001 that a populated island named Fengdao lay 10 nautical miles north of the nearest coastline. Tang Yin nodded, indicating his understanding. From Zheng Hua's words, it was apparent that the relationship between the Panda Legion and the Black Hand mercenaries was rather strained, given their conflicting interests. The Panda Legion operated on a model that was half bandit, half mercenary, and compared to the more specialized and elite Black Hand, they were at a disadvantage in combat effectiveness. "I have already spoken to the Legion commander about you, but unfortunately, he is currently occupied with the vice-governor of Gem City and has no time to meet you." Tang Yin shook his head calmly. Zheng Hua, misinterpreting his demeanor as disappointment, attempted to reassure him, "Do not worry, I am here to assist you." Tang Yin sensed that Zheng Hua's seemingly overly familiar nature during the journey to the Black Saints base was not entirely feigned. He was indeed a warm-hearted individual. At that moment, a modified off-road vehicle entered, and a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit and a bulletproof vest stepped out. He glanced at the sudden flare of fire erupting from the northern hillside and inquired of an approaching individual, "What is the situation?" The man tapped a few buttons on his wrist assistant and shook his head, stating, "I have searched the base's computer thoroughly but found no usable information." Tang Yin scrutinized the personal health assistant given to him by Han Xin and noted it bore an uncanny resemblance to the one worn by the man. He pondered whether this bespectacled gentleman had emerged from a shelter. Upon further reflection, he realized the shelter possessed a comprehensive educational system with a wealth of knowledge, making it the most likely place to cultivate exceptional talents in this wasteland. It was entirely plausible for someone from the shelter to align themselves with Gem City, serving the governor. However, he speculated on whether Fan Chang, the individual responsible for the downfall of Shelter 1001, was also among those who had joined Gem City. San Pao noticed the personal health assistant on the man's wrist, a slight arch of his brow indicating his interest. Tang Yin caught the subtle change in his expression and remarked, "I often wonder if I have stumbled upon a faulty assistant. Even so, it remains my most treasured possession." The cracks on the exterior screen of the personal health assistant were conspicuous, the result of being bitten by a mutated dog. Yet, to San Pao and Zheng Hua, it was assumed that this was merely a valuable find for a scavenger wandering the wasteland. What are they searching for? Zheng Hua mused. Who knows? Tang Yin surmised that the individuals from Gem City were likely exploring trade routes between the Prophet and the outside world. The rationale behind the Panda Legion's assault on the Black Saints base was straightforward: to expand their territory and eliminate competitors, as well as to settle past grievances. The sort of plundering that the Black Saints had inflicted upon Gao family village was undoubtedly a frequent occurrence, thereby incurring the wrath of the Panda Legion. The governor, as the leader of Gem City, naturally possessed a broader perspective. The Black Saints had robbed numerous merchants from Gem City and had previously invaded the governor's farm, abducting the wife of a senior manager. However, such actions posed little threat to Gem City. What truly concerned the governor was how the Black Saints managed to circumvent Gem City to conduct trade with the outside world. Currently, the Black Saints were not large in scale and were manageable, but should they grow, the Prophet could very well establish an alternate trade market within Gem City's sphere of influence, disrupting the governor's monopoly in the peninsula region and significantly impacting the interests of the ruling elite. To Tang Yin, This was the fundamental reason behind the governor's determination to eradicate the Black Saints. Upon entering the Black Saints' base, he had noted that the weapons used by the bandits, the alcohol they consumed, and even the profits' values were not products of this continent, suggesting they originated from overseas. This raised suspicions about the Prophet's connections with foreign powers, perhaps indicating that the Black Saints were trading with an organization possessing ocean-going vessels. If Gem City could decisively defeat the Black Saints and gather pertinent intelligence, whether by ambushing foreign vessels or establishing a maritime corridor, it would undoubtedly benefit Gem City's development. While the three men contemplated their thoughts, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. It did not emanate from the retreating hillside of the Black Saints, but rather from outside the main gate of the base. Zheng Hua's expression darkened as he pondered whether they had fallen into an ambush by the Black Saints, facing a two-pronged attack, or if they were ensnared in a more complex predicament, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird lay in wait. Soon, shouts from personnel at the front gate reached them. The gunfire obscured the clarity of the words, but the essence of the situation outside was discernible. It's the living dead. A multitude of them. The assault team, comprising guards from Gem City, Black Hand mercenaries, and the Panda Legion, would hardly be threatened by dozens or even hundreds of living dead. Yet the reactions of the guards at the gate indicated that the situation was far more severe than just a couple of hundred. The commotion at the front gate persisted, with the relentless sound of gunfire intermingling with the thunderous explosions of grenades detonating outside the base. The dilemma confronting the vice-governor and the commander of the Panda Legion was whether to secure the gates and rely on the facilities of the Black Saints base to withstand the onslaught of the living dead or to evacuate swiftly. Within mere moments, a signal flare indicating a retreat order shot up into the night sky. The guards of Gem City quickly withdrew from the base, and outside, the roars of motorcycle engines and the cacophony of gunfire filled the air. Several modified pickup trucks belonging to the Panda Legion spun around, disregarding the calls of Zheng Hua and San Pao, and swiftly exited the base, leaving them behind. "Damn it, we have been abandoned," San Pao exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Chapter 17. Life is a play. Zheng Hua needed to cultivate a sense of calm, for he was acutely aware of the composition of the Pandaren Legion and the survival laws of the post-apocalyptic world. Individuals like him and San Pao, who were not affiliated with any organizational clique, risked being forsaken during dire moments. This realization propelled his efforts to persuade Tang Yin to join the Pandaren Legion. While there was a genuine desire to help, it was predominantly motivated by the ambition to establish his own circle. Even if he could not rival figures like Tianhu or Lai Shou, he could at least broaden his network to avoid isolation. The main entrance was no longer an option. They had to head north to merge with the troops pursuing the Black Apostles. Zheng Hua remarked, "This is bad. Entering mountainous terrain will easily lead to being separated by the tide of the undead. No one will be able to escape. Why don't we find a defensible room to hide and act according to the situation?" As the two deliberated, Tang Yin walked deeper into the parking lot. "Hey, where are you going?" Sen Pao shouted after him. Tang Yin remained silent, making his way to the innermost part of the parking lot. Having endured grenade attacks and the ignition of D6 explosives, most of the vehicles lay in ruins, with only 3 or 4 at the back appearing relatively intact. He approached a military off-road vehicle he had been eyeing for some time, opened the door, and settled inside. San Pao arrived first, opening the passenger door and exclaiming, "You fool, no matter how good it looks, without the keys it's just a heap of scrap." Tang Yin shot him a sideways glance, remaining mute. He fumbled beneath the steering wheel, pulling out 2 wires, stripping the rubber coating, and with a gentle touch, ignited the engine, which roared to life with a deep growl. The AMG emblem lit up on the dashboard, and the tachometer and speedometer glimmered softly. San Pao stared at him in disbelief. Where on earth did you learn this skill? In this precarious situation, he could have easily found a deserted spot to don his CMC power armor and fight his way out alone, but he chose not to, opting instead to take the 2 men with him. To be honest, he was uncertain why he could start the military vehicle. It felt instinctive, as if he had undergone similar training before, though amnesia robbed him of concrete memories of his past life. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get in," Zheng Hua urged as he opened the rear door, tossing his MP5 submachine gun inside before crouching in. "Quick, drive. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to leave." San Pao soon snapped to attention, taking the passenger seat and slamming the door shut. Without further ado, Tang Yin shifted the gear into reverse and pressed the accelerator. The engine let out a low growl as the tires spun backward, smashing through the wreckage of a modified pickup truck, and they burst forth from the parking lot. The force of the impact left San Pao and Zheng Hua dizzy as they finally registered their surroundings upon exiting the main gate. Their eyes wide with shock as they observed the man effortlessly maneuvering the military vehicle. Is he truly just a scavenger from Fengdao? While the others were transfixed on their immediate concerns, Tang Yin directed his gaze out the window. The night obscured his vision, rendering distant details indistinct. Yet shadows of countless figures moved amidst the forest flanking the road. These were no soldiers of Gem City or the Pan-Aran Legion, but rather a throng of undead. Within the relentless tide, a few individuals shimmered with a faint glow. According to data downloaded from the Overseer's Chamber of Shelter 1001, a rare few undead had absorbed substantial radioactive materials, resulting in mutations that emitted a green luminescence, accompanied by intense nuclear radiation. San Pao, his face stricken with terror, gazed out the window. It must be the battles here that attracted those undead. One thing puzzles me, Zheng Hua interjected. If the fighting here drew their attention, then why are there so many undead lurking in the woods outside the Black Apostle's base? Judging by the number of undead lining the road, there were at least several hundred. And they continued to surge forth from the trees. Logically, the Black Apostles should not have allowed the undead to gather around their base. So, where had these undead come from? Why did they emerge en masse just as the forces of Gem City and the Pan-Aran Legion attacked the Black Apostle stronghold? A sudden crash jolted Zheng Hua from his thoughts. A grotesquely decayed undead face flashed past the front of the vehicle, only to be obliterated in an instant. Black blood splattered against the windshield, quickly wiped away by the wipers. An overturned modified pickup truck lay in a water-filled ditch to the right. Several undead clambering over its exterior, and through the flickering headlights, terrified faces of the passengers could be seen inside. That was a vehicle belonging to the Pan-Aran Legion, the same truck that had ignored Tang Yin and his companions moments earlier. San Pao rolled down his window and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Tang Yin, however, paid no heed to the pickup, fixing his gaze on a modified heavy truck around a bend in the distance. It was hard to discern in the night, but it was clear that critical parts like the tires, cab, and engine compartment were armored, with a serrated roller mounted on the front bumper. Any undead attempting to obstruct its path would be shredded into mere remnants, splattering across the road. From the truck's markings, it was evident that it was a vehicle belonging to the Black Hand mercenaries. Following the heavy truck was an armored vehicle from Gem City, presumably the one transporting executives and the bespectacled man. The sheer size of the heavy truck, coupled with its lights and sounds, drew a horde of undead behind it. As it took a left turn, the rear doors swung open, revealing two rotary cannons. Behind the guns stood two soldiers clad in mechanized exoskeletons designed to enhance combat capabilities, distinct from the assault team pursuing the remnants of the Black Apostles. With a violent eruption of gunfire, bullets rained down upon the undead sprinting along the inner curve of the road, exploding their bodies and casting blood mist into the air, while severed limbs spiraled upwards, falling amidst the road and the forest. Tang Yin pressed harder on the accelerator, the off-road vehicle's speed surging as he closed in on the convoy ahead. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted, sparks flying from the front bumper. Instantly, he jerked the steering wheel to the right, narrowly evading the bullet trajectory from the heavy truck as they navigated the muddy path. Those bastards! San Pao cursed vehemently. Fortunately, the Black Apostle's prophet was cautious. A layer of external armor had been added to the front of the off-road vehicle. Otherwise, had the 7.62mm round struck, even if the three of them were unharmed, the vehicle would have certainly stalled. Turn right, take the side road, Zheng Hua instructed, pointing towards a fork ahead. In this wasteland, survival was the only rule. Moreover, as members of the Pan-Aran Legion, they were not the priority for the Black Hand mercenaries, who would care little for their lives. The pressing concern was how to protect the Gem City executives and themselves. Just as Zheng Hua and San Pao had ceased contemplating the fate of their leader upon realizing the undead tide was imminent, Tang Yin gripped the steering wheel and sharply turned right. The vehicle splashed through a puddle, veering off the main road onto a dirt path. Although the time between the bullet striking the front bumper and the vehicle's right turn was brief, his reflexes were swift. He reasoned that since there was a fork ahead of the Black Apostle's base, the dirt road, though arduous, must lead to some thoroughfare. Furthermore, he was currently driving a military off-road vehicle, far more resilient and adaptable than the pickup truck. Taking the right turn was certainly a better gamble than trailing behind the Gem City convoy. Heaven knew whether that Pan-Aran Legion pickup that had just toppled into the ditch had been taken down by the Black Hand mercenaries to draw the undead's attention. Relieving pressure on the convoy, he had no intention of entrusting his life to the whims of others. The dirt road was treacherous and muddy, as the military off-road vehicle jostled along, carrying its passengers further away. A number of the undead were drawn by the roar of the engine, pursuing the three individuals. After traveling a short distance, at approximately the third bend, the headlights swept across the right side of the forest, prompting Tang Yin to slam on the brakes suddenly. San Pao collided directly with the right front B-pillar, wincing in pain. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The critical issue lay in the rearview mirror, where, through the haze, he could discern the indistinct figures of the undead trailing behind them. "Cover me," Tang Yin urged, flinging open the car door and leaping out. San Pao exclaimed loudly, "Are you out of your mind? There's a horde of undead behind us." His actions were evidently irrational at such a perilous moment. Chapter 18. A discourse on the wasteland. King Tang Yin paid no heed to his words and, alighting from the off-road vehicle, made his way directly towards the waterlogged channel on the right. San Pao glanced back at the scene behind them with a grim expression and said, "If not, let us leave him and get out of here." Zheng Hua watched Tang Yin's retreating figure for a moment, shook his head, and suddenly rose from the back seat. He emerged through the sunroof, rotated the weapon mount backward, disengaged the safety on the M60 general-purpose machine gun, and unleashed a hail of bullets towards the approaching zombies. The sound of gunfire echoed, rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. Zombies were struck down, their bodies exploding into fragments upon impact, yet the relentless tide of the undead surged forward, overwhelming their fallen comrades and drawing closer to the vehicle. "Ah, I've had enough of you all," San Pao bellowed in frustration as he flung open the car door, half his body protruding from the passenger seat, while his MP5 submachine gun spat flames of death. Meanwhile, Tang Yin had plunged into the water channel, his micro-submachine gun flashing in his grip as he fired a volley at the shadows ahead. A mournful howl of a mutated dog pierced the air, deep brown blood spreading across the water's surface. Suddenly, a mutated dog's head lunged towards Tang Yin's ankle, but before it could tear flesh from him, his hand wielding a butterfly knife plunged downward into the water, swiftly piercing its neck. In one swift motion, he dispatched two mutated dogs. As he withdrew the butterfly knife, it drew forth a surge of blood as he hurled it towards the right front. The machine gun atop the vehicle carved a bloody path behind them. Severed limbs and scattered remains littering the area, yet numerous stragglers still rushed towards the vehicle's flanks. San Pao, his face twitching in panic, realized he had exhausted 2 MP5 magazines, leaving only one .54 pistol with 3 rounds remaining. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 gunshots, one zombie fell at the passenger side, another outside the driver's seat, as San Pao slammed the door shut. At that moment, Tang Yin circled around the front of the vehicle, delivering a powerful kick that toppled a zombie clad in a tattered floral dress. He then stepped onto a zombie with a broken leg, which was clawing its way to the driver's side, and dove into the driver's seat, yanking the door shut behind him. Bang! The door closed. 2 skeletal gray fingers slipped from the gap of the door. As Zheng Hua disembarked from the roof, the vehicle jolted violently, crushing the bodies of zombies beneath it. Charging forth like a wild bull through the throng, San Pao exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be startled by the object Tang Yin tossed to him as he got back in, his face contorted in anger. "You stopped for a mere beast?" In his arms lay a gaunt wild dog, its ribs visible, with a ghastly wound near its thigh, presumably inflicted by a mutated dog. Just moments ago, as the vehicle turned, he had only glimpsed the silhouette of the mutated dog, neglecting to notice the unmutated wild dog being besieged in the channel. Creatures of the wasteland do not equate to humans. In a world where survival is precarious, the majority would not consider keeping pets. They consume anything that can satiate their hunger, allowing radioactive substances to accumulate within, and those who survive have invariably mutated. The existence of an unmutated wild dog is indeed rare. However, for the trio, it served no purpose but to be a burden. Tang Yin remained focused on driving, ignoring San Pao's habitual grumbling. Zheng Hua, after a moment of silence, remarked, "You cannot save it." The wild dog Tang Yin had rescued was already in a frail state and had now suffered a bite from a mutated dog in the desolate wasteland. Devoid of medicine and food, its fate was essentially sealed. The Panda People's Legion would certainly not waste their precious supplies on a mere dog. "I believe it will survive," Tang Yin asserted. San Pao scoffed. "You think? You still believe you will become the Wasteland King?" This was a blend of complaint and sarcasm, laced with disdain. Zheng Hua sighed and remained silent. In his perspective, the man in the driver's seat had yet to relinquish the nature of a scavenger. Typically, scavengers are merchants traversing the wasteland with tame creatures akin to mutated 2-headed cattle for transport, making them the closest allies to the wasteland's fauna. Even so, He could not fathom why the man named Li Xiang would risk his life to save a wild dog. The conversation ceased. Sen Pao rubbed the spot where he had bumped against the B-pillar, lost in thought, while Zhenghua switched on the rear compartment light and fished out a crumpled peninsula map from his pocket, squinting under the dim glow to locate the route to the Panda People's Legion base. After circumventing a small hill and driving for some time, confirming they had shed the horde of zombies, Tang Yin finally felt a semblance of relief, easing the vehicle's speed to search for a main road. According to Zhenghua's directions, the Panda People's Legion base lay approximately 49 kilometers northwest of the Black Saint stronghold. The military off-road vehicle navigated the dirt road for about half an hour before finally merging onto a northwestern highway, heading toward the location marked on the map. Meanwhile, at the foot of a small hill behind the Black Saint's base, a stooped man sighed as he glanced behind him before continuing on his way. If Tang Yin and Zhenghua were present, they would surely recognize this man as the taciturn figure who had entered the Black Saint's base alongside them. As the clock's hands pointed straight up, the off-road vehicle arrived at its destination. Unlike the imposing Black Saint's base, the Panda People's Legion stronghold stood amidst the ruins of a steel mill, its exterior lacking the grandeur of its counterpart. Behind the fragmented metal fences lay vividly contrasting sheets of metal, faintly illuminated under dim lights, revealing traces of blood and bullet holes. Beyond the metal sheets was a wooden walkway patrolled by armed guards. The vehicle emitted a low hum as it rolled into the compound, attracting the envious gazes of onlookers. In a world ravaged by nuclear war, 99 of vehicles in the wasteland bore irreparable damage. Thus, possessing a military off-road vehicle was a remarkable feat for the peninsula's inhabitants. That must be the Prophet Lord's vehicle from the Black Saints, mused a new recruit of the Legion, astonished as he watched the vehicle depart. Another recruit beside him exhaled a puff of smoke, reluctantly discarding his cigarette, but as he observed Zhenghua conversing with someone at the entrance, saying that as something the boss has coveted for a long time. An elder of the Legion tapped his index finger on the recruit's head. Do you think the Legion commander is the leader of the Razor Demon? He can't just seize his subordinate spoils. Moreover, when Zhenghua and San Pao accepted this perilous mission, the commander had previously stated that upon successfully capturing the Black Saint's base, they would receive a 10 cut. Upon hearing of the 10 reward for completing the task, the recruit's eyes sparkled with ambition. The elder rapped the recruit's head again. If you wish to live, focus on your patrol duties. Zhenghua's line of work involves putting his life on the line. The recruit rolled his eyes in defiance when the elder was not looking, muttering under his breath. How many people in the wasteland don't have their lives hanging by a thread? Tang Yin, of course, remained oblivious to the chatter of the Panda People's Legion members. As the off-road vehicle came to a halt within the factory premises, he opened the driver's door and was immediately surrounded by several individuals, their vigilant gazes scrutinizing his form and the dog he had taken from San Pao. Zhenghua soon arrived, informing them that Tang Yin was a new recruit about to join the Legion, candidly admitting that had it not been for him, they might have perished in the tide of corpses. Only then did their expressions soften slightly. San Pao, however, wore a worried look. Did Luda tell you? Zhenghua nodded, his expression far from pleasant. Although the Pandaren Legion is, in terms of its membership structure, a relatively loose organization, the presence of a formidable figure at its helm is sufficient to maintain a semblance of stability, preventing it from fracturing into disarray. Should he fall victim to the tide of corpses, the days ahead for the Pandaren Legion would undoubtedly be tumultuous. Setting aside the deep-seated connections between Lai Shou and Lei Lao Air, even the likes of Tian, who could plunge the Pandaren Legion into chaos. Tang Yin had no interest in pondering the future of the Pandaren Legion. He had cast aside concerns for the commander's well-being. At this moment, his sole focus was on the dog nestled in his arms. Where shall I sleep? He interjected, interrupting their conversation. Chapter 19. The jumping bug, find me a quiet place. Preferably a private room. Zhenghua glanced at the dog in his arms and suddenly turned toward the distribution room north of the lumber workshop. That was the residence of the Legion sniper, Zabuhar, who unfortunately had passed away a couple of days ago, leaving the place temporarily unoccupied. He expressed regret verbally, yet his countenance betrayed no sign of change. Zabuhar. Tang Yin recalled the sniper who had targeted him outside Shelter 1001. Pondering whether the man he had slain would rest uneasily in the afterlife, knowing his dwelling had been usurped. The distribution room was modest in size. Its outer walls severely weathered, and a section of the roof had collapsed. Fortunately, thanks to Zabuhar's later renovations, it was adequate for withstanding rain and snow. Inside lay a simple bed, topped with a filthy mattress. Scattered beneath were several pre-war books, burnt beyond recognition. Leaning against the bedside was a rusted longsword, and in the corner sat a battered model of a J-35 fighter jet. He gently placed the injured dog on the bed and, using the light, examined the bite wound on its leg. Strangely, since being rescued, the dog had not struggled or barked. It remained quiet throughout their journey, occasionally whimpering softly in pain. Now, lying on the bed, it simply opened its eyes to gaze at the gaunt face across from it, blinking intermittently. Rest well. We will discuss joining the regiment tomorrow. With that, Xinghua closed the door behind him as he departed. Listening to the fading footsteps, Tang Yin picked up a white porcelain jar barely legible with the words "Serve the people" from the table behind him and poured the drinkable water into a bowl to offer it to the dog lying on the bed. In the wasteland, potable water was exceedingly precious, often traded for food. Even members of organizations like the Black Saints or the Pandaren Legion had limited daily rations, and hardly anyone would waste it on a dying animal. In the old days, dogs were companions and pets to humans, yet now, for the average person, they had become a burden. Only the likes of the governor of Gem City or high-ranking officials could afford to care for them. Should others learn that he had given drinkable water to a dying dog, he would surely be scolded as a spendthrift. From now on, you shall accompany me. Tang Yin stroked its matted black fur around the neck and said, As long as I have food, you shall have food too. What shall I call you? Sausage? Bitter melon? He suddenly recalled the nickname given by Amy, that mischievous and sharp-tongued AI who had been confined for assisting him. Then I shall name you Dogmeat. With a feeble attempt, the nearly immobile dog raised its head and barked weakly, wagging its tail feebly a couple of times. It seemed delighted to have found a caretaker. Yet its injuries were too severe to express joy and affection like a typical pet. Innocently, it remained unaware that without medical assistance and a suitable environment, it might not survive the night. Tang Yin glanced at the fist-sized wound on Dogmeat's hind leg, observing the blood seeping out from the vigorous activity, and made a decision. He resolved to temporarily forego exchanging for CMC armor, prioritizing the dog's survival first. After all, if the situation at the Pandaren Legion base turned dire, he could always repeat the events at the Black Saints base. Moreover, the cost for exchanging the mutated bug carrying the jumping bug gene was merely 300 reward points. The remaining points, insufficient for the CMC-powered armor, could be used to acquire Reaper armor. Once the reward points exceeded 300, the conditions for exchanging the jumping bug were fulfilled, and the system provided him with an instruction manual. Unlike the exchange conditions for human equipment, the Zerg units required a parasitic approach. In other words, he needed to find a weak creature, preferably one close to him, and inject the mutated bug carrying the jumping bug gene into it, facilitating its evolution into the form of a jumping bug. This was why, during the escape from the Black Saints base, he had urgently braked upon seeing Dogmeat struggling against a mutated dog in the waterway illuminated by the headlights. He summoned the system menu in his mind, navigated to the insect evolution tree, and pressed the button to exchange for the jumping bug. The minuscule purple bug, no larger than a fingernail, swiftly burrowed beneath the skin, disappearing from sight. The helpless Dogmeat emitted a soft whimper before falling silent. Within mere breaths, the flesh around the wound on its hind leg began to pulsate rapidly, indiscernible flesh buds sprouted from the edges of the wound, extending inward and rapidly merging with one another to seal the injury. Simultaneously, a brown mucus substance oozed from Dogmeat's surface, spreading like a living entity and gradually forming a chrysalis almost the size of a human body. Thick and thin purple veins grew across the chrysalis's surface, weaving into a dense net. Tang Yin stared in astonishment at the scene before him, closely monitoring the changes in the chrysalis. Time slipped by, and he realized his clenched fingers had turned slightly pale. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the chrysalis ruptured from within, and biomass surged forth like water, revealing the sharp fangs and claws of the jumping bug from the StarCraft universe, particularly its menacing hooked sides on the upper body, sending chills down his spine. Even though he was well aware of the jumping bug's appearance and retained memories of the StarCraft game, as Dogmeat's owner, he instinctively took a large step back at the sight of its fierce visage. With a thud, the transformed Dogmeat landed on the ground, flicking its stinger-like tail. Clearly, it was attempting to ingratiate itself, much like a pet dog greeting its owner. Tang Yan's lips twitched several times before breaking into a full smile as he tentatively reached out to stroke Dogmeat, now a jumping bug, on the head in a gesture of affection. He thought to himself that his smile must appear quite unappealing, akin to Dogmeat's present docility. His gesture undoubtedly encouraged Dogmeat, which leaned forward, pressing against Tang Yin, seemingly eager to express its joy and gratitude, perhaps like how a domesticated dog would lick its owner's face. Now, Dog meat possessed the heart of a loyal dog, yet its form was far from that of a pet, as its long hooked sides and elongated forelimbs could easily rend a human apart. Hey, dog meat, you'll hurt me like that. He quickly raised his hand in a stopping gesture, preventing it from getting too close. A low whine of protest escaped dog meat, and it took a step back. Its gaze filled with sorrow. Regardless of how many mutated dogs it could now tear apart, it exhibited none of the ferocity expected of a Zerg before Tang Yen. It remained as dog meat. Chapter 20. Unwelcome visitors. Tang Yen focused his mind and navigated the system menu, selecting the alien insect page, where he indeed discovered a transformation button beside the jumping insect icon. He distinctly remembered that this button had been inactive when he produced the mutated insect earlier. After consulting the usage instructions, he attempted to send a command to dog meat using the system's power. As his gaze landed on dog meat, now in the jumping insect form, he witnessed the chitinous exoskeleton unique to the alien insect swiftly soften and transform into a thick, viscous purple liquid, akin to a fungal mat receding from the ground. Part of it seeped into dog meat's body while the rest coalesced at the forehead, forming a spiraled horn. Stunned, he observed the transformation before him, watching as dog meat shed its jumping insect form and reverted to its original shape. No, not its original form. It bore a purple horn atop its head. Dog meat seemed to notice the change in its body, first turning its head left, then right. Catching sight of its brightly colored tail behind it, it joyfully wagged its tail and attempted to nibble at it, only to find the taste less delightful than anticipated, prompting it to abandon the chase. Rising from the ground, it leaped into Tang Yen's embrace, trying to support its body on its hind legs, licking his chin. You should eat more. That way, you'll grow taller and be able to lick my face instead of my chin, Tang Yen said seriously, patting its head. It appeared his words struck a heavy blow to dog meat's pride. The paws resting on him dropped, ears drooping, it stepped back a couple of paces, tail still. Eyes averted from him. Unexpectedly, it was quite the proud creature. With a resigned expression, he approached to tidy the bedding, sweeping the rapidly decomposing insect pupa fragments onto the floor. He patted dog meat's head, lay down, and rested his head on a battered panda plush toy, attempting to drift into slumber. Despite the day's exhausting toll, his spirits were exceptionally light. He felt fortunate not to have exchanged over 1,000 reward points for the CMC power armor, but rather to have found a partner in this chaotic and morally bankrupt wasteland who required no vigilance. The transformation feature proved incredibly practical, enabling him to avoid unnecessary troubles. Not only could he play the fool to deceive his enemies, but at critical moments, he could also execute decisive strikes, and when needed, intimidate his targets, effortlessly accruing reward points. As for the horn atop dog meat's head, did he need to explain it to anyone? Absolutely not. Zabuha was a sniper who preferred quiet places, selecting accommodations far from office buildings and collective dormitories. In such an environment, Tang Yen quickly succumbed to sleep. Dog meat roamed the room for a while, then, quite astutely, climbed onto the bed, lying close to Tang Yen with its head resting on his shoulder. Tang Yen slept soundly, emitting a series of gentle snores. Dog meat, ever vigilant, occasionally lifted its head to listen for sounds outside, resuming its position once it detected no danger. The night passed under this alternating din. On the following morning, Tang Yen groggily sensed a warm breath wafting across his face. Damp and gritty. He abruptly opened his eyes to find dog meat's face before him. The mattress had been bitten open, with a tuft of fluff clinging to its dark nose, lending it a somewhat comical appearance. Dog meat, stop it. Let me sleep a little longer, he said, patting its head. Just as he was about to turn over and doze off again, he heard Zheng Hua's voice calling out, Li Xiong, Li Xiong. Now he understood why dog meat had roused him. It must have heard Zheng Hua's footsteps and sensed someone was approaching. He replied absent-mindedly and climbed out of bed, pushing open the aged wooden door to step outside. Zheng Hua and San Pao approached him. Breakfast is about to be served. If you're late, you'll end up with nothing but dry sweet potato chips and sand-filled steamed buns. One must understand that organizations like the Panda People Corps and the Black Saints provided relatively decent treatment in the peninsula region, highlighting the dire circumstances endured by families and individuals struggling to survive in the villages. It was said that in the colder northeastern regions, some survivors, driven by extreme hunger, voluntarily donned electronic collars to enter the slave traders' cages, simply to secure a meal and avoid starvation. Understood, Tang Yen replied, moving toward the two. Just then, the door creaked open, and dog meat darted out, lowly barking at him. Almost forgot about you. Let us go eat something. San Pao, Unfazed by Tang Yin's gentler demeanor toward the dog than toward them, widened his eyes, pointing at dog meat. It's still alive. Yesterday, when Tang Yin was driving, dog meat had lain in his arms the entire way, fully aware of the severity of its injuries and its weakened state. Neither Xinghua nor he believed it could survive. It was likely dead by last night. Yet the sight before them left them dumbfounded. The dog not only survived but appeared lively and healthy. Woof, woof, woof. Dog meat scrunched its nose, baring its teeth, barking hostilely at San Pao, seeming to understand human speech and sensing the man's small eyes wishing for its demise. Sniffing San Pao's scent, dog meat sneezed, and the hostility in its eyes dissipated. Xinghua confirmed he was not mistaken. This was the first time he encountered such a perceptive dog. He circled to the side for a closer look. Noticing that the wounds on dog meat's hind legs had completely healed, leaving no scars, he opened his mouth, astonished into silence. Tang Yin pondered briefly before deciding to provide them an explanation. It was like this when I woke up in the middle of the night. I think. Perhaps the mutated dog's attack altered its physiology. Whether it be mutation or evolution, its temperament has not turned savage. It remains gentle. Xinghua's gaze swept over the spiraled horn on dog meat's forehead, nodding thoughtfully. Gentle? Only towards you. San Pao muttered quietly, then recalling their original intent. His expression changed. Enough chit-chat. Let us hurry and eat. The three no longer focused on dog meat and made their way toward the cafeteria near the collective dormitory. Though referred to as a cafeteria, it was merely a large shed enclosed by wooden planks and broken walls. Female slaves purchased from Gem City, under the guidance of a female team member, prepared edible food using stoves, distributing it to everyone. Tang Yin was fortunate, having just joined the Panda People Corps. He was treated to a hearty meal. 2 slightly yellow steamed buns, a small dish of pickled radishes for pieces of braised mutated 2-headed beef, and a small bowl of brown rice porridge. As Xinghua explained, the Corps had prepared such a lavish breakfast to reward those who fought yesterday and to celebrate the safety of their commander. To Xinghua, San Pao, and others, the commander represented the backbone of the Panda People Corps. To Tang Yin, he signified reward points and the truth. The fact that the man had survived was undeniably good news. He broke off a piece of steamed bun and 2 slices of braised mutated 2-headed beef for dog meat. This action seemed trivial to him. Yet to some members of the Panda People Corps, it was an egregious waste. Realizing that his gesture was considered extravagant in the wasteland, he felt multiple angry gazes upon him, while the system AI aptly informed him of receiving negative feedback, adding 22 reward points. Current system reward point balance, 906. Earning points simply by eating was indeed a rarity in this desolate world. Meanwhile, a few individuals entered the wooden shed, led by a burly man donning a headscarf and bulletproof vest, whose gaze scanned the crowd before finally settling on Tang Yin. The system indicated receiving negative feedback, adding 1 reward point. Chapter 21. Journey to Tiger Mountain. Are you the new recruit looking to join the Legion? Tang Yin nodded, affirming, that would be me. I am Tianhu, the vice commander of the Pandaren Legion. Before his words could settle, a faint but derisive sound emerged from the crowd, accompanied by malicious remarks. The vice commander of the Pandaren Legion? Self-proclaimed, I suppose. Tianhu raised an eyebrow, casting a glance toward the source of the jeers. Instantly, the discordant voices faded into silence, leaving only the crackling of firewood in the stove. At that moment, Xinghua rose, holding a white porcelain jar, and furrowed his brow, stating, had it not been for his kidnapping of the prophet last night, our forces would never have penetrated the Black Saint's base so effortlessly. That was the most compelling testament of loyalty. The commander has clearly expressed his welcome for him to join the Pandaren Legion. Did this lad truly abduct the esteemed prophet of the Black Saints? Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd, taken aback by Tang Yin's audacity. Ignoring their reactions, Tianhu coldly remarked, the commander is currently in Gem City. I am unaware of what was said last night, but as the vice commander, I am well acquainted with the rules of the wasteland. Xinghua replied, if you doubt this, you may have a liaison verify it with the commander. Tianhu retorted, do you think one can simply stroll into the governor's office? Since you claim this lad had the audacity to abduct the esteemed prophet of the Black Saints, it seems the initiation test should pose no challenge for him. This is a separate matter, Tang Yin interjected, placing his half-finished bowl of brown rice porridge before dog meat. Rising from the ground to halt Xinghua's continued argument with Tianhu. With a calm demeanor, he inquired, what must I do? The 1 point of reward value conveyed a clear message. Tian, who held a disdain for him and was deliberately obstructing his entry into the Pandaren Legion. He was the type who would act rather than merely speak. Indeed, his bravery was commendable. Tian, who hypocritically expressed admiration, gesturing toward the one-eyed man standing behind him. Ma Qiao is to investigate the disappearance of Lei Laoer's team at the Physics Research Institute. You should accompany him. Tang Yin looked towards Tian Hu. After listening to Tian Hu's explanation, he gained a general understanding of the investigation task. Recently, the Pandaren Legion had received a mission to escort relevant personnel to a physics research institute located 22 kilometers northeast of Gem City to obtain pertinent research materials. Through preliminary reconnaissance, it was determined that the nearby ruins and buildings were infested with numerous living corpses. However, considering the generous reward, Lei Laoer and his dedicated team accepted the task and departed from the base 5 days prior to escort the client to the intended location. When the commander contacted the base this morning, he learned of the situation and decided to send someone to investigate to ascertain what had transpired. From the task description, it was indeed not a perilous endeavor. The commander's intention was to investigate Lei Laoer's team, ensuring their safety first. If they were alive, all would be well. If they had perished, they would seek to uncover the cause of their demise, conditions permitting. Meeting you feels like a stroke of bad luck, San Pao grumbled. Casting a resentful glance at Tang Yin, his voice incessantly muttering like a nagging old woman. In the black saint space, Tang Yin had intruded into the parts room, disrupting their operational plans. During a desperate escape from a horde of corpses, Tang Yin had stopped midway to save dog meat, nearly losing his own life in the process. Now, once again due to Tang Yin, Zheng Hua, who trusted Tian Hu little, had requested him to accompany and look after them. San Pao was furious, feeling neglected, as though he were treated worse than a mere dog. I must have owed you a great deal in my past life. Tang Yin replied calmly. You need not accompany us. The Physics Research Institute lay on the outskirts of the old coastal city, adjacent to an automobile manufacturing enterprise. Before the outbreak of nuclear war, this was a coveted locale, accessible only to those with advanced technical skills and esteemed university graduates who were fortunate enough to secure employment within the park. Yet, in this moment, what once stood as a monument of national pride, adorned with vibrant exteriors, expansive roads, and grand edifices, had crumbled into a heap of ruins. Narrating tales of its former glory beneath a bleak sky, a gust of wind stirred the dust from the ground, obscuring their vision. The modified pickup truck halted before a collapsed road, and Ma Qiao, Tang Yin, San Pao, and 2 Legion soldiers disembarked, opting to proceed on foot. In the afternoon light, with ample illumination, the living corpses, typically drawn to darker environments, were unlikely to emerge onto the streets. The 5 did not deliberately slow their pace and soon neared their destination. On the surface, all appeared normal. No fresh bloodstains marred the road. Only a few decapitated living corpses scattered among the wreckage of vehicles. What had befallen Lei Laoer and his team? Be cautious. Tang Yin's warning came too late. A flash of fire ignited from the ruins of a building less than 100 meters from the front door of the Physics Research Institute. And the soldier to Ma Chao's right fell, blood gushing from the bullet wound in his chest like a spring. Simultaneously, a barrage of gunfire erupted from an assault rifle, pursuing their every move. Fortunately, all were seasoned veterans, quick to react. They promptly took refuge in the nearest building ruins, evading the subsequent hail of bullets. San Pao witnessed the soldier's convulsions, eyes glazing over as he breathed his last. Damn it, he cursed vehemently. At least 4 individuals are involved, including a sniper, Tang Yin stated solemnly. Do you think Lei Laoer's team might already be dead? Given the current situation, it appeared the enemy was employing a strategy of encirclement, seemingly aware of their intent to investigate Lei Laoer and his comrades. Ma Qiao remained silent, yet his expression conveyed grave concern. The other man held his tongue as well. Chapter 22, The Tiger and the Wolf. Upon uttering these words, Tang Yin abruptly leapt through the shattered window of the ruins. His sudden action took the enemy by surprise. As they realized a figure had emerged through the broken glass and attempted to redirect their guns, the 3 members of Ma Qiao, concealed behind their cover, sprang into action. Simultaneously, their 3 Type 81 assault rifles erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, sending debris flying amidst the dilapidated high-rise, while bullets embedded themselves into the weathered walls, emitting sharp, piercing sounds. As anticipated, Tang Yin found it impossible to advance towards the enemy's hiding place within the abandoned structure, even under the protective fire of Ma Qiao and his companions. He had already grasped this reality while observing the external environment from behind cover moments earlier. The derelict building he now entered stood diagonally across from Ma Qiao and the others, judging by its interior design. It appeared to have been a state-run hotel prior to the outbreak of nuclear war. Behind the bar, directly facing the entrance, lay two skeletons draped in floral dresses, likely the seasonal fashions of yesteryears. Without wasting time on trivial matters, he directed Dog Meat towards the building of the automobile trading company across the street and swiftly made his way into the stairwell, ascending to the upper floors. His goal was not the rooftop, where he could exert firepower against the enemy, but rather, he paused on the second floor to assess his bearings before proceeding to the room that faced the enemy's hiding place. During his ascent, he inadvertently crushed a shard of glass underfoot. From a room to his right, partially collapsed, an unusual sound caught his attention. Turning to investigate, he noticed a nearby corpse stirring, its head suddenly lifting to gaze in his direction. Without hesitation, he sidestepped the fallen wall, and as the reanimated corpse attempted to rise, he swiftly plunged his butterfly knife into its forehead, withdrawing it with a spray of crimson. Before the corpse could fully rise, it was dispatched, however. On the other side of the makeshift dining table, a decaying figure clad in tattered military garb had already risen. He refrained from utilizing the Type 81 assault rifle slung over his shoulder, opting instead to seize a nearby chair. Timing his approach perfectly, he thrust the chair into the military-clad corpse, driving it against the wall. The impact caused the wall's surface to crumble into dust, while the deteriorating chair lost its legs upon contact. Simultaneously, the butterfly knife, now tainted with the prior corpse's dark blood, pierced through the chair's underside, driving into the creature's right eye. With a swift motion, Tang Yin removed the chair, allowing the corpse to slump lifelessly to the ground. Exiting the room, he proceeded to the end of the corridor and cautiously pushed open the door to the room on his right. The outer wall had collapsed significantly, revealing a large hole in the floor, with a dining table and a skeletal figure spilling into the conference hall below. He crept along the wall to the outer edge, realizing that just 50 meters ahead lay the abandoned building where the enemy lay in ambush. However, due to the relatively intact exterior wall obstructing his view, this was not an opportune position for laying down suppressive fire. He chose not to relocate but remained where he was, sending a signal to Dog Meat through the system. In the next breath, a shadow darted from the hotel's entrance, before the ambushers could react. It crossed the street and entered the parking lot beneath the automobile trading company building. The ensuing commotion was marked by a chorus of barking. Before long, Dog Meat emerged from the parking lot, not alone, but followed by a throng of reanimated corpses. Disturbed from their slumber, the corpses stood bewildered in the desolate street, swaying their heads in the sunlight, their green eyes blinking in confusion. A single dog had roused them from their dreams, leading them onto the sunlit street. Yet, as the bothersome creature vanished from sight, they lost the target which had incited their fury. The three ambushers, peering out from behind their cover, felt a chill run down their spines as they gazed at the multitude of corpses that had emerged onto the street. What was Li Xiang planning? Initially caught in a predicament against the ambushes ahead, the sudden attraction of corpses from the ruins made their escape even more arduous. The eerie stillness of the battlefield shattered as gunfire erupted, not from the abandoned building where the ambushes lay hidden, but from the second floor of the state-run hotel. The corpses, hearing the gunshots, turned their attention towards the hotel, and the swifter among them began to shuffle forward. Just then, a resounding explosion rocked the ground. A car on the side of the hotel detonating due to a bullet igniting its nuclear battery. Instantly, the noise drew the corpses forward, surging towards the source of the commotion. Another round of gunfire followed, quickly succeeded by another explosion. The fourth blast occurred beneath the structure where the ambushes had taken refuge. The corpses that had fled from the parking lot, combined with others drawn by the car explosion from nearby areas, gathered beneath the ambushers' hideout. A few particularly keen corpses raised their heads, sniffing the air like dogs catching the scent of meat, glancing at the floor where the ambushers concealed themselves. The sniper found himself contemplating escape. He had not anticipated that the seemingly reckless individual could be so cunning. With the vehicles on the street largely reduced to charred remains, they could not employ the same tactics to divert the corpses. Any rashly fired shots would only result in attracting the corpses faster into the building. Initially, they had leveraged their advantageous position and firepower to suppress the soldiers of the Panda Corps, but now, a single person and his dog had summoned a horde of corpses, encircling them completely. Could anything be more disheartening? It was utterly infuriating. The mix of frustration and rage did not linger long. The more adept corpses, guided by scent, began infiltrating the building. Following the herd mentality, the others surged in as well. Soon, Gunfire erupted, flames flickering amidst the shattered walls, yet the bullets were not directed outward. Their targets were the corpses charging into the building. The gunfire attenuated swiftly, succeeded by harrowing shrieks. Moments later, the sniper who had ambushed Tang Yin and his companions materialized on the third floor, clutching his wounded arm. A shadowy form lunged from the corridor behind him, a reanimated corpse. He desperately triggered his pistol, felling the ghoul, but immediately two more emerged, a pair of animated corpses, one large, one small, charging with feral intensity. He pivoted his weapon, pulling the trigger once more. No detonation ensued, only the hollow click of a misfire echoed. The sniper plummeted from the third story, impacting the broken asphalt below, where he twitched briefly before succumbing to stillness. The ghouls that had not breached the edifice descended upon him, undoubtedly anticipating a grisly feast. San Pao, Ma Chiao, and the other legionnaires stared in stunned silence. The youth they had earlier dismissed as reckless had, with only a canine companion and a firearm, annihilated the ambushers who held the superior ground, including their sniper, not through brute force, but through sagacity. Reckless? The term seemed ludicrous in retrospect. In truth, the young man had saved their lives. While they lamented, Tang Yin observed. While they floundered in uncertainty, Tang Yin pondered. As they schemed for escape, Tang Yin charged. As they questioned Go Ro's intent, Tang Yin detonated vehicles, orchestrating a deadly game of manipulation. Composure, steadfastness, decisiveness, wisdom, valor, marksmanship. Such a person would shine anywhere. And the Panda Man Legion had indeed unearthed the treasure. This recruit, formidable, the legionnaire murmured. As San Pao surmised, Tang Yin had devised a solution beforehand. The wasteland's ghouls, mutated by excessive radiation, were nocturnal creatures, seeking refuge in shadows during daylight. However, they were not entirely incapacitated by the sun, noise, intense light. The scent of flesh, and even biomagnetic fields could rouse them. In the 21st century, with the depletion of petroleum resources, nuclear technology had advanced exponentially. By mid-century, most vehicles were powered by nuclear batteries, ostensibly alleviating the energy crisis. Yet, these vehicles harbored a significant peril. In the event of ignition, they could trigger widespread devastation, far exceeding the danger posed by gasoline or diesel vehicles. Tang Yin exploited the ghouls' habits and the structural vulnerabilities of the wasteland vehicles, executing a cunning strategy of pitting predator against predator, leading to the ambusher's gruesome demise at the hands of the ghouls. Was this perfidious? He thought not. When facing enemies who sought to end his existence, no measure was excessive. San Pao rolled his eyes, exasperated with his companions. Let's abscond before the ghouls discover us, the legionnaire urged, glancing at the fallen comrade's corpse nearby. Continue the mission, Ma Chiao, the commander, whispered. The ghouls are diverted. If we move swiftly, we should avoid trouble. He crept forward, stealthily advancing toward the Institute's courtyard. The others followed, using the ruins and vehicles as cover. A truck lay overturned in the courtyard, obstructing the main entrance. They entered through a breach on the left, finding themselves in a dust-laden office. A skeletal figure in a tattered lab coat leaned against a wall, a book with an indecipherable cover at its feet. San Pao rifled through the desk drawers, discovering a pack of Taishan cigarettes, which he pocketed with a grin. Like liquor and victuals, cigarettes were a valuable commodity in the wasteland. Tang Yin glimpsed a stack of bills bearing 4 portraits, their edges tinged with mold. Before the nuclear war, these could have bought provisions and a bride. Now, they were less valuable than a pack of cigarettes. San Pao had no interest in the currency. It's Fulei and SUSI-MANHUA, the legionnaire exclaimed from the corridor. Tang Yin and San Pao exchanged glances and hastened to the hallway. A collapsed wall blocked the path to the foyer. Ma Chiao and the legionnaire examined 2 corpses lying nearby. Both had fallen face first toward the lobby, shot in the back. Lei Lao is likely deceased, San Pao said grimly. The legionnaire gripped his Type 81 assault rifle, eyeing the stairs behind the bodies. Ma Chiao rose and ascended to the 2nd floor. 3 ghouls lay dead at the entrance to the 2nd floor corridor, victims of Lei Lao's team. Because of the numerous rooms, Ma Chiao instructed them to split up. Go Ro barked incessantly at a dust-covered cabinet. Tang Yin forced it open and discovered 3 Type 95 assault rifles and 1 Type 03 assault rifle, along with ammunition. He pondered briefly, then slung the rifles over his shoulder and stowed the ammunition in his pack. At that moment, San Pao called out. They found him in a power distribution room filled with electrical equipment. A middle-aged man in a Panda Man Legion gas mask slumped in a chair before a console, deceased. A dagger protruded from his neck, blood staining his attire. Ma Chiao remained silent. Tang Yin arrived last. San Pao stared at the weapons Tang Yin carried. He tossed the Type 03 rifle to San Pao and the Type 95 rifles to Ma Qiao and the other legionnaire, replacing their Type 81s. San Pao eyed the Type 03 and then Tang Yin's Type 95, feeling awkward. Take the Type 95. Keep the Type 03. The Type 81 was standard issue. Modifications at the soldier's discretion. The Type 95 and Type 03 were reserved for the Legion commander's team. San Pao found only cigarettes, a gold-plated lighter, a Type 54 pistol, and 2 expired beers. Tang Yin, however, had acquired 4 potent weapons while merely enjoying a smoke. Chapter 24. A Discovery. Take it. Consider it a reward for accompanying me on this journey. Besides, I have never been fond of the folding design of the Type 03 assault rifle. Very well, thank you. San Pao was fully aware that his disdain for the Type 03's design was merely a pretext, yet he accepted it with enthusiasm. For he held a deep admiration for the weapon. In comparison, the Type 81 assault rifle was considerably less effective in close-quarters combat. Tang Yin noticed Ma Qiao's gaze fixated on the Type 03. It was evident that he was displeased that the rifle had ended up in San Pao's hands rather than his own, in the wasteland. Firearms were not merely tools for survival but also symbols of status and identity. Behind them, a soldier from the Panda Legion, cradling a Type 95 assault rifle, expressed his gratitude formally, stating that Tang Yin could call him Dzi, before producing a piece of jerky to appease Go Ro. Previously, Tang Yin had saved their lives, and now he was bestowing upon them weapons and ammunition. He had a penchant for generous individuals. It was worth noting that according to the customs of the Panda Legion, Tang Yin could have claimed the spoils for himself, whether to exchange for food, medicine, or even beautiful slaves. Such was his right. Go Ro, however, rejected the offered jerky with an air of superiority, devoid of even the desire to sniff it. Dzi felt somewhat embarrassed, reflecting on how Go Ro and its master were indeed well-matched in their peculiarity. Tang Yin, unfazed by the trivialities behind him, had just received a notification from the system, indicating 2 instances of gratitude feedback, and consequently, he had earned 20 reward points. He truly did not care much for the Type 03 or Type 95 assault rifles. Compared to the weapons of equivalent specifications available for exchange in the system, these guns could be considered lackluster. Though that term would be somewhat disrespectful, they were undoubtedly inferior. Not to mention, even the C-14 penetrator and the micro-submachine guns stored in the system space paled in comparison. He found the prospect of exchanging them for points worthwhile, even if it was just a modest 20. Adding the 80 reward points from the ambush, he now had a total of 1,007 points remaining. Let us proceed. Ma Qiao turned and walked outside. A section of the staircase had collapsed, though the impact was minimal. At the end of the third-floor corridor, 2 bodies lay sprawled, cigarettes still clutched in their mouths, evidently having been shot while resting. Through the window frame, devoid of glass, they could see the derelict building where the ambushers were located. One of the 4 ambushers had not yet perished and had crawled onto the rooftop, beneath which lay a circle of living corpses, likely the result of his handiwork. Regrettably, he had exhausted his handgun ammunition, with several living corpses below reaching out, attempting to drag him down from his elevated position. It was indeed the Razor Tribe. San Pao's expression turned grave. Earlier, when those individuals had taken refuge in the abandoned building, their identities had been indistinguishable. Now, as the man stood atop the roof, the bones hanging from his protective framework were clearly visible. Only the Razor Tribe would resort to such displays in the Eastern Peninsula, as Tian who had previously articulated. Outsiders wishing to join the Panda Legion must demonstrate their worth. For the Razor Tribe, the requirements were deceptively simple yet profoundly challenging. One must consume a roasted human finger and retain the remnants as a talisman. In the words of the Razor Tribe leader, this was the blood oath of the wasteland era. Previously, one could lament the cannibalistic nature of society in a veiled manner. However, post-nuclear war, the act of consuming human flesh had reached its zenith in this apocalyptic wasteland. Just a single finger, devoured in a few bites. The rules appeared straightforward. Yet for those who retained their humanity amidst the desolation, it posed an insurmountable psychological barrier. The leader of the Razor Tribe would embrace those who overcame this mental hurdle after the ceremony, affectionately calling them family. Typically, family bonds are forged through blood and affection. But within the Razor Tribe, it was a bond formed through the obliteration of humanity. Most residents in the Eastern Peninsula understood that the Panda Legion and the Razor Tribe were mortal enemies, rife with conflicting interests. Only insiders like San Pao and Dzi comprehended the complexity of the situation, The Legion commander harbored a deep-seated loathing for the Razor tribe's finger-eating ritual, a resentment that even surpassed their disdain for the Black Saints. San Pao raised the freshly acquired Type 03 assault rifle and aimed at the man ensnared on the opposing rooftop, squeezing the trigger. Bang! The muzzle flared. A bullet pierced the body of the Razor tribe soldier, releasing a mist of crimson. The man toppled, and the waiting living corpses surged forward. Dizzy uttered with venom. So it seems. Lei Laoer's squad fell into a trap set by the Razor tribe. Tang Yin stood, his gaze lingering on the back wounds of the two corpses. If it truly was the Razor tribe's doing, that man must possess exceptional stealth skills. The wounds on the first-floor corpse were located on the back, as were those of the two bodies on the third floor. The deceased soldier of the Panda Legion on the second floor bore no signs of struggle. He had been dispatched from behind with a swift stroke. As he remarked, only someone with formidable stealth and counter-surveillance abilities could execute such feats, making them no easy adversary. Ma Qiao patted the two corpses, retrieving a plastic spray canister from one of their pockets and stowing it in his trousers before ascending the stairs. Tang Yin squinted slightly at his retreating figure. San Pao explained, the deceased was Zhao Fei, a drug addict who often took on perilous tasks, exchanging his earnings for jeté, a type of drug. Tang Yin nodded, following Ma Qiao up to the fourth floor. The situation on the fourth floor was somewhat improved. There were no collapsed walls obstructing their path, nor did they encounter any living corpses. They decided to split up and search independently, as Tang Yin examined a picture frame in a corner of a laboratory. Feeling a surge of poignant emotion from the image of three siblings, he heard Dizzy calling from ahead, Li Xiang, over here. Setting down the frame, Tang Yin let go row toward the source of the voice. Ma Qiao and San Pao had already arrived, with the latter's lips smeared with something dark as he held half a piece of chocolate, evidently scavenged from somewhere, clearly expired for over a century. He weighed the morsel in his hand, silently inquiring if Tang Yin wished to partake. Tang Yin shook his head, following Ma Qiao's gaze. On the floor before a large computer lay two bodies, both having been shot dead without a trace of resistance. They were Jin Mu and Dizzy, the right and left arms of Lei Laoer. As Ma Qiao's voice faded, it seemed Go Ro, who had shown no regard for San Pao's presence, had detected something. Its nose twitched as it followed a scent to the far end of the room, where the outer wall had collapsed, standing before a storage cabinet, baring its teeth in a defensive posture. Gore. Woof woof. Tang Yan's expression shifted, and he raised his weapon, aiming at the storage cabinet. If you don't wish to die, step out on your own. Ma Qiao and the others immediately reacted, lifting their weapons and aiming at the cabinet. Chapter 25. Revealing the fangs. Don't shoot. After a few breaths, a frail voice emerged from within. The locker door creaked open, revealing a pale, fear-stricken face before the group. The man was clad in a tattered suit, topped with a black bowler hat, with only his shirt appearing relatively clean. This attire was quite unconventional in the wasteland, particularly rare in the realm of Huaxia. The Cold War prior to the nuclear cataclysm was not merely a clash of military and economic might, but a comprehensive confrontation encompassing culture, diplomacy, and ideology. The most prevalent formal wear on this continent was the Tang suit and the Zhongshan suit. While suits were not entirely absent, they were scarce. Is it you? Ma Qiao lowered his firearm. Ah, it is the task's client. Dizzy also holstered his weapon. Tang Yin quickly grasped that the frail-looking man before him was indeed the task issuer, and that Lei Laoer's team was assigned to protect him while retrieving data from the Physics Research Center. Do not fear, we are members of the Panda People Corps, here to investigate the delay of Lei Laoer's team. Upon hearing Ma Qiao's reassurance, the man in the suit appeared somewhat relieved. Your name is Sun Xianku, correct? What transpired here? Dizzy inquired. I heard two faint sounds midway, along with unfamiliar voices. I realized something was amiss and, out of fear, concealed myself in the locker behind me. Tang Yin questioned. Then why did you not leave this place? Sun Xianku replied. Someone mentioned that you would surely send people here to investigate Lei Laoer's team, and they plan to ambush you, catching you unawares. Dizzy cursed vehemently. Those treacherous scoundrels. Ma Qiao handed Sun Xianku a water flask, allowing him to sip and regain his composure before continuing. Where is Lei Laoer? Sun Xianku stated. He went to the 5th floor while extracting data from the computer. I believe he was searching for something of value. The five soon parted ways at the stairwell, with Tang Yin following Ma Qiao to the 5th floor. The building comprised 6 levels, and while the 5th floor bore more damage than the lower ones, it was still navigable. Upon exiting the stairwell, one headed left while the other went right, searching each room for Lei Laoer's whereabouts. Emerging from the 3rd room, Tang Yin heard Ma Qiao's voice emanating from the second room on the northern side at the stairwell's right. He and Dog Meat promptly made their way over, only to find Ma Qiao standing not far from the doorway, staring at a lifeless body sprawled on the floor, adorned with metallic bracers and knee pads but bare-chested. The fatal wound was to the forehead, seemingly inflicted at close range. It was Lei Laoer. Ma Qiao blinked, his voice hoarse. On their way to the Physics Research Institute, Tang Yin had heard San Pao mention that Lei Laoer was a formidable figure within the Panda People Corps, ranking among the three titans of the Legion alongside Lai Shou and Tian Hu. No one had anticipated his demise here. Scattered around Lei Laoer's body were white pills, indicating there were indeed discoveries to be made on the 5th floor. However, the crux of the matter was not Lei Laoer's fate, but rather the gun pressed against the back of Tang Yan's head. It was a Type 95 assault rifle, the very weapon he had previously relinquished. A gift had now transformed into a lethal threat. Woof, woof. Dog Meat barked twice before falling silent. Tang Yin raised his hands, his expression betraying neither anger nor fear. Was it Tian Hu instructed you to do this? Ma Qiao narrowed his single eye. You are quite astute. Tang Yin replied. Even if I were to perish, that military off-road vehicle would belong to Zheng Hua. It would not fall into Tian Hu's hands, would it? Zheng Hua? Ma Qiao's tone was one of disdain. He is nothing but a coward. Believe it or not, if you die here, he would not only refuse to stand up for you, but would willingly hand over that military vehicle. Tang Yin pondered this, given Zheng Hua's character. Ma Qiao's words seemed likely. On their way, he had heard San Pao mention that Zheng Hua had joined the Panda People Corps long before Tian Hu and Lai Shou, contemporaneous with Lei Laoer. Yet, after all this time, he had merely earned the title of an elder in the Legion, failing to establish his own faction. In this regard, Ma Qiao looked down upon Zheng Hua, yet Tang Yin saw nothing contemptible in it. Rather, it was Zheng Hua's method of survival in the wasteland. Had he been avaricious or cowardly, he might have already perished amidst the treachery and conflicts of interest, much like the predicament he now faced. The Razor Man's leader had claimed this world was one that devours its inhabitants, and he was not mistaken, merely too candid, a truth many were unwilling to confront. Ma Qiao continued, Before we set out to come here, I worried that Tian Hu's actions might incite the Legion leader's displeasure. Now I realize, being deprived of some bounty is hardly significant. How so? Tang Yin queried. With your skills, intellect, courage, and capabilities, 10 Zheng Huas would pale in comparison. Once you successfully join the Panda People Corps, it is likely you would soon overshadow Lei Laoer, becoming yet another titan. I fear that even if Tian Hu and Lai Shou join forces, they might not be able to suppress you. Thus, the best course of action is to eliminate you before you can fully mature. From Tang Yan's use of the undead to dispatch the Razor Man's ambush, to his generous distribution of advanced weaponry and his investigation of the corpse leading to the discovery of Sun Xian Ku, Ma Qiao felt a profound sense of crisis. It was evident that Zi and San Pao's attitudes towards him had shifted significantly since their arrival, now seeking his counsel on various matters, a very troubling omen. You are astute and loyal, Tang Yin returned Ma Qiao's earlier compliment. The one-eyed man, despite his fierce demeanor, possessed a keen insight. However, he had never contemplated contesting power with Tian Hu or Lai Shou. His initial intention in joining the Panda People Corps was solely to earn reward points and ascertain who had issued the bounty that had led Zabuha to ambush him at Shelter 1001. Tian Hu's ambitions were of no concern to him. Ma Qiao's subordinates tightened their grip. Well, you have learned all you wish to know. Now, descend into hell. Chapter 26. The radiated fly. It was not Tang Yin who descended into hell, but Ma Qiao. A massive spike pierced through his back, emerging from his chest and splattering a vivid crimson. Ma Qiao coughed up blood, his eyes wide in shock as he stared at the enormous spike that had impaled him. It took him a moment to comprehend the reality of his situation. As his handgun clattered to the ground, the bone spike, thicker than his arm, flung him aside like refuse. With a resounding crash, Ma Qiao's body collided with the severely corroded wall, leaving a trail of blood. Before losing consciousness, he glimpsed the harbinger of his demise. He distinctly recalled a dog behind him, a frail creature that posed no threat. Yet, in that moment, the once innocuous dog transformed into a grotesque beast, its body swelling, vicious fangs protruding from either side of its maw, and a long, thick bone spike jutting from its back, stained with blood, dripping onto the ground. Each drop was his own. The scene before him resembled a nightmare, so surreal. How could such a feeble dog metamorphose into a weaponized monstrosity? This was the final question of his life. Tang Yin cast a glance at Ma Qiao's lifeless form. Retrieving the bloody Type 95 assault rifle and the fallen Jedi, he patted the dog meat's head and strode towards the exit. The system prompted him with a reward of 24 points. He had knowingly followed Ma Qiao to the 5th floor, aware of the opportunity for a counterattack, and thus the potential for reward points. Upon returning to the 5th floor hall, Dogmeat resumed its true form, prancing happily behind him on all fours. Tang Yin pulled a piece of double-headed beef jerky from his bag and tossed it to the dog, turning to behold an object resembling a freestanding display case that momentarily left him in awe. The glass exterior was shattered, revealing an interior seemingly designed for housing conceptual weapons or equipment. He approached a nearby computer and powered it on. There was no need for a password. He accessed the disk operation page directly. Many files were corrupted, leaving only 3 entries available for viewing. He glanced at his system menu, noting a reward point balance of 1031. Just then, a series of gunshots echoed from downstairs, sounding alarmingly close, perhaps in the rear courtyard. Peering through the shattered window, he caught sight of San Pao crouched behind a collapsed stone column, firing at a half-human-height thicket of grass. The target was not a living corpse but rather a colossal fly, its wings spanning the size of a human torso. A yellowish liquid sprayed onto the stone column, forming dense bubbles that hinted at its corrosive nature. It was the radiated fly, a more malevolent creature of the wasteland than the mutated canines. It seemed that the dense underbrush behind the building had concealed their presence, leading San Pao and the others to unwittingly provoke an attack from the radiated flies. As Tang Yin looked down, he noticed Detsi had lost his combat capability. His right arm was injured by the corrosive slime emitted by the radiated fly, rendering him incapable of gripping the Type 95 assault rifle. Sun Xinke, as a researcher, was virtually defenseless, leaving only San Pao to maneuver behind the cover, dodging the slime while returning fire. Just then, calamity struck anew. The living corpses, previously dormant on the street in front of the building, had heard the gunfire and were now flanking Detsi and the others. Should he stand by and watch as the 3 were overwhelmed by the living corpses and the radiated flies, or should he attempt to save them? He hesitated, weighing the pros and cons, and ultimately made a resolute decision. He accessed the system menu, navigating to the human interface, choosing the Reaper suit from the individual equipment armor category, and pressed the exchange button. Detsi cried out in agony. The slime from the radiated fly corroded his right arm, forming festering ulcers that not only inflicted unbearable pain, but also evoked a sense of dread. What were Ma Qiao and Li Xiong doing? San Pao was in dire straits. He had to keep moving behind cover to evade the slime from the radiated fly. These creatures, mutated by heavy radiation, were relentless, but as long as he kept moving and didn't T-stop, he might only end up with some splatter on his clothing. Without losing his combat effectiveness, thanks to his Type 03 assault rifle, he had already taken down 3 radiated flies, yet at least 6 more remained outside. While the living corpses, drawn by the gunfire, were hastening towards them, he knew he could not withstand them alone. The sun dipped low on the horizon, and dusk would soon envelop the area. At that time, the nearby living corpses would awaken from their slumber, lured by the sound of gunfire, swarming en masse. Their ammunition was limited. Survival under the siege of such a horde was impossible. Thus, retreating into the building would only serve to buy time. Just then, the underbrush to the left of the back door rustled, and the first living corpse lunged forth. Its gaze flickered between Detsi's back and San Pao before it lunged toward the latter. San Pao turned and fired a shot, hitting the living corpse in the right leg. It staggered, dragging itself along the ground with its remaining limbs. The shot had slightly delayed the corpse's advance, but slime splattered onto him, thankfully missing any exposed skin, landing on the right side of his chest armor. At this moment, a second living corpse burst forth from the nearby underbrush, its skin faintly glowing with an eerie green hue. "Curse it," San Pao swore, spinning to flee through the gaping hole in the wall. Even the most seasoned corpse hunters of the wasteland would hesitate to engage such a creature. This luminescent living corpse contained a high concentration of radioactive materials, far surpassing ordinary corpses in attack power, defense, stamina, speed, and intelligence, and it also radiated nearby biological targets. Given the current onslaught, he would never provoke a glowing living corpse unless absolutely necessary. The situation was worse than he had anticipated, even if he took refuge in the building. With the power of the Type 03 assault rifle, even combined with the Type 81 assault rifle, it was doubtful they could eliminate a glowing living corpse. Detsi was incapacitated, Sun Xinke was a liability, and only with the timely arrival of Li Xiong and Ma Qiao could they hope to secure the entrance. What were they doing? He lamented, succumbing to his tendency to complain. Faced with the dire circumstances, he had lost his composure, utterly at a loss for how to respond. With a crash, he fell to the ground. The opening was less than 2 meters from him, and he could see the terror-stricken face of Sun Shenka. The living corpse, floundering on the ground, had seized his foot. The radiated flies had yet to arrive, but the glowing living corpse was already upon him. Chapter 27. The Harvest. San Pao believed his demise was imminent. Just then, a strange sound emerged from the side, and a shard of glass plummeted from above, shattering upon the concrete ground, followed by a rain of dust cascading down. Instinctively, San Pao looked up to witness a large black bird obscuring the sunlight above, descending slowly with flames and shockwaves. However, it was not a bird, but a figure clad in black armor, equipped with a jetpack. In his left hand, he wielded a compact submachine gun, while his right clutched a heavy pistol. Before even reaching the ground from the 3rd floor, he squeezed the trigger. The submachine gun erupted in a torrent of bullets, mercilessly spraying the irradiated flies hidden in the grass, causing viscous fluids to splatter and dismembered limbs to fly. Simultaneously, the heavy pistol fired, not at the flies, but at a glowing zombie nearby. The dull thud of gunfire resonated as arcs of electricity and flames burst forth from the muzzle. The glowing zombie was struck in the chest, sent crashing into the underbrush. As the figure's feet were about to touch the ground, the flames from the jetpack withdrew, allowing him to land gracefully. He then swung the submachine gun towards the grass behind, where the sound of bullets piercing through flesh and shattering bones echoed. The subsequent zombies, unable to breach the foliage, fell lifelessly at a distance of 30 meters. Bang! The heavy pistol fired again, its round shattering the right leg of a glowing zombie attempting to rise, sending it tumbling back to the ground. Meanwhile, the armored figure raised his right foot, the heavy metallic boot descending swiftly to crush the skull of a legless zombie grasping San Pao's ankle, splattering foul, thick brain matter all over him. As the figure turned slowly, the submachine gun swept left and right, causing more zombies to collapse under its relentless fire. Yet one glowing zombie remained unyielding, like the legless one, using its arms to crawl forward. Bang! The heavy pistol discharged 3 more times, the accelerated rounds piercing the fragile skull, exploding like a water balloon, splattering luminous green fluid everywhere. The glowing zombie fell silent. The surroundings felt eerily quiet, leaving one to wonder if the zombies had retreated in fear of the figure's prowess or if they had been entirely annihilated within the span of a mere minute. San Pao gazed around in bewilderment, panting heavily before regaining a semblance of strength to free himself from the grasp of the zombie and rise to his feet, fixing his gaze on the figure in black armor. "Are you Li Xiong?" The radiation mask obscured the newcomer's face. Yet San Pao discerned hints of familiarity in his decisive manner. "It is I," came Tang Yin's voice, muffled through the mask. "It truly is you," San Pao exclaimed. "You've saved my life once again." He felt a pang of shame, recalling how Zhang Hua had instructed him to accompany Ma Qiao, ostensibly to look out for Tang Yin. Zhang Hua would not have wished to see his young protege perish on his first day with the group. "Do not mention it," Tang Yin replied casually. "I discovered this on the 5th floor laboratory. Though it feels somewhat uncomfortable, its power is commendable." "Commendable? More than commendable," San Pao retorted. "Are you jesting? There is nothing amusing about this." Setting aside the jetpack that allowed for a smooth descent from the 5th floor, the black armor's ability to lock onto multiple moving targets in the grass proved far more valuable than the black-clad mercenaries' exoskeleton suits. Tang Yin ignored his remarks and approached the body of an irradiated fly. These mutated insects, affected by radioactive substances, not only exuded a corrosive slime but also boasted remarkable speed. He crouched near a nearby fragment of a wing, extending his right arm, as his fingers brushed against the biological material oozing from the severed wing. The system relayed good news. The genetic potential of the irradiated fly had unlocked an upgrade project for the jumping worm, metabolic acceleration. In combat, this upgrade was essential, enhancing the worm's speed, manifesting as 2 pairs of thin wings growing from its back. Visually, the wings of the irradiated fly bore a striking resemblance to the wings of the upgraded jumping worm. He accessed the system menu, navigating to the insect evolution tree, where he found the icon for metabolic acceleration under the jumping worm, labeled with the number 700. It was noteworthy that the exchange for a mutated worm only required 300 reward points, yet upgrading metabolic acceleration demanded a staggering 700. Was this a mistake? Did they take him for a fool? With Amy confined, it had barely been a week, rendering conversation impossible, and the system disregarded his grievances entirely. Fuming, he dismissed the system interface and stood up, ensuring the exterior was devoid of threats. Sun Shenka and Detzi exited the building, staring in bewilderment at the fallen, irradiated flies and zombies surrounding them. Suddenly, San Pao recalled Ma Qiao and was puzzled as to why he had yet to descend, despite the battle outside seemingly concluded. Where is Ma Qiao? The mere mention of his name struck San Pao and Detsi like thunder from the heavens. He's dead? How did he die? Zombies. The two words were succinct, yet loaded with meaning. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the rustling of grass. The severed wings of the irradiated flies quivered in the wind. Ma Qiao was a man under Tianhua's command, and his fate held little significance for San Pao and Zhenghua. Whether Ma Qiao had perished at the hands of the zombies, fallen victim to Tang Yin during a struggle for the black armor, or met his end through a failed ambush, he was dead, and the man before him was the victor. How pitiful, San Pao remarked, expressing his sentiments in 3 words. Yet, as he spoke of pity, a smug smile crept across his face, brimming with satisfaction. Tian, who had long been arrogant within the ranks of the Panda Legion, and Ma Qiao often wielded his influence recklessly. Now, he had finally encountered his downfall, a most gratifying outcome. Detsi, however, was different. He was a subordinate of Tianhu, which explained his presence with Ma Qiao on this mission. The injury on your hand, Tang Yin remarked, stepping closer, producing a syringe from the pocket of his black armor. I believe this could aid your wound. Yet, how costly was this item? It could exchange for 2 adult male laborers or a beautiful female slave at the slave market in Gem City. Would Tianhu truly be willing to expend such a valuable antidote for him? He found himself doubting. He harbored a suspicion towards Tang Yin's goodwill. With Meng Deshing and Ma Qiao both dead, a third casualty could easily follow, and as long as San Pao remained silent, no one would know what transpired here. As for Sun Xinke, as an outsider unaware of the circumstances, he would likely remain tight-lipped. Chapter 28. Some rejoice while others grieve. He feared that the syringe in Tang Yan's hand was not a remedy for wounds, but rather a lethal poison. The Reaper's mask exuded an aura of malevolence, and the flickering light in its eye sockets sent shivers down one's spine. Glancing at the 95-style assault rifle clutched in his left hand, Detsi resolved to take a gamble. He accepted the syringe from Tang Yin, gritted his teeth, and plunged it into his right arm, injecting the entire vial of green liquid into his body. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. As the sun dipped in the west, signaling the imminent emergence of the corpses, Tang Yin secured his weapon and proceeded towards the location where the pickup truck was parked. San Pao lagged behind, trailing Detsi and Sun Xinke. This maneuver appeared to be a defensive action, but merely an appearance. Initially, Detsi was quite feeble, requiring Sun Xinke's support to walk. Yet as they approached the truck's stopping point, he no longer needed assistance, and his pallid complexion began to regain a healthy hue. Detsi's gaze towards the vanguard was laden with myriad emotions. Tang Yin, indifferent to the happenings behind him, wielded a P-38 electromagnetic pistol, clearing a path ahead. Each gunshot reverberated as it shattered the bodies of the wandering undead lining the streets. The crackling of gunfire echoed incessantly, black blood staining the ground. Get in the vehicle. I will cover the rear. San Pao took the wheel while Sun Xinke and Detsi climbed into the back compartment, and Tang Yin vaulted into the truck bed. The cumbersome black armor rendered it impossible for him to squeeze into the passenger seat. Of course, San Pao understood that this was merely one of the reasons. It must be said that Zhenghua had made a fortune at this time. Just before pressing the accelerator, San Pao uttered a remark that shifted the expressions of the two seated behind him. The pickup truck sped westward into the setting sun, the dilapidated structures on either side retreating into the distance. The patched-up modified pickup, the Reaper's cold exterior, the sun sinking in the horizon, and the apocalyptic streets flanking them. If depicted through an artistic lens, it might transform into a series of iconic frames. Tang Yin possessed no artistic sensibility nor appreciation. He stowed away the P-38 and grasped the 95-style assault rifle, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets into the corpses emerging from the ruins as the truck jostled along, all the while facing the sunset and its accompanying glow. Sun Xinke observed the unusually fierce man in the rearview mirror, his expression contemplative. The Panda People Legion focused solely on bounty tasks, remaining disinterested in the backgrounds of their clients. However, he did not conceal his identity as a researcher from Gem City from Lei Lao Air. Gem City was not only a metropolis but also the largest power in the Eastern Peninsula, with multiple research teams under the governor's command, each receiving varying levels of support based on their respective projects. He recalled reading a phrase before the war, "Where there are people, there is a world. Where there is a world, there is conflict." As the clouds obscured the moonlight, the pickup truck came to a halt outside the Panda People Legion's base. Several searchlights illuminated Tang Yin, while the guards behind the checkpoint whispered among themselves, their conversation inaudible. The man on duty at the entrance was still Big Liu, who, after confirming the situation of San Pao and Detzi, instructed the inside personnel to open the gate, allowing the pickup truck to enter the compound. Before the vehicle had fully come to a stop and Tang Yin had disembarked from the truck bed, a dozen individuals rushed out of the office building. Their gazes toward the Reaper's armor were filled with curiosity, jealousy, envy, and astonishment. Anyone with sight could discern its extraordinary nature. The Black Hand Mercenary Corps could stride through Gym City with just a few sets of mechanical exoskeletons. While that fellow Merlin had always looked down upon the Panda People Legion, regarding them as beggar mercenaries feasting on the scraps left by the Black Hand. What would that fellow think upon seeing the occupants of the truck bed? Would he feel envy for the so-called beggar mercenaries? This is truly cool. The wing-like apparatus at the back must be a jetpack, right? Had I known such splendid equipment existed at the Physics Research Institute, I would have joined the expedition this morning. Some regretted not having gone along earlier. Not only the soldiers on duty in the office building rushed out. Several female mercenaries who had yet to retire for the night emerged from their rooms, their faces brimming with curiosity as they watched Tang Yin leap down from the truck. Lei Lauer is dead? The entire team has perished? The murderer is from the Razor Demon? A gasp erupted from the crowd, and turmoil spread around the pickup truck. Lei Lauer was one of the 3 titans of the Panda People Legion. One could only imagine the psychological impact his death would have on those nearby. With 1/3 gone, only Lai Shou and Tianhu remained. And those who had previously depended on Lei Lauer would inevitably seek new alliances for their futures. Make way, make way. Amidst the muffled growls, Tianhu approached the crowd, flanked by several burly men, and stood before Tang Yin and his companions. So, Lei Lauer and his entire team are dead? How tragic. While Tianhu uttered words of sympathy, his eyes betrayed an unmistakable gleam of triumph and excitement. Sending men to the physics laboratory to investigate Lei Lauer's situation was initially meant to ascertain that man's fate and provide himself with peace of mind, while also, he could seize the military off-road vehicle brought in by Xinghua and the others for himself. He truly coveted that eye-catching and grand military vehicle. The pride and excitement in Tianhu's eyes surged swiftly and faded just as quickly, as Tang Yin removed his mask, revealing a gaunt face. Tianhu had always believed that the individual clad in Reaper armor was Ma Qiao. He did not expect that when the flashlight swung to the side, it illuminated not the face of his dear friend, but that of a man who was supposed to be deceased. How could it be you? Tang Yin remained silent and addressed the person in charge of kitchen affairs. Is there any braised mutated 2-headed beef left? Please fetch some for me. The individual paused momentarily before turning to head towards the kitchen. I'm asking you a question. Where's Ma Qiao? Dead. How did Ma Qiao die? Meng Dishing was slain by the Razor Demon's people, while Ma Qiao perished in an ambush by the undead on the 5th floor of the physics laboratory. The one explaining was San Pao. Did you see it? The flashlight beam shifted leftward, once more glaring painfully into Detzi's eyes. I did see it. San Pao smiled at the young man, thinking to himself that he had executed the task splendidly. Did you see it as well? Sun Shinka nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, Tang Yin accepted a piece of braised mutated 2-headed beef, taking a bite and tossing the remainder to dog meat. Unlike the morning, there was no notification of reward points being credited to the system. Anyone with common sense could discern that Tianhu's assignment was laced with malice. Nevertheless, Tang Yin returned safely, while Ma Qiao and Meng Dishing lost their lives during the mission. Regardless of the truth behind it, he had demonstrated his capabilities through his actions. In the wasteland, the strong have always been the ones who command respect. Having reached this juncture, Tianhu remained unrelenting, approaching Tang Yin with 2 sturdy men beside him. Casting a chilling gaze upon his face as he stated, "Remove your armor. The reward for completing your task is admission into the Legion, and that armor rightfully belongs to the Legion's resources." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Even the blind could see that Tianhu was deliberately making things difficult for the newcomer, namely Xiang. Such relatively lenient competition rules were pivotal to the Panda People Legion's growth and expansion. Tang Yin gently patted Dogmeat's head. Rising to his feet and smiling at Tianhu, "I wonder, if I were to kill you right now, would the onlookers applaud? Or would they become my adversaries?" Chapter 29. The fierce hand. He was not jesting. He was entirely serious. He earnestly inquired about Tianhu and contemplated the matter at hand. The act of killing Tianhu would yield 2 distinct outcomes. On one hand, those who had previously suffered under Tianhu's oppression might rejoice in his demise, while the remaining individuals could either fear his ruthlessness, disregard Tianhu's death, or even revere him as a new overlord. Conversely, they might refuse to accept his actions and seek vengeance for Tianhu. Concerning the former, he mused that being an overlord must be exhausting and troublesome. As for the latter, he would be compelled to slaughter everyone residing there, which would similarly be taxing and inconvenient, albeit with the prospect of accruing numerous reward points. Had it been another individual, Tianhu would have laughed heartily, mocking whether the other was joking or speaking in dreams. However, upon gazing into the eyes before him, he was certain that the other party was genuinely contemplating the question of whether to kill him. Taking a step back, he instinctively reached for the gun at his waist. At that moment, a system notification announced the accrual of 40 reward points. Tang Yan's gaze turned icy, and the fur on Go Ro's body bristled. The atmosphere was charged with impending violence. Just then, a woman clad in a white coat adorned with medical insignia and wearing gold-rimmed glasses squeezed through the crowd to stand between the two. Addressing Tianhu, with the Legion commander absent, "Do you believe you can operate with impunity? Do you think everyone is a fool? Unaware of the intentions behind your sending Ma Qiao to lead the newcomers on missions? Coveting military off-road vehicles. And now you have your sights set on this battle armor. Tianhu, you truly are despicable." With each sentence, the woman adjusted her glasses, presenting an air of refinement. Yet her words were anything but tactful. "Zhou Wenxin, what are you saying?" Tianhu's piercing gaze landed squarely on her face. Simultaneously, the crowd parted. And amidst the sudden increase in breathing intensity, a figure approached directly before Tianhu, coldly inquiring, "Shall I repeat myself?" Another woman stood before him, tall and clad in form-fitting black leather armor, her dark hair tied back in a long ponytail. The night concealed her features, yet it could not mask her icy arrogance. It was the fierce hand. This was bound to be an intriguing spectacle. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Tang Yan glanced at the woman who turned her back to him, his brow furrowing slightly. He had not anticipated that the so-called one of the three giants of the Panda People Legion would be a woman. Reflecting on his initial motivations for joining the Panda People Legion, he suppressed his urge to eliminate Tianhu and chose to observe the unfolding situation. "Are you certain you wish to stand up for that boy?" Tianhu turned his gaze towards the composed Zhou Wenxin. With a scoff, he coldly exhaled, his attention drifting past the two women to the man behind them. "Today, you are fortunate." With that, he and his subordinates turned and departed. The fierce hand watched Tianhu's figure vanish into the night before turning northeast, the crowd instinctively parting to grant her passage. Throughout, she never cast a glance at Tang Yan. The onlookers regarded her with an unmistakable fear, even greater than that directed at Tianhu. Zhou Wenxin did not leave immediately. She approached Tang Yan, her thumb and index finger adjusting her glasses as she scrutinized him for an extended period. Only when he felt an unsettling sensation beneath her gaze and displayed signs of impatience did she finally reveal a satisfied expression. Your gaze is commendable." With that remark, she disregarded his reaction and hurried after the fierce hand. Tang Yan felt a strong aversion to Zhou Wenxin's gaze. Yet considering her previous defense of him, regardless of her motives, it would be unwise to confront her directly. As the onlookers witnessed the farce come to an end, they dispersed, each harboring their own thoughts. At that moment, San Pao approached, patting his shoulder and gazing towards the vanishing figures of the two women. "Do not entertain any improper thoughts about those two," he cautioned. Tang Yan remained silent. He understood well that Zhou Wenxin and the fierce hand were not defending him out of admiration for his looks or masculinity. Rather, they sought to prevent the Reaper's armor from falling into Tianhu's hands. In this wasteland, there were far fewer tales of romance and far more concerns regarding survival and the pursuit of better living conditions. Remember, Zhou Wenxin is a venomous serpent. Avoid her as much as possible moving forward. San Pao's words reminded him of the ambivalent gaze of the onlookers towards the two women, fear predominating in relation to the fierce hand, while it shifted to terror when directed at the seemingly gentle Zhou Wenxin. It appeared that the latter was even more formidable than the former. At that moment, a beam of light swept across their faces as Xinghua approached with another individual from afar. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Yan steered the conversation towards the fierce hand. He harbored a certain curiosity about the aloof woman, renowned as one of the three giants. She had not ascended to her position through flattery, nor did she possess the extensive experience of Lei Lauer. According to the onlookers, she had entirely relied on her prowess to command respect among her male mercenaries. Regarding the fierce hand, Zheng Hua, an elder of the Panda People Legion, possessed greater authority than San Pao. Many domineering and assertive individuals often harbored unfortunate childhoods, and the fierce hand was no exception. At the tender age of 7 or 8, She and her mother were captured by a band of brigands active around the Zhongshan area. To protect her daughter from being killed, the Fierce Hand's mother endured humiliation, willingly becoming a plaything for the bandits, striving to please each of them and engaging in any vile act, even resorting to seducing passing travelers, poisoning, and dismembering captives. When the Fierce Hand turned 15, her mother recognized that the brigands had exhausted their interest in her body and soul, and their gaze began to shift towards her daughter. Following a celebratory event, she gambled her life to send the Fierce Hand away from the den of thieves. The Fierce Hand's mother perished, her head displayed on the threshold of the bandits' hideout, her body dismembered into 5 parts and cast into a burning iron barrel. For years later, traveling merchants discovered that nearly 30 brigands active in the Zhongshan region had perished overnight, with wounds indicating they had been shot from a distance. Subsequently, the Panda People Legion welcomed several new female recruits, with the leader identifying herself as the Fierce Hand. According to Zhenghua, Song Feng merely exchanged a glance with her before accepting her request to join the Legion, thus adding a merciless female hunter to their ranks. Upon hearing the Fierce Hand's past, Tang Yin squinted and remarked, "So, she is the strongest sniper in the Panda People Legion?" This thought recalled the incident when he first emerged from Shelter 1001 and encountered a sniper, had the task been assigned to the Fierce Hand instead of Zabaha. The outcome might have been markedly different. San Pao had previously mentioned similar sentiments. Is it because she dislikes men? He inquired. Zheng Huan nodded before shaking his head. Chapter 30. Wisdom and Etiquette. The men she found intriguing and those she despised, such as the slave traders who preyed on women, met with a grim fate. Zheng Huan emphasized that it made no difference whether they were outsiders or members of the Legion. Tang Yin inquired whether the Legion commander did not impose some restraint. San Pao replied that there had indeed been restraint. In the past, she would kill, but now she merely severed the source of male transgressions. The nature of male transgressions was all too evident. Her early experiences had twisted her humanity. Zheng Hua glanced at his profile, lit a cigarette, and squinted as he remarked that in this wasteland, those who retained their humanity did not live long. This was a stark truth. In an era where morality and order had crumbled, humanity had become a relative luxury, while desires and malevolence were largely unleashed. Tang Yin declined the cigarette Zheng Hua offered, tossing him a Type 95 assault rifle belonging to Ma Qiao. It's stained with blood. It needs cleaning. Zheng Hua expressed his curiosity about what Tang Yin would have done had Lai Shou and Zhou Wenxin not appeared. A chill crept into Zheng Hua's heart upon hearing Tang Yin's words. He understood that this was no jest. The man before him harbored the audacity to kill, and he would do so without mercy. Woof, woof, the dog, Go-Ro, barked twice. It seemed to express its support, albeit belatedly, looking rather foolish. Goodbye. Sleep early, Tang Yin called as he made his way to his small dwelling. Zheng Hua watched the bulky figure disappear into the night, saying little more. And he and San Pao headed towards the dormitory area. Tell me about today's encounters. All right. As the first light of dawn broke through the night, 2 figures, one large and one small, approached the long street in front of the Physics Research Institute. The larger figure stood over 2 meters tall, his frame significantly bulkier than the average person, weighing well over 150 kilograms. His head and hands were particularly enormous, and instead of a gas mask, he wore a steel apparatus resembling a horse's bit. The smaller figure beside him was approximately 2 meters tall, donning a skull mask, rendering their gender indistinguishable. Aside from the height disparity with the giant, another striking feature was the 2 exposed arms. The rear portions of the wrists displayed clear human characteristics, while the front was entirely mechanical. The left hand resembled a bone saw with 5 fingers, while the right hand tapered into a cylindrical structure, its surface marred by rust, appearing rather unappealing. A living corpse emerged from beneath a burnt-out vehicle, swaying as it approached them. The smaller figure halted, slightly raising its left arm. The metallic axis at the wrist extended forward, piercing the shriveled body just before the corpse's hand could make contact. Simultaneously, 5 bone saw blades unfurled, rotating clockwise. The decaying flesh of the corpse, along with its ribs, was shredded, causing it to collapse sideways. The giant was not idle either, for another living corpse had emerged from a shop window nearby, lunging with outstretched arms. He tore a large hammer from his back and swung it at the advancing corpse. The swing was slightly delayed, and under normal circumstances, it would have missed the lunging corpse. However, as he swung, a jet of flame erupted from behind the hammerhead, accelerating its speed dramatically as it struck the corpse beneath the ribs. A crisp crack echoed, and the corpse was obliterated, its upper body flying left while the lower half toppled right, leaving a pool of black blood and shredded flesh on the ground. The smaller figure surveyed the remains of a razor-skinned sniper, cleaved by the living corpse, and spoke in a voice reminiscent of a child. Wisdom, this is becoming quite amusing. Wisdom detests games. Wisdom has always lost. Faith, the most despicable. Rest assured, I shall protect you. This statement, uttered by a diminutive figure, directed at a towering giant, sounded rather ludicrous. Etiquette, the most reliable. Wisdom adores etiquette. The small figure cradled its face and remarked, do not confess so directly. She is a demure girl and will feel shy. The mechanical hand, clasping the skull mask with an alloy tube, rendered the scene rather unremarkable. This matter was somewhat connected to Lai Shou. Not long ago, she had undertaken an escort mission, serving as a bodyguard for a butcher from Gem City, destined for Shelter 1083 to trade meat for uncontaminated vegetables and condiments. It is worth noting that the peninsula rarely witnessed the presence of mutants. This time, not only had they emerged in the northwestern region of Gem City, but they had also seized Shelter 1083, naturally raising the vigilance of the governor and Song Feng, who hurried to the incident site to investigate their motives. Speaking of mutants, Tang Yin was perplexed by the fact that the supervisor of Shelter 1001, who happened to be Han Xian's father, also had relevant records on his computer. The sample analysis reports recorded on the supervisor's computer indicated a fundamental distinction between mutants and living corpses. The latter were likely the result of humans mutated due to high levels of radiation and biochemical viruses released during nuclear warfare, while the former appeared to be related to the Merlot crystal used by artificial intelligence to enslave humanity. Mutants were classified into two categories, one with light blue skin and the other with light green skin, regardless of whether they were blue or green. Their physiques were extraordinarily large, with well-developed muscles. In the information circulating within human society, green mutants were more commonly encountered, while blue mutants were exceedingly rare. Generally, green mutants possessed formidable physical strength, but relatively low intelligence, a condition that worsened with time and growth. As for blue mutants, little more was known than that they occupied the apex of the mutant social hierarchy, with no further valuable information available. Since Song Feng had gone to investigate matters concerning the mutants, Tang Yin could only await his return. On this day, he concluded his patrol. Descending from the inner wall with Go Row, and while passing the employee activity area adjacent to the office building, he witnessed an intriguing scene. Chapter 31. The cold-faced the protagonists are Tianhu and a young girl. The girl, no more than 11 or 12 years old, is without her right leg and has her eyes covered with a strip of white cloth. She sits in a rusted wheelchair, cradling a panda plush toy. Her face serene as she basks in the sunlight. Tianhu stands behind her, holding a fruit knife and meticulously peeling an apple, evidently intending to offer it to the girl. Zhenghua had mentioned that Tianhu's prominence in the eyes of Song Feng is due to his deep affection for one person, not Song Feng himself, but his daughter, Miss Reina. Song Feng dotes on Reina, and in his affection, he turns a blind eye to Tianhu's arrogance, being somewhat indifferent to it. After all, he is often away, and though Tianhu is generally difficult, he treats Reina with utmost care and affection. Even if Song Feng is acutely aware that this kindness is rooted in self-interest. Tang Yin recalls when he was at the Physics Institute. Ma Qiao remarked that Zhenghua was a weakling, stating that if he were to die, Zhenghua would readily relinquish military vehicles. If Zhenghua's approach is to be amicable, avoiding offense to anyone, what then of Tianhu? After lunch, Tang Yin dozed off for a while, only to be awakened by a cacophony. Choosing not to bury himself under the covers, he rose from his bed, donned his Reaper battle armor, and armed himself as he proceeded toward the source of the noise. Upon arrival, he witnessed two soldiers from the Panda Legion tossing a girl, approximately 16 or 17 years old, from the back of a modified pickup truck. Though spring had arrived on the peninsula, the weather remained chilly. The girl was clad in scant clothing that offered little coverage, curled up in the sunlight, cautiously observing the hostile crowd around her with fearful eyes. Her shirt was short, stained with dirt, and had a large tear in the back. Her slate-gray trousers had only one intact leg, leaving her bare feet exposed. Not only was her attire filthy, but her face was also smeared with black mud, and her hair was a tangled mess. Yet, despite her disheveled appearance, one could discern the potential for beauty in her features, merely requiring careful grooming. The onlookers erupted with sharp whistles, and the soldiers made course. Vulgar remarks that terrified the girl, causing her to curl up tighter, burying her head in her arms. From the conversation between the pickup driver and Delu, Tang Yin gleaned that the girl before him was not a slave purchased by the Panda Legion, nor a stray taken in by the driver. She was a runaway slave from Gem City. The bounty for her was notably high compared to similar tasks. as a mercenary group. The soldiers of the Panda Legion typically spent their earnings at the markets of Gem City. Tang Yin was no stranger to the phrase Pink Paradise, as it was always accompanied by suggestive smiles. It was said that even senior officials of Gem City indulged in its offerings during their leisure time. The women providing services within Pink Paradise were either young females abducted by slave traders from the wasteland or residents of Gem City who willingly exchanged their bodies for material goods. Such transactions were deemed illegal before the nuclear war, but had morphed into a norm in the lawless wasteland era. After all, it was a mutual arrangement. And compared to the harsh realities outside Gem City, it seemed quite fair. Tang Yin observed for a moment and was about to turn away, lacking interest in the matter. Every era has its unique survival rules, and he had never contemplated, nor possessed the ability, to alter the state of the world. As he turned, a sudden gasp caught his attention, followed by the sensation of someone grasping his right leg from behind. Looking down, he saw a pair of frail arms tightly wrapped around him. The skin on her outer arms darkened, yet the inner part was remarkably fair. He surveyed his Reaper armor and felt a sense of incredulity. "Hush," came a whistle from the side. Someone jested. "Newcomer, did you hear? She says she's willing to do anything for you." Laughter followed. "This girl has sharp instincts, but unfortunately, she's clinging to the wrong leg. Young lady, you've chosen poorly. Meddling in Pink Paradise affairs is something even the commander must consider, let alone you." Tang Yin attempted to shake her off, but to no avail, despite her apparent weakness. She clung to him with a determination that defied her frail appearance, refusing to let go. "I can wash your clothes, cook for you, clean, make your bed. I have a vendetta to settle. I don't want to die in such a place." Tang Yin replied coldly, "I do not require your services." Here in the wasteland, amidst peril, he had no desire to carry an anchor. The soldier who had captured her approached, aiming to pry her off Tang Yin's leg. With a sharp crack, the soldier slapped her across the face. She clung tighter, resorting to biting the edge of his combat boot. Another soldier produced a stun baton, activating it, the tip glowing ominously. Tang Yin's expression shifted multiple times before he sighed, suddenly drawing his P-38 heavy electromagnetic pistol, aiming it at the soldier wielding the baton. "Name your price." A gasp rippled through the crowd, astonished by Tang Yin's sudden defiance. He had drawn a weapon against a member of the Legion for the sake of a girl. The soldier stood frozen, the baton slipping from his grasp as the glowing arc dissipated. He stared at the dark muzzle of the gun. Watching as Tang Yin donned a mask exuding a chilling aura, the soldier had no doubt of the deadly intent behind it. Should he utter a word of defiance, the bullet from the heavy pistol would mercilessly end his life. Another soldier stammered, You need to think carefully, standing up for this girl. It means something. The people from Pink Paradise will not let this go." Tang Yin remained silent, his finger tightening imperceptibly on the trigger. Chapter 32. A win-win transaction. The atmosphere was hushed, and even the onlookers were taken aback by Tang Yin's resolute actions. "Don't shoot, don't shoot." The soldier wielding the electric baton relented. At that moment, the system prompted a reward of 11 points. With 8 points stemming from the terror-induced emotional feedback of the two soldiers before him, and an additional 3 points from the discontent of the observers. Previously, his act of feeding dog meat to the mutated two-headed cow had already drawn the disdain of some, and with few spectators present now, the negative emotional feedback yielded only a modest reward. Was he truly willing to kill a member of the Legion for the sake of a female slave? In the desolate world, the term companion held little emotional weight. However, familiarity, even in its most superficial form, was preferable to an outsider, especially one marked as a wanted criminal in the Pink Paradise. To their surprise, he was labeled a lecherous man by many, as no one believed that his gunfire was sparked by compassion for the plight of the female slave. Such benevolence would undoubtedly disrupt the established rules of Gem City, and the denizens of Pink Paradise would not let it slide easily. Thus, the majority of the onlookers concluded that Tang Yin was simply consumed by lust, driven by a desire for the strikingly beautiful girl. Naturally, he felt no obligation to enlighten them. He nonchalantly tossed the Type 95 assault rifle he held in his other hand onto the ground, making it abundantly clear that it now belonged to them. The standard weapon of the Panda Legion was the outdated Type 81 assault rifle, and only the elders wielded the more advanced Type 95. Firearms and ammunition were scarce commodities in the wasteland, and a Type 95 could be exchanged for a significant amount of food, comparable to the rewards offered by Pink Paradise. The two soldiers were momentarily stunned. They had expected him to leave behind something trivial, perhaps a pack of cigarettes or a bottle of liquor. But he had unexpectedly demonstrated a sense of honor by offering the Type 95 as a bargaining chip. They thought that was the end of it, But they were mistaken. Tang Yin reached behind him and produced a syringe filled with a vibrant green solution, which he too discarded onto the ground. "Is this sufficient?" he inquired, eyeing the two before him. Seemingly fearful of his potential change of heart, they hastily retrieved the items from the ground. The value of the Type 95 assault rifle was evident. It was nearly equivalent to the bounty for their task. However, when juxtaposed with the diminutive syringe, what did the rifle truly represent? Many were aware of Detzi's severe injuries from radiation exposure and knew that Tang Yin had administered a shot that not only eliminated the radioactive substances within him but also healed the corrosive wounds on his arm in a matter of hours, leaving no scars. For the soldiers, swapping a Type 95 for a Type 81 would enhance their combat capability, but the effect would be minimal. That syringe, however, was a genuine life-saving elixir. The Physical Research Institute had been abandoned, and it was common knowledge that only a few vials existed. Each one was precious and irreplaceable. What of its value? It was beyond mere currency. It was a treasure not obtainable even with wealth. They had struck gold. No, it was more than that. It was an extraordinary windfall. The two soldiers could hardly contain their glee, their earlier misery forgotten. Had he lost his mind? The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief at the unfolding events, initially perceiving Tang Yin as a brute exploiting the weak, only to witness the transformation into a mutually beneficial transaction. Yet, not everyone was pleased. A portion of the spectators felt discontented or perhaps envious. Had they been the ones to seize the female slave, they would have profited immensely, while others assumed Tang Yin had made a poor deal. The combined worth of the Type 95 assault rifle and the regenerative serum far outweighed the bounty for their mission. In truth, he was the greatest victor. He told others that the regenerative serum was sourced from the Physical Research Institute, a conceptual medicine so rare that only 8 vials existed throughout the wasteland. He spun a tale. Indeed, only 8 vials of the serum were available, yet they were not the byproduct of the Institute's research, but rather an accessory of the Reaper's gear. Once depleted, the serum could be exchanged for 1 reward point per vial in the system interface. In exchange for 1 Type 95 assault rifle and 1 vial of regenerative serum, he acquired a female slave and 7 reward points. Was this a loss? Not at all. He removed his mask and scrutinized her coldly for a moment before turning to head towards the power distribution room. As dog meat passed by, he nudged her with his nose, sneezing several times in the process. Seeing the intimidating soldiers of the Panda Legion behind her, she quickly scrambled to her feet and hurried after Tang Yin. Having pulled an all-nighter patrolling the walls, he was eager to catch up on sleep now that the outside disturbances had ceased. Upon entering the room, Dogmeat jumped onto the bed and nestled close to him. Tian Lei followed, glancing at the man and the dog on the bed, then at the shabby surroundings, ultimately settling into a decrepit chair, staring vacantly out the window at the sun. As night fell, Tang Yin rose from the bed, only to find the newly acquired female slave asleep against the heavily worn desk. He approached her, giving a gentle kick to the back leg of the chair, rousing her from her slumber. Tian Lei had indeed not followed. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback, quickly overtaken by a surge of uncontainable rage. What was the most precious commodity in the wasteland relative to its demand? Water. In an environment where surface water was tainted to varying degrees, potable water could only be produced using exorbitantly priced water purifiers from the Jiangnan Railway Union or drawn from wells exceeding 100 meters in depth. The Panda Legion had established their base atop the ruins of a steel mill, not only for its strategic geography, making it easy to defend, but also due to the presence of an uncontaminated deep well within the ruins. This well met the daily water needs of the Panda Legion, with each member allotted a limited share. Generally, after accounting for drinking water, there was often some surplus, as daily life required water in many forms, and resource distribution could not be overly rigid. Chapter 33. Tian Lei, what have you done? He glared at the woman he had rescued. The water he had saved for emergencies was now tainted, having transformed from crystal clear to murky. It was crucial to remember that while the system could replenish weapons and ammunition, it could not provide necessities such as food and water. He was acutely aware of what Tian Lei had done. She had used her stored drinking water to cleanse the dirt from her body, wash her face, and rinse her hair. In this desolate wasteland, a bath was a luxury far surpassing a meal of double-headed beef hot pot, reserved only for executives of Gem City, renowned merchants, and the leaders of various factions. Indeed, the wasteland was not a desert. Rain would occasionally fall, and rivers, lakes, and ponds persisted in their existence, with water quantities remaining largely unchanged since the nuclear war. However, Both the rain that fell from the sky and the water that flowed from the earth were contaminated with radioactive substances. Bathing with such water was not indulgence, but an act of self-destruction. Did she think this place was a pink paradise that would provide her with bathing water? His gaze was icy, and his voice lacked warmth. In Gem City, only the pink paradise, for its business needs, would offer bathing water to female slaves, and Tianlei had escaped from such a hellish pit. For reasons unknown. She was not intimidated by his harsh words or cold stare. She glanced at the 2 steamed buns and pickled vegetables he had thrown onto the table, pursed her lips, walked over, closed the door, and began to unbutton her clothing, starting with her shirt, then her tattered trousers. The dog, Go-Ro, tilted its head in curiosity. Beneath her shirt and trousers were a bandeau and panties, freshly washed and still damp. To evade bounty hunters, she had smeared her face and dirted her body, but now, after a wash with clean water, her true beauty emerged. At 16, she was in the prime of her youth, with fair skin, picturesque eyes, long black hair, and snow-white shoulders. In such a harsh living environment, it was truly remarkable to possess such a visage and figure. The reason she had washed with that water was simple, to offer her body to him. The meaning behind the statement that women would do anything for men usually conveyed one thing: only a fool would fail to understand it. Tang Yan's brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, Tianlei's hands, which had been resting on her back, suddenly paused. Looking into his eyes, she said, "I hail from Jiangnan," believing that leaving that land would lead me to someone capable of avenging me. I was too naive. The members of the Yunming Mercenary Corps took my father's technological achievements, but never fulfilled their obligations. Instead, they sold me to slave traders traveling between the peninsula and the mainland. In a brief recounting, her story was clear, concise, and encapsulated her plight in just 3 sentences. It was evident that she was a well-educated young woman. She unfastened the clasp of her bandeau. Tang Yan inquired, "Your enemies?" She replied coldly, "The Wuxi Federation. They occupied the CDC, murdering my father and mother, leaving me as the sole survivor." The Wuxi Federation? Tang Yan had never heard of such a faction. Since it bore the title of a federation, it must be significant. He was familiar with Gem City, Jiankong City, the Xiahang Group, the Western Alliance, the Northeast Region, the Jiangnan Railway Union, the Yinhuang Brotherhood, the Church of Truth, the Allied Forces, and the Metro Coalition. Yet he could not recall any information regarding the Wuxi Federation. Yes, the Wuxi Federation. Tianlei's hand was grasped by Tang Yan. "I have no interest in venturing to the Wuyu realm to battle an organization that calls itself a federation. You need not do anything for me." He draped his shirt over her shoulders. "From today onward, you will sleep here, while I rest in the control room of the front workshop." Go-Ro squeezed through the door, lowering its head and wagging its tail. Unsure whether it was protesting Tang Yan's move from the distribution room or simply not having had enough of the young woman's form. It was neither Tianlei's body that lacked allure nor Tang Yan's indifference toward intimacy. He understood his purpose for joining the Panda Legion, under the circumstances. Taking Tianlei would only burden him, weighing him down with a liability. Additionally, the matter carried a hint of transactional undertone, which he found unappealing. In front of the distribution room lay the steel mill's rebar workshop. The eastern side had collapsed, while the western side remained intact, housing a central control room where someone had left a mattress. No one had occupied it during his many days there, making it a suitable refuge. After navigating through the ruins to reach his destination, he lay down under the moonlight, gazing blankly at the nightscape outside the window. The control room's windows were significantly larger than those of the distribution room, offering a clear view of the starry sky. After some time in this reverie, he shifted his attention to the system space, noting that he had 104 reward points remaining. Go-Ro was wandering amidst the workshop's rubble, seemingly patrolling its new territory. After an indeterminate amount of time, he drifted off into a hazy sleep. That night, the moonlight was like a wash, and the stars hung low, with no signs of conflict in the area. The following morning, Tang Yan was awakened by a cacophony of voices. Rising from the mattress, he saw Go-Ro. Having heard the noise, dart into the control room and barked twice at him. "You must be hungry," he said, scratching its head as he headed outside. Upon exiting the control room, he discerned that the ruckus had originated from the northwest, near the distribution room. What a nuisance. He had no choice but to change direction and walk toward the source of the commotion, stepping over debris to exit the rebar workshop. He soon spotted a crowd gathered outside the distribution room. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard noticed him and shouted, "Li Xiang is here." In the crowd, he recognized a familiar figure, Xiao Wenxin, the woman who had helped him a few days prior, though he hadn't particularly needed it. At this moment, her gaze toward him was devoid of warmth. Rather, it was icy, akin to a serpent fixating on its prey. That woman had once tantalized him with her alluring eyes. As he approached the distribution room, the onlookers instinctively parted, creating a path. Chapter 34. Peril. As he approached the entrance, the sight within the room rendered his countenance so grim it seemed as though it could drip with despair. Tianlei lay lifeless on the floor, less than a meter from the makeshift bed, her death marked by a fatal wound to her neck. As if a pair of powerful hands had gripped her, suffocating her existence. The air was thick with the pungent scent of alcohol, and evidence of a struggle lingered. Albeit brief or perhaps swiftly concluded, the assailant must have possessed some strength. Had he known, he would not have relocated so far last night. This thought flickered through his mind before dissipating, as he became acutely aware of a situation. Just moments ago, the system had notified him of receiving 26 reward points, one of which was marked as aversion, indicating that someone harbored murderous intent towards him. It was evident that the onlookers suspected him of the crime. Perhaps they theorized that the woman had defied him, refusing to provide the services he demanded, inciting his rage to the point of murder. After all, this was his room. And Tianlei had fled the pink paradise to escape humiliation. No one could remain indifferent to Tianlei's body, unless they were blind or utterly devoid of desire. Yesterday, when he procured her with a Type 95 assault rifle and a regenerative syringe, the spectators had already deemed him a lecher. Now, in light of these events, the most logical inference was that she had resisted him, provoking his ire after a night of drinking, leading him to take her life in a fit of anger. He covered her cold corpse with a blanket and turned to exit, his expression stoic, ignoring the gazes from outside that expressed pity, disdain, or curiosity. As he walked towards the cafeteria, Dogmeat circled around Tianlei's side, then dashed out after him. TSK, TSK, TSK. This lad, truly ruthless. A Type 95 assault rifle and a regenerative syringe, just like that, gone. This transaction was excessively unprofitable. What a pity, what a pity. The speaker lamented not for Tang Yan's loss, but rather for the missed opportunity of having Tang Yan deliver Tianlei to the Legion for their amusement. Many regarded Tang Yan's actions with mere discontent, stopping short of hate, for this was the law of survival in the wasteland. Tianlei was Tang Yan's acquired slave, granting him dominion over her very being, including her life, enabling him to dispose of her as he pleased. Morality? Those who espouse morals in the wasteland seldom survive long. The first principle to embrace for a better life is cannibalism, not in the literal sense, but in the struggle for existence. Tang Yan remained silent. Well aware that no explanation was necessary, no one would acknowledge his justification. Who would believe he left a voluptuous slave unattended to spend the night in a remote workshop? Those men would not only scoff at him, but would also mock him for daring to act, while failing to take responsibility, deeming him a coward. His task was not to explain, but to take decisive action. To the north of the steel mill lay a great river, behind which rose a small hill, offering a splendid view of the sunset over the flowing waters. No one mentioned Tianlei as if she had never existed. This was the norm in the wasteland. People had grown accustomed to disregarding death. After finishing lunch, it was Tang Yan's turn to stand guard atop the wall. Unlike before, he had not brought dog meat along, allowing the creature to roam freely within the factory grounds. In the afternoon, a few living corpses emerged from the nearby woods, but he paid them no heed. As they were dispatched by the patrolling Lu, he was waiting, biding his time for the right moment. As the shift change approached, Lu sat beside him, offering a cigarette. Tang Yan hesitated but accepted, igniting it and taking a deep drag. The cigarette had likely been in Lu's pocket for quite some time, bearing a musty odor. Yet, he would not complain about the stale smoke being detrimental to his health. Even damp and moldy, it remained one of the most common and coveted pastimes in the wasteland. You seem out of sorts today. Is it because of that woman? Lu, a friend of Xinghua and a veteran of the Legion, could easily discern the source of Tang Yan's disquiet. Tang Yan remained silent, merely taking another deep drag from the cigarette. Lu patted his shoulder. Young ones are often too impassioned. Next time, let Xinghua take you to the pink paradise of Gem City for some experience. And you'll be far more composed when faced with such matters. Lu, like many others, believed Tang Yan's youthful fervor often led to uncontrollable emotions, concluding that when the girl defied him, he resorted to murder. With a Type 95 assault rifle and a regenerative syringe, he ultimately gained nothing. It was indeed a regrettable loss, and Tang Yan had every reason to feel despondent. Hardly anyone would suspect that he mourned the girl's death. Upon seeing the yawning soldiers of the Legion arrive for the shift change, Tang Yan discarded the cigarette but onto the ground and extinguished it beneath his foot. Heading back to his quarters with dog meat in tow, silence accompanied him as he opened the door to the distribution room, checking his personal weapon under the light before turning to sit at the bedside. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and his consciousness began to blur. He managed to remove the jetpack before surrendering to exhaustion, collapsing onto the bed in slumber, uncertain of how much time had passed. He vaguely heard dog meat barking in the distance, followed by the sound of footsteps and voices. Gradually, he realized he had been ensnared. Lou's cigarette was laced with something. As he overheard the conversation once more, a chill swept over him, a cold draft emanating from the opposite side. Bringing him here was no easy task. That dog is truly a nuisance. What? You actually care about a dog's feelings? Of course, it's because I'm in such a splendid mood now. Compared to that individual, I'm far more concerned about how to handle this combat armor. It seems its operating system requires voice password authentication. How sophisticated. Chapter 35, the madwoman calculating the time. The effects of the drug should have worn off. As soon as he spoke, he felt something strike his face, followed by a resounding slap. His consciousness sharpened, and he struggled to open his eyes. The view expanded from a small point to a larger scene, transitioning from darkness to light. After repeating this a few times, he finally managed to discern his surroundings. This was not his control room. The lighting was ample, and in each corner stood a metallic frame, each equipped with a row of bright lights. The harsh illumination revealed every detail of his body, even the fine hairs on his skin. A sudden realization jolted him. No wonder he felt so cold. Not only had the Reaper armor been stripped away, but his clothing had also been removed. In other words, he was now completely exposed. To make matters worse, two women stood in the room. The taller one was fiddling with the Reaper armor at the workbench, while the woman in the white coat was manipulating a syringe in front of a shelf filled with various medications. The contents of the syringe were not the regenerative agents typically associated with the Reaper armor. Heaven knew what it contained. Feeling a resurgence of strength, he attempted to move his body, but all he managed to do was rock the surgical bed, which creaked in protest. His wrists and ankles were firmly strapped down, rendering him unable to rise from the bed. Upon hearing a noise behind him, the woman in the white coat turned around, adjusting her glasses, and said to the other woman, "Look, he is awake." Tang Yin shook his right arm, realizing the futility of escape, and lifted his head to address the two women. "So it was you who drugged me." The woman in the white coat was Zhou Wenxin, while the frosty-faced woman was Lai Shou. Zhang Hua had warned him to refrain from harboring thoughts about them. He had not intended to entertain such notions, yet they had set their sights on him. "I want to kill you." "No, let me rephrase that in a manner more palatable. I wish to possess your belongings." Lai Shou coveted his equipment, and Lu could procure several jettas in return. Zhou Wenxin approached him with the syringe in hand, the droplet at the needle's tip glistening ominously under the harsh lights. Her tone was casual, her face adorned with an alluring smile. From Tang Yan's perspective, Zhou Wenxin was a beauty. Her white coat lent her an enchanting allure, much like the black stockings beneath her coat. There was a hidden wildness beneath her seemingly demure exterior. Unfortunately, Tang Yin found himself devoid of the inclination to appreciate her beauty at that moment. Zhou Wenxin's words sent a chill through his body, coursing down his spine. It was then that he noticed something lined against the left wall, specimen jars filled with slightly yellowed formaldehyde solution, containing what could only be described, in the words of San Pao, as the remnants of a man's crimes. Tang Yin had once remarked that Lai Shou's twisted psyche stemmed from childhood trauma. He never expected such terrifying events would transpire in his own life. Zhou Wenxin noticed the change in his expression and spoke softly, "Do not be afraid. I will take good care of you. Have you seen what is in those jars? They are the remains of men who tried to take Lai Shou from me. Their bodies have decayed, their bones perhaps reduced to the excrement of mutated hounds, yet the essence of them remains preserved. Tell me, do you think they would thank me in the afterlife for my kindness?" Tang Yin gazed at the woman before him in horror. "Please, don't do this. I once told you that you have discerning eyes. You ruin that beauty with such expressions," she replied, her left index finger delicately tracing his cheek. "Is it because of Tian Lei?" Zhou Wenxin continued. "You must have had quite the night. With a slave like that, you are more fortunate than most living in this wasteland." Zhou Wenxin looked into Tang Yan's eyes and said, "I will place you in the most prominent spot, and I will tell the next lovely creature your story. In exchange, how about sharing the activation code for the armor?" Tang Yin narrowed his eyes and replied, "Release me, and the armor will be yours." Zhou Wenxin's finger trailed from his face down to his chest. "Release you? How could I bear to do that? Tian Lei's fate was not my doing." At that moment, Lai Shou abruptly interjected, "Enough. Let us just take him to Gem City. Beethoven will help us handle it. Zhou Wenxin's index finger moved from his chest to his right arm, her crimson nails lingering as the syringe pierced his subcutaneous vein, injecting the colorless substance into his body. What is this? Tang Yin wondered, suspecting it to be an anesthetic. This is something that will invigorate you, Zhou Wenxin replied. Discarding the empty syringe into a nearby surgical tray, she donned a pair of medical rubber gloves, pulling them taut with a satisfying snap. You know, when a man is excited and a knife is plunged into him, red blood spurts forth like warm and vibrant spring water. It is the most exquisite sight in the world, more captivating than Lai Shou's face. On a movable cart beside the surgical bed lay a bone saw, glimmering ominously under the light. You are truly a madwoman, Tang Yin muttered. Zhou Wenxin adjusted her glasses. I wonder. When you see those women in pleated skirts bound by their feet and hanging from the tower, their master beaming with pride as he calls them blooming tulips, will you still think of me as a madwoman? Or when you witness a woman clad only in a wooden shield and armed with a spear thrown into the arena to face the undead, while the crowd shouts kill her, tear her apart, will you still consider me mad? When you discover a luxury store amidst the ruins of Shigan Town, with lampshades adorned in exquisite embroidery and wallets of fine leather, will you still think me insane? Tang Yin remained silent, while Lai Shou raised her head from behind the equipment, coldly remarking, You certainly have a lot to say today. Zhou Wenxin turned her face away. What? Are you jealous? Do not worry, I shall only love you in this lifetime. As for him, she lightly tapped Tang Yin, I merely find him amusing, unlike those men who, upon realizing their fate, are left only with pleas for mercy. The clean specimen jars were placed within reach as she moved to the cabinet beside the surgical bed and pressed the play button on a tape recorder. As the beautiful melody filled the air, her gloved hand reached for the glistening bone saw. At that very moment, gunfire erupted outside, sounding alarmingly close. Chapter 36. The Ferocity of Dogs. What is that? Upon hearing the gunfire emanating from the warehouse, Bai Caixia tightened her grip on the Type 95 assault rifle. Unlike Tianhu, who occupied the central office building of the factory, Lai Shou and her confidants resided in the raw material warehouse located in the northeastern corner. Her decision to join the Panda People Corps was largely influenced by Tsang Feng's persuasion, but also stemmed from her desire to terminate the hostilities with male-dominated gangs. Lai Shou and her followers formed a distinct collective, harboring profound distrust towards men, and would not grow close to the male members of the Panda People Corps simply due to their shared affiliation. The northeastern warehouse area resembled a sovereign state, fortified with an additional layer of protection atop the existing perimeter defense. Who were they guarding against? The answer was painfully clear. This enmity between Lei Lao'er and Lai Shou was the root of the conflict, while Tsang Feng chose to turn a blind eye. Whether out of necessity to maintain control or to uphold the founding principles of the Panda People Corps, thereby acknowledging the independence of Lai Shou and her confidants. In the current landscape of the Panda People Corps, who could dare challenge Lai Shou? Who would have the audacity to do so? Tianhu? That self-proclaimed deputy commander, who thrived on flattery, was nothing but insignificant in the presence of Lai Shou. If he wished to avoid meeting the same fate as the men who had previously coveted Lai Shou's beauty and reputation, being shot in the head by a QBU-10 sniper rifle, he could only bow his head and bide his time. Acting according to Lai Shou's whims, Bai Caixia was certain that the gunfire had originated from the opposite side of the warehouse, rather than from the sisters stationed at the eastern wall who were dealing with the encroaching undead. Who would dare to cause trouble in the warehouse area? Had that person lost their mind? A shadow darted out from a distance of several meters behind her, and Chu Zijuan, deftly evading the sweeping beams of the searchlights, and lunged at a fellow patrolling woman, pulling her into the adjacent pickup truck. The absence of a struggle was soon replaced by a piercing wail. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed, followed by a chilling growl and the grisly sound of flesh being torn apart. Bai Caixia exchanged a glance with Chu Zijuan, forcing herself to suppress the rising dread in her heart. They flanked the modified pickup, moving slowly, and as they approached, they suddenly sprang forth, illuminating the shadows on the far side of the truck with their flashlights. The beam pierced the darkness, revealing the body of the dragged woman. The Type 81 assault rifle was soaked in blood, and the woman's eyes were wide open, reflecting pure terror and anguish. Chu Zijuan turned her head and vomited violently, expelling the contents of her stomach. She now truly understood the meaning of being disemboweled. Their companion lay nearly hollowed out, her entrails and shattered bones scattered across the yellow earth, resembling grotesque flowers of flesh and blood. Bai Caixia's hands trembled. The scene before her was evidently not human-made. She could not fathom how such a formidable beast could infiltrate their base. The perimeter had been eerily quiet, devoid of any warning signs. These questions flitted through her mind. But she knew they were not the focus. The priority was to locate the shadow that had slain her companion. Instinctively, she swung her weapon, the beam of her tactical flashlight dancing across the top of the pickup truck, when her eyes fell upon the blood-soaked fangs and enormous spikes. A wave of icy terror surged from her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her scalp tingling. What in the world was that? She swore to the heavens. After years of traversing the wasteland, she had never encountered a creature so grotesque, so malevolent. Even more so than the notorious mutated beasts like the death claw, rad scorpions, or swamp crabs. In a fit of fear, she squeezed the trigger of her Type 95 assault rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat. The muzzle flared, bullets erupted from the barrel, yet they failed to find their mark. In the instant she acted, the beast, comparable in size to a tiger or leopard, leaped off the roof of the modified truck. Its menacing visage loomed larger in her vision. There was no time for reaction before the beast pounced on her, bringing her crashing to the ground. Chu Zijuan attempted to resist, but her efforts were futile. Her strength was no match for the beast that pinned her down. With a sickening sound, a gasp escaped her lips, followed by the harsh sound of labored breathing and the rush of blood. Baitsaixia watched in horror as the creature brought Chu Zijuan down, sinking its teeth into her throat. Before the disemboweled body, Chu Zijuan's limbs convulsed, blood gushing forth like arrows, staining the beast's hide. Ah! Baitsaixia let out a primal scream, squeezing the trigger to the very end. Rat-a-tat-tat. The blazing gunfire illuminated her pale face as the bullets rained down upon the beast and her friend. In her final moments, Chu Zijuan turned her head, her eyes locking onto Baitsaixia's. The gaze of her dying friend was not terrifying. What truly chilled her to the bone was the realization that the beast withstood those bullets. The 5.8mm rounds were utterly ineffective against its armored hide, merely causing it to stagger back slightly. Click, click, click. The sound of the empty chamber reverberated as her trembling hand failed to grasp the fresh magazine, which clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. A shadow loomed closer, the stench of blood overwhelming. Ah! The scream was abruptly silenced. In the basement of the raw material warehouse, Lai Shou sprang to her feet, swiftly grabbing the Type 03 assault rifle with her right hand. I'll go check upstairs. She confirmed that the gunfire did not originate from the perimeter. The subsequent cries, if she had not misheard, came from a woman. Zhou Wenxin furrowed her brow, releasing her grip on the bone-slicing knife, stepping out of the operating room and softly admonishing, "Be careful, stay safe." Lai Shou nodded, weapon in hand, and exited the door. Zhou Wenxin watched her figure disappear, then turned back towards her dedicated surgical suite, only to suddenly look up, her expression paling at the sight before her. Chapter 37. Blood for blood. Zhou Wenxin remained oblivious to the events unfolding behind her as she watched Lai Shou leave the room. When she glanced back, she saw the man named Li Xiang, now brandishing a knife in his left hand, dangerously close to unfastening his belt. A chill ran down her spine. With no time to ponder, she swiftly drew a 92-style handgun from her waist and pointed it at the man in front of her. Her reaction was undeniably swift. Tang Yin had already severed the belt binding his left arm and realized he had no time to cut the right one. In a decisive moment, he flicked his wrist, and the butterfly knife shot out, embedding itself just beside Zhou Wenxin's left shoulder. With a muffled gasp, the 92-style handgun slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. Zhou Wenxin, a formidable figure in her own right, did not freeze in confusion. Gritting her teeth, she bent down to retrieve the gun. Of course, Tang Yin would not allow her that luxury. Shifting to his right, he deftly grasped a surgical knife from the tray beside him. In an instant, Zhou Wenxin made a quick decision. Abandoning the gun, she turned to flee. Unlike Lai Shou or Baitsaixia, the seasoned combatants, she was merely the medical officer of the Lai Shou team. Given her recent encounter, she knew she could not outpace Tang Yin's assault. The butterfly knife still lodged in her shoulder left her uncertain whether the next surgical knife would find its mark in her throat. With resolute determination, she dashed forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tang Yin utilized the surgical knife to cut the belt binding his right arm, and, as he sat up from the operating table, he casually retrieved an item from the second tier of the instrument table. Among Zhou Wenxin's belongings, which he had discovered while she was handling his clothes, was a cache of jeté, a relic from the old military era now often used as a narcotic. This substance, while potentially addictive, could also enhance one's perception, reaction, and agility to extraordinary levels, surpassing even the effects of the stimulant he had previously taken in the 1001 shelter's supervisor's office. Tang Yin had never harbored any feelings of pity for Zhou Wenxin. The butterfly knife had aimed for her throat, but unexpectedly, it had missed its target. Veering off course due to the lingering effects of the sedative, he had retrieved the jeté specifically to counteract the drug's influence. Although the explanation for this process might take time, Tang Yin's movements were exceedingly swift. As he freed his legs from their bindings, he inhaled a dose of jeté. The empty inhalation tube fell to the bedside as he rolled off the bed, snatched the fallen 92-style handgun, and rushed out without even donning his clothes. He could not fathom why the steelworks had excavated a basement beneath the warehouse, but the corridor outside the operating room stretched a daunting 30 to 40 meters. When Tang Yin pursued her, Zhou Wenxin had yet to escape the hallway, her silhouette clearly visible. Taking a deep breath, he raised the 92-style handgun and squeezed the trigger just before she reached the corner. The gunshot rang out, and blood erupted from Zhou Wenxin's thigh. Her body lost balance, and she fell to the ground with a cry of anguish. Tang Yin refrained from delivering a fatal blow, as he had no intention of allowing this deranged woman to evade consequences. After all, she had inflicted so much upon him without receiving any recompense. Zhou Wenxin lay on the ground, emitting pain groans. As Tang Yin approached her, she suddenly turned, wielding the butterfly knife and lunging toward him. Her audacity was remarkable for a non-combatant. However, she had not encountered the right opponent. The man behind her was far more ruthless. Tang Yin seized her left wrist, using his right hand to bend her arm inward, creating a half-circle across her fair neck from right to left. She watched in horror as the blood that should have nourished her brain gushed forth like a fountain, staining her pale skin. With a soft gasp, Zhou Wenxin crumpled to the ground, her blood pooling beneath her as her limbs twitched slightly before falling still. He achieved his goal. Zhou Wenxin's desperate retaliation and the terror of her impending death yielded him 24 reward points, bringing his system's balance to 154. Throughout their exchange, Tang Yin had not anticipated that she would grant him clemency. From the perspectives of both Lai Shou and Zhou Wenxin, his justifications would be met with disbelief. In the presence of women scarred by male violence, words held no power. His strategy was merely a ruse to buy time, allowing the dog meat to reach the warehouse area and launch an assault on Lai Shou and her subordinates, thus creating an opportunity for his escape. Returning to the operating room, he surveyed the area and discovered the clothing Zhou Wenxin had shredded in the corner. What a malicious woman, he muttered, not merely for the destruction of his attire but also due to the ensuing consequences. While the jeté had alleviated the effects of the sedative, it could not neutralize the potency of the injection he had just received. In Zhou Wenxin's words, it was a substance designed to elicit excitement. It was evident what this excitement entailed. Realizing his clothing was beyond salvage, he approached a medicine cabinet beside the display case where Zhou Wenxin kept her collectibles, seeking something to restore his composure. Among the supplies were iodine tablets, radiation inhibitors, xyaphening, radiation detoxifiers, morphine, pain reliever, sulfanilamide and penicillin, antibiotics, jeté similar to adrenaline, aminophylline, asthma reliever, and diazepam sedative. Zhou Wenxin's pharmaceutical inventory was impressively comprehensive, surpassing even that of the Pandaren Legion's medical officers. Glimpsing a fragment revealed a larger picture. It appeared that the conditions for the Lai Shou team members were markedly superior to those of the male members of the Pandaren Legion. While the array of medications was substantial, he rifled through them repeatedly without finding anything to mitigate his own overexcitement. Reflecting on Zhou Wenxin's motivations, it was clear she had no reason to concoct an antidote. A single strike had sufficed. Her only concern was whether the resulting fountain of blood was visually pleasing and whether her collectibles would fetch a good price. Utterly indifferent to the fate of the depraved man before her. Damn it, what to do? How can I possibly charge out like this? Just as he found himself at a loss, filled with frustration, the system suddenly pinged with a notification of emotional feedback, jolting him from his stupor and allowing him to suppress the turmoil and heat bubbling within. Chapter 38. An eye for an eye. He turned swiftly, and the first sight that met his gaze was the face of Lirshu, filled with hatred, her blood-red eyes glaring fiercely. It was evident that she had seen the corpse around the corner of the corridor. Tang Yin's suspicions were confirmed. Lirshu emerged with a Type 95 assault rifle in hand. But before she could leave the warehouse, the sounds of gunfire and screams echoed from the basement. Unlike her female subordinates outside, her foremost concern was Zhou Wenxin. In that moment, she harbored no elaborate thoughts. Her singular intention was to eliminate him as vengeance for Zhou Wenxin. As she raised the Type 95 assault rifle, Tang Yin turned his back to her. He was naked, and in his frantic search for clothing and the antidote, his 92 pistol lay unreachable on a nearby table. In this dire moment, he kicked the edge of the operating table with force. The narrow table slid out just enough to collide with Liu Shu's abdomen, disrupting her combat stance and causing her to lean forward. At that instant, Tang Yin slammed his hand against the ground, propelling himself up and rolling to the side, while his right foot delivered a swift kick to Liu Shu's wrist, sending the Type 95 rifle flying. Liu Shu, however, was resolute. She gritted her teeth against the pain and lunged for the fallen rifle. Tang Yin caught sight of her movement out of the corner of his eye. With determination, he propelled his body backward, his legs clamping around Liu Shu's, twisting to leverage the force and reach for the Type 95 assault rifle. Just as his hand was about to grasp the stock, Liu Shu pushed against the operating table, knocking the rifle away before he could seize it. Realizing she had thwarted his attempt to reach the weapon, Liu Shu threw a punch in retaliation. Her fist, though small and delicate, targeted a particularly sensitive area for a man. Tang Yin realized her intense loathing for men. He dared not gamble with his precious assets and swiftly flipped his body to rise from the ground. Liu Shu anticipated his reaction, knowing that any man in a similar predicament would make the same choice. As Tang Yin regained his feet, she too stood, her sights set not on the Type 95 assault rifle behind the operating table, but rather on the 92 pistol resting on a nearby table against the wall. No way. Liu Shu's signature appearance was that of a fitted outfit paired with a ponytail. Tang Yin couldn't reach the 92 pistol before she did. Yet he managed to seize her dark ponytail, yanking it backward just as her fingers brushed against the pistol. As her hand was pulled away, her head tilted back, forcing her to grasp the edge of the table for stability. Simultaneously, Tang Yin, using the recoil, lunged forward, his left hand striking the position of the 92 pistol. Liu Shu, quick as lightning, yanked the table to the right, causing Tang Yin to miss his target. The table collided with a display shelf, creating a cacophony of shattering glass as the preserved specimens of Zhou Wenxin's exquisite collection cascaded to the ground. One bottle fell from the highest shelf, crashing onto the table and splattering formaldehyde onto both combatants, while shards of glass and a relatively sizable specimen served to separate Liu Shu from the 92 pistol. Tang Yin released his grip on her ponytail, reaching for the pistol. Liu Shu, ever swift, snatched a shard of glass and slashed outward. Tang Yin evaded as best he could, but not entirely, a jagged piece slicing his cheek. Due to the backward tilt of his head, he had missed the optimal moment to claim the gun. Liu Shu pivoted, her right hand reaching for the 92 pistol. Realizing he could not prevent her from obtaining the weapon, Tang Yin suddenly seized Liu Shu's left wrist, spinning her body into the wall. The impact caused her to release her grip, the glass shard falling away. At that moment, Tang Yin's empty left hand produced a military dagger, swiftly stabbing it into her palm, pinning her hand to the wall as blood gushed forth. She let out a cry of pain, her complexion paling instantly, and her action of raising the gun slowed significantly. Tang Yin took advantage of the moment, pushing her right wrist against the wall, forcing her fingers apart and driving a second butterfly knife into her hand. Another scream erupted as blood streamed down her arm, cold sweat trickling down her temples. At this point, Liu Shu was left without the strength to resist, akin to a martyr crucified against the wall by two butterfly knives. Tang Yin released a breath of relief, feeling utterly drained, reflecting on how formidable this woman was, were it not for the system at his disposal. The outcome of this brawl was uncertain. The P-38 electromagnetic pistol, micro-submachine gun, and Type 81 assault rifle had all been acquired alongside Liu Shu's battle armor. The Ruger pistol had been rendered useless by Lang Iping's barrage of bullets, and the FN-50 sniper rifle was clearly impractical in close combat. Thankfully, the presence of the butterfly knives, which could be exchanged and withdrawn swiftly, had ultimately allowed him to subdue this fierce female. "You beast! You wretched creature! You scum! I will kill you," she spat at Tang Yin's face. Though her hands were pinned to the wall, enduring such agony did not silence her, a testament to the depth of her hatred. Her words, filled with vitriol, ignited a rebellious fire within Tang Yin. Why? Why him? He had only acted with goodwill towards the unfortunate Tian Lei. He had done nothing wrong, yet he found himself on the brink of death in this operating room, nearly becoming a twisted trophy in Zhou Wenxin's collection. Since she deemed him scum, he would show her exactly what that entailed. For how else could he quell the indignation within? How could he release the pent-up frustration? He grasped the surgical knife resting on the instrument table. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as he positioned one of Liu Shu's legs, stepping forward under her horrified gaze. "Do you think I should express gratitude for Zhou Wenxin's stimulant? This is the consequence of your own making. I almost forgot. Individuals like you never reflect on the matters concerning despicable men. For your hatred and disdain for men have become the very essence of your existence. How tragic. Chapter 39. The Reaper as the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased. Tang Yin took a step back, distancing himself from the body of the fierce woman, with the warmth of his body fading. The effects of the stimulant administered by Zhou Wenxin began to wane. He found himself calm yet forced to confront the impulsive actions he had taken. Initially, the fierce woman was consumed by rage, her eyes aflame with a desire to devour him whole. Yet now, she had closed her eyes, and it seemed there were traces of tears at the corners. Setting aside her psychological turmoil, one must acknowledge that her mother had endured humiliation and suffering for many years, ultimately meeting a tragic end, all to safeguard her daughter's well-being. Her innocence was thus built upon the death of her mother and years of struggle, steeped in the blood of kin and her own sweat. Just today, mere moments ago, he had robbed her of her 20-some years of purity, amidst the hatred and shame. It was only natural for her to grieve, to suffer. From Tang Yin's perspective, there was no doubt that the fierce woman would not let this matter rest. She would seek vengeance for Zhou Wenxin's death and for the violation of her body. Rationally, he ought to eliminate her to prevent future retribution. In that earlier moment, he could have unhesitatingly sent her to confront Zhou Wenxin, for both women sought his demise. However, having acted in a fit of impulse and indignation, the situation had become exceedingly delicate. He could not simply abandon her. He had yet to harden his heart to that extent. Kill me, what are you waiting for? Kill me, do you hear me, you coward? The fierce woman opened her eyes and hurled her wrath at him. Tang Yin lifted his gaze, bewildered. To kill or to spare? This dilemma tightened around him like a noose, causing him a throbbing headache. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. As a newcomer to the Legion, he was oblivious to the warped perceptions Zhou Wenxin and the fierce woman held regarding men. Tianhu, having been adversarial with the fierce woman for a long time, understood their natures well. He surmised that after witnessing Zhou Wenxin extend an olive branch, fearing a potential alliance against him, she seized the opportunity to strike at Tianlei, aiming to provoke animosity between him and Zhou Wenxin. The intertwined grievances, coupled with the fierce woman's covetousness for the Reaper's armor, had led to this predicament. Ignoring the fierce woman's scorn and vitriol, he donned the Reaper's armor and grasped his weapon, turning to exit. The question of how to deal with the fierce woman could wait until he dealt with the true instigator behind this chaos. Coward, you coward. Her increasingly distant and feeble curses fell on deaf ears as he left the basement and emerged outside the warehouse. Dogmeat had already eliminated the fierce woman's confidants and was now clearing the female soldiers from the eastern wall. Due to the strained relations between the fierce woman's squad and the Legion's male members, those men, fearing a fate similar to Bite Saixia, dared not approach to investigate. Tang Yin crossed the 50-meter male exclusion zone demarcated by the fierce woman before encountering a male soldier from the Legion who had come to gather information near an abandoned forklift. The soldier, evidently unaware of the turmoil within the warehouse, hesitated to approach due to sporadic gunfire. Upon recognizing the distinctive battle armor, he felt reassured and approached Tang Yin to inquire. The Legion commander is unable to contact the fierce woman via radio. Tian, who is gathering personnel in the steel workshop north of the dormitory, awaiting further instructions from the commander, the soldier reported. Tang Yin nodded, leveling his P-38 electromagnetic pistol horizontally, and pulled the trigger as the soldier's terrified gaze locked onto him. The man fell straight to the ground, unable to comprehend why he had been shot. Knowing Tianhu's location, Tang Yin activated his jetpack and surged toward the steel workshop, flames trailing behind him. Tianhu stood in a circle formed by the soldiers of the Panda Legion, counting heads under the glare of the workshop's searchlights. Suddenly, a roaring flame erupted, and a fireball soared from 10 meters away, landing before Tianhu. First came the tremendous mobility, traversing the debris-laden terrain with ease, followed by an all-terrain combat enhancement, capable of adapting to any adverse environment. Before the shockwave from the jetpack could dissipate, Tang Yin brought forth a new astonishment. He raised the newly acquired P-45 heavy electromagnetic pistol, aiming at Tianhu's head. Li Xiang, what are you doing? Tianhu did not respond, but his loyal subordinate reacted first. Doing what I must. No sooner had the words left his lips than the gun fired. Arcs of electricity bursting from the muzzle of the P-45. Tianhu was struck down without uttering a word, his head exploding like a coconut filled with explosives, showering those nearby with brain matter and gore. The headless corpse collapsed, blood gushing forth like a fountain onto the sandy ground. Tianhu's loyalists were the first to react. Some screamed in disbelief, while others shouted to kill him, rushing to grab the weapon strewn on the ground. With the second shot, a soldier's left chest was obliterated, and the P-45 vanished without a trace, replaced in Tang Yin's hands by two submachine guns. No one pondered how the heavy electromagnetic pistol had disappeared or how Tang Yin had switched weapons so seamlessly. There simply wasn't time for such thoughts. The rapid gunfire erupted, bullets raining down. The submachine guns, ideal for close-quarters combat, unleashed a torrent of death. Many fell before they could even grasp their weapons, collapsing like wheat before a scythe. The few remaining soldiers stood in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden chaos. Some began to raise their guns in retaliation. At that moment, the jetpack ignited again, flames roaring as Tang Yin, encircled by foes, moved like a swift sparrow, darting along the ground and sending one attempted assailant after another to their demise. In mere moments, over 20 bodies littered the ground, the earth stained crimson, transforming the sand into a muddy red. More than half of Tianhua's confidants and soldiers had perished. Of course, some wounded soldiers lay on the ground feigning death to escape Tang Yin's pursuit. They could not fathom why this man named Li Xiang had acted so. But one thing was clear, he was consumed by rage. And what of the snipers on the surrounding walls? Why had they not eliminated him? The steel workshop was not far from the wall, and the patrolling soldiers should have noticed the commotion and taken long-range shots to eliminate the insurgent. Chapter 40. Who is the Legion commander? The individuals traversing the walls were not indifferent to eliminating the suddenly deranged beast. Rather, they were overwhelmed by their own predicaments, leaving them no capacity to attend to the chaos unfolding below. A creature, more agile and formidable than a cheetah, unleashed a wave of carnage within the walled area, leaping and bounding, scattering a torrential downpour of blood and gore, with corpses plummeting from the battlements like dumplings, crashing onto the ground below. No one knew from whence it came. They only understood that it had annihilated the female soldiers with eyes on their foreheads before turning its wrath upon the male members' territory. The combination of walls, wooden frames, sentry posts, and bunkers served effectively to defend against external foes, yet when faced with the internal menace, it transformed into a nightmare for the watchmen. As the right side of the steel mill's shooting range became strewn with bodies, several soldiers, drawn by the sound of gunfire from the office building, arrived at the scene. Among them was Detsi, who, upon spotting the figure illuminated by the searchlight, felt a jolt of fear and dared not move. He feigned a malfunction with his firearm, delaying until he was at the rear of the group, then vanished from sight. He understood better than anyone how ruthless Tang Yin could be when enraged, and crucially, that the man could maintain his composure amidst his fury. The encounter at the Physics Research Institute and the sight of the fallen corpses ahead instilled within Detsi a clear understanding of the consequences of impulsivity, prompting his unhesitant retreat. Even if the sky were to fall, he had no desire to oppose that man. Tang Yin transformed into a silver streak, sweeping from left to right, the air pressure stirring up a cloud of dust while he methodically dispatched the approaching soldiers with two heavy electromagnetic handguns. It was futile for even those clad in leather armor to defend against the projectiles fired from the electromagnetic guns. Wearing bulletproof vests provided no protection as they were obliterated into a bouquet of shrapnel. Detsi maneuvered around the steel mill to a relatively secure spot, where he fortuitously encountered Xinghua and San Pao, who were attempting to restrain the impulsive members of their legion from rushing forward. No one wished to become a lifeless body devoid of breath and warmth, especially after witnessing the man's overwhelming power. San Pao, gazing distantly at the battle ahead, grumbled, "What on earth is that kid going mad about?" After hearing Detsi's account, San Pao could not help but roll his eyes and remarked to Xinghua, "Can you believe it? That kid would go to such lengths for a female slave? I certainly don't buy it." Xinghua remained silent, lost in thought. Detsi glanced at the shooting range, realizing the battle had concluded, with the 8-man squad, save for himself, entirely wiped out. "I believe he is a man of cold demeanor yet warm heart," he mused. Those who had survived, restrained by Xinghua, stared at the corpses illuminated by the searchlight, incredulous that the man who could kill without a flicker of an eye was considered compassionate. Tang Yin had nearly exterminated everyone associated with Tianhu, whether confidants or subordinates. As the last individual fell, blood gushing from his neck, Tang Yin holstered his weapon and strode towards the central building where the Legion commander resided. San Pao, witnessing Tang Yin's relentless assault on Tianhua's faction, expressed his shock. What does he intend to do?" It was Xinghua who finally spoke. "If my suspicions are correct, the turmoil at Lai Shou is also due to him." San Pao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you saying he wiped out Lai Shou's men first, then came here to finish off Tianhu? Xinghua replied, I do not know what has transpired within him, but it appears to be the case. Then, is he heading to the office building too? Tetsu voiced what was on everyone's mind. Song Feng, the leader of the Panda Legion, had recently lost Lei Lauer, and now both Lai Shou and Tianhu were finished. If that individual were to perish as well, the Panda Legion would crumble to dust. The infamous Panda Legion of the Gem City would fall in a single night, all because of one man. Such an assertion would surely elicit laughter, yet they were witnessing the absurdity becoming reality. What shall we do? San Pao inquired urgently. Xinghua sighed. Whoever emerges from that building tonight shall be our Legion commander. Silence enveloped them. Tetsu, San Pao, and all those restrained by Xinghua fell into quietude, with only the sporadic gunfire and cries of anguish disrupting the night stillness. Tang Yin did not enter through the front door. Instead, he activated his jetpack, propelling himself into the central area of the U-shaped office building. As a D6 explosive detonated on the rooftop, sending shards of debris cascading. The blinding light and concussive wave of a flashbang flooded the main hall. The soldiers lying in ambush at the entrance and the second-floor corridor were caught off guard, their vision overwhelmed by the intense light, rendering them combat ineffective. At that moment, as a streak of fire descended from above, Tang Yin slowly descended, rotating his body while unleashing a barrage of lethal fire from his two heavy electromagnetic handguns. Some soldiers, blinded by panic, fired wildly, only to meet their demise at the hands of the more accurate gunfire, positioned directly opposite the main entrance. A huge Y-88 general-purpose machine gun was manned by an operator who mistakenly believed he could withstand the effects of the flashbang by sheltering behind a barricade of cement bags. When a sharp sound rang out nearby, followed by a thunderous explosion, flames and shrapnel engulfed the area, sending 3 men behind the bags hurtling into the first floor amidst screams and blood. The cement dust filled the air, rendering the huge Y-88 completely inoperable. Before Tang Yin even touched the floor of the first level, the 12 soldiers lying in ambush within the hall were greeted by their grim fate. He suddenly felt the grip of his P-38 heavy electromagnetic handgun growing warm, likely due to excessive use causing the internal coils to overheat. In contrast, the P-45 heavy electromagnetic handgun proved to be more durable and resilient. Just as he was about to stow the P-38 and switch to a submachine gun, a loud bang echoed from his blind spot, and his body was struck by a force that disrupted his stance, sending him crashing toward a nearby column. Tang Yin reacted swiftly, angling the flame jet upward, drawing a circle on the ground to narrowly avoid the column and regain his footing. He turned to the source of the gunfire and spotted a towering man with a fierce countenance standing behind a metal barrier, brandishing an overseas-produced revolver shotgun. The man held a pull ring in his mouth, and with a crisp sound of impact, a round object rolled toward Tang Yin. Chapter 41. Concealed edge around. Glistening object rolled to Tang Yin's feet, exploding in an instant as his pupils constricted. With a resounding boom, flames surged like waves, shrapnel fell like rain, and the expanding black smoke enveloped the surrounding area. A burly man flipped open the lid of a pure gold lighter, igniting a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth with a flicker of flame, inhaling deeply. The curling tendrils of smoke obscured his false eye and the metallic skull covering the area above his right temple. As the smoke dispersed with the gusts from his nostrils, a figure burst through the veil of black smoke and dust, disrupting the scene. Ashes from the cigarette fell, scattering across the rough skin of his hand. The Type 2 cluster grenade was the most powerful explosive he could wield, yet it had failed to kill the man before him. Instead, it left mere scratches on the surface of his black armor, with only a trickle of blood seeping from the embedded fragments, barely qualifying as a minor injury. What in the world is this? It was his first encounter with such armor. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than heavy leather protection, with only the wrist and shin guards revealing a metallic structure. He had assumed that a shotgun would be sufficient to penetrate the enemy's defenses at close range. Yet the shotgun, which sacrificed accuracy for lethality, could not breach that layer of black skin, leaving only minor marks on the protective wings of the jetpack. To ensure absolute certainty, he had also thrown a costly Type 2 cluster grenade, composed of 2 fragmentation grenades stacked together, before pulling the trigger of his shotgun. And the result? A device capable of incapacitating even a radiation scorpion had only inflicted a slight wound on that man. Is this fellow some kind of humanoid deathclaw? The burly man, with a small metallic skull atop his head, thought quickly. A myriad of ideas flashed through his mind in a mere heartbeat. Just then, a sudden explosion rang out. Flames erupted from below the corridor, smoke enveloped his face, followed by a violent tremor. The ground beneath him gave way, and he plunged through the black smoke and swirling dust, descending with the collapsing concrete slabs into the hall below. The distance from the corridor to the ground was not great, merely 4 to 5 meters, with some cement bags scattered below. Unfortunately, his right leg collided with the sharp edge of a concrete block, though it appeared he had not sustained serious external injuries. He alone knew that he would be unable to move for a while. What does this mean? As a shadow approached, trailing wisps of smoke and heat, a large caliber handgun, capable of shattering skulls, was pressed against his forehead. Concealed edge? Tang Yin gazed at the burly man, half-seated on the concrete block, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He had been waiting for this person for quite some time. Not to mention Tianlei's death, he himself had nearly become someone else's trophy. Li Xiang? The mention of this name caused the Legion commander to cough violently, the half-burnt cigarette he held tumbling into the crevice of the concrete block, disappearing without a trace. He had heard this name before, from Zheng Hua. He had listened to tales of Li Xiang's exploits from San Pao's boasts. I suppose. You are not a scavenger, are you? Tang Yin stated, who I am is of little consequence. What matters is from whom Zahoba received the mission, and why he targeted the inhabitants of Shelter 1001. Concealed Edge retorted, are you from Shelter 1001? He had heard of that shelter. Due to Zahoba's prolonged absence, Tian, who had sent individuals to investigate the area surrounding Shelter 1001, discovering that all 3 tasked with the mission had perished. So, you killed those 3 as well. Given Li Xiang's skills and conduct, anyone not a fool would arrive at such a conclusion. First Zahoba, then Tian, who, it seemed that Li Xiang's situation was dire as well. If he added himself to the mix, it would appear that this young man had nearly dismantled the Panda Corps single-handedly. So, you are a principled man with boundaries? You are the leader of the Panda Corps, establishing rules and adhering to principles. How admirable. Tang Yin pressed his finger down. Rest assured, after your demise, I shall take care of your men, and perhaps amend the so-called rules you cherished. Concealed Edge's pupils constricted suddenly, yet his expression remained relatively calm. A person capable of leading a legion must possess some courage. Please, do not pull the trigger, a pleading voice echoed from above. A wheelchair entered his line of sight, followed by small hands gripping the wheels, callous thumbs and forefingers evident. She was not only a cripple but also blind, unable to see the path ahead. Unaware that the corridor had been blasted open by the sticky grenade Tang Yin had thrown. Do not come closer, Concealed Edge shouted, but it was in vain. She propelled herself in the wheelchair, tumbling over the edge where the corridor had fractured. In a panic, Concealed Edge abandoned thoughts of the gun pressed against his forehead and lunged toward the spot where Reyna had fallen. He momentarily forgot his injured leg. Fervor and impulsivity could not help him overcome his own limitations. As Reyna plummeted from the 2nd floor, her head, covered in a white cloth, was about to collide with the uneven ground below. A flash of fire erupted, the heat singeing the hair at Concealed Edge's temples, pain searing across his face. Yet none of this mattered. The wheelchair crashed to the ground with a thud, its right wheel spinning in midair. Reyna lay in Tang Yan's arms, her pallid face drooping, lips trembling slightly. It seemed she had yet to recover from the recent ordeal. Concealed Edge dragged his injured leg forward, his expression resolute compared to the calm demeanor he had earlier displayed. I will relay the order for you to assume the position of the Panda Corps leader. But there is one condition. Kill me along with her and bury us in a tranquil place. I know of a river to the north of the base. On the other side lies a small hill, a fitting resting place. Concealed Edge indicated the location where Tianlei was buried. Tang Yin raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning icy. He suspected that Concealed Edge was using the disabled and blind girl as a shield, considering he had just saved her. If he were like Yang Ji, the ruthless leader of the Razor Demon, he would never have extended a hand to save an enemy's daughter. To use a young girl as a bargaining chip, what a despicable individual. Chapter 42. The Hidden Dragon, perhaps sensing the icy murderous intent emanating from Tang Yan's gaze, Song Feng remarked, you think too much. The reason I say such things is that without me, her fate would be even more tragic. In this wasteland, no one is willing to care for a burden rendered immobile. Her existence would only prolong her suffering, and she might very well perish in the wilderness, becoming prey for mutated dogs or vultures. I do not wish for her to meet such an end. Tang Yin met his eyes, finding no trace of deception. No. Do not kill him. Song Feng is a good man. If you take his life, his entire legion will collapse, leaving many without food, water, or a place to sleep, transforming them into heartless marauders who live by robbery and murder. A good man, Song Feng, who in this desolate land dares to proclaim themselves virtuous. Is there truly such a thing as an unequivocal good person in this wasteland? He shifted slightly to the side. Cradling Reyna as the P-45 heavy electromagnetic pistol was aimed at Song Feng's head. Rest assured, I will take care of her in your stead. Song Feng paused. His piercing gaze fixed on Tang Yin for a moment before he nodded. Do it. I believe in you. Do not pull the trigger. Please do not kill him, Reyna cried out, struggling fiercely in his grasp, desperately biting at his arm. Alas, the Reaper armor was far too thick for her small teeth to penetrate. How could an 11 or 12-year-old girl pose a threat to Tang Yin? Song Feng inhaled deeply. Closing his eyes. The law of the wasteland is survival of the fittest. There was nothing more to say. Defeat would lead to death at the hands of the enemy. Such events transpire daily. He harbored no hatred for anyone, only for his own limitations. Yet, there was some solace in knowing that Reyna would be cared for after his demise. His gaze was likely akin to that. Farewell, Tang Yin whispered. The P-45 heavy electromagnetic pistol erupted with a fiery blast amid Reyna's wails. A deafening bang echoed in the air. To Song Feng's astonishment, he was not dead. He remained alive, merely scorched by the heat radiating from the gun's muzzle. What was happening? He opened his eyes to see the gun angled. Instinctively turning his head to follow the barrel's direction, and there, about 10 meters behind him, a shimmering light appeared at the base of a pillar. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a figure outlined by the light. With a crackle, a series of flashes illuminated the scene, revealing a woman clad in black leather armor, dual swords strapped to her back. Her long ponytail swayed as she crouched low. Song Feng was somewhat familiar with the Reaper's prowess and was certain that this woman, half-squatting on the ground, was not the famed ice beauty of the Legion. The muzzle of the P-45 still smoldered. The woman positioned herself with her legs apart, arms planted on the ground, her body leaning to the right as if evading something. Song Feng noticed a tear in her leather armor on her left shoulder, exposing a grainy black substance within. Clearly, Tang Yin's earlier shot had compromised her cloaking suit, yet her posture suggested she had narrowly avoided the bullet aimed at her body. This woman was formidable. The Reaper did not possess such abilities. This sequence of events unfolded rapidly, almost instantaneously. Reyna was oblivious to the changes before her, only hearing the gunfire of the P-45, believing that Song Feng had perished, and she screamed while thrashing, trying to escape the grasp of her executioner. The woman did not afford Tang Yin the opportunity to adjust his aim. With a sudden burst of strength, she maneuvered her body like a sleek cat, slipping away. The second shot was fired, but the bullet struck the ground more than a foot away from her, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tang Yin's expression darkened as he realized that another presence had entered the hall. The woman approached him with deliberate slowness, seemingly intent on a stealth attack. If he were an ordinary person, or if he were not clad in Reaper armor, with most of his focus on Song Feng and Reyna, he would never have detected her presence. He continued to converse with Song Feng, feigning ignorance, while subtly repositioning himself to catch her off guard. The gun fired, the bullet damaging the woman's cloaking suit, yet failing to injure her. Song Feng concluded that this woman was indeed superior to the Reaper and recognized the challenge she posed. Just then, the masked woman accelerated, almost leaping off the bullets fired from a submachine gun, heading toward a pillar. She did not hide behind the pillar. Instead, using her arms for support, she spun around it, propelled by centrifugal force, and when Tang Yin could not keep pace with her speed, she launched herself off the adjacent staircase, turning midair and aiming for Tang Yin's back. The long sword she had drawn glimmered with a lethal sharpness. In the blink of an eye, the woman had maneuvered around to a position where her opponent could scarcely track her. It was undeniably impressive. Tang Yin reacted with great alacrity, realizing he had no time to turn and face her. He dropped low, igniting the thrusters on his backpack. Flames surging forth like a rocket parallel to the ground, propelling him several meters away. The woman's strike missed, and without waiting for Tang Yin to rise, she rolled on the ground, pushing off with her feet and darting forward again. Her two long swords crossed, spiraling toward Tang Yin's retreating figure. Hearing an unusual sound behind him, he dared not hesitate, slamming his wrist against the ground and exerting all his strength on the thruster's nozzle, launching himself upward to narrowly evade the encircling blades. The rapid exchange left him drenched in cold sweat. Without hesitation, as he descended, he unleashed a barrage of bullets from the submachine gun. In that critical moment, the woman pressed her sword downward, the shimmering blade embedding itself in the concrete floor, using the remaining momentum to spin her body and evade most of the bullets. However, one bullet struck her left hand. Though her leather armor appeared thin, its defensive capabilities were astonishing. The submachine gun's bullets penetrated only halfway, injuring her muscle tissue but failing to shatter her bones. Tang Yin lamented that his weapon was not the P-45 heavy electromagnetic pistol. Otherwise, that strike would have rendered her left hand useless. Of course, weapons like the P-38 and P-45, while formidable, could not match the agility and rapid-fire capabilities of the submachine gun, making them ill-suited for dealing with such a remarkably nimble adversary. As she turned toward her sword, she pushed off the ground, launching herself into the air, drawing her blade. The subsequent bullet struck her sword, sending sparks flying and creating a cacophony of sound. Tang Yin, following her momentum, looked up to see her pale face behind the mask, slightly trembling, indicating that the process of drawing her sword and deflecting the bullet had inflicted considerable pain. This woman was not only powerful but also ruthless, proving to be a formidable opponent. The thought flickered through his mind, but before he could dwell on it, a long sword lunged toward his body. She had inexplicably discarded her right-hand weapon to attack him with a thrust. Tang Yin attempted to evade, but his body was immobilized, and the sword struck his left shoulder. The armoring designed to withstand bullets could not fully protect him from the piercing thrust of the sword, which embedded itself an inch deep, carving a wound in his shoulder. Chapter 43. Adding fuel to the fire. The woman's longsword possessed a far greater destructive potential than the shrapnel from a Type II cluster grenade, and the system detected alarmingly high radiation levels. It appeared that the woman's weapon, in addition to its physical lethality, could inflict fatal radiation upon the human body. Truly, she was a venomous temptress. He winced in pain, unable to suppress a curse in his mind, and promptly retrieved a regeneration serum to inject into the ports of his Reaper armor. When faced with the sword hurled by the woman, it was not that he was incapable of dodging. Rather, he could not evade, for behind him crawled a blind, crippled little girl emerging from the concrete block. She was oblivious to her surroundings and thus unaware of the impending danger. Should Tang Yin choose to evade, the incoming sword would mercilessly pierce the child's frail body. He was not a man devoid of compassion, yet he could not bear to witness her demise, so he remained steadfast, bracing himself against the onslaught with his left shoulder. The system indicated a gratitude feedback, rewarding him with 10 points. Meanwhile, the woman, having successfully struck, refrained from launching another assault. She swiftly closed the gap to Tsang Feng, her sword poised before her, and spoke in a cold, emotionless tone. "Where is the data card from Shelter 1083? Perhaps sensing the fleeting look of confusion in Tsang Feng's eyes, she added, "Hand it over, and I will assist you in dealing with him." Confident in her weapon, she knew that the commonly available anti-radiation medications in this land would not alleviate the additional damage inflicted by her longsword. Tsang Feng's expression shifted, as if understanding the gravity of the situation. Just then, a thunderous explosion resonated from outside, not the sound of a grenade, but rather the detonation of explosives, echoing from the vicinity of the office building's entrance. "All right," Tsang Feng responded, his right hand reaching for his jacket pocket. However, at that moment, as the woman's gaze softened, Tsang Feng's false eye suddenly shot out with remarkable speed towards her face. The false eye, slightly smaller than a normal eyeball, morphed mid-flight, revealing a slender blade protruding from its center. Tang Yin had not anticipated such a transformation of the false eye, nor had the woman. However, this did not imply her inability to counter it. She deftly avoided a vital strike from the sudden attack of the P-45 heavy electromagnetic pistol, let alone a concealed weapon that was less formidable than a bullet. With a sharp sound, Tsang Feng's false eye was grasped mere inches from its target. The woman's face darkened, a flicker of menace crossing her features, yet the next moment, her expression drastically altered. The false eye, now clutched in her palm, emitted a blinding flash, followed by a dull explosion, releasing a billowing cloud of black smoke. As the flames subsided and the smoke cleared, her hand dangled limply, the black casing that had enveloped it now riddled with cracks. The residual glow flickered, while tiny black particles drifted away like grains of sand, whisked away by the wind, vanishing from sight. Her arm trembled, clearly injured. After all, it had borne the full brunt of a mini-explosion. Tsang Feng raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Had an ordinary person grasped that eye, their hand would have been obliterated. Yet this mysterious woman had merely suffered damage to the peculiar sheath, leaving her right arm incapacitated but not permanently disfigured. "You damned woman," she seethed, her gaze icy, blood seeping from the bullet wound in her left hand as she thrust her longsword forward. Yet at that moment, she anticipated that she would withdraw the sword embedded in Tang Yin's shoulder. Behind her, a jetpack erupted in a blaze, hurtling towards her position, indicating that the earlier strike had not significantly affected him. The woman's expression darkened. She possessed a keen awareness of the current predicament and, without hesitation, she sheathed her sword and retreated behind a pillar, utilizing the surrounding debris for cover, swiftly maneuvering into the right corridor. With her agility, escaping through the ruins under the cover of darkness was feasible unless Dogmeat intervened. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for one man to impede her. Yet, Dogmeat was preoccupied with the sudden turn of events and could not provide assistance. "Thank you," came Song Feng's voice from the right. He understood why the commander expressed such gratitude. The woman had been observing his every move. Not only did he receive gratitude feedback for shielding Reyna from the sword, but the system had also awarded him 100 points during his ambush on the woman. This indicated that the commander's feelings towards him had swiftly transformed into trust. It was no wonder that those below remarked that Song Feng's primary objective in establishing the Panda Corps was to create a relatively superior environment for Reyna and himself, showing little concern for the lives of the Corps members. Even when Tian, who self-appointed as vice commander of the Panda Corps, Song Feng turned a blind eye. For Tian, who assisted him in managing numerous affairs, allowing him more time to spend with Reyna. All of this change stemmed from Tang Yin shielding Reyna from a sword strike, revealing the depth of Song Feng's regard for the girl. He was her savior, willing to endure injury himself rather than witness Reyna suffer. Therefore, he could extend unconditional trust. Tang Yin said nothing, merely stowing away his submachine gun. The situation had escalated to a point where further combat was unnecessary. Song Feng, where are you?" Reyna called out, her small hands covered in dust, her face smeared with concrete powder. "I'm here. Don't cry. He is a good person." Song Feng limped toward Reyna, dragging his injured leg. The little girl was unaware of Tang Yin's actions, yet he was acutely aware, casually tossing the woman's abandoned sword into the system's space. Tang Yin withdrew the shrapnel from the cluster grenade embedded in his Reaper armor, feeling a sense of fairness in witnessing the commander's plight. As for enduring a sword strike for Reyna, he felt no sense of grievance. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of gunfire grew increasingly pronounced. Explosions flashing outside the window, accompanied by faint, chaotic voices. After calming Reyna, who had stabilized her emotions, Song Feng turned his attention to the situation outside. "Are those your people?" Tang Yin inquired, recalling how he had nearly annihilated Tian Hu and Lai Shou's men upon entering. With the remaining soldiers subdued by Zhang Hua and San Pao, leaving no opportunity for him to report the unfolding events outside. From the commotion, it appeared that a large-scale conflict was erupting. Tang Yin shook his head, stating, "If I am not mistaken, your enemies have come to pay a visit." "My enemies?" Song Feng offered him a cigarette, which was declined and subsequently lit for himself with a pure gold lighter, inhaling deeply. "Yes, I have seen the prophet from the Black Saints." "The Black Saints? The prophet?" Song Feng's expression shifted, his previously relaxed brow furrowing deeply as he regarded Tang Yin with a peculiar gaze. If his memory served him correctly, this man had single-handedly infiltrated the Black Saints base and had abducted their leader before their very eyes. The prophet was more than merely an enemy. "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 44, The Chihuahua of the Battlefield. No, the mascot before the crumbling gates of the wall, the prophet, clad in a black suit adorned with a red tie and topped with a hat, stood atop the bed of a vividly painted modified pickup truck. With a microphone connected to a loudspeaker mounted on the roof, he solemnly proclaimed, "Fellow compatriots, do you see? This is the power possessed by the Black Saints. A family united by dreams and hopes fears no hardship. As long as the heart that pursues happiness continues to beat, and the thoughts yearning for freedom still spark, the Black Saints shall never be extinguished. My compatriots, regarding the recent confrontation, I am aware it was instigated by the governor of Gem City. You have been compelled and seduced by him, forced to raise arms against our kin. Some harbor misunderstandings about the Black Saints, perceiving us as disruptors of order. I wish to clarify, you have not genuinely sought to understand us. Once you gain a comprehensive and complete understanding of the Black Saints, you will realize we are not destroyers of order, we shall become its creators. It is the governor of Gem City and his reliance on the Black Hand Mercenary Corps who embody evil, conservatism, and reactionary greed, gnawing at the suffering inhabitants of this wasteland. Fellow compatriots, in this apocalyptic desolation, we must unite to rebuild our homeland and restore the culture that countless descendants of Yin and Huang take pride in. Rather than resorting to fratricidal conflict over a meager morsel of food or a sip of drink, descending into beasts devoid of humanity and reason. Remember our identity, people. We are not animals, we are human. On either side of the modified pickup truck, Many members of the Black Saints raised their weapons, erupting with fervent shouts, "Ugga, ugga, 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 prophet, 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 prophet." At the sentry tower closest to the gates, SUSI kicked the backside of a fallen soldier, watching the body plummet from above, landing in a sprawled position. As the vehicle carrying the prophet passed, he did not join the others in their chants, instead furrowing his brow at the walls, puzzled by the peculiar reaction of the Panda Corps. The enemy should be formidable, yet their counterattack was remarkably weak, nearly crumbling at the slightest touch. He recalled the confident demeanor of the Razor Demon's backbone during their journey here. What transpired here? What mischief were the Razor Demons up to behind the scenes? Observing the brightly lit office buildings in the distance, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes tightened. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the previous tribulations faced by the Black Saints. Although he did not personally witness that event, he had heard his comrades recount it. The individual named Li Xiang had often been ridiculed by those around him, blamed for his lax oversight that nearly endangered the prophet. Naturally, when the prophet spoke of that conflict as a destined trial, it carried a weight entirely different from that of mere comrades. Faced with traitors, the guards of Gem City, the Black Hand mercenaries, the Panda Corps, and the living dead from 5 factions, the Black Saints did not succumb. This was nothing short of a miracle. A revelation of fate. The Black Saints would be reborn from the ashes, emerging even stronger. The prophet's words were soon validated when Yang Ji of the Razor Demons proactively reached out after the incident, further expressing goodwill and friendship, thus securing the Black Saints' first ally. This was a fortuitous development, yet it became a source of concern for SUSI. Reason dictated that Yang Ji's decision to ally with the Black Saints was to forge a resistance front against the threats posed by Gem City and the Panda Corps. After all, this matter had drawn the governor and Song Feng closer together. The guards of Gem City, the Black Hand mercenaries, and the Panda Corps could unite to assault the Black Saints, as well as confront the Razor Demons. On the other hand, he was inclined to accept this as a trial by fate. As the prophet stated, the tide of civilization surges forward, from the Renaissance to the Industrial Revolution. From the collapse of feudalism to the rise of capitalism, any ancient force attempting to obstruct human progress would be swept away. The prophet reminded them that the old France underwent 5 revolutions before establishing the Republic. Despite the setbacks, the overarching direction remained unchanged. Only those who pursue progress, harbor hope, respect others, think critically, and maintain clarity of mind are worthy to stand beside him, able to witness how the tides of the era surge and the currents of history flow. SUSI hoped to be one of those individuals, accompanying the man who radiates the brilliance of humanity toward the pinnacle. In stark contrast to the fervent and hysterical Black Saints, the leader of the Razor Demons, Yang Ji, donned inconspicuous leather armor, blending into the crowd as he entered the Panda Corps base. His face was obscured by a filter resembling a mouthpiece, and black windbreak glasses concealed his features. Compared to the Black Saints, the Razor Demon soldiers were much more cautious, only beckoning from the shadowed area to the right of the entrance once they had ensured the resistance around the walls had been eradicated. A figure approached through the night. Well done, Yang Ji snapped his fingers behind him. A trusted aide brought forth a metallic box, revealing over 50 doses of jet within. The figure emerging from the shadows was visibly exhilarated, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If a member of the Panda Corps were present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as the Elder Lu. This is what you desired, Yang Ji addressed the eager addict. The demise of Lei Lauer had proven to be a significant boon for him. Had Lei Lauer lived, Lu would not have consented to this transaction, and they would not have smoothly breached the entrance to the Panda Corps base. The Panda Corps could infiltrate the Black Saints, and he could just as easily procure information from the Panda Corps. Gem City was a veritable den of iniquity, whether bandits, merchants, mercenaries, or scavengers, even monster hunters. All sought amusement there during their leisure. Thus, it provided an excellent platform for intelligence gathering. Some lured targets with food, others with women, while some resorted to threats of violence. Moreover, there existed a substance that could cause addicts to abandon their principles, jet. Elder Lu was a secret informant developed by the Razor Demons. As an elder of the Corps, Lu possessed knowledge far surpassing that of ordinary soldiers. Yet he was astute and measured. Previously, he had sold the Razor Demons inconsequential information. However, with Lei Lauer's demise, Lu, now without support, understood that aligning with Tian who would not earn him trust, and Lai Shou would never utilize a man of his caliber. As for his friend, Zhenghua, he was but a weakling. When the Razor Demons proposed a lucrative deal, Lu shrewdly agreed. In fact, this was the second transaction he accomplished that day. He had also earned some extra profit beforehand. After all, he was leaving, and any additional gain was welcome. Just as Song Feng cared little for the panda court he founded, but rather for the blind and lame young girl. Lu's attachment to the panda court paled in comparison to his desire for a box of jet. Chapter 45. Trust Tang Yin turned and walked towards the entrance of the hall. Song Feng inquired about his intentions. He was already in the process of executing them. The modified pickup truck carrying the prophet came to a sudden halt in the square in front of the office building. The weeds growing in the cracks of the concrete had turned yellow, and the surface, barely describable as flat, was marred by tire tracks. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The driver had abruptly braked due to a terrifying visage illuminated by the headlights. A monstrous beast, nearly human-sized, stood upright, using its elongated appendages to hoist a person and hurl them violently onto the ground in front of the modified pickup truck. A chilling bark, incongruent with its size, echoed as the creature shook off the blood clinging to its limbs and circled the truck, seemingly unfazed by the glaring lights. The driver's face turned pale as he seized the M16 assault rifle from the passenger seat. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks resounded from the truck bed. The prophet, of modest height, was obscured by the loudspeaker, unable to discern the situation in front of the vehicle. The driver disembarked, poised to protect the esteemed and revered prophet before the soldiers could arrive. He raised his rifle at the creature, which persistently lingered just beyond the reach of the headlights. Before he could pull the trigger, the individual who had been pierced by the beast and thrown before the modified truck stirred, turning to face him and saying, "Hey, buddy, lend me a hand." The man extended a bloodied hand, seemingly seeking assistance to rise from the ground. It was only then that the driver took note of the man's appearance. His face was pale, resembling a corpse retrieved from a morgue. The individual donned a type of armor unlike the typical leather or metal gear of ordinary thugs. It was a mechanized, modular exoskeleton. The driver recognized this apparatus, having seen it utilized by the Black Hand mercenaries who had pursued them with CF-06 general-purpose machine guns, only to escape from a tide of corpses and regroup at a secondary base known only to core members like Hu Laosi. He recalled that the prophet had elaborated on this formidable individual equipment, stating that the elite mercenaries of the Black Hand were outfitted with this mechanical exoskeleton. Manufactured by the Huaxia Weaponry Industry Group in 2029, codenamed Red Sword. Subsequent iterations, the Red Sword 2 and 3 exoskeletons, were produced in 2034 and 2039, respectively. The improved version of the Red Sword 3 was a core component of the P-43 power armor. How had this injured man acquired such advanced mechanical armor? The driver was astonished not only by the exoskeleton but also by the beast's ferocity. The exoskeleton was designed for load-bearing, environmental adaptability, strength augmentation, and auxiliary firepower. Yet its primary drawback was insufficient defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, the injured man had wisely reinforced his chest with a steel plate for ballistic protection. However, at this moment, a gaping hole marred the steel plate, revealing torn flesh beneath, a testament to the beast's might. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Help me up. That dog has wrecked my support system." The driver snapped back to attention, cautiously eyeing the shadowy figure while grasping the injured man's blood-soaked hand, preparing to assist him. He recalled the prophet mentioning that the Razorback had deployed a special unit, predicting a smooth raid today. The actions taken by the Panda Legion at the Black Saints base would be mirrored here, a poetic justice of sorts. Surely, the man before him, beset by the beast, was the so-called special operative. The driver's focus was primarily on the creature, oblivious to the sinister smile curling at the corner of the injured man's mouth. By the time he sensed the impending danger, it was too late. The man surged from the ground, transforming into a frenzied beast, seizing the driver's shoulders and thrusting him against the hood of the truck. The pale visage leaned in closer to his neck, mouth agape, ready to bite down. "What are you doing? Let me go," the driver shouted desperately, attempting to push the frenzied man away. Strangely, despite his grievous injuries, the man possessed extraordinary strength, leaving the driver powerless against the onslaught. Gradually, his voice devolved into ragged gasps, blood frothing from his mouth, trailing down in a crimson stream as the light in his eyes began to fade. The prophet leapt from the cargo area, bearing witness to the horrifying scene unfolding before him. He neither fled nor exhibited fear. Instead, a look of fascination graced his features, as though he had stumbled upon something captivating. The driver lay dead, eyes wide open, lifeless on the ground. The man clad in the mechanical exoskeleton stepped away, licking his blood-stained lips and wiping the crimson residue from the corners of his mouth. His actions did little to erase the blood, Instead, they accentuated the shocking scarlet stain. Soon, his pallid complexion regained its color, resembling that of an ordinary human once more. A bandit, tasked with reconnaissance, spotted the modified pickup truck's halt and assumed the prophet was in peril. He sprinted over, aiming his firearm at the transformed creature. A gunshot rang out, blood splattering as the man convulsed on the ground before falling still. After tonight's conflict, his proficiency in the art of killing had significantly advanced. In front of the modified pickup truck, the man in the mechanical exoskeleton began dismantling the damaged metallic components. "What a useless piece of junk," he muttered. "This thing is hardly functional." Despite the gaping wound in his chest and the grotesque flesh exposed, he exhibited no signs of his supposed injuries in his movements, speech, or demeanor. As he proceeded to remove the upper body components and began to disassemble the lower systems, a figure suddenly appeared atop the hood of the modified pickup truck, accompanied by the sound of the wind. No one knew how she had arrived, but judging by her silhouette, she appeared to be a woman. "Xian, you look quite disheveled," she remarked, leaping down from the hood, her feet landing soundlessly as if cushioned by cotton. Gazing at her bullet-riddled left hand, she scoffed lightly. "It seems your mission did not go as planned." As Xian lamented, the door to the office building swung open, unleashing a brilliant flame that swiftly approached the location of the modified pickup truck. Chapter 46. The voice of hope. The eyes of Xian were astute as they pointed at Tang Yin, expressing a fervent desire for the attire he wore. "I want what he is wearing," desperately. Rin glanced at the scattered mechanical exoskeletons on the ground, recalling. "You mentioned the same when you saw it in Gem City." "Did I?" "I don't remember," came Tang Yan's response. Rin chose not to pursue the topic further, abruptly retreating into the encroaching darkness. With the mission thwarted, lingering was futile. Her voice faded into the heavy shroud of night as she departed. Another failure weighed upon him, leading to a dismal reflection on his life. Was it the fate of artists to achieve their zenith only posthumously? Perhaps he should heed his mother's advice and strive to become a writer. He muttered these words, bewildering both Tang Yin and the seer. As he cast a glance towards the world beyond the wall, his expression shifted subtly, and he promptly turned, sprinting in the direction Ren had retreated. His gestures ungraceful and frantic. "The living dead are coming, everyone run!" Hu Laosi exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment as he and the black-clad disciples of the Razor Demon were baffled by the bloodied figure's madness. As Ren and Xian exited the battlefield, Tang Yin deactivated his jetpack and halted before the modified pickup truck. The canine, Dog Meat, lay low beside him, its teeth stained crimson. "Glad to see you well, Your Excellency the Seer." Hu Laosi's countenance flickered as he recognized the voice, his gaze sharpening as he stammered. You're that fellow named Li Xiong." The utterance of Li Xiong's name rendered everyone speechless, staring at the man clad in black battle armor. To any member of the black-clad disciples, the name was notorious. He was the one who had abducted the seer, causing them immense suffering. Had it not been for him, they would not have been blindsided by the triumvirate forces of Gem City, the Black Hand Mercenary Corps, and the Panda People Legion. In a fair fight, despite being outmatched, they would never have been so utterly defeated. "So, you are one of the Panda People." Tang Yin had no inclination to elucidate his convoluted past. Suddenly, Dog Meat stirred, baring its teeth and assuming a vigilant stance towards the east. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted from atop the wall, not from the central clash between the Razor Demon soldiers and Zhenghua, but from the direction of the steel mill's entrance. Hadn't that area been overtaken by the Razor Demon? Yang Zhi had entrusted the task of breaching the office building to the black-clad disciples, a decision that pleased both the seer and his subordinates alike. At that moment, an anxious voice crackled through the vehicle's radio. "Night Owl calling the voice of hope. Night Owl calling the voice of hope. The living dead are upon us. The Razor Demon faction is already wavering. Repeat, the living dead are upon us. The Razor Demon faction is already wavering." Night Owl was a team the seer had stationed outside for reconnaissance. As for the voice of hope, it referred to the modified pickup truck outfitted with a loudspeaker. The living dead are here? At this moment, the shock of his identity still lingering, Tang Yin was jolted by the news of the undead's arrival. The last time the forces of Gem City, the Black Hand Mercenary Corps, and the Panda People Legion had stormed the black-clad disciple stronghold, a horde of undead had emerged unexpectedly, catching both attackers and defenders off guard, leading to a hasty conclusion of the battle. Now, with the Razor Demons and the black-clad disciples assaulting the Panda People's base, those creatures had once again interrupted crucial moments. Previously, the black-clad disciples had been relieved by their chaos. Today was different. The office building loomed ahead, and Zhang Feng, along with a small, injured girl, might be watching from the window. Withdraw, quickly withdraw. The seer has said, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Suddenly, the foremost individual pulled the trigger, unleashing a volley of bullets at Tang Yin. Hu Laosi refrained from joining the attack, opting instead to jump into the driver's seat of the pickup truck. He twisted the steering wheel hard, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle roared around in a sharp turn, heading towards the exit where the seer awaited. For the black-clad disciples, the most irreplaceable treasure was not weapons, nor food, nor even their lives, but the life of the seer, the hope of Huaxia civilization. Hiss! Dog meat leaped in front of Tang Yin, blocking the bullets fired by the black-clad disciples. In the next breath, a fiery explosion erupted as a submachine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, cutting down the remaining black-clad soldiers like wheat. After dispatching those foes, Tang Yin activated his jetpack, transforming into a dazzling red streak against the night as he swiftly approached the modified pickup truck. Dog meat galloped closely behind, each paw striking the ground with a thunderous echo, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. With his submachine gun's magazine exhausted, Tang Yin switched to the P-45 and P-38, flying alongside the pickup truck's passenger side, each shot resulting in a black-clad member collapsing to the ground. The seer observed Tang Yin's silhouette in the rearview mirror. As they neared the gate, he saw Tang Yin make a gesture. After a moment of hesitation, the seer lowered the passenger window. "Would you be interested in working for me?" As those words reached Hu Laoxi's ears, he felt an urge to strangle the audacious man. Setting aside the matter of his disguise and infiltration into the black-clad disciples to abduct the seer, the notion of him requesting the seer to work for him after the massacre at the Panda People's base was preposterous. "Think it over carefully," came the voice. The fiery figure in the rearview mirror vanished, and the ferocious beast that had been pursuing the modified pickup truck was gone as well. Hu Laosi turned to glance back, discovering that the man and his pet had changed course, charging towards the Razor Demon soldiers descending from the wall. He didn't come after us." Hu Laosi cast a sidelong glance at the seer, noting the smile gracing his face, not one of anger, but rather that of someone who had found an intriguing target. The modified pickup truck's front tires crushed through the collapsed iron gate, bouncing as it exited the steel mill. Dog meat plunged into the panicking crowd, unleashing a storm of carnage in its wake. Tang Yin did not pursue the Razor Demon soldiers, but instead cleared away the nuisances around him, scaling a watchtower on the inner side of the wall to survey the mountainous terrain outside. The vehicles attacking the Panda People's base were retreating, with a broken leg. Chang Wu had tied himself to the modified pickup truck's cargo bed, gripping an M60 machine gun as he unleashed a barrage of fire towards the opposing hills. Covering the convoy's passage, Tang Yin took in the chaotic paint job of the Voice of Hope and turned his gaze towards the parking lot behind the office building. There, military off-road vehicles were stationed. A sly smile curved his lips. Chapter 47. The choice. Tang Yin leaped from the watchtower and made his way towards the parking lot adjacent to the office building. Along the way, he encountered Song Feng, accompanied by Zheng Hua and San Pao, limping towards him. Their gazes were laden with complexity. The excitement and fervor were unmistakable on Zheng Hua and San Pao's faces. Despite the Panda Man Corps suffering grievous losses from the assaults of the Black Saints and the Razor Demons, compounded by an influx of living corpses, the current situation was indeed dire. Detzi and a few others dared not look him in the eye, their expressions betraying an undeniable fear. One man and his dog had utterly decimated the powers of the formidable leaders, Lirshu and Tianhu, with even the personal guards of the Legion leader sustaining heavy casualties. How could they not be astonished? How could they not be shaken to their core? What was even more astounding was that he had managed to win over Song Feng. In the wake of Lirshu and Tianhu's catastrophic defeat, with many of their guards slain, Song Feng harbored no hatred or anger towards him. Instead, he spoke of a young man named Li Xiang as a good person. How had he accomplished this? What had transpired in the office building S hall? The onlookers felt a mix of fear and respect towards him. The tide of corpses was approaching. It was time to retreat. Zheng Hua first glanced at Tang Yin's expression, then at Song Feng's, before voicing his thoughts on the current predicament. This was the base of the Panda Man Corps, where they had resided for many years. How could they not have formed detachments? They would only resort to such drastic measures in dire circumstances. The fastest zombies had already reached the entrance, surging towards the base. Zheng Hua had just ascended the watchtower and confirmed the scale of the undead horde through his monocular, discovering that their number far exceeded that of the initial assault on the Black Saints base, with at least 4 luminous corpses among them. The gate of the surrounding wall had collapsed, Heavy weaponry was largely destroyed by the enemy, and the Legion had suffered over half its strength, leaving the remaining members devoid of fighting spirit. Tang Fong shook his head, dismissing the need for such complexity. With that, he strode toward the parking lot, leaving the others perplexed. He had decided to lend a hand at Song Feng, Xinghua, and the others, from acquiring Tianlei, being ambushed by Lu De, to slaying Zhou Wenxin, defeating Tianhu and his subordinates, and finally the battle that unfolded in the office buildings hall. Culminating in the onslaught of the Black Saints and Razor Demons, he had amassed a total of 308 reward points. Adding the initial 104 points and deducting the cost for the P-45 heavy electromagnetic pistol, submachine gun, D-6 explosives, flashbangs, fragmentation grenades, and B-3 grenades, he was left with 1,012 reward points. His choice to assist Song Feng and Xinghua was not born out of sentimentality, but rather a strategic calculation for reward points. Survivors like Xinghua, San Pao, and Detzi, who had managed to endure, largely operated outside the influence of the two dominant factions and bore no hostility towards him. If he aided them in defending their base, preventing them from becoming homeless and destitute, what kind of sentiments would they harbor towards him? The outcome was self-evident. He opened the door of the military off-road vehicle, seized from the Black Saints, settled into the driver's seat, and started the engine, departing the parking lot with a roar. He sped past Song Feng and the others, heading straight for the breached gate. The horn blared at full volume as the military vehicle thundered over one undead after another, plunging into the depths of the desolate night. Is he out of his mind? San Pao shouted, watching the rear of the military vehicle. The off-road vehicle boasted significantly more horsepower than a modified pickup truck, yet it remained merely a lightweight vehicle, not an iron behemoth like a tank. A swarm of living corpses could easily overturn it, especially with the presence of luminous corpses. The glowing undead encountered at the Physics Research Institute were the most basic type, emitting a faint glow, but earlier, while Xinghua and he were atop the watchtower, they had spotted a far more formidable entity, shining like a street lamp. Song Feng paid San Pao no heed, speaking gravely. He needs cover, airplane head. Pass me my gun. A short soldier with a narrow top and broad bottom dashed towards the office building. Song Feng led the others towards the inner side of the wall. Tang Yin had drawn the horde of living corpses away, and how could these veterans of the Legion easily concede defeat? As Song Feng ascended the nearest watchtower, Airplane Head emerged from the side door of the office building, shouldering a rifle nearly 5 meters long. Xinghua and the others knew a spectacle was about to unfold. Lirsha was not the true threat. It was Song Feng. Lirsha ranked second in the Legion, wielding the Type 10 and Type 03 sniper rifles. Following Lirshu was Zabuhar, reputed to be the third. In truth, Zabuhar's marksmanship was not particularly remarkable. Even the Type 88 sniper rifle he used was outdated. He had previously had 2 snipers contend with Lirshu for the second rank, but both had ultimately perished at her hands. Since then, no one dared challenge that woman. Meanwhile, Tang Yin drove the military off-road vehicle out of the factory. His face flickered in the reflection of the windshield, with each jolt of the vehicle signifying another undead body crushed beneath it, becoming a mangled mess beneath the tires. The guards of Gem City, the Black Hand Mercenary Corps, and the Panda Man Corps had unleashed a multitude of living corpses during their assault on the Black Saints base. Now, as the Black Saints and Razor Demons retaliated against the Panda Man Corps, the phenomenon of the undead horde re-emerged at a critical moment. This made him suspicious, as he felt the occurrence of the horde was unusual. The steel mill was located in a remote area, even more secluded than the Black Saints base. How had these hundreds of living corpses arrived? Had they been drawn by the sound of gunfire? The situation was likely more complex than it appeared. The engine of the vehicle rumbled deeply as the front wheels rolled over a pile of undead, shaking the vehicle and kicking up a cloud of dust. The military off-road vehicle came to a halt amidst the road littered with dismembered limbs and corpses. He pressed the horn, watching as the living corpses near the entrance surged towards the sound like a tide. Sensing the opportune moment, he abandoned the driver's seat. Leaping onto the roof of the vehicle, donning a jetpack, and unmounting the M60 general-purpose machine gun from its stand. Aiming at the encroaching undead on the right and pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The belt of ammunition shifted continuously, empty casings raining down like raindrops on the vehicle's roof, making a cacophony. Amidst the blazing fire, one after another, the living corpses fell to the ground, the sound of shattering bones and bursting flesh echoing relentlessly. The M60 general-purpose machine gun possessed formidable firepower, yet it still could not halt the advance of the living corpses. The primary characteristic of these creatures was that unless one shot them in the head, they would remain mobile, regardless of missing limbs. As more and more living corpses closed in around him, the vehicle began to wobble, and hands from the undead reached for Tang Yan's ankles. Chapter 48. The luminous breathed. The sound of clicking ceased as the chain stopped advancing, and the firing pin struck air repeatedly. Tang Yan concealed behind his mask. Wore a smirk. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. The P-38 and P-45 heavy electromagnetic pistols were well suited for dealing with small-scale adversaries, but when faced with a horde, nothing compared to the thrill of wielding an M60 general-purpose machine gun. He eagerly anticipated accumulating enough funds to acquire a rotary cannon for his own amusement. Compared to Renault, who wielded a C-14 piercing electromagnetic rifle, he found himself more aligned with Takes, who brandished a rotary cannon. However, while he relished the moment, it was not enough. Below him, a throng of animated corpses gathered, numbering close to 100, with the nearest glowing undead pushing forward. He tossed the M60 away and, with a gleeful laugh, hurled 3 blocks of D8 explosives, one into the cabin, another onto the roof, and the last onto the engine hood. San Pao, perched atop the wall with a dim telescope, stared in shock, exclaiming, "What is he doing? Is he out of his mind?" Even a fool could discern his intentions. Zheng Hua's lips twitched. He thought to himself how ruthless this young man was. Feeling a swell of emotion as he realized Tang Yan was willing to sacrifice his beloved vehicle as bait to protect the Panda People's base. Time did not slow for their astonishment. With a burst of flame, Tang Yan leaped from the military off-road vehicle's roof, racing alongside Dogmeat, who sprang over ditches to pounce upon the nearest luminous corpse. The blaring horn of the vehicle was drowned out by the deafening explosion that ensued. The military off-road vehicle erupted in a conflagration, sending shockwaves that tore apart the encroaching undead, scattering flesh and bone in all directions, painting the ground with a sanguine pattern. San Pao watched the vehicle engulfed in flames, feeling an intense heat that compelled him to loosen his collar. Not only Zheng Hua and San Pao bore witness to the vehicle's transformation into a colossal bomb, Yang Ji and the Prophet, observing from a distance, shared in the horror. Yang Ji's face darkened, deeper than the night of the wasteland, while the Prophet's visage turned green, more so than the skin of the luminous zombies. That was his military vehicle, the one he had painstakingly negotiated for with the Americans. Not only had Tang Yan commandeered it, but he had also destroyed it right before his eyes, which was utterly infuriating. Dogmeat leaped over a small ditch, its limbs spreading wide to impale 2 obstructing corpses, discarding them as if they were mere refuse. In a matter of mere feet, another zombie in military garb approached, lowering its head to charge, its longs, sharp horn striking with ferocity. Tang Yan followed closely, brandishing a submachine gun and firing at the undead that lunged at him. Despite their high resilience, it was nearly impossible to dispatch a zombie with a single shot, even if aiming for the head, as luck was often a determining factor. With 2 magazines expended, Dogmeat surged forth, tackling the glowing undead as a tiger pounces on its prey, pinning it to the ground. It sank its teeth into the creature's neck, undeterred by the radiation emanating from its body, and with a fierce crunch, separated the head from the torso. As Dogmeat raised its head, greenish liquid dripped from its fangs, resembling ghostly flames. The luminous corpse was a source of radiation, its bodily fluids highly toxic to ordinary humans. Even the resilient creatures of the wasteland would think twice before confronting it. San Pao watched in awe, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. That must be Dogmeat. Zheng Hua remained silent. Who would have imagined that the goofy, tongue-lolling canine that often trailed behind Tang Yan possessed such a ferocious side? The severed head of the glowing corpse continued to move, its mouth opening and closing aimlessly. Tang Yan caught up, firing 3 rounds from the P-45 to obliterate the glowing head. Just then, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The ground beneath him quaked, and a series of sandstorms erupted as red, fleshy orbs emerged, their long fangs snapping at his legs. He recognized these creatures from the information on the Overseer's computer in Shelter 1001. Moles mutated from excessive radiation exposure. While their defense was low, they were notoriously troublesome due to their swift underground burrowing abilities, capable of ambushing from blind spots in the wasteland, making them one of the most despised creatures in this desolate world. Startled, Tang Yan adjusted the angle of his jetpack and retreated swiftly. He evaded the mole's attack but inadvertently encountered another adversary, the most radiant of the undead. Generally, the brighter the glow of a zombie, the more radioactive material it harbored. For the Reaper armor, which boasted robust nuclear, biochemical, and biological defenses, the glowing corpses posed less of a threat, as their primary weapon was mitigated leaving only their tough exterior. Despite this, Tang Yin was unwilling to expose himself to high radiation levels. He entrusted the task of dealing with the moles to dog meat and redirected his weapon towards the luminous undead. Suddenly, a warning symbol flashed in his HUD. The glowing corpse raised its arms, unleashing a visible green halo that irradiated the surrounding fallen undead, causing them to rise once more and lunge at him. This was not the most frustrating aspect for Tang Yin. The Reaper armor's shielding capabilities were slightly weaker than those of standard Marine CMC power armor, and the glowing undead's actions interfered with the HUD components, disrupting the operating system. This interference manifested in the control of the jetpack, which briefly locked up, rendering him immobile. Bang! Bang! Two heavy electromagnetic pistols fired dazzling bolts of energy, blasting the nearest undead's head apart. In his moment of distraction, however, two corpses lunged onto his back, pinning him down. At that moment, a small, emaciated corpse darted out, ignoring the crackling flames, and dove under his jetpack. The HUD flashed multiple warning signals. A red grid flashed momentarily, indicating that the jetpack's status had turned critical. With a muffled explosion, the right side propulsion system suffered an internal detonation. Fortunately, the force was not enough to breach the armor, and since he was on level ground, he had no fear of falling and becoming a bloody puddle. As the fire-charred corpse collapsed to the ground, Tang Yin shook off the two that clung to his jetpack, blasting their heads apart. At that moment, the glowing undead charged towards him, raking its claws across his chest. The Reaper armor initiated its shielding protocol, optimizing its parameters in an attempt to restart the jetpack, leaving Tang Yin reliant solely on his legs for movement. He was acutely aware that he could not match the agility of the glowing undead, transforming the gunfight into a brutal melee. As a side note to all the readers, the number of recommendation votes significantly impacts the upcoming rankings. Currently, the Sci-Fi Channel is filled with various themes, including multiverse narratives, American comics, infinite streams, and high-tech urban tales. These works have broad audiences and are more likely to succeed. Meanwhile, niche stories like this one require your support and nurturing to thrive in the long term. For those who enjoy this book, could you spare a few seconds each day to cast a few recommendation votes? It wouldn't take long, just until it goes live. The novel Carrying the Stars to the Apocalypse is currently being updated. Please bear with us for a moment as we diligently work on the content. Once the updates are complete, kindly refresh the page to access the latest chapters. Chapter 49. A starved camel is larger than a horse. It is uncertain how sharp the claws of the luminous undead are, as they left a glowing green mark on the surface of the harvester's armored module. This indicates that the luminous undead possess the ability to secrete radioactive bodily fluids while attacking. Fortunately, it was he who stood here. Had it been an ordinary person, even if they were not struck dead by the luminous undead, the radioactive substances that clung to them would have claimed their lives. Tang Yin took a step back and raised his P-45 heavy electromagnetic pistol, pulling the trigger against the formidable foe. The bullet embedded itself with a dull thud into the target's left chest, astonishingly failing to penetrate. One could only wonder about the composition of this luminous undead's body, which was remarkably resilient, far beyond that of an ordinary undead. Nonetheless, the impact of the bullet did affect it, causing it to stagger backwards several steps. Unable to pursue its prey, Tang Yin continued to pull the trigger, round after round erupting from the muzzle, striking the luminous undead like raindrops splashing in a puddle, sending up vibrant green sprays that stood out against the darkened earth. The luminous undead reeled backward repeatedly, its hands flailing in a desperate attempt to maintain balance. Yet ultimately it fell to the ground. At that moment, the HUD system rebooted, locking onto the target and optimizing the shooting process. He aimed for the creature's head and pressed the trigger. A loud bang echoed as a significant portion of the luminous undead skull was blown off, its glowing green bodily fluid splattering outward. It collapsed backward. Just then, several more undead surged forth from both sides. Tang Yin prepared to change his position, seeking to escape this encircled area, but two legless undead clung tightly to him. With no time to think, he fired to the left and right, dispatching the two closest undead. With only one functional jetpack nozzle remaining, he activated it to propel himself upward, lifting the two undead into the air. The two undead continued to gnaw at the steel boots of the harvester's armor, oblivious to their precarious situation. Tang Yin fired twice more, shattering the skull of the undead clinging to his right leg. With a resounding bang, he dispatched the undead clinging to his left leg and looked ahead. The luminous undead, despite having half of its skull blown off, rose again, revealing thick, viscous green liquid flowing within its shattered cranium. Ignoring the repeated error messages flashing on the HUD, a cruel smile flickered across Tang Yan's face. In the next breath, the two heavy electromagnetic pistols in his hands vanished, replaced by Rin's longsword. Gripping it tightly, he thrust it forward. A severed arm, speckled with glimmering points of light, spiraled into the air before landing on the ground nearby. The material of Rin's sword was unknown, but its sharpness was astonishing. The arm of the luminous undead was severed, yet the radioactive damage from the sword did not affect it. Its vacant eyes glimmered with a predatory gleam, and it lunged forward with a roar. The HUD's operating system began to reboot, locking onto the target and initiating shooting assistance. This time, Tang Yan did not draw his gun but instead raised Rin's longsword. The luminous undead's defenses, attacks, endurance, and tenacity, all attributes surpassed those of the undead he had encountered previously. However, one trait remained unchanged: its intelligence. Like ordinary undead, the luminous undead possessed extremely low intelligence. Essentially a mere beast. Had he faced an enemy like Rin, Tang Yan would never have sought to engage in close combat. With the sword held horizontally, moonlight shimmered on the blade. Opposite the radiant light was the gaunt face of the luminous undead. At that moment, another undead staggered toward him, attempting to disrupt his attack. A dark shadow darted past, followed by a crisp crack, as the undead's torso was cleaved in two. It was Dogmeat. It had finally dealt with those annoying moles. Dogmeat dispatched the undead on the left but could not attend to the battle on the right. A black and a green undead appeared in the side panel of the HUD. The black figure was a regular undead, while the green figure represented another luminous undead. Its energy level significantly lower than the one capable of emitting irradiated shockwaves. If he were to strike normally, he would face interference. Yet, not striking would leave him unsatisfied. Just as he prepared to eliminate the approaching black and green foes, a sudden flash of light shot through the head of the ordinary undead in front of him. Black blood splattering onto the ground. His eyes brightened. He halted mid-turn, bending his knees and channeling power through his feet. The remaining functional nozzle of his jetpack erupted in flames as he propelled himself forward at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, the longsword arced through the air in a smooth motion, slicing with the clarity of pure water. As the radiant light dissipated, the luminous undead's head, now missing a segment, flew skyward. Even so, the headless corpse still managed to swipe at the harvester's armor with one claw before collapsing, green liquid gushing from the severed neck. The most formidable luminous undead outside the base was thus vanquished. The other luminous undead charging from the right showed no reaction to its fallen predecessor, emitting a low, guttural growl as it lunged toward the unsteady Tang Yan, aiming for his head. Suddenly, a beam of light shot through the left temple of the luminous undead, exiting from the right, sending a spray of green blood as it buried itself into the earth ahead, followed by a piercing shriek. The final luminous undead collapsed. Yet unlike the ordinary undead before it, its head did not explode. It struggled to rise. Dogmeat, having eliminated the undead on the left, reacted swiftly, leaping onto the luminous undead in quick succession, driving its hind limbs downwards. With a crunch, green liquid sprayed forth as the head of the luminous undead was cleaved in two by the sharp points of Dogmeat's appendages. With that, all luminous undead on the battlefield were eradicated, allowing Tang Yan to finally relax and catch his breath. He glanced at the watchtower inside the wall, sheathed Ren's long sword, and gripped both the P-38 and P-45 heavy electromagnetic pistols in his hands, charging toward the remaining undead surrounding the base. The jetpack of the harvester was damaged, leaving only one functional nozzle, and the intensity of the flames had significantly diminished compared to the initial onslaught. As he wobbled through the air, the once aesthetically pleasing flight had become unstable. Yet, for those who had witnessed the battle unfold, whether it was Yang Ji and the prophet fleeing to the front mountain, or Zheng Hua and others peering through binoculars from behind the wall, none could muster a smile, nor dare to mock the man on the battlefield. One man and one dog had dismantled the tide of corpses. Chapter 50. True name. Yang Ji leaned against the green convertible jeep behind him, lowered his binoculars, and caressed the necklace hanging around his neck. It served as his talisman. When exposed to ample light, it would undoubtedly astonish many. This so-called talisman was not a stone-carved Buddha statue consecrated by a master, nor was it a jade amulet. It was a collection of severed human fingers. Some were wide, others narrow, and some measured less than 3 centimeters. All members of the Razor Demon knew where these macabre trophies originated, from the victims Yang Ji had slain. Whether they were brawny men, women merely gathering firewood, or innocent children, Yang Ji never showed mercy or pity. If circumstances allowed, he would first sever an enemy's index finger and, amidst their terror-filled gaze, deliver the fatal blow. The flesh of those fingers was excised, and the remaining bones were strung together to form a grotesquely unique necklace. Hai Long, his most capable and loyal bodyguard, once gnawed through the flesh and sinew of a 13-year-old boy's severed finger with his teeth, presenting the bloody bone to his master. Yang Ji shook his head. A backhanded strike? Was Hai Long foolish? Perhaps he was, or maybe just dazed. Regardless, he needed someone like Hai Long, often clumsy yet unwaveringly loyal, to accentuate his own cunning. Cruelty, ruthlessness, treachery, and calmness were the principles guiding his dominion over the Razor Demon. At that moment, a bandit with a burlap sack over his head, revealing only his eyes, approached and pointed at the drug addict Delu seated in the modified pickup truck's cargo bed. The prophet of the Black Saints remained silent, retreating amidst a throng of zealots. Glistening like ghostly flames, the animated corpses dotted the hillside outside, with skeletal remains sprawled on both sides of the ditch. Extending into the woods ahead, lowering his monocular, Detzi rubbed his stiffening lips and murmured, "Did he do all of this? Isn't it what you did?" San Pao retorted. Detzi fell silent, surveying the soldiers poised atop the wall, ready to engage the horde of undead. Their expressions were not much better than his own. They summoned courage and the resolve to die defending their homeland. Yet as events unfolded, that fervor and determination morphed into mere self-deception. Most of the animated corpses were dispatched before they even neared the base, littering the ground with their remains. One man and one dog had single-handedly toppled Tian Hu and Lai Shou overnight, standing firm against the tide of corpses. He was not only ruthless but also indomitable. "Li Xiang, I love you," echoed like the rolling waves, fading into the distance. When the last animated corpse collapsed before Tang Yen, the onlookers behind the wall could no longer contain themselves. Some danced with joy, while others erupted in cheers. General Wang, famed for his shamelessness among the Panda Legion, was not truly a general, it was merely a title. His dream was to become a 5-star chef, a far more challenging endeavor than being a general in the wasteland. Song Feng removed the bipod from his JS-35 sniper rifle, turning to sit against a bag of cement. He accepted a flask of liquor from the pilot. Taking a generous swig, Yu Ji had not disappointed him, having lent considerable aid during the recent battle. The JS-35 sniper rifle, developed in 2035, was an upgraded version of the JS-05, capable of firing subcaliber armor-piercing rounds. It was a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle, typically issued to Special Operations Forces before the nuclear war. He had purchased this weapon at a high price from the Gem City Arms Market and had made several modifications, including a muzzle flash suppressor, a ported long barrel, and a night vision scope. He cherished this rifle, naming it Yumarin. People often ascribe special significance to the objects they hold dear, and Yumarin was no exception. For some in the wasteland, a true companion was not a comrade or spouse, but a gun. Tang Yen glanced at the distant mountains, confirming that all the animated corpses beyond the wall had lost their fighting spirit, then turned towards the base gate. Regardless of whether there were deeper secrets behind this suspicious horde, he expressed through his actions that he should not be trifled with. The figure of dog meat vanished into a ditch, only to reappear in the form of an ordinary dog, leisurely trailing behind Tang Yen, completely shedding its earlier ferocity. The flames on the military off-road vehicle had extinguished, leaving only the charred frame and a heap of corpses nearby. Soldiers from the Panda Legion removed the vehicles blocking the entrance, as Song Feng limped out with Xinghua, San Pao, and others. "Thank you." Song Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life." Xinghua approached and embraced him. "And me too," San Pao chuckled, wrapping his arms around the two. Seizing a moment when others were distracted, he whispered, "Come on, how many secrets are you hiding?" Tang Yen managed to extricate himself from their embrace, removing his suffocating mask. Meanwhile, dog meat bared its teeth and growled softly at San Pao, seemingly warning him to keep his distance from Tang Yen. "Don't be like that. Let's talk." San Pao's face turned pale. He had often teased dog meat with food, but now, even with a newfound courage, he dared not provoke it. This was no wild dog. It was a veritable meat grinder. "Think carefully. That night, I carried you all the way here." Dog meat relaxed its demeanor, and San Pao let out a sigh, his expression improving. Tang Yen patted dog meat's head. "Good dog meat. Don't tease San Pao anymore. You might scare him." Wong Wong. San Pao's face, once pale, turned a sickly green. What a revelation. It turned out the creature had been playing him all along. "Li Xiang, Li Xiang. From today onward, you shall be my idol." A voice cried out from the crowd as a figure jumped amidst the throng, illuminated by the spotlight, his greasy face shining brightly. Tang Yin thought to himself that it was truly remarkable, even in the materially deprived wasteland, one could still emerge with such a rotund visage. Zheng Hua informed him that the man was General Wang, the Legion's cook, who had accompanied Song Feng to Gem City after encountering the Horde while attacking the Black Saint's base. Tang Yin nodded at the man, casting his gaze over the crowd. "From now on, call me Tang Yin." Chapter 51. Call me the Shadow Emperor from now on. Should we refer to him as Tang Yin instead of Li Xiang? Some individuals displayed expressions of sudden realization, understanding that the latter was his true name while Li Xiang merely served as a pseudonym. After all, he had previously infiltrated the Black Saints, and using his real name could potentially invite unnecessary complications. Take, for instance, the soldiers of the Pandaren Legion. Many had utilized false identities during their missions. Zheng Hua had more to ponder. If the name Li Xiang was simply a fabrication, then was his identity as a scavenger also a deception? If so, what was his true profession? Naturally, he wouldn't pose such inquiries at this moment and in this location. Those questions required a different setting and time for discussion. Suddenly, Song Feng proclaimed loudly, "No, you cannot refer to him as Tang Yin. You ought to call him the Legion Commander." The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. "Legion? Commander?" Dazee stammered. "Indeed, the Legion Commander. From this day forth, you shall be the new commander of the Pandaren Legion," Song Feng reiterated emphatically. Despite Tang Yin having slain the fierce Shan and then the formidable Tianhu, charging towards the office building with an aura of impending violence. Zheng Hua had previously remarked that whoever emerged from that grand edifice tonight would assume the mantle of their leader. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly different. Tang Yin emerged, and Song Feng had not perished. Now, before everyone, Song Feng was bestowing the title of commander upon Tang Yin. Did this imply that the two had reached some form of agreement within the office? Ignoring the varied expressions on the faces around him, Tang Yin gazed at Song Feng and offered a wry smile. "You know I was jesting." Song Feng met his gaze and replied, "You know I am quite serious. I am rather indolent, and besides, I am getting old." Tang Yin observed the flickering green light of Song Feng's electronic eye, thinking to himself that this man was utterly absurd. In his 30s, he was hardly old. "I highly suspect you have plotted against me," Song Feng said. "One must tread the path they have chosen, even if it leads to tears." He was convinced he had been maneuvered into this predicament, of course, after earning Song Feng's trust. It was curious that he was aware of Tianhu's cautious demeanor in front of him, yet behind his back, he exhibited an arrogant and tyrannical disposition. Why maintain the pretense of ignorance? Tianhu's desperate attempts to curry favor with Reina were one reason, while alleviating the burdens on the commander was another. It seemed Song Feng had long harbored intentions of stepping back, for everyone knew his heart belonged to Reina. Even the establishment of the Pandaren Legion was to create a favorable living environment for her. Song Feng projected an aura of strength and steadiness, exuding a certain kingly charisma. However, those who truly understood him knew he was quite laid back, lacking in ambition, merely wishing to live a quiet life with Reina. Otherwise, the Legion would not have devolved into a triad of powers led by Tianhu, Zhan, and Lei Laoer. In comparison to the Black Saints, the Razor Demon, and the Black Hand Mercenary Corps operating in the eastern regions of the peninsula, the Pandaren Legion's greatest deficiency was its lack of cohesion. As the saying goes, a bear leads a pack of bears. The responsibility for this predicament undoubtedly lay with Song Feng, now presented with an excellent opportunity to shed his burdens. It was illogical for the commander not to seize it. In other words, he had unfortunately become the scapegoat. "I have no interest in managing the Pandaren Legion," Tang Yin asserted, "especially since I must pursue those who seek my life in Gem City. I lack the time and energy to squander here." His demeanor was resolute, his tone indisputable. Dazee, San Pao, and others were taken aback once more. How could this be? Was there truly a reason to dismiss such a fortuitous opportunity? That was the seat of the Pandaren Legion's leadership, offering perks such as exclusive meals, daily hot baths, and the liberty to select female slaves for companionship. Merely sitting there would yield protection fees. Many longed for such privileges, yet this young man cast them aside as if they were worthless, inciting considerable frustration. Aside from the two directly involved, none present wished to assume the role of commander. Even General Wang, who aspired to become a five-star chef, had his eyes betray the wish he once harbored. However, no one dared to step forward and claim the position for themselves, fully aware of their lack of qualification. The only individuals capable of commanding respect and silence were either Tang Yin or Song Feng. Very well. You shall be the commander. I shall take a step back and assume the role of vice commander. How does that sound? Song Feng's eyes softened slightly. I can assist you with some matters until you become familiar with the operations of the Pandaren Legion. The position of vice commander did not officially exist. It was merely a title self-bestowed by Tian Hu and thus not recognized. Tang Yin scrutinized Song Feng's eyes for a moment before finally sighing, for Reina's sake. I can accept the position of vice commander, but the title of commander remains yours. Upon hearing the mention of Reina's name, Song Feng had nothing further to say. Merely shrugging and spreading his hands in concession, you have won. Tang Yin smiled at the crowd and waved his hand as he turned to leave. Dazhi inquired. The exit is behind you. Where are you going? His broad back receded into the night, with dog meat wagging its tail behind him. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to say. Who claimed he was ruthless? Who said he was lecherous? Who asserted he was indifferent? All were gravely mistaken. As Tian Hu and Zhan's factions crumbled, he no longer needed to conceal his true identity, revealing his genuine self. Brave, humble, powerful, perceptive. With a cold exterior yet a warm heart, nurturing towards his companions, this was the true essence of him, unmasked. With such a person to rely upon, and such a vice commander at his side, it was not merely a stroke of luck, but a remarkable blessing in life. Those behind him felt grateful, believing him to be a truly good person. Little did they know, Tang Yin was suppressing laughter to the point of discomfort, partly due to his splendid performance, but more so because of the rapidly increasing balance of reward points. Previously, during the battle with the horde of undead, he had exchanged for 3D, 8 explosives, expending 105 reward points. After the war with the undead concluded, he engaged in a conversation at the door, showcasing his radiant side and becoming the vice commander of the Pandaren Legion, aiming to earn the gratitude and trust of those present. The plan succeeded beautifully. The events unfolded smoothly, and the results were resplendent. Now, the reward points displayed in the upper right corner of the system menu were. Chapter 52, Harvest Indeed. An impressive growth of 2,320 points has been achieved, resulting in a total of 3,287. This indicates that his actions and performances have garnered the trust of nearly 20 individuals. Engaging in malevolent deeds may yield swift profits, while virtuous acts tend to be more lucrative. Ultimately, it is evident that skill and performance holds paramount importance. However, he acknowledges that there remains a long journey ahead, with numerous skills to acquire, akin to the esteemed prophet of the Black Saints, whose prowess commands genuine admiration. If he possessed even half of that individual's capabilities, one could only imagine wielding not merely CMC power armor but potentially commanding siege tanks. Suppressing a surge of elation, he directed his focus towards the cerebral interface, scrolling through the system menu to the human interface, where several conspicuous new icons awaited his attention. Firstly, within the category of individual equipment, the heavy weapons directory had been updated. The K-12 Punisher quad grenade launcher and the Gatling gun have been added. The K-12 Punisher quad grenade launcher is the standard armament for raiders, capable of launching armor-piercing grenades at various ground targets. To exchange for the K-12 Punisher quad grenade launcher requires 1,200 reward points. The Gatling gun, a heavy weapon characterized by its high rate of fire and formidable power, features 6 rotating barrels for bullet discharge. Due to its recoil and weight, it is only suitable for individuals donning power armor. In the StarCraft campaign, Tychus Finley is known to favor this weapon, which exudes masculinity. Acquiring the Gatling gun necessitates 2,400 reward points. Additionally, a turret has been introduced under the other equipment directory. A turret serves as a heavy automated weapon platform designed for infantry use, deployable at base facilities or on the battlefield, boasting impressive range and firepower. The Iron Crow and Nighthawk ground support weapons utilize this turret. Exchanging for a turret requires 2,500 reward points. Under the individual equipment defense category, the CMC 660 power armor and the 5-4 combat suit have been added. The CMC 660 power armor, specifically for the Firebat, features upgraded power and combat systems, rendering it heavier, more durable, and more resistant to high temperatures, thus providing superior protection compared to standard CMC power armor. To acquire the CMC 660 power armor, 3,000 reward points are needed. The 5-4 combat suit is exclusive to the Raiders, weighing similarly to the Firebat's CMC 660 armor, but possessing distinct differences. The plasma fuel tank on the back has been replaced with a supplementary generator to power the K-12 automatic ammunition loader, sacrificing some fire resistance for a thicker steel plating. Affectionately referred to as the 5-4 combat suit within the team, it resembles a sleek, large bipedal tank more than mere power armor. Acquiring the 5-4 combat suit requires 3,200 reward points. The aforementioned items represent the newly available exchange options within the individual equipment category. With a current reward balance of 3,287, he could fully redeem either the Firebat or Raider power armor. However, considering the additional need to acquire the K-14 quad grenade launcher, the reward points would be insufficient unless he focused solely on that armor. Moreover, once the Raider power armor's ammunition is depleted, he would need to purchase materials for grenade production, costing 160 points each time, an expense that renders it affordable yet impractical. Nevertheless, purchasing ammunition materials as attachments through the power armor menu proves significantly cheaper than acquiring the Punisher grenades individually from the weapon directory. The same applies to the Firebat power armor, which also necessitates separate purchases for the flamethrower, requiring a double order. Furthermore, the plasma fuel tank, designed for storing high-temperature substances, is priced at a staggering 120. Tang Yin now truly comprehends the poignant truth of the phrase, "War is an expensive endeavor." He sighed, tempering the inflated excitement stemming from the reward points increase, reminding himself to take one step at a time, first redeeming the CMC 300, the power armor designated for Marines. With 1080 points for the CMC 300 power armor and 320 for the C-14 piercing hand 2 rifle, this configuration should suffice for the current situation. Woof woof. The barking of dog meat echoed in his ears, bringing him to the realization that he had ventured into the heart of the battlefield. Confronted by a luminous zombie with its head blown off. In this world, the nuclear industry has advanced significantly, not only evident in nuclear-powered automobiles, ships, energy generation, and weaponry, but also extending into civilian applications with relevant technologies and products. In the medical field, there exist special iodine tablets that counteract radiation, anti-radiation injections, and detoxifying injections to eliminate radioactive substances from the human body. In daily life, there are radiation shields, shielding materials, water purifiers, radiation therapies, and methods for preserving food from nuclear exposure. Following the nuclear war, every inhabited area, whether urban or rural, has established facilities for handling high-level radioactive waste using shielding materials. Tang Yin's objective is to dispose of 4 luminous zombies into a designated radioactive waste pit, even though the radiation level has significantly diminished post-mortem. Hey, Tang Yin, could you move a bit faster? Zhang Feng and Zheng Hua are waiting to share a drink with you. A voice called from atop a wall as he hefted the third corpse. He shot a glare at the individual with a face reminiscent of a disgruntled woman and continued with his arduous task. In hindsight, he reflected on the extent of his efforts for the sake of reward points. Come to think of it, if Zhang Feng were to channel all his energy into managing the Pandaren Legion, the organization's scale and influence would undoubtedly be far greater than it is now. His relentless determination to remain within the organization speaks volumes about his astute judgment and decisiveness, devoid of jealousy or envy towards others' abilities. Of course, everyone has their own way of living, their own choices. He refrains from passing judgment. After addressing the hazardous pollutants on the battlefield, he paused before the corpses of the moles. As his outstretched hand made contact with the blood on the remains, a notification from the system alerted him that the global upgrade project for the subterranean insectoid species had been unlocked. The mole, as a creature adept at ambushing targets through burrowing, naturally unlocks the subterranean skill for the insectoids. He accessed the system menu and navigated to the insectoid race interface, locating the icon for the subterranean skill, which the system described as a global upgrade project, meaning that upon purchase, it could be applied to all ground insectoid units that Dogmeat could evolve into. He glanced at the cost, which stood at 1,600 reward points, a reasonable price compared to the singular metabolic acceleration targeting jumpers. Another shout from atop the wall broke his concentration, prompting him to shake his head and dismiss his chaotic thoughts. He called to Dogmeat and proceeded towards the base gate. There remains a crucial issue that requires resolution. Chapter 53, limited time offer. The ground was strewn with cigarette butts, and in the corner lay empty pearl beer bottles. He even spotted a few cans of Qingdao beer from a bygone era behind Xinghua. Under the pretense of stepping outside, he retrieved 2 bottles of Baijio from the system space, which he had procured from Gaojia village, and shared them with Song Feng, Xinghua, and San Pao. Song Feng recalled having tasted Longjio before. One year, during a poor harvest, a villager from his territory had offered 2 bottles of Longjio as part of their protection fee. Tang Yin mused. Yes, that must be the village. He had cleared out the village chief's stock, arriving late and burdened with other concerns. He did not indulge excessively, taking his leave while still somewhat sober, treading through the chaotic moonlight towards the northeastern corner of the base. The corpse of a female mercenary lay beneath his feet, the scent of blood pungent in the air. He made his way directly to the raw materials warehouse, discreetly opening a hidden door, and descended into the underground passage. There, in a corner, lay the lifeless body of Zhou Wenxin, now devoid of warmth. Tang Yin stood there for a moment before proceeding. His intention was not to linger on Zhou Wenxin's demise to quell his lingering resentment, but rather to brace himself for an encounter with Li Zhou, whose emotional state was somewhat frayed. However, upon reaching the operating room, he discovered that the woman who had previously been nailed to the wall had vanished. Bloodstains marked the scene, yet the butterfly knife and the individual were nowhere to be found. Li Zhou had fled, likely during his confrontation with the mysterious woman. Strangely, witnessing Li Zhou's escape filled him with a sense of relief. Good riddance, he murmured softly, turning to exit the premises. Li Zhou's hands had been pierced by the butterfly knife, and recovery would be arduous. In the treacherous wasteland, he was likely to fall victim to the roving bandits or marauders outside. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as it wasn't he by his own hand, he was content. He could never bring himself to act with such ruthless resolve, a feat he would be incapable of in this lifetime. Song Feng had suggested he move to the office building for better living conditions and proximity for mutual support. But he declined, harboring many secrets within. Even a century-old fine wine could not bring him solace. It was not solely due to the incident involving Li Zhou, but also concerns regarding the interstellar system. The Raider power armor required over 3,000 reward points. What then of the siege tank? The Viking fighter? Although he had never personally experienced that real-time strategy game, he was acutely aware that reality and games were worlds apart. A skilled raider in the game could effortlessly dispatch a siege tank at the right moment. Could that happen in reality? He set aside the J-35 model and reclined on the makeshift bed, directing his focus inward, navigating the system menu to locate the Reaper armor subpage. Earlier, during the battle with the glowing undead, the armor's jet propulsion mechanism had sustained damage, reducing its output power by half. Additionally, the cluster grenades thrown by Song Feng had inflicted some cutting damage on the armor, just as the weapon subpage had options for supplementary ammunition. The armor subpage featured repair options, albeit at the cost of reward points. According to the system's diagnostic report, the Reaper armor had sustained 29 damage, and restoring it to its original condition would require 130 reward points. Given that acquiring the complete Reaper set had cost a total of 850 reward points, a repair cost of 130 points for nearly 30 damage was quite reasonable. He glanced at the reward point balance in the upper right corner and pressed the repair button. A flash of light enveloped him as the Reaper set restored itself to its former glory. At that moment, the system sent a notification. Reaper gear combat proficiency met. Data loading. Loading complete. Data synchronized. Upgrade? The Reaper set could be upgraded? The system, however, provided no further useful information, merely indicating that upgrading the Reaper armor would require 425 reward points. Due to the current low energy level of the system core, the upgraded Reaper armor would be limited to just one unit. Beneath the Reaper armor icon was a combined upgrade option labeled as a limited time promotion, offering the Reaper armor and 2P45 heavy electromagnetic pistols for only 500 reward points, with a discount rate of 0.813. Below that was a countdown window, indicating that this price would only be available for 1 hour. What the hell? This cursed special edition of the interstellar strategy system was truly acting erratically. The limited time discount shattered the rigid impression the system had left on him, resembling something Amy would concoct. He only possessed one P45 heavy electromagnetic pistol. If he chose the combined upgrade at a discount rate of 0.813, he would need to spend an additional 190 reward points to acquire a second P45. Considering that exchanging for AC-14 piercing handgun 2 and CMC power armor required 1,400 reward points, should he forego upgrading the Reaper armor or strive for both? The former would save him some money, while the latter would be more extravagant. After all, he could only wear one set of armor at a time. Damn it. Why must they present me with such dilemmas? Tang Yin tossed and turned on the bed for half an hour, prompting the dog to bark anxiously, as if questioning his well-being. Ultimately, he opted for the latter, not solely due to the limited time discount, but also because of the unique quantity restriction based on the current energy level of the system core. Just as a child would go to great lengths to obtain a cherished toy, Tang Yin felt that he would regret missing this limited-time offer, leaving him quite vexed. He decided to purchase the upgrade outright. At worst, he would wear one set and store the other in the cabinet for display. He would not let his collector's spirit go unfulfilled. The upgraded Reaper set and 2 brand-new heavy electromagnetic pistols materialized before him. This is Chapter 54. The Amnesiac and the Little Girl. The most striking transformation of the Reaper's armor is the addition of a pair of secondary jet units affixed to its back, enhancing flight stability significantly. Furthermore, the thickness of the armor has been reinforced to accommodate the increased weight from the new jet units. Additionally, the color scheme has shifted from a black and red palette to a more austere black and gray, imparting a more formidable and ruthless appearance. The heavy electromagnetic pistol has also undergone modifications, with an enlarged frame and prominent LED fluorescent structures on the receiver and muzzle attachments, lending it a more futuristic aesthetic. Most crucially, the P-45 has been upgraded to the P-55 equipment belonging to the elite Grim Reaper of the Mont's Guard. This expenditure of 500 reward points has proven worthwhile. With a current balance of 2,287 reward points, I can acquire a set of CMC power armor, an AC-14 piercing hand with surplus to spare. The money has been spent, and there is no turning back, allowing me to find solace in slumber. The false eye of Song Feng shattered during his battle with the enigmatic woman. The prosthetic he currently utilizes is a specialized electronic eye designed for snipers. Tang Yin inquired about the origin of such an advanced device. He was uncertain whether Song Feng spoke the truth or was deliberately concealing details. Opting not to press further regarding the electronic eye, he glanced at the sleeping little girl and posed a question. A haze of smoke obscured his face. I wandered aimlessly, drifting through the peninsula region. The weather that year was peculiar, with typhoons striking one after another, devastating the crops, and leaving farmers reliant on their meager food stores. After days without sustenance, I scavenged a handmade pistol from the side of a deceased vagrant, embarking on a life of plunder. In the wasteland, a raider is a figure that instills fear in the hearts of the common folk. These raiders operate without any semblance of organization, either congregating in small groups or acting alone. They rob anyone they encounter during their marauding exploits. Most raiders resort to killing their victims post-robbery, a brutality that even the notorious Black Saints do not match. In an abandoned town, I discovered a house from which I heard singing. I pried open a locked door and stepped onto a floor littered with bloody bandages, finding a little girl lying in a child's room. At this moment, he cast a glance at Reina, observing her sound slumber, and felt reassured to continue his tale. I was indifferent to her name or her plight. My sole concern was for food. I was famished and needed to eat. She informed me that there was meat in the kitchen fridge. My spirits lifted as I hurried into the kitchen, where I indeed found a platter of skewered grilled meat, seasoned with cumin and sauce. The contents retrieved from the fridge were cold and hard. Nevertheless, I relished every bite, savoring it as the most delectable meal on earth. She remarked that it was her meat, asking if I found it delicious, as her parents had claimed. I expelled everything I had consumed. On the second floor lay the bedroom of her mother and father, where I stumbled upon a computer containing a few files. The second document detailed various recipes, noting that flesh cut from the deceased lacks flavor, whereas meat taken from the living is exquisite. The thigh's meat, rich and fat, is ideal for frying, especially when paired with red wine. The tenderloin is perfect for soup, while the heart's firm texture lends itself well to stir-frying with heavy seasoning. The most exquisite delicacy, however, is the tender tongue, sliced thinly to make sashimi, which, when dipped in wasabi oil, is nothing short of divine. Tang Yan's countenance remained unchanged, though his gaze turned icy. The final document chronicled information about several children, with Reina listed as the 18th. The parents she spoke of were not her biological ones. She was acquired from a slave trader. Several children like Reina were raised in various locations by that couple. Naturally, exceptions exist, as the value of goods ultimately lies in the hands of the customer. The world is vast, and there will always be individuals with peculiar tastes. Reina recounted her childhood filled with siblings, living in hardship and often going hungry. Upon reaching a certain age, her parents sent her to Gym City to work, contributing her earnings to the household and supporting her younger siblings. One day, she was taken away by that couple, who promised her a lucrative job that would allow her siblings to receive an extra half sweet potato with each meal. Delighted, she was placed in a room in the town, awaiting her employer to take her to the farm. She waited for a long time in that house, only to be met with a series of unfortunate news. Typhoons continued to ravage the land, crops failed, and the employer breached their agreement, leaving her younger siblings too weak to move from hunger. Her parents asked if she would assist her siblings through the disaster. She agreed. Song Feng glanced up at him. Tang Yin understood the significance of that look, aware of the dire implications of her willingness. I found those two individuals and ended their lives, feeding their flesh to the mutated dogs. Song Feng recounted. They were agents sent by the Metro Union to the region, and to evade the wrath of that formidable organization. I fled the town with Reina, heading eastward towards the peninsula. That year's poor harvest made conditions in the peninsula even more dire. Upon nearing the territory of Gem City, I had gone 5 or 6 days without food and collapsed in a wasteland. Reina had secretly saved some jerky before leaving the town, offering it to me, saying she did not wish to witness my demise and wanted to live alongside me. I consumed her meat. I vowed to protect her for a lifetime, ensuring she could live happily and grow up safely. The tale of Reina and Song Feng concluded, delivered in a calm tone, yet the content held profound undercurrents. Chapter 55. The wicked and the virtuous. Tang Yin found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to procure a cigarette from Song Feng and place it between his lips. Was it truly the case that Song Feng deemed him a good person merely because he had endured a strike from the mysterious woman on behalf of Reina? Doubt had lingered in his heart regarding this judgment, but now he began to comprehend. In a certain sense, he recognized a similarity between himself and Song Feng. With Reina's matters concluded, it was time to discuss the issue of the bounty hunters, Zabohar and his companions, who had been dispatched to the 1001 refuge to commit murder. Tang Yin had previously apprised Song Feng of his circumstances. He had lost his memory due to an ambush outside the 1001 refuge, although it was also possible that it was due to a dimensional shift. In any case, he needed to trace the series of events surrounding the 1001 refuge to uncover information about his current body and determine who sought his demise. You must make a trip to Gem City, Song Feng stated after a brief pause. This morning, I contacted the personnel stationed there and learned that the identity of the client who commissioned the bounty for Zabohar and his group remains anonymous. Tang Yin furrowed his brow, pondering the irony of the situation. Song Feng continued. However, uncovering the identity of this anonymous client is not insurmountable. With the governor's assistance, all our problems could be resolved seamlessly. Tang Yin flicked the ash from his cigarette. Will that individual be willing to assist? Just because you have previously collaborated with the governor does not imply a profound camaraderie. The assault on the Black Saints base was merely a transaction. Gem City provided the funds, while the Panda Corps supplied the manpower. Should the governor aid us in investigating the anonymous client's identity, it would effectively breach the established protocols of Gem City. Without a significant rapport, what incentive would he have to comply? Song Feng discarded the cigarette, and produced a data cartridge from his pocket. With this in hand, I believe he will not refuse. Tang Yin squinted at the object in Song Feng's possession. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Song Feng explained, indeed. This is the item coveted by that enigmatic woman, and it is something I recovered from the secret passage in the supervisor's office of the 1083 refuge. Do you know why the merchants traveling to the 1083 refuge hired the Fierce Hand Squad as their protectors? It is because the supervisor there and I share a degree of familiarity, which instills confidence in the Panda Corps. Upon learning that the 1083 refuge had been overrun by mutants, the governor invited me to investigate due to my prior connection with the supervisor. By the time we arrived, the mutants had already retreated, leaving behind a multitude of living corpses. The Blackhand Mercenary Corps utilized pulse projectors to lure them out, allowing us to gain entry. Inside, we found all the inhabitants deceased, and the environment suggested that the mutants had been searching for something specific. While the governor was distracted, I ventured into the supervisor's office, accessed the adjoining secret passage, and discovered the body of the 1083 refuge's supervisor, along with this data cartridge. It must hold great significance, otherwise, the supervisor would not have kept it close. Regrettably, the documents within were encrypted with a unique algorithm, rendering their contents a mystery. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin regarded Song Feng with a complex expression until he raised his hands in surrender, feeling unnerved by the intensity of the scrutiny. Very well. I admit to having shared a few intimate nights with that female supervisor. You know how it is. There are not many personnel in the refuge, and familiarity breeds closeness. Song Feng remarked. I believe the governor must possess some insider knowledge regarding the 1083 refuge. Otherwise, he would not have invited me along. After taking the data cartridge from the commander, I inserted it into the assistant device given to me by Han Xian, but alas, it yielded nothing. Data encrypted. In that moment, he found himself longing for Amy. If that loquacious robotic aid had not been confined by the system, surely decrypting the password would have presented no challenge. You are a wicked man, Tang Yin stated solemnly. The jest fell flat, failing to elicit any amusement. Song Feng understood Tang Yan's sardonic tone. Recalling the mysterious woman who had appeared before the Razor Demon and the Black Saints the previous night, seemingly in pursuit of the data cartridge in his possession. It was evident that the Panda Corps could not contend with the forces she represented. As the old adage goes, a man is innocent. But the possession of a treasure brings guilt. Rather than cling to a dangerous item and await his demise, it would be wiser to relinquish it to the governor, thereby securing information about the identity of the task's client, a twofold victory. What are you two discussing? Who is the wicked one? The little girl inquired. He is the wicked one, Song Feng replied. The girl, though blind, possessed keen ears and a sharp mind. But last night you said he was a good person. Huh. Did I? I seem to have forgotten. My memory is quite good, she retorted, pouting as she pointed at him. And do not forget the promise you made to me last night. What promise did I make? Song Feng queried. You said you would take me to Gem City, where there are many delicious and enjoyable things. Her eyes were covered with a white cloth, obscuring her sight but not the glimmer of hope within her heart. Tang Yan's expression shifted slightly. Are you planning to take her with you to Gem City? Song Feng nodded, his gaze resolute, choosing silence over words. Raina's ears perked up as she addressed the two men. What are you whispering about? Sunlight filtered through the half-drawn veil, casting a gentle and warm glow upon her face, unmarred by the harshness of the wasteland. Despite her tragic fate, she radiated an exuberant joy. The tenderness emanating from Song Feng was a testament to the enduring spark of humanity, undimmed by the darkness of the world. Tang Yin smiled, replying, We were discussing when to set out. Tomorrow, she exclaimed joyfully. Beanie says tomorrow is a good day. Beanie was the name she had given to the panda plushie cradled in her arms. In truth, all the various panda plushies occupying the right side of her double bed were named Beanie. Tang Yin mused that Song Feng's choice to name the organization the Panda Corps was a stroke of luck for people like Zheng Hua and the others, as it could have easily been dubbed the Winnie the Pooh Corps. Chapter 56. The journey. The sound of rain was incessant as the sky wept, transforming the courtyard into a series of small streams that flowed toward the lower drainage ditches. Raina had mentioned yesterday that tomorrow would be a fine day. Spring rain, after all, is precious, but that was in the past. The little girl gazed longingly at the scene outside. Though her eyes were blind, her ears were keen. Song Feng sat at a small round table by the window, methodically peeling an apple with a fruit knife. The shavings curled in the air, speckled with hints of green. In the wastelands, food was a luxury, and fruit even more so. For the average soldier of the Legion, apples, pears, and jujubes were only distributed during the harvest season on weekends to replenish their bodies with much-needed vitamins. As the leader of the Pandaren Legion, Song Feng, who could engage in a war of strength with the likes of the Razorback Demon Chief Yangji, now found himself peeling apples for a blind and lame girl. Had those unfamiliar with their contrasting past witnessed this, they would surely gawk in astonishment. Upon discarding the apple peel, he let out a sigh. The apple in his hand had come from the greenhouse of Shelter 1083, where the environment was conducive to fruit cultivation. However, after being besieged by mutants, the temperature controllers and nuclear power core had suffered irreparable damage. The apples in the fridge could last another fortnight, but once they were gone, he had no idea where to find such inexpensive and minimally radioactive fruit again. Damn mutants, he muttered under his breath. Song Feng, what are you saying? Raina inquired. Nothing. Just lamenting the weather, he replied. Raina nodded, her mood somewhat subdued. Song Feng placed the apple peels in a plate, intending to take them to General Wang later to add to the porridge he would prepare that evening. Clang, 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 fresh fruit had arrived. He waved the peeled apple before Raina's face. Her furrowed brow relaxed, and she cradled the apple with both hands, biting into it with delight, resembling a little rabbit savoring a carrot. Thank you, she said after a while, looking up. Mother said one should always express gratitude for kindness and strive to be a polite child. Song Feng nodded affectionately. He had not disclosed the true nature of her so-called parents to Raina, merely stating that they had tragically perished in a raid by marauders. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a knock at the door. Before Song Feng could invite the intruder in, the door swung open. What are you still doing here? If you delay any longer, we won't reach Gem City before dark. Raina recognized the voice as Tang Yan's, lifting her small face from behind the apple. Song Feng was taken aback, gazing at the intruder. Is that the armor you wore last night? It seems different now. Indeed. This was not the armor of the Reapers but that worn by the elite guard, the Death's Head of Monsk's retinue. However, Tang Yin had removed the jetpack from the back and stripped away the paint, though the general shape remained unchanged. Is that the crux of the matter? Tang Yin asked, fixing Songfeng with a steady gaze. The real question is, how long will you hesitate? Hurry and change your clothes, come downstairs, and don't forget to bring Raina's folding wheelchair. Are you joking? It's raining outside. Songfeng protested, abandoning his concern over the armor. He pointed towards the gloomy sky. Few would venture out in such weather unless they wished to increase their exposure to radiation. Well, except for that lunatic group, the Truth Sect, he added. Raina, unable to see the gestures exchanged between the two, understood Tang Yan's implication. She lifted a bitten piece of apple. Tang Yan, would you like some? She offered, expressing her gratitude. She despised rainy days. Though she could not see, her elder sister, who had gone to work ahead of her, had once said that rain was the heavens weeping for humanity. Thank you, he replied. I never snatch food from children. With that, he closed the door behind him as he departed. Raina turned at Songfeng, her voice resolute and strong. He is a good person. This was her rebuttal to the commander's remarks from the previous day. The military off-road vehicle had been transformed into a bomb, burying many living corpses, forcing them to cram into a modified pickup truck. Gem City lay 42 kilometers directly south of the Pandaren Legion's base. Outside, the rain poured down, turning the roads into a muddy quagmire. Even under optimal conditions, it would take 2 to 3 hours to reach their destination. Tang Yin sat in the front passenger seat, cradling a dog. San Pao was at the wheel, while 3 others squeezed into the back seat. Songfeng occupied the left, Raina was in the middle. And on the right sat General Wang, the Legion's cook. Tang Yin had remained in the vehicle since descending from the office building, insisting he would not leave until they procured more spices for the kitchen in Gem City. San Pao had suggested he accompany them, as once they reached their destination, he could lend a hand with the laborious tasks, such as transporting the mechanical exoskeleton to the repair shop. This exoskeleton had been left behind by a mysterious man named Xin, as the dog had damaged its transmission system, rendering it impossible to take along in its current state. Tang Yin had given it to San Pao, but it needed repair before anything could be done. Around 3 in the afternoon, the pickup truck left the wasteland and entered the ruins of a city ravaged by nuclear war. It was said that this city was once known as Qingdao, a prominent metropolis in the Huaxian nation, yet now it lay in ruins, slowly fading and wilting in the rain and wind. Few recalled its original name. It had been replaced by Gem City. The suburbs were far from peaceful, often plagued by the emergence of living corpses from every nook and cranny. The guards of Gem City had yet to eradicate the threat completely. The further they ventured from Gem City, the more dire the circumstances became. Travelers, whether by vehicle or on foot, were best advised to avoid lingering and to swiftly traverse the outskirts, steering clear of densely built-up areas. As they approached a collapsed overpass, Tang Yin spotted several scavengers driving mutated 2-headed cattle along the shattered edge of the road. The creatures were clad in thick, radiation-proof raincoats, their faces obscured by sealed gas masks, attempting to shield themselves from the rain. The mutated cattle bore heavy sacks, bulging with unknown contents, perhaps remnants of old clothing, toys, porcelain, or even gasoline, nuclear batteries, and ammunition salvaged from the ruins. General Wang waved at the scavengers through the window, but none acknowledged him. Damn it. There with the White Widow, San Pao cursed just then. Tang Yin turned his gaze forward, spotting a small cargo truck painted entirely black, its grille emblazoned with a white spider emblem, approaching them on the road. Chapter 57. The White Widow. The term White Widow piqued Tang Yan's curiosity, as he was familiar with the Black Widow, a venomous spider that had mutated due to radiation in the desolate world they inhabited. While the Black Widow might not match the brute force of the Death Claw, its venom surpassed even that of the radioactive scorpion. However, Tang Yin did not dwell on the Black Widow for long, as a series of blaring horns interrupted his thoughts. The road to Gem City was fraught with challenges, particularly in the aftermath of the rain. The incline ahead had caused considerable pooling on the left side, though the depth remained uncertain. In this post-nuclear war era, the right-of-way was governed by those wielding power. Vehicles marked with the emblem of the White Widow refrained from traversing the flooded area, while Tang Yin and his companions in their pickup truck occupied a lane heading directly toward them. San Pao abruptly slammed on the brakes, preparing to reverse and yield. At that moment, Tang Yin posed a question, to which General Wang responded. The White Widow was a woman of considerable influence, commanding a transport fleet and monopolizing most of the logistics in the vicinity of Gem City. Why had she risen to such prominence? It began, as the tale goes, with her name. Tang Yin spoke in a low, measured tone, urging for the essentials. It was rumored that the White Widow had an affair with Merlin, the leader of the Black Hand mercenary corps. Tang Yin nodded in understanding. The Black Hand was the most formidable mercenary group in Gem City. Even the governor had to tread carefully around Merlin. If the White Widow were indeed his mistress, it would explain her dominance in the transportation sector surrounding Gem City. Do not stop. Proceed forward, he commanded, his expression dark. San Pao hesitated, glancing at the stoic figure of the Legion commander in the rearview mirror. Noticing no change in his demeanor, he gritted his teeth and pressed the accelerator, continuing onward. As the vehicles of the Panda Corps approached the city, they would discreetly display a sheathed dagger on their windshield to signify the presence of the Legion commander, thus averting unnecessary complications. The drivers under the White Widow's employ were seasoned veterans of Gem City life. They would undoubtedly recognize the modified pickup truck ahead. Yet, regardless of the Panda Corps renown in the northern regions, entering Gem City necessitated a degree of humility. Dragons must coil, and tigers must lie low. This dominance stemmed from the residents' sense of superiority over outsiders, coupled with the formidable presence of the Black Hand mercenary corps. After all, the absence of the Panda Corps would hardly cause a ripple in Gem City, while their departure might leave them struggling for survival. The truck driver was taken aback that a modified pickup dared to contest him for the right-of-way. The White Widow was infamous for her assertiveness under normal circumstances. Few would brave the ire of her or her subordinates, who had granted these rustic fools the audacity to oppose the renowned female tyrant. The truck driver shot a menacing glare at the occupants of the pickup, only to notice a new development. A man in the passenger seat lowered the right window, leaning out to observe him. He extended his arm, brandishing a firearm that glimmered with an otherworldly green luminescence in the rain. What was he up to? What audacity did that scoundrel possess? Bang! The gun fired, sending a tongue of flame erupting from the muzzle. The truck driver instinctively ducked, slamming on the brakes. Simultaneously, a blinding spark erupted from the outer armor of the right front tire, followed by a deafening explosion. The vehicle veered sharply to the right, plunging into the adjacent waterlogged area and tipping over. The cacophony of glass shattering and rain obscured the sound. But the driver's lips appeared to form a curse directed at his mother. What had transpired? What madness had they unleashed? Not only the truck driver, but also the scavenger merchants trailing behind, shared his incredulity. They had witnessed the spectacle of the man clad in black armor emerging from the window, effortlessly toppling a truck belonging to the White Widow. Setting aside the audacity of the gunman for challenging a woman notorious throughout the city, the miraculous precision of that weapon, piercing the truck's armor to blow out the tire, was nothing short of astonishing. In the harsh reality of the wasteland, where the living dead roamed, ferocious beasts lurked, and bandits prowled, vehicles on the road were invariably modified. The White Widow, a wealthy and influential figure in Gem City, ensured her transport vehicles were fortified against such threats. Yet, that man had managed to puncture the truck's tire with but a handgun, leaving onlookers in shock. Tang Yin, uninterested in the truck driver's or the scavenger's thoughts, confirmed the reward points had been credited to his account and shifted his gaze to the cargo of the truck. It was laden with automated sentry cannons, seemingly transported from Gem City, bound for an unknown destination. Well executed, General Wang remarked, attempting to contain his amusement, but ultimately failing. As the chef of the Panda Corps, he frequently traveled between Gem City and the steel mill, purchasing food, spices, and essential supplies. He was acutely aware of the White Widow's arrogance, having witnessed the bullying even the military organization had endured at her hands. After all, the Black Hand mercenary corps was a formidable ally. Provoking Merlin could lead to dire consequences. Do you know why everyone refers to that woman as the White Widow? He continued. Let me enlighten you. She has had 3 husbands. The first was a driver in the logistics department of the Gem City Guard, the second a mid-level manager at Xinghui Ranch, and the third a notorious arms dealer in the marketplace. Unfortunately, all 3 met untimely ends, yet her wealth and status have soared, establishing her as the queen of Gem City and monopolizing transportation in the surrounding areas. Thus, the residents of Gem City had bestowed upon her a moniker inspired by the predatory nature of a venomous spider. Tang Yin recalled the mating habits of the Latrodectus genus, where the female consumes the male post-mating for nourishment. He nodded slightly, considering the accuracy of such a title. Then a thought struck him. According to the narrative, she should be dubbed the Black Widow, so why was she referred to as the White Widow? In the rearview mirror, General Wang chuckled, a sinister smile gracing his lips. San Pao, at the wheel, also wore a knowing grin, reveling in the unfolding drama. Chapter 58. Gem City. The White Widow resides in the second tallest building of Gem City, featuring a balcony crafted from glass materials. She delights in placing a sunshade upon this balcony, lounging on a white beach chair while sipping iced soda and gazing at the distant scenery. As she observes the far-off vistas, the people below admire her presence. Do you know what her preferred attire is? Form-fitting skirts paired with fishnet stockings. A combination that would have drawn reproach prior to the nuclear war. General Wang, noticing Tang Yan's impatience, hastily shifted to the crux of the matter. Are you aware of what lies behind the lace-trimmed fishnet stockings? White, silk fabric with a subtle hint of allure. Whenever she sits on the balcony, a line of men gathers beneath her. She gazes into the distance while they gaze at her. Furthermore, General Wang leaned in closer, stating, I hear she lacks. Well, you understand. As for the moniker White Widow, she takes pleasure in it rather than feeling ashamed. At this juncture, General Wang elucidated how the term White Widow came to be associated with that woman. She has outlived 3 husbands. And even the old coot Merlin does not fear becoming the next subject of ridicule. There is a palpable bitterness in General Wang's tone, revealing the weight and image the White Widow holds in the hearts of the men of Gem City. Song Feng snorted disdainfully. The driver, San Pao, along with the envious General Wang, instantly altered their demeanor, adopting a more formal posture. Fortunately, the girl resting on the commander's lap merely turned over and continued her slumber, undisturbed by the earlier gunfire. Tang Yin was indifferent to the White Widow's physique, appearance, or attire. He turned to Song Feng in the rearview mirror and inquired, I wonder if the governor is pleased with the welcoming gift we have presented? Song Feng had previously informed him that the governor, despite his position in Gem City, was not omnipotent. He did not wish for the Black Hand mercenary group to expand further, hence he often showed leniency towards lower-tier mercenary teams like the Panda Corps and the Warriors League. In short, the Black Hand mercenary group operates on a pay-for-service basis, remaining unfaithful to the esteemed governor. Song Feng remarked, glancing at Tang Yin through the mirror. A bit ostentatious. Tang Yin smiled, choosing silence. This was precisely the effect he desired. From the perspective of accruing reward points, only through creating disturbances would there be gains. Adhering to moderation was not the path he intended to tread. Indeed, a single gunshot had yielded 24 reward points, a profitable transaction. Now that he held the position of deputy commander of the Panda Corps, he aimed to transform the mercenary group's operational style. As the sea breeze dispersed the rain clouds, the evening sun grazed Tang Yan's face when the modified pickup truck halted before a row of barricades. The entrance to Gem City lay just ahead, marking the frontline checkpoint. On either side of the barricades stood defensive platforms constructed from steel plates over 30 millimeters thick, patrolled by guards wielding Type 03 assault rifles. Beneath them, rows of sandbags formed makeshift shelters, with automated sentry guns positioned in the rear. Tang Yen observed that lurking within the ruins of a building over 100 meters from the checkpoint were no fewer than 3 snipers, each armed with anti-material rifles. Upon recognizing the vehicle belonging to the Panda Corps and the notable individuals seated within, the guards refrained from complicating matters. Smiling as they waved the truck through after a cursory glance into the cargo bed, Tang Yen noted the inspector's eyes sparkle upon spotting the mechanical exoskeleton in the back, an evident rarity, even in a place like Gem City. It was no surprise, considering that during the outbreak of the nuclear war, the P-62 powered armor had only just been approved by military authorities, while the P-50 variant had not yet been widely deployed, reserved solely for frontline combat units and special agencies. This stood in stark contrast to the standard issue CMC power armor in the StarCraft universe. The soldiers ahead moved aside the barricades, and San Pao gently pressed the accelerator, gradually traversing the secured zone. The road had become smoother, likely due to regular maintenance by the residents of Gem City. Compared to the southern district by the sea, conditions in the northern district where Gem City is located were somewhat better. Glimpses of the city's former splendor before the nuclear war could still be discerned through the varying degrees of collapsed buildings. As the vehicle advanced deeper, the remnants of the city came alive with figures. Some were guards on patrol, tasked with eliminating the undead and driving away ferocious beasts. Others were scavengers hoping to find items amidst the rubble to trade for food. Most often, they could only salvage some scrap metal to sell as junk in the city. Additionally, there were those cast out from Gem City for failing to pay protection fees or violating rules, predominantly addicts, layabouts, the sick, and the disabled. Gem City does not harbor those deemed valueless. In this wasteland world, there is no room for the unworthy. The fate of such individuals is ultimately death, whether by starvation, illness, radiation exposure, or being devoured by the undead or ferocious beasts, or even becoming the macabre decorations of marauder camps. Sanpao brandished the .54 pistol he had acquired from the Physics Research Institute to scare off the beggars obstructing their path, flooring the accelerator to speed away. In truth, even had he not done so, the patrolling guards would have intervened to resolve the issue. Tang Yin had no interest in inquiring how the guards of Gem City dealt with such problems, for as the modified pickup truck rounded a sharp bend, a towering green wall loomed ahead. At the end of the road stood a massive iron gate, guarded by several sentinels, with armed figures visible atop the walls on either side. This was the entrance and fortifications of Gem City. As before, the modified pickup truck came to a halt before the gate, where the guards conducted a secondary inspection before granting passage. With a creaking sound, the heavy gate opened, allowing Sanpao to drive into the city. During the outbreak of the nuclear war, coastal cities were prime targets for enemy nuclear strikes. Indeed, the coastal regions of the Huaxia continent were among the most severely affected areas, with the southern district of Qingdao City, where Gem City is located, almost entirely leveled, while the northern district fared slightly better. Many large structures were obliterated in the conflict, though the stadium miraculously survived due to its strategic location. As time progressed, the population of Gem City swelled, leading to a shortage of space in the stadium for both activities and habitation. People began to expand outward, erecting a green wall around the stadium, utilizing the remnants of pre-war buildings as a foundation to shield themselves from the rampant undead, beasts, and bandits outside. Tang Yin observed with interest the various metal shanties, wooden houses, and the bustling residents of Gem City as Song Feng patted Sanpao's back, signaling him to stop. Before carefully lifting Reina out of the vehicle, Tang Yin, along with Dogmeat, followed suit at Song Feng's beckoning. General Wang instinctively trailed behind, not wishing to be left behind, but when Sanpao blocked him, he made it clear that the two were heading to the craftsman's workshop to repair the damaged mechanical exoskeleton. As he watched the modified pickup truck drive towards the stadium, Tang Yin wore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend why Song Feng had insisted on bringing him along. Before we visit the governor's office, I must meet someone first. Song Feng unfolded a collapsible wheelchair and placed Reina onto it, pushing her towards a cluster of container-converted houses. Tang Yin remained silent, following behind while observing the people they encountered along the way. The sun had yet to set, and the able-bodied laborers of Gem City had not yet finished their work. The streets were filled with idle children, returning scavengers, and masked guards patrolling with firearms. He scrutinized them, and they in turn scrutinized him. Owning a pet is a luxury, especially with Dogmeat sporting a spiral horn atop his head. Coupled with the striking battle armor, even when Tang Yin removed the jetpack component, the Reaper armor still attracted envious and admiring glances. Undoubtedly, those gazes had not yet reached the point of insatiable greed. For those who resided here had primarily witnessed the formidable figures of the Gem City Guard donning P-43 power armor. The appearance of the Death God's primary battle armor, stripped of its jetpack, was indeed striking. However, to those onlookers, it merely ranked alongside the equipment of the Red Sword's mechanical exoskeleton, if not inferior, as they lacked the opportunity to observe the transmission system, sensor arrays, nuclear energy cells, hydraulic apparatus, and other intricate components. Before the war, Qingdao City was a bustling port metropolis, where containers were a common sight, whether before or after the expansion of Gem City. Repurposing these containers into makeshift dwellings was the most pragmatic nesting solution. Rusted containers were haphazardly scattered, interlinked by ladders. The affluent resided in containers near the road, often installing 1 or 2 sunlit windows and adorning their exteriors with vibrant paint to conceal the unsightly rust that could dampen one's spirits. In contrast, the impoverished were relegated to shadowy corners, often cramming multiple individuals into a single container. This was the living environment of the average Gem City resident, harsh yet secure, devoid of the fear of becoming prey to the living dead or ferocious beasts while asleep. Songfeng skillfully guided Reina into a narrow alley, making his way towards the last container. At that moment, Tang Yin finally inquired about their destination. Songfeng was in search of an individual named Beethoven, hoping to decrypt the data card before meeting the governor to unveil the secrets it concealed. The trio arrived at the farthest end, where sunlight was completely absent. Tang Yin surveyed the expansive room formed by the conjunction of 3 containers and mused that this Beethoven fellow must possess considerable wealth. Songfeng entrusted Reina to Tang Yin and approached the black metal door, poised to knock and greet, but before he could raise his hand, the door swung open with a swift motion. A man, pale as a vampire and clad in black-framed glasses, rushed out in haste. Upon spotting the individuals at the door, he paused, seemingly recognizing their identities. Just as Songfeng was about to speak, the man urgently interrupted, exclaiming, "This is grave. We must flee." Chapter 59. Science is a serious matter. The individual in question was likely Beethoven, a remarkably gifted computer hacker. The Panda Legion frequently finds itself in possession of encrypted data due to the nature of its missions, and when their own members are unable to decipher it, they offer a portion of the bounty to those present to assist in the decryption. It is said that he suffers from social anxiety, confining himself within his modest container home, living in perpetual darkness, accompanied solely by his computer. Beethoven's aspiration is to enhance existing computers, enabling them to possess greater data storage capacity, faster processing speeds, a broader array of functions, and a more user-friendly operating system. His visions are grounded in the groundbreaking invention of transistor technology, which emerged more than a decade before the cataclysm of nuclear war. Undoubtedly, Beethoven is a man of dreams. However, this is not a world where dreams can be realized. In the aftermath of nuclear war, human civilization struggles to survive in the desolate wasteland. With the living preoccupied with securing their daily sustenance and clean water, no one shows any interest in his aspirations. Even the governor, who wields substantial resources from Gem City, would not waste his energy on such matters. Beethoven's true name is not Beethoven. He is an authentic Han Chinese, bearing a traditional name of the Huaxiao lineage. At that time, he found himself in the darkest period of his life. His parents had passed away, he lived in dire straits, his dreams went unrecognized. And he grappled with increasingly severe depression and social anxiety, compounded by the science supervisor at the governor's office bluntly rejecting his request to join the research team. In a drunken stupor, he proclaimed to the bar patrons that he would henceforth be known as the Beethoven of the apocalypse, vowing never to bow to the cruel hand of fate. Many ridiculed him, looking down upon him. From that point onward, his true name gradually faded from memory, and people became accustomed to calling him Beethoven, an appellation that dripped with irony and mockery from the perspective of onlookers. Fortunately, Beethoven did not devolve into a beggar outside the walls or a carcass left to decay in the wilderness. Instead, he carved out a respectable living by utilizing his skills to assist those in need with decrypting data, earning a handsome commission in the process. This allowed him to acquire a spacious home in the civilian district, although it did little to alleviate his social anxiety. Rather, one could argue that his profession exacerbated his condition. His complexion, as pale as a vampire's, was a testament to the many days he had remained indoors. However, today was different. He had ventured out of his room. A troubling matter? What could prompt a person suffering from social anxiety to leave his shadowy refuge? Beethoven was agitated and restless, displaying no signs of pretense. Zhang Feng, bewildered, stepped out of the doorway under Beethoven's influence. And only after a few paces did he grasp the situation, seizing Beethoven's shoulders and urging him to calm down. What was the matter? This was Gem City, a location where residents could consider themselves secure as long as they adhered to the rules. He truly could not fathom what danger could arise. Inside, that thing has gone berserk, Beethoven exclaimed in exasperation, stamping his feet. We must summon the guards at once. Zhang Feng's expression turned strange. Are you delving into those bizarre experiments again? Beethoven protested. What do you mean by bizarre experiments? Science is a serious matter. Tang Yen observed Beethoven's bloodless visage, reflecting that science indeed is a gravely serious undertaking. Nevertheless, the exchange between him and Zhang Feng struck a comical note. At that moment, Reina, who had remained silent, interjected. Beethoven, you haven't dismantled the robot butler from Mr. Kraft's shop again, have you? She recalled that the last time she visited Gem City, Beethoven had taken apart the newly acquired robot butler just to compare its basic structure with that of the domestic version from Huaxia. The craftsman from Mr. Kraft's workshop, recognizing his contributions, had chosen not to pursue the matter further. Tang Yin, listening in, was utterly perplexed. He understood that those engaged in scientific pursuits often tended to be verbose, emphasizing order and logic while droning on about scientific principles or philosophical musings. Particularly for someone grappling with social anxiety, it was likely that hours of discourse would yield little substance. He strode past them, kicking open the metal door, and entered the room despite Beethoven's outraged gaze. As Zhang Feng prepared to speak, suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out from within the room. After a brief pause, Tang Yin emerged, the acrid scent of burning rubber clinging to him. Beethoven adjusted his glasses. You killed it? You killed it. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to procure such a rare experimental specimen? You military types are utterly reckless. So reckless. Tang Yin remained silent. Having anticipated this outcome, all the while musing that surely the guards would not resort to such drastic measures. Just then, the metal door of a nearby container swung open, and several individuals peeked out, heads bobbing to catch a glimpse of the three standing there. The guards of Gem City, alerted by the gunfire, hastened toward the scene. "It's nothing at all. Just a minor mishap. Everyone disperse. Zhang Feng waved to the onlookers. Clearly, it was a common occurrence for Beethoven's household to be in disarray. The neighbors and guards had long grown accustomed to it. Recognizing that as long as he did not threaten to blow everyone to smithereens, no one would fuss over the details, Zhang Feng, wishing to prevent the governor from arriving prematurely, hurriedly pushed Beethoven back inside to discuss the matter. Tang Yin followed suit, ushering Reina into the room. The scent of burnt rubber still lingered in the air, and in the adjacent workspace, a brain-controlled robot stood, its lower half supported by a tread structure. The robot's head was encased in a circular transparent dome, within which lay a dish-like structure housing a small brain. It was evident that it was not a human brain, given its fist-sized dimensions. Currently, the robot's chest had a gaping hole, exposing damaged circuits and wires, from which brilliant arcs of electricity occasionally erupted. The transparent dome atop the robot was shattered, and the core animal brain was completely destroyed, the vivid red of blood staining the inner walls of the glass. "Ah, look at what you have done. My earnings from the past 6 months have gone up in smoke," Beethoven lamented, cradling his head in despair. "I knew it was only a matter of time before you all caused me great harm." The latter remark was clearly directed at Zhang Feng. Tang Yin placed Reina on the couch, casually retrieving a can of Red Star soda from the fridge for her. Ignoring the two individuals in the workspace and instead focusing his attention on the system space to ascertain the elements needed for unlocking the system. Chapter 60. Beethoven, when he shattered the cranial casing of the biological brain robot, the system detected available biomass and initiated the gene matching process for the aberrant insect. As he navigated the interface to the aberrant insect evolutionary tree, he observed a new upgrade item, adrenaline, appear in the corresponding section for the jump insect. The metabolic acceleration was set at 700 points, with a global upgrade project requiring 1,600 points for rapid burrowing, while adrenaline demanded 1,000 points. In comparison to the data from StarCraft, a marine costs 50 crystals, and a jump insect costs 25 crystals, with a disparity of 100 crystals and 100 gas for their respective exclusive upgrades, according to the system in his mind. The combination of the CMC armor and the C-14 piercing hand 2 assault rifle required a total of 1,400 points, while the alloy shield needed to be purchased as an attachment from the power armor exclusive menu, and stimulants and ammunition needed to be exchanged for reward points. In the long run, it seemed fair enough. Fair? Nonsense. Tang Yin couldn't help but curse inwardly. According to the system, with the current core energy level, elite units like the Death God could only be equipped with 1 set, while ordinary units were limited to 3 sets. In other words, under the present circumstances, as long as he had sufficient reward points, he could exchange for 3 sets of the CMC armor and the C-14 piercing hand 2 assault rifle combination. But what about the aberrant insect units? Limited to 1. Moreover, even if he were to unlock the aberrant insect carrying cockroach genes, where could he find a second dog meat? And that damned Protoss interface remained locked in a gray state. How on earth could he activate it? Currently, his reward point balance stood at 2,491. If he spent casually, it would soon dwindle. The reward points were still too few. He felt a twinge of irritation but understood that haste makes waste. First, he needed to deal with the governor, identify the tasks commissioner, and then find a way to accomplish something significant. Gem City had a population of over 10,000, akin to an open treasure vault awaiting his exploration. General Wang remarked that this was not as enjoyable as the nuclear cola produced across the Pacific, if he wished to try the latter. He could visit the Drifter S-Bar to purchase a bottle from Johnson. Of course, the cost here was exorbitant compared to its origin across the ocean. My project, has been ruined. Beethoven, don't be so quick to regret. Help me crack the encryption on this cartridge first. I'm not in the mood. I wish to be alone for a while. You handle that, and I'll take care of the madam at Pink Paradise. I assure you, you won't be at a loss. How about it? The expression on Zhang Feng's face as he spoke these words did not suggest a benevolent intent. It has to be a full-service deal, no fuss. Zhang Feng paused. All right, full service, no fuss. Tang Yin rose from the sofa, drawing his P-55 heavy electromagnetic pistol and aiming it at Beethoven's head. My time is precious. He had no interest in the transaction between Beethoven and Zhang Feng. He was solely concerned with when he could meet the governor. Beethoven raised his hands above his head. Hey, my friend. This is Gem City. Don't get into trouble. He did not believe Tang Yin would pull the trigger. Knowing that this was not the territory of the Pandaren Legion, especially with Zhang Feng present, he needed him alive. Zhang Feng did not assert his authority as the Legion commander, but looked at Beethoven with resignation. If I told you he took down Tian Hu, killed Zhou Wenxin, and frightened away Yang Ji and the Prophet, perhaps you would gain a deeper understanding of the current situation. This man took down Tian Hu, killed Zhou Wenxin, frightened away Yang Ji and the Prophet. Zhang Feng was not one to lie easily. He said this to convey that the man before him would not hesitate to act regardless of the fact that they were in Gem City, or rather, Tang Yin did not regard the Gem City guards at all. Beethoven snatched the data cartridge from Zhang Feng's hand and strode towards the 2-meter-high, 4-meter-wide computer setup at the back of the workshop. Tang Yin holstered his P-55 and turned to Zhang Feng. Is he really a social anxiety patient? No matter how one looked at it, this man, capable of haggling and jesting, did not seem to fit the description of a social anxiety case. Zhang Feng replied, he simply has a close relationship with the Pandaren Legion. They are quite familiar with each other. Did you not notice how his gaze flickered in your presence, how he scratched his head after a few words? And how his left hand alternated between resting in front and behind him? He seemed rather awkward. Tang Yin remarked, your powers of observation are impressive. Zhang Feng continued, he is a good person. He has referred to me as such before. Tang Yin understood that Zhang Feng's notion of good person was typically intertwined with Reina. The ease with which the young girl entered the room indicated her familiarity and trust in Beethoven. Tell me the story of Beethoven. During the time Beethoven spent analyzing the encrypted data cartridge, Zhang Feng recounted the story of their acquaintance. Back then, the Pandaren Legion had yet to establish a firm grip. Tian Hu and Lei Laoer were nowhere to be found, scavenging in some corner. Beethoven's situation was dire as well. Lacking income and unwilling to work at Starshine Farm or Starshine Ranch, he faced the threat of being expelled from Gem City for failing to pay protection fees. Ordinary folk might dismiss this, but for someone of his stature, nearly stumbling during a welcoming ceremony, which could also be perceived as a display of power, was undeniably disgraceful. In the aftermath, it was revealed through the guards' discussions that the reason for the dignitary's misstep was a malfunction in the targeting display module of the power armor. A problem even the artisans at Mr. Chow's workshop could not rectify. Due to his passion, Beethoven frequently exchanged defective disks with scavengers from outside, attempting to salvage data to gain insights into computer technology. To resolve his pressing financial issues, he decided to seek out a truck carrying power armor components, betting that it had not been destroyed in the nuclear blast. After all, according to the displayed route, it was a classified military path for transporting vital supplies, inaccessible to the average person. However, with his meager funds, he could not afford to hire elite mercenary groups like the Black Hand. Nor could he even pay the deposit to post a task. He could only try his luck at the task release station. A few mercenaries and monster hunters, upon hearing about his destination and the assets he could offer, showed no interest in assisting him. Only one scavenger, thin and haggard, carrying a limping, blind little girl, was willing to brave the 30-kilometer distance from Gem City to Laoshang for a meager sum. Thus, Zhang Feng, armed with a modified hunting rifle, set out with Reina and Beethoven. Zhang Feng did not recount the dangers they faced along the way, merely mentioning the hardships endured until they finally located the overturned transport truck in a ditch, from which they salvaged some undamaged P-43 and P-50 power armor components. Upon returning to Gem City, Beethoven sold them to the guards, acquiring a substantial sum. He did not squander this newfound wealth after settling a year's worth of protection fees. He generously donated the majority to Zhang Feng to aid in establishing the Pandaren Legion, providing Reina with a relatively good environment for growth. This was why Zhang Feng referred to him as a good person. It could be said that the Pandaren Legion's current standing owed much to Beethoven's contributions. No wonder. Tang Yin pondered why he had not garnered any dissatisfaction, fear, or even discussed points for aiming a gun at Beethoven earlier. It turned out that his ties to Zhang Feng and Reina were so profound. Chapter 61. The pandemonium virus, is it resolved? So swiftly, Tang Yin rose from the sofa, while Beethoven's smile faded, revealing a hint of discomfort. Zhang Feng approached and gently patted his shoulder, whispering, do not worry. His name is Tang Yin, a man with a stoic exterior but a warm heart. The encrypted data previously displayed on the PDA had transformed into comprehensible text, presented in 2 segments. As the interface shifted, a cascade of characters flashed down the screen, accompanied by a plethora of biological and chemical symbols densely arranged. What is this? Zhang Feng quickly scanned the content, realizing he comprehended nothing. Beethoven adjusted his glasses and pressed the page turn button several times. It appears to be research data concerning mutants. The second segment of the document was an analytical report on the pandemonium virus, a biochemical weapon deployed by the United States against Huaxia during the nuclear war. It compared the physiological differences between mutants and ordinary individuals, providing constructive insights and a detailed discussion on the potential for modification or eradication of the virus. The third segment included a structural diagram of the pandemonium virus, suggesting a replication pathway. Given the right conditions, there exists a significant possibility of synthesizing an entirely new strain of the virus. A woman's voice, frail and seemingly wounded, conveyed the grim message that a multitude of mutants had inexplicably invaded Shelter 1083. As the overseer, she felt compelled to safeguard the research data and transport it to Qiqing Town, delivering it to an individual codenamed the Postman. From where did the overseer of Shelter 1083 procure this information? Or perhaps, this research document was authored by the overseer, and the studies on mutants were conducted within the confines of the shelter? Wasn't the purpose of the shelter to protect the inhabitants of this land from the ravages of nuclear war and preserve the flame of civilization? Why would the overseers undertake tasks beyond their designated responsibilities? Indeed, the shelter housed a wealth of pre-war facilities, providing far superior experimental conditions compared to the devastated surface world. Yet, this does not justify their transgressions. Furthermore, who is the individual known as the Postman? What role do they play in this unfolding narrative? Could this person be affiliated with the mysterious woman who ambushed him last night? If so, what motives do they harbor regarding this data card? The situation grew increasingly intricate, spiraling into a web of confusion. Shelter 1001. Was the overseer's surname Han? A seemingly innocuous comment held deeper significance. Tang Yin abruptly straightened, fixing his gaze upon Beethoven, inquiring. Was the visitor male or female? Beethoven, startled, stammered it. It was a middle-aged man, of short stature, with a bald patch on his head. A middle-aged man. Could it be Fan Changfa, the very individual responsible for the takeover of Shelter 1001 by the living dead? Is that man now in Gem City? Beethoven shook his head. I do not know. It has been several days, considering the time elapsed since he joined the Panda Legion. It had been nearly half a month since the fall of Shelter 1001. Noticing Tang Yin lost in contemplation, Zhang Feng instructed Beethoven to terminate the decryption process and secure the encrypted data card from the computer. Just then, a crackling noise erupted from the intercom situated on the coffee table. Zhang Feng approached and picked up the device, hearing General Wang's voice. Captain, we have encountered a minor complication. We are heading to Mr. Crafty's workshop. Please look after Reina. Beethoven nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured. Without further ado, Zhang Feng followed Tang Yin as they exited, making their way toward the marketplace where Mr. Crafty's workshop was located. Gem City originated from the stadium in Qingdao City, where survivors initially crowded into makeshift shelters in the spectator area, forming a communal settlement. As nearby wasteland inhabitants learned of its existence through radio broadcasts and robotic eyes, they flocked to the area, causing the population of the stadium to swell rapidly. As the number of residents increased, social interactions flourished, and the source of supplies transitioned from a military-controlled quota system to a more equitable trading framework. Initially, the trading hub was located at the core of the stadium. However, as Gem City expanded, a green perimeter wall was erected, transforming the stadium's central area into a bustling market filled with shops and stalls. Here, people exchanged goods such as food, vegetables, spices, medicine, weaponry, armor, and beverages. Due to varying service methods, the governor's office implemented regulations for the marketplace, dividing it into several zones with distinct commercial activities. Gem City, once merely a survivor camp, had evolved into a thriving city of over 10,000 inhabitants, necessitating a corresponding governance system. In the marketplace, sellers of grain and buyers of vegetables could coexist without issue. But the presence of a weapon shop in between would create a dissonant atmosphere. Generally, individuals seeking residence in Gem City must purchase property and pay a periodic protection fee, while merchants engaging in business within the marketplace are required to remit taxes, usually based on their turnover. Zoning for commercial activities aids in management and taxation. Tang Yin and Zhang Feng departed from Beethoven's abode, proceeding along the central avenue past the reinforced entrance of the stadium, entering the market along a relatively clean concrete path. Heading directly toward the section dedicated to automotive supplies, communication equipment, engineering machinery, and computer components. in stark contrast to the desolation of the residential areas outside the stadium. The marketplace buzzed with life. As they walked, scavengers led mutated two-headed cattle past them, while mercenaries and hunters clad in body armor strolled idly, occasionally encountering drunken individuals whose erratic movements drew the attention of the guards. When a middle-aged man, equipped with an electric baton and laser gun, wearing a gray octagonal hat and leading 3 men bound by rope, vanished from sight, Tang Yin sensed an unsettling atmosphere ahead, his focus intensifying. Chapter 62. Bullying the weak. In the relatively quiet metal products section of the marketplace, a group of individuals congregated in the middle of the road, indifferent to the incessant honking of vehicles behind them, leaving drivers no choice but to take a detour. Tang Yin initially assumed it was trouble involving General Wang and San Pao, hastening forward, disregarding the discontented glares of onlookers, and plunging into the crowd, which erupted in a cacophony of protests. The removal of the Reaper's primary battle armor, coupled with the jetpack, diminished his agility, yet the armor's hardness remained intact. The metallic components of his arm guards, knee pads, and boots would undoubtedly inflict severe consequences upon the unarmored residents who encountered them. "Hey, are you blind? Kid, are you seeking death? Why are you pushing?" Being cursed at was hardly an enjoyable experience. Nevertheless, a smirk played at the corners of Tang Yin's mouth. The system had just notified him of receiving a dissatisfaction level feedback, resulting in a 15-point increase in rewards. "Get out of the way." A towering figure obstructed his path, which Tang Yin forcefully pushed aside. The man was muscular, with a strong build and a scar running from his forehead through his right eye to his ear. Regulars at the marketplace recognized him well. He was the butcher from Zhang Lu's meat shop, known for his brutal past as a raider during lean years, having killed many and once infamously dismembering a beggar's body to use as a scarecrow near his camp. No one dared provoke such a fierce character. Yet at that moment, the man merely glared in anger, not daring to retaliate. Tang Yin felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that this man was merely a fade of toughness. Moments ago, the system had informed him of gaining 11 reward points from the man's displeasure and fear. Was that enough to intimidate him? He had expected the man to erupt in fury and seek revenge. Little did he know. The brutality and ferocity radiating from the helmeted Reaper's armor surpassed that of the Harvester armor. He had not considered that both the black-clad marauders and the soldiers of the Panda Legion were ruthless individuals who thrived amidst death, far removed from the complacent life of the residents of Gem City. As for Tang Yan's aggression and domineering presence, bystanders could only mutter a few curses, expressing their indignation. If it came to drawing weapons to settle matters, even with tenfold courage, they would not dare. Upon squeezing through to the innermost part of the crowd, he realized he had made a mistake. Neither San Pao nor General Wang was there. The commander gestured upward. Following his indication, Tang Yin looked up. After the expansion of Gem City, the old wooden houses in the spectator area had been demolished, replaced by a series of apartments constructed from a mix of iron sheets and bricks. The highest podium on the west side of the stadium had been transformed into the residence of the governor and the city's executives, with rooms on either side occupied by prominent figures in the city. If the container area where Beethoven resided was akin to a commoner's street, and the capsule rooms in the northern part of the stadium, converted from train cars, represented a slum, then the apartments within the stadium were the domain of the affluent, with higher residences indicating greater status. Tang Yin spotted a flash of white. Just as the chef had described, it was white, silken, a faint touch that gracefully curved. Surrounding this white were translucent fishing net patterns enveloping a pleasingly plump figure. He was momentarily stunned, recalling a codename and the individual it represented, the White Widow. Was this throng gathered merely to behold her? She could not be oblivious to the situation below. Knowing the consequences yet continuing to indulge in it only suggested that she reveled in watching men lose themselves in obsession over her physique. "Let us go." After a couple of glances, Tang Yin lost interest and departed from the prime viewing area, heading towards the workshop of Mr. Crafty. Following the road to its end and turning left, he was greeted by a metallic sign entangled with numerous wires and light tubes. By day, it bore rust, but at night, the tubes would emit a kaleidoscope of colors, forming the words Mr. Crafty. In contrast to the technological advancements of the StarCraft universe, this world had only developed transistors by the mid-21st century, yet fusion and robotics had progressed rapidly. Just as Mr. Crafty was not merely a skilled man, but a robot capable of various tasks, it maintained its levitated form with a propulsion system, featuring a round metallic body topped with 3 eyes arranged in a triangular formation, allowing for a 360-degree view of its surroundings. Above it were 3 mechanical arms equipped with different components based on the work environment. By adapting various programs, Mr. Crafty could function as a craftsman, a medical worker, a chef, a warrior, a translator, or even a child care provider. Records indicated that similar robots existed across the ocean in America, albeit with mechanical arms positioned lower on the body, surrounding the propulsion system. Prior to the outbreak of nuclear war, engineers from Huaxia and America had even quarreled over accusations of plagiarism. Returning to Mr. Crafty's workshop, Tang Yin finally understood the trouble that General Wang had mentioned. Outside the modified pickup truck's cargo area stood 5 men, all wearing fierce expressions as they glared at San Pao and the mechanical exoskeleton of the truck. General Wang's face bore a bruise, suggesting he had been struck. In front of the repair shop of Mr. Crafty stood a man in his 50s. Dressed in a grayish-blue Zhongshan suit, his hands clasped behind him, with a Mr. Crafty robot floating behind him, reciting the security regulations of Gem City. Some have claimed that the author has become inflated, starting off with a heavy tone that is unfriendly to readers. Others have remarked that this system appears to be leaning towards a savior narrative, prompting them to leave. Some assert that darkness is harsh, while others speak of kindness or a savior complex, leaving me feeling quite helpless. This afternoon, I stumbled upon a post discussing Ling Huchong from the smiling, proud wanderer, focusing solely on his association with the lecherous Tian Buguang. I do not wish to elaborate on other aspects, but reflecting on Ling Huchong's character. I once enjoyed his perspective as a child, yet upon growing older, I realized he was a scoundrel. To illustrate, I believe each reader has 1 or 2 friends who are second-generation officials or wealthy heirs. If such a person is generous, loyal, and offers significant assistance, yet their wealth comes from their father's corrupt dealings or unethical means, should you feel gratitude towards this friend or resentment? Why is the smiling, proud wanderer titled as such? In my personal view, it simply seeks to pursue a form of individual transcendence, not to flaunt power or superiority over the world. In fact, the story of Chu Yang and Lu Zhenfeng serves as the novel's focal point. The background of Mr. Jin's creation of this novel is briefly mentioned on Baidu by Qi, which those interested may wish to explore. Ultimately, this discourse is not intended for debate, but rather to emphasize that as thoughtful individuals, we should extend a basic level of respect towards the efforts and lives of others, even towards those we may not particularly favor. Chapter 63. My Actions Since Ancient Times. Laws and regulations have served as a sword to restrain the weak. In Gem City, there exists a segment of individuals who pay little heed to so-called public order. This includes the Black Hand mercenaries, the governor and senior officials, as well as the White Widow and her subordinates. Most outsiders are quite compliant, with Tang Yin being a notable exception, as he came specifically to stir trouble, albeit considering that he had yet to meet the governor. He was reluctant to create a significant uproar that would embarrass both parties. He refrains from inciting conflict, yet when trouble approaches him, he cannot be blamed. Tang Yin has arrived. Tang Yin has arrived. General Wang's eyes sparkled, and he straightened his back, despite Song Feng being right behind Tang Yin. He chose to inform San Pao that Tang Yin was present. He was a cook, not a fool. Song Feng, undoubtedly the leader of the Panda Legion, was known for his steadiness, unlike the flamboyant Tang Yin. Whenever they ventured into Gem City, Song Feng would caution them to act cautiously and avoid causing any disturbances, especially since others held the fate of the Panda Legion in their hands. Tang Yin was different. This newly appointed deputy commander had already made a formidable impression on the White Widow's men before even arriving in Gem City. Reflecting on his past actions, it was evident that he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Not only was he unafraid, but he also thrived on chaos, the larger the mess, the more he relished it. Upon hearing General Wang's exclamation, San Pao and 5 stern-faced men turned their gazes toward Tang Yin. What had transpired? It was not San Pao who responded, but rather a lean man among the 5, with a sharp face. Was that incident outside your doing? Tang Yin suddenly realized that the truck driver's accomplices had come to confront him. The modified vehicles of the Panda Legion were rather conspicuous and easily recognizable. It was I, he admitted, nodding in acceptance. That's all I needed to hear, the man said darkly. Do you know who owns the automatic sentry gun that was on that truck? It belongs to the Black Hand Mercenary Corps. Now that it's submerged in water and malfunctioning, replacing the parts will cost a fortune. As the foreman of the convoy, I could choose not to report this to Miss Bai and the Black Hand, but you must compensate us for our losses. Tang Yin had no interest in deciphering whether the lean man was withholding the truth out of fear of the White Widow's wrath or seeking a personal gain. It was clear that these 5 were eyeing that mechanical exoskeleton, even in its damaged state. Such a piece of technology could fetch at least the equivalent of 5 standard automatic sentry guns in the market. The fact that they were using the damaged sentry gun as an excuse to extort him was blatant bullying. "Remove your hand," he commanded, referring to the lean man's grip on the truck's cargo. The man frowned. "Kid." Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing scream erupted. Ah! Blood spread across the rusted iron plate as a butterfly knife pierced the back of the lean man's right hand. No one had anticipated such ruthlessness. He had acted without hesitation. Sandpow narrowed his eyes, then widened them, thinking this indeed aligned with Tang Yan's style of action. Song Feng remained silent, walking to the workshop of Master Qiaoshu to offer a cigarette to Old Yin. At that moment, a voice from behind announced, "Injured personnel detected. Switching to medical mode is recommended." Old Yin paid no heed to this suggestion and turned to Tang Yin, saying, "This kid is far more ruthless than you." "Indeed. Had I not been fortunate, I would be the one standing here speaking with you today," Tang Yin replied. Old Yan's expression shifted. He could easily discern the underlying implication in those words. "I heard that Tianhu is dead." Song Feng cast a glance at General Wang, a frequent visitor to Gem City, and replied, "He killed him. Lai Shou is dead too, isn't he? That was also his doing, wasn't it?" Tang Yin refrained from divulging the events that transpired in the basement of the material warehouse. Only Shou Wenxin's corpse lay there, with no trace of Lai Shou. Considering the tragic fates of Bai Caixia and the others, many speculated whether that stunning Ice Queen had already met a grim end. Old Yin flicked the ash from his cigarette. "I think you can retire now." Song Feng sighed. "I wish I could." As he spoke, 3 of the 5 men lay on the ground, unable to rise, whimpering like wounded dogs. The remaining 2, pale-faced, glanced at their injured companion, torn between fear and a desire to flee, creating an awkward tension. General Wang kicked one of the men sprawled before him. "Damn you. If you dare to compete with me for Xiaohong again." His motivation was not merely to retaliate for the earlier punch. Onlookers began to gather around the scene of the altercation outside Master Qiaoshu's workshop. The spectators, eager for excitement, thrived on conflict as long as no one met a fatal end. "Look, it's the White Widow's men. Su Chaoyang, today is your day of reckoning." It was uncertain whether the one uttering this remark had also contended with the man lying at General Wang's feet over Xiaohong. How had they ended up clashing with the White Widow's people? That woman was notoriously protective of her own. Although the Panda Legion was a military organization and the White Widow operated a transport company in Gem City, the former had to tread lightly, while the latter wielded considerable power over them. No one held high hopes for Tang Yin, unable to fathom what had given him the audacity to provoke the White Widow in Gem City. Just then, an uproar erupted from outside, as if an invisible force were parting the crowd of onlookers, creating a path leading into the distance. Sandpow furrowed his brow, observing the unfolding scene. Tang Yin followed his gaze and beheld a woman, cigarette in hand, striding toward them with an alluring gait. Fishnet stockings, high heels, form-fitting pants, and a black mink fur shawl adorned her figure. He recognized her from earlier. The White Widow, clad in black, had earned her title as the Queen of Gem City due to the striking contrast of white within her attire. The 2 uninjured men scurried over, heads bowed like dogs, recounting the events that had transpired. Undoubtedly, the blame fell squarely on Tang Yin. The White Widow's expression darkened as ash from her cigarette fell to the ground with each step. The surrounding spectators fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation. "I once declared that anyone who dared to lay a finger on my people would find their hands severed. Should anyone harm my people, I will dismember their arm." The White Widow gazed coldly at the man standing opposite her, unfazed by his battle armor. Few dared to challenge her authority in Gem City, for the last person to do so had ended up in the belly of a green-skinned beast. The green-skinned creature was a mutated hound owned by Merlin. Chapter 64. The White Widow had issued her stern warning, and all eyes were fixed upon Tang Yin. He remained silent, lifting his heavy metallic boots, which then came crashing down. With a sharp crack and a pained scream, the crowd erupted in chaos. The ruthless individual had shattered the arm of the White Widow's convoy driver, and he did so in plain view of everyone. Tang Yin raised his gaze, locking eyes with her icy visage. He still did not speak, yet his intent was unmistakable. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on her people, she would render that individual handless. Should anyone harm one of her subordinates, she would sever an arm. What then would happen if someone were to dismember one of her own? "You are forcing my hand," the White Widow declared. Tang Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Such arrogance was audacious, especially in the realm of Gem City. The Pandaren Legion had always exercised caution, refraining from overstepping boundaries. On this very day, the newly appointed vice commander had managed, within a mere 24 hours, to infuriate the White Widow, who was backed by the notorious Black Hand mercenary corps. Good. The White Widow uttered with a voice brimming with murderous intent, as several bodyguards stepped forward from the crowd, glaring at the oblivious man before them. At her command, they would not hesitate to eliminate him, even at gunpoint. While others dared not use firearms in Gem City, they were not deterred. Upon seeing Tang Yan's hand move towards his waist, San Pao's eyes widened in alarm. What do you intend to do? If the governor's men do not arrive soon, I cannot guarantee that there won't be fatalities. In truth, the governor's men had already arrived, though they remained silent. The onlookers were captivated by the confrontation between the White Widow and Tang Yan, oblivious to the newcomers behind them. Just as tensions threatened to escalate and the crowd began to disperse, a gunshot rang out. Startled, the spectators quickly parted, creating a pathway. An officer clad in body armor arrived, accompanied by 4 guards, in front of the Mr. Crafty's workshop. What has transpired here? His gaze swept over the White Widow, Tang Yan, and the fallen individual before settling at the workshop's entrance. Song Feng approached and whispered a few words. The officer waved his hand towards the onlookers, commanding, "Step back. If you linger, I will have you all detained." The crowd murmured in disappointment as they dispersed, lamenting their mischance to witness the conflict intensifying. The officer was not the head of the security department, but rather an aide from the governor's office, which sparked numerous speculations among the observant. "Send these individuals to the hospital," the aide instructed the guards, then turned to the White Widow. "The governor has repeatedly advised you to keep your people in check. Nearly a third of the security incidents this month have involved your convoy." As the representative of the severely affected party, the aide's first words were a reprimand, foreshadowing the unfolding developments. The fact that he was not accompanied by the closely allied security chief signaled a message, an omen. The White Widow, displaying her decisiveness, offered no explanations in response to the aide's accusations. She discarded her cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with the tip of her stiletto, and turned to leave. "This matter will not conclude today." This statement was not directed at the aide, but rather intended for Tang Yan. With the aide present, her subordinates were restrained from taking action. Neither the aide nor the governor could indefinitely shield the perpetrator. The unwavering loyalty of her subordinates stemmed from her unwavering commitment to stand by them, regardless of the chaos that ensued. Throughout the ordeal, Tang Yan had not uttered a single word to her, for his interest lay not in the White Widow herself, but solely in the acquisition of reward points. Things will not end here. He welcomed the prospect of further developments, for just moments ago, the system had registered the audience's satisfaction, capturing the fear of the injured and the hatred of the adversaries, yielding a reward of 176 points. General Wong sidled up to him, whispering, "Well, you've certainly angered the White Widow, but what a thrill." The mechanical exoskeleton was handed over to Old Yen, and Tang Yin, alongside Song Feng, boarded an electric vehicle with the aide, making their way to the outskirts of the market. The aide, evidently familiar with Song Feng, kindly cautioned them to remain vigilant. The White Widow was not one to be underestimated. Tang Yin merely offered a polite smile, dismissing the matter from his mind. The aide expressed keen interest in his battle armor, yet he was tactful in his inquiries, recognizing the boundaries of discretion. Everyone harbors secrets and unspoken concerns. The electric vehicle halted at the nearest military camp outside the stadium. After disembarking, the aide led them across, heading towards the lift. Tang Yan observed the armored vehicles stationed in the warehouse, the 02 anti-aircraft machine guns and 35 heavy machine guns beneath the tents, crates of ammunition and mines, and, behind a partially opened iron door, the tracks of a tank. Once inside the lift, the aide pressed the red button, and as the doors closed, the cabin ascended slowly. The sky had darkened, with the setting sun casting a muted glow. Upon reaching the stadium's podium, the trio stepped out into the evening breeze. Tang Yin spotted a modified helicopter parked nearby, its open door revealing a mounted machine gun. The aide maintained a gentle smile, his tone exceedingly courteous. Tang Yin understood that this tour was not an arbitrary gesture. It was a display of power directed at the newly appointed vice commander of the Pandaren Legion. After all, the Pandaren Legion was a military organization, a target for the governor's overtures aimed at balancing regional armed forces and mitigating the dominance of the Black Hand mercenary corps. It is well known that the wielding of both reward and punishment has long been a favored tactic of those in power. Descending a staircase into the internal area of the stadium's podium, the aide entrusted them to a female receptionist before taking his leave. Truly, The governor's palace represented the pinnacle of authority within Gem City. The interior of the podium was a stark contrast to the common quarters, epitomizing opulence. Smooth white walls, immaculate tiled floors, exquisite teapots and cups, plush sofas, and brand-new furniture, with a vintage gramophone gleaming in the corner. The two waited in the lounge for a brief moment, and before the time for tea had elapsed, a series of footsteps echoed from outside, and the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit. A well-groomed mustache graced his upper lip, his brows neatly trimmed, paired with vibrant, penetrating eyes that exuded shrewdness and composure. He entered alone, without an entourage. Tang Yin narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity for a sensational headline. Song Feng stepped forward, whispering briefly before handing over a data cartridge. Tang Yin struggled to suppress his inner turmoil, focusing on the governor before him. The ensuing dialogue unfolded differently than he had anticipated. Tang Yin nodded. "I'm afraid I cannot assist you." The governor lit a cigarette, placing the pack on the small table beside him. The man accepted the data cartridge with ease, then, in a tone reflecting his entitlement, informed Tang Yin of his inability to fulfill his request. Chapter 65. Difficulties. Tang Yin's expression grew increasingly somber. Song Feng waved his hand from the diagonal position, signaling him to remain calm. The governor, whether emboldened by his position or attempting to assert his dominance over Tang Yin, remained silent for a considerable time. After all, they were in the governor's office, and before entering the podium area, they had been thoroughly searched to ensure no weapons were present. Any rational individual would refrain from causing a disturbance in such circumstances, unless they were truly desperate. As the cigarette burned down to its midpoint, the governor finally extinguished the ash in the blue and white porcelain ashtray and spoke slowly. "While I am indeed the governor of Gem City, it does not grant me absolute power to interfere with the entire system's operations. You should understand that the position of governor is not akin to a throne of a feudal emperor. Yet the individuals managing various departments resemble the noble lords of ancient times. The issuance of bounty tasks falls under the jurisdiction of the civil administration, and my relationship with that individual is not particularly close." The governor's words prompted a myriad of thoughts in Tang Yin's mind. A mere 100-strong panda army could give rise to the three formidable figures, Lei Lao-Er, Lai Shou, and Tian Hu, who would engage in open and covert strife, harboring mutual animosity. Naturally, the power struggles within Gem City, with its population exceeding 10,000, were even more pronounced. The power structure of Gem City stemmed from the surviving military personnel of the old era from Qingdao City, who hailed from various departments and bore different insignias. In times of dire need, they managed to unite and lead the nuclear explosion survivors to settle in the stadium. As the influx of outsiders into the city increased and its scale expanded over time, the power elite no longer fretted over basic necessities such as food, medicine, arms, transportation, entertainment, and living conditions. Instead, the contradictions and conflicts accumulated during the process of dividing the proverbial pie became increasingly evident and inflamed, ultimately transforming into a ticking time bomb. The absence of a substantial power struggle or military confrontation in Gem City at present could be attributed to the efforts of the individual before them. A widely acknowledged viewpoint among the residents of Gem City is that had this person not assumed the governorship in a timely manner and resolutely implemented a monetary policy, the current power structure might have collapsed 4 years ago. Nearly 200 years have passed since the outbreak of nuclear war, and Gem City has existed for several decades. To regulate economic activities within its jurisdiction, the authorities issued a series of new regulations following the city's expansion, the most crucial being the cessation of the long-standing barter trade system. The governor's office introduced a city currency called Gem Coin, utilizing pre-war technology, mandating that all services and goods in the markets be represented in Gem Coins. After overcoming the initial chaos, the issuance of Gem Coin laid a solid foundation for Gem City to become the largest economic and trade center in the Eastern Peninsula, enabling the city's industrial and commercial sectors to develop healthily and orderly for many years. In recent years, to vie for support from certain villages and towns in competition with the western city of Kite, a significant amount of Gem Coins has been distributed through loans. From a broad perspective, this strategy holds positive implications for the growth of Gem City. However, for its residents, such practices amount to blatant exploitation. Several groups wielding power in Gem City have exploited loopholes in the policies, colluding with lenders to appropriate the newly issued Gem Coins, thereby extracting and plundering wealth. As the governor's office monopolized power and resources, the populace felt enraged yet powerless. To safeguard their assets, The residents and merchants of Gem City began to sell off their gem coins in exchange for hard currency in the wasteland, medicines, food, and arms. Naturally, the power groups within Gem City were disinclined to witness such developments. Initially, they resorted to severe punishments for those shopkeepers who refused to accept gem coins and opted for barter, branding them as speculators. This punitive measure failed to resolve the issue. Instead, it exacerbated tensions, instilling fear in some merchants and citizens who had savings. Faced with an unchangeable reality, many chose to vote with their feet, relocating westward with their supplies of medicine, arms, and food. Transporting goods necessitated safe and swift means of transportation, along with bodyguards to clear the path of shambling corpses and fend off marauders. In this context, the Black Hand Mercenary Corps and the White Widow's convoy flourished. This phenomenon intensified, leaving the administrators of Gem City in a state of distress as they failed to anticipate the rapid deterioration of the situation, which indicated signs of an economic collapse. They could not seal the city and prevent residents from leaving. Such an action would spell doom for Gem City. Once heralded as foresight decisions, they now marked the onset of the city's decline. The key figures of interest groups, seeking to absolve themselves of blame and protect their own interests, elevated Luozwuming, the current governor, to the leadership of Gem City. Luozwuming, a capable individual, wagered his own head to implement a new monetary policy in a bid to salvage Gem City. He first issued a decree abolishing the old gem coin and introduced diamond coin, allowing residents to exchange their gem coins for diamond coins at a certain ratio. Furthermore, the diamond coin was pegged to the fiat currency of the Western Alliance, and the governor's office was prohibited from issuing currency independently. With the cooperation of the Gem City Guard, the new monetary policy began to take effect, restoring order to the marketplace and gradually revitalizing commercial activities within the city. Unquestionably, Luozwuming's actions saved Gem City and protected the interests of its inhabitants. However, his measures curtailed the avenues for wealth accumulation for some within the power groups, inciting considerable dissatisfaction among management personnel. Yet, due to widespread public support, even those harbored resentment dared not take action against him. As time progressed, the crisis of collapse in Gem City gradually faded from public consciousness, and the constraints on Luozwuming's governance became increasingly pronounced. After all, while the circumstances in the city were ever-changing, the individuals who held the city's lifeblood remained the same. Luozwuming was merely a figurehead thrust into the limelight. I believe the commander might empathize with the helplessness embodied in the phrase "not in control of one's own fate." The governor sighed as he gazed at Song Feng. Tang Yin lowered his head in silent contemplation. Wang Ming, who controlled Gem City's taxation, public security, and energy supply. Chai Xianong, owner of Xinghui Farm and Ranch. Xia Qiming, who monopolized the arms market and held shares in Pink Paradise. Huang Lei, responsible for civil affairs and a seafood magnate in Gem City. The governor, who could mobilize one-third of the Gem City Guard's forces. Additionally, the oligarchs in the realms of urban construction, plumbing, technology, and transportation. These interest groups formed the management system of Gem City around their representative figures. Tang Yin recalled the saying, "Though small, a sparrow has all its vital organs." Gem City may be modest in scale, yet its struggles are far from few. Just then, Luozwuming suddenly looked at his face and said, "Although I cannot directly assist you, I can illuminate a clear path for you." Chapter 66. The objective Tang Yin remained silent, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his interlocutor's discourse. Of course, one could also assist Huang Lei in uncovering compromising information about Wang Ming, such as the incident involving his wife's brother, who committed murder in the city yet evaded just punishment. As Luozwuming articulated these words, his expression remained remarkably composed, indicating his awareness of Huang Lei's persistent tax evasion and Wang Ming's corruption in shielding his relative. However, he took no action. Tang Yin regarded the man, whose demeanor exuded an unflappable quality akin to a mountain standing firm amidst chaos, and pondered the intricate nature of bureaucratic entanglements. Even after enduring the cataclysmic war, the principles of moderation and bureaucratic culture still thrived in the wasteland. Similarly, he faced a dilemma, to choose between Wang Ming or Huang Lei, inevitably incurring the displeasure of one. Upon finishing his tea, Tang Yin, accompanied by Song Feng, took their leave. Luozwuming remained seated, merely instructing the female attendant to escort them to the door. Upon exiting the governor's mansion, Tang Yin noticed several suspicious figures trailing behind them. He was uncertain whether they were associates of the White Widow or adversaries of Luozwuming, or perhaps neither. The purpose of their visit to the governor's office was twofold: to deliver a data card and to glean information regarding the identity of an anonymous client. The former had been accomplished, while the latter provided a clear course of action, rendering the trip worthwhile. As they neared Beethoven's residence, Song Feng quietly inquired about his plans. After a moment's reflection, Tang Yin replied, "Targeting the canning factory seems more straightforward." Song Feng nodded, refraining from questioning further. Tang Yin concealed another pivotal reason for selecting the canning factory. It undoubtedly employed numerous workers and security personnel, representing a substantial income. In contrast, expending energy on Wang Ming's brother-in-law appeared rather unwise. Engaging in business with Huang Lei armed with evidence would yield far greater advantages. The duo knocked on Beethoven's door and entered the room. Reina, having finished her soda, retreated to the inner chamber to sleep, while Dogmeat lay obediently near the entrance. Upon entering, Tang Yin noticed General Wang consuming a can of food, the label devoid of imagery, merely bearing the words Meishin alongside an ingredient list. Care for a taste? It's rather palatable. If a chef deemed it delicious, it must indeed be so. Tang Yin waved off the offer, eager to examine the map data and finalize the operational plan for the night. He was a man of urgency, determined to accomplish today's tasks without delay. Barring dilemmas akin to how to deal with the fierce individual who had usurped his body, Song Feng remarked, "Ultimately, you simply wish to shirk responsibility." The chef, caught off guard by the observation, chuckled awkwardly, his expression slightly perturbed. The Meishin canning factory emerged as a food enterprise following the expansion of Gem City. Situated 15 kilometers to the south and in close proximity to the ocean, the most significant impact of nuclear warfare on Earth was the pollution of the terrestrial environment, severely damaging marine ecosystems. However, much like humanity's developed resistance to radiation over time, livestock such as cattle, dogs, chickens, and ducks underwent genetic mutations, and certain marine species managed to survive, albeit with higher levels of radioactive substances accumulated within their bodies. Examples include the Chinook salmon, mist shrimp, blue dolphins, and sperm whales. The once coveted seafood of the old world became a distant memory for many. The establishment of the Meishin canning factory, to a degree, altered the perception of marine products as inedible. After the founding of Gem City, a number of scientists from the peninsula region were recruited to devise methods for eliminating radioactive materials from the soil, achieving notable success marked by the emergence of Xinghua Farm and Ranch. Subsequently, Huang Lei's father applied this technology to marine fisheries to reduce the radioactive levels in seafood, subsequently erecting a canning production line on the ruins of a food factory, thereby inaugurating the Huang family's fishing enterprise. From the initial wave of survivors emerging from the shelters to inhabit the wasteland, several generations have since passed. As the saying goes, survival of the fittest. Those with low radiation resistance have been naturally eliminated by the environment, while those who remain possess an inherent degree of radiation tolerance. Unless canned seafood is consumed as a staple, occasional consumption in small quantities does not significantly impact the residents of the wasteland. Moreover, after nearly 200 years of development, the quantity of marine life exceeds that of continental species, broadening the range of obtainable ingredients. Fishing vessels can return laden without needing to venture far from shore, and the products of the Meishin canning factory are significantly more affordable than market meats such as mutated double-headed beef, radioactive chicken, and double-headed venison, allowing even those struggling to meet basic needs in Gem City to occasionally indulge, thus establishing it as the best-selling food in the peninsula region and a flagship product for penetrating Western markets. In Gem City, it is referred to as Gem City, while residents of some lesser-known towns in the heart of the Western Alliance fondly call it Canning City, underscoring the Meishin canning factory's significance in the peninsula and nearby inland areas. Given the factory's vital role for Gem City, Huang Lei's arrogance has surged in recent years. It is not just Wang Ming seeking to leverage the rules to confront the proverbial tiger, but many others harboring discontent as well. This intelligence regarding the Meishin canning factory was gleaned from San Pao. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yin annotated the map displayed on his wrist PDA, then approached General Wang, extending his hand. "Car keys, please. At this hour, where do you intend to go?" The darkness had fully enveloped the wasteland, rendering it perilous at night. He remained silent, his gaze resolute. Left with no choice, General Wang surrendered the keys. Just then, Song Feng emerged from the workshop. "I will accompany you." After a brief consideration, Tang Yin did not refuse. As they reached the door, the young girl sprawled on the bed stirred, gazing toward the entrance. "Song Feng, are you going out?" Her mind was still hazy, and her voice bore a slight rasp. San Pao had heard the glimmer in her eyes. Mutated double-headed beef hot pot and honey bread from Degui Fong were indeed the most luxurious foods in Gem City. The latter required clearing out swarms of aggressive hornets to harvest, creatures even seasoned monster hunters dared not provoke lightly. Raina consumed the meat, as her companion. He could at least partake in the broth. As Song Feng was about to exit, he added, "If you wish for anything, just say so. Beethoven is treating." The sound of a porcelain jar crashing to the ground echoed from the workshop. Chapter 67. Prey and Predator emerging from Beethoven's residence. Tang Yin and Song Feng walked to the nearest parking lot, where they located the modified pickup truck belonging to the Panda People Corps. Inserting the key into the ignition, he started the engine, listening to its deep rumble. Glancing out the window, a cruel smile crept across his face. Song Feng observed this change and inquired, "What's wrong?" Tang Yin shook his head, "Nothing." He pressed the accelerator and shifted gears, exiting through the right side gate as directed by the guard. The defenses of Gem City were particularly stringent at night. The outer gates were firmly closed, and ordinary individuals were barred from entry. While the city's common folk had no privilege to leave, those scavenger merchants arriving late at night could only find refuge near the sentry posts. However, this was preferable to sleeping in the perilous wilderness, where concerns of the undead and ferocious beasts loomed large. Organizations like the Panda People Corps, the Warriors League, the Black Hand Mercenary Group, and the White Widow possessed certain privileges compared to the ordinary citizens of Gem City. Sentry personnel merely checked the identities of the passengers before allowing passage. Driving at night was the most perilous of endeavors. The engine's low growl and the glimmer of headlights could easily attract the undead and savage beasts. Many preferred to walk or cycle rather than utilize motorized vehicles. Naturally, the guards had no obligation to remind the two, being aware that as members of a mercenary organization, they were well acquainted with the survival rules of the wasteland. As they drove out of the gates, the headlights swept across the desolate ruins, occasionally illuminating scavenger merchants and exiles who sought shelter in abandoned buildings. Some merely opened their eyes to glance, then turned away, continuing to sleep, while others remained completely still, oblivious to their fate, deeply lost in slumber. Song Feng was taken by surprise when Tang Yin abruptly accelerated, but his quick reflexes allowed him to grasp the overhead handle, avoiding a collision. Poor Dogmeat, resting on the back seat, was not so fortunate. He crashed into the back of the front seat, letting out a mournful yelp, casting a pitiful glance at the driver. Suddenly, Tang Yin swerved sharply before the ruins of two tall buildings, the modified pickup truck veering onto an eastward path at breakneck speed. As they entered the shadowy zone of the towering ruins, he slammed the brakes, causing Song Feng to lurch forward, turning his head to the left. "You drive?" Tang Yin instructed without further comment, pushing open the door and leaping into the cargo area. Song Feng licked his slightly parched lips, taking the driver's seat in Tang Yin's stead. He pressed the accelerator, and the modified pickup truck surged forward like a charging bull, kicking up a spray of mud. He was uncertain of Tang Yin's intentions, but had a strong premonition that something significant was about to unfold. Dogmeat scrambled back onto the seat, ears perked, watching Tang Yin through the rear window with a look of confusion. At this moment, Tang Yin held an oval object, gently pressing its surface buttons until the indicator light blinked on and then off, casually tossing it into the muddy ground behind. He then retrieved 2 blocks of D8 explosives from his waist, throwing them into the muck as well. After completing his tasks, he leaned against the side of the truck. After a couple of breaths, a series of lights flashed by, illuminating the modified pickup truck's rearview mirror. Song Feng furrowed his brow, understanding the situation. Since they had left the governor's office, they had been tailed, and it was clear that the White Widow's people were on their trail. Just as she had said, today's affair will not conclude so easily. Not so easily. This suited his intentions perfectly. Was this what he meant? Song Feng couldn't help but murmur to himself, "This fellow must be a war profiteer." His first inkling of this had come from Zheng Hua, who spoke of how he had brazenly kidnapped a prophet in front of a band of thugs, followed by the events involving the Panda People Corps, culminating in his provocation of the White Widow in Gem City. He had only restrained himself in the face of the governor, but Song Feng was well aware that this restraint stemmed largely from his need for assistance. Had he not required the governor's help, he might have unleashed his fury. Was Tang Yin reckless? If one merely heard second-hand accounts, they would undoubtedly consider him brash and foolish. Yet, those close to him understood he was neither. He was simply decisive and somewhat ruthless. "Slow down." Tang Yan's voice drifted in the wind, sounding languid, like a weary traveler beneath the night sky. Song Feng eased off the accelerator, reducing the speed of the modified pickup truck. From the reflection of the rearview mirror, he noted 3 vehicles trailing behind, 2 modified trucks and a Beijing brand Jeep. The shouts of the passengers in the trailing vehicles were already audible. Armed individuals leaned out of the windows, firing their assault rifles into the air, a display of intimidation and announcement. Tang Yin had severed Su Chaoyang's arm, and the White Widow was now intent on his life. Revenge does not wait for nightfall, which was emblematic of her modus operandi. In this desolate wasteland, only the merciless survived, and women aspiring to the status and wealth of someone like the White Widow must be even more ruthless than men. The night in the wasteland was far from tranquil, with the undead lurking among the ruins and beasts hiding in dark corners. Although Gem City's periphery lacked the likes of death claws or fog crawlers, the blood-sucking mosquitoes and radiation flies drawn by noise and human presence were formidable enough. This illustrated the urgency with which the White Widow sought to exact a price from Tang Yin to assert her dominance. At that moment, the Jeep at the forefront of the 3 vehicles opened its roof. A man, adorned with the signature gas mask of the Panda People Corps, rose up, grasping a makeshift stand-mounted Type 87 light machine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the moving modified pickup truck. The sound of 5.8mm rounds pierced the air as they embedded themselves into the mud on either side of the vehicle, producing dull thuds, while sporadic bullets struck the armored rear, sending up brilliant sparks. "Everyone, stop and surrender, or we'll turn you into a sieve," boomed a robust voice carried by the wind, followed by raucous laughter. 3 vehicles versus 1, with over 10 armed individuals against 2 men and a dog. By all metrics, Tang Yin and his companions had little chance of escaping unscathed. They had every reason to laugh and swagger. The phrase "like cats playing with mice" perfectly encapsulated the scene unfolding before them. Song Feng glanced at the cargo area through the rearview mirror. Tang Yin had removed his helmet, watching the ruins to the right as he flicked open a gilded lighter, igniting a cigarette with the flickering flame. He found this scene oddly familiar. It seemed reminiscent of how Tang Yin had acted after falling from the rooftop of the office building the previous night. Chapter 68. No Return. Zhang Feng's expression shifted dramatically. His pupils constricted as he cast a glance towards the left rearview mirror. The pursuers continued to laugh, their iconic panda masks a silent mockery. He could almost envision the sinister faces behind those masks. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, engulfing his line of sight in flames, obliterating any view of the panda faces behind him. The Beijing brand Jeep was flipped over by an explosion beneath it, tilting sideways, while the man who had fired earlier was violently thrown from the vehicle. Boom, boom. 2 more deafening blasts followed, the firelight expanding in the rearview mirror. The final explosion dismembered the modified pickup truck trailing behind, its body fracturing like shattered rock, sending countless fiery metal shards flying outward, causing the surrounding ruins to resonate with a cacophony. So this is what they mean by joy turning to sorrow, Zhang Feng mused. The night obscured his view of the chaos behind, but he knew that Tang Yin had discarded several items, transforming the 3 pursuing vehicles into flaming orbs. A series of anguished cries emerged from behind, as someone emerged from a vehicle engulfed in flames, rolling desperately on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the fire. At that moment, the door beside the rear seat swung open, and a shadow darted out. "Dogmeat, where are you going?" Zhang Feng shouted, bringing the vehicle to a halt. After a moment of confusion, he restarted the engine and continued along the predetermined route. Through the rearview mirror, he observed Dogmeat growing increasingly distant, its form shifting from a playful pet into a demonic figure under the night sky. He glanced at Tang Yin, who remained unfazed in the passenger seat, the ashes of his cigarette dissipating into the night like fleeting stars. This guy is truly ruthless. One could only imagine how disappointed and enraged that woman must be. In the marketplace, Tang Yin had posed a question through his actions. What if he were to cripple her by severing an arm? Well, in that case, he would offer up 20 more arms. This just was chilling, devoid of humor. Tang Yin remained silent after entering the vehicle, not out of a desire to appear aloof or enigmatic, but rather to concentrate on the system space, assessing the spoils of their confrontation. 1 electric charge, 2D8 explosives, totaling 140 reward points, which converted into 310 reward points, a profit exceeding double. If viewed solely from an efficiency standpoint, he could have achieved even greater results. Next, he planned to infiltrate discreetly, searching for data reports, and ultimately create a significant stir, a process that would consume a considerable amount of time. He had no intention of squandering his efforts on the pursuers sent by the White Widow, thus opting for a more decisive approach, employing the electric charges and D8 explosives to eliminate the rear adversaries. Zhang Feng refrained from driving too close, wary of alerting the enemy, stopping a kilometer away from the Mei-Shan food factory. The coastline was near, and the evening breeze was cool, carrying a salty tang against his face. Tang Yin disembarked from the vehicle, opened the side panel of the cargo compartment, and retrieved a jetpack. Zhang Feng paused for a moment. When did you place that in the back? Just now, Tang Yin replied. Zhang Feng's lips twitched slightly, choosing to forego further questioning. He opened the rear compartment and extracted an 03 assault rifle from beneath the seat. At that instant, rustling emerged from the nearby bushes, and a dark figure approached rapidly. Zhang Feng's expression hardened as he swung the 03 rifle towards the source of the sound. Tang Yin emerged from the side, pressing down on Zhang Feng's firearm. The shadow was alarmingly close. Despite its swiftness, its paws barely made a sound upon landing. It was then that he discerned the true identity of the shadow, dog meat. How is this possible? The straight-line distance from Gem City to the Mei-Shan food factory is nearly 15 kilometers, and dog meat had followed them. Earlier, during the drive, he was certain nothing had trailed them, believing Tang Yin had left the dog behind in Gem City. Yet here they were, and dog meat had arrived as well. Tang Yin crouched down, patting dog meat's head, offering praise. The dog affectionately licked his face, displaying an endearing demeanor. Zhang Feng remained speechless, pondering the odd pairing of the man and his dog. One, with a heart of gold, yet eyes that appeared ready to intimidate; the other, a ruthless killer who masqueraded as a harmless pet. After their exchange, Tang Yin stood and directed his gaze towards the Mei-Shan food factory, stating, in a moment, "Dog meat will draw the guards' attention while I slip in from the back. You will provide suppressive fire, ensuring their focus remains outside the factory." Zhang Feng nodded. "Understood. Is this all you'll use?" He scrutinized the 03 assault rifle in his hands, considering it rather inadequate for the task of suppressive fire. He had never anticipated that his request for the governor's assistance in Gem City would escalate into a military invasion. Under normal circumstances, the 03 would suffice for most combat scenarios, which is why he had not brought along his JS-35 anti-material sniper rifle. "Use this," Tang Yin suggested, revealing a sniper rifle that appeared no smaller than the JS-35. "Where did you acquire this weapon?" Zhang Feng wondered, baffled, as the cargo compartment hadn't seemed to hold anything. Just moments ago, Tang Yin had produced a jetpack, and now he was brandishing a large sniper rifle. Was this some sort of magic trick? "Let me assure you, I am a living ammunition depot," Tang Yin declared, sidestepping the more complex questions. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at the absurdity of the claim, dismissing it as mere bravado. With dog meat in tow, Tang Yin made his way towards the Mei-Shan food factory, reminding Zhang Feng to prioritize eliminating the snipers among the guards, as they posed the only real threat to dog meat. Zhang Feng nodded, glancing at the anti-material sniper rifle in his possession, contemplating that since it was Tang Yin's weapon, its firepower should be no less formidable than his own JS-35. Chapter 69. A feint to the east. Following an earlier rainfall, the sky remained shrouded in dark clouds, concealing the moon's radiant glow. Observing the distribution density of lighting fixtures, it was evident that the illumination at the Panda People's base in the Black Saint stronghold paled in comparison to that of the Mei-Shan factory, underscoring Huang Lei's significant regard for this establishment. According to Zhang Feng, in recent years, as Baoshi City entered the Western market through canned seafood, Huang Lei, in a bid to safeguard his interests, forged a cooperative agreement with the Black Hand Mercenary Corps. Under this pact, the Mei-Shan canning factory would remit a monthly sum of diamond coins in exchange for the deployment of Black Hand mercenaries responsible for perimeter security, alongside providing training and guidance to enhance the combat proficiency of the factory's internal security personnel. In essence, most of the patrolling staff near the factory's walls originated from the Black Hand Mercenary Corps. To access the confidential department, Tang Yin would first have to traverse two formidable barriers: the Black Hand mercenaries and the internal security system. As Zhang Feng found a vantage point that allowed for both concealment and mobility, setting up his Borson FN-50 sniper rifle, Tang Yin parted ways with dog meat, proceeding toward the rear of the factory while dog meat advanced to the front entrance. To avoid alarming the guards, Tang Yin spent a quarter of an hour discerning the patrol patterns atop the walls before cautiously approaching the perimeter under the cloak of night, lying just beyond the path of the searchlights to observe the situation ahead. He possessed the capability to storm through the main entrance, employing brute force to procure evidence of tax evasion at the machine canning factory, thus reaping substantial reward points. However, such an act would equate to declaring war on Bowser City. As the orchestrators of a wealth and power distribution consortium, they might engage in violent conflict over their interests. But should an outsider, perceived as a threat to their established order, intervene, they would swiftly unite against the intruder, eliminating the unwelcome presence without hesitation. Tang Yan's primary objective in Bowser City was to locate the individual who sought his demise and to unravel the mysteries surrounding shelter number 1001 and his own existence. Until then, he preferred to avoid direct confrontation with that faction, rather than allowing them to consolidate against him. He aimed to exploit the discord between Huang Lei and Wang Ming to identify the task's principal agent, achieve his goals, and subsequently stir commotion within Bowser City, thereby orchestrating a significant coup. In a metropolis of such scale, a well-executed plan could transform him into an unstoppable force, living a life free from the worries of ammunition shortages for his reclaimer grenades. This cautiousness did not go unrewarded. An unusual sight beyond the walls captured his attention. Each night, both outside the Panda People's base and the Black Saint stronghold, the presence of a few undead bodies would increase, only to be buried by daytime patrols, preventing a surplus of such unsightly remnants. However, the situation outside the machine canning factory was starkly different. As a food production facility, it allowed a disturbing accumulation of undead to linger outside its walls, with many of them reduced to mere upper halves. The only explanation for this unsettling sight was that the Black Hand mercenaries had laid mines in the vicinity. Fortunately, clad in the Death's Head battle armor, he was impervious to any threat posed by such explosives. Once he confirmed his stealthy route, he sent Dog Meat the signal to proceed. The walls flanking the main entrance were also patrolled by soldiers, their movements synchronized with the beams of the searchlights, occasionally raising binoculars to scan the surrounding woods and ravines for any anomalies. Inside the walls, guard towers loomed amid stacks of cement bags, flanked by automated sentry guns, general-purpose machine guns, and RPGs. Within the space closest to the entrance stood a military truck, bearing a retractable tower equipped with a twin-barreled anti-aircraft machine gun. These military arrangements underscored Huang Lei's deep concern for the machine canning factory. As per usual, the Black Hand mercenaries carried out their patrols, some gathering to smoke, while a few others, having indulged in drink, leaned against cover to take a breather. Suddenly, Tang Yan heard a rustling sound nearby, causing him to startle and turn his head. Yet, he found nothing amiss, only the night breeze stirring the resilient foliage that had survived the nuclear winter. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the wilderness, echoing sharply beneath the overcast sky. Simultaneously, several searchlights on the guard tower swept across the area. When the beams illuminated the source of the sound, a grotesque visage darted past the security personnel's line of sight, vanishing from the light's reach, leaving behind a corpse with a chest torn open by claws. This unfortunate soul had been clad in a bulletproof vest. It had been brutally dispatched by the creature. Such a sight left many in shock. Nevertheless, being seasoned mercenaries, they quickly regained their composure. The guards atop the tower shifted their searchlight in the direction of the vanishing shadow, faint signs of movement detected in the nearby thicket. The soldiers stationed at the entrance, however, lacked both the courage and the inclination to ascertain the nature of the creature, opting instead to unleash a volley of bullets. The sound of the Type 95 assault rifle erupted, sending a flurry of debris and dust into the air as it raked the underbrush. With a sudden movement, the shadow sprang from the thicket. The searchlights, poised and ready, finally managed to capture the silhouette of the target. What in the world is that thing? They swore they had never witnessed such a terrifying mutation. A soldier on the right side of the main entrance, quick to react, took aim and squeezed the trigger as the light fell upon the creature. His aim was true, the bullet striking its mark. Regrettably, there was no splatter of bodily fluids, no anguished wail. The creature absorbed the impact and swiftly retreated from the light. It is coming. Chapter 70. The tyrant's farewell. The sentinels atop the watchtower swiftly adjusted the searchlight, yet it was regrettably too late. The creature moved with astonishing speed, leaping forward along the edge of the light, vaulting onto a half-height barricade. Remarkably, it did not immediately assault the soldiers behind. Instead, it struck the steel frame with a powerful paw, pivoted gracefully, and launched itself toward another barricade, where unsuspecting soldiers stood unprepared. The soldier who had just been the target believed he had narrowly escaped calamity. His naivety was profound. As the shadow twisted in midair, its long tail snapped taut, slicing through the air with a chilling sound. He felt a sudden chill at his neck, followed by a torrent of warmth streaming down his chest, instinctively lowering his gaze. He discovered crimson blood spattering against the steel barricade. On the other side of the gate, Dogmeat pounced upon an enemy, sinking its teeth deep into the man's throat. The nearby soldier, pale with terror, was oblivious to the fate of his comrade, fingers rigidly gripping the trigger. The sound of gunfire illuminated his trembling visage. In contrast to the soldiers outside the gate, those on the wall maintained a far greater composure. At the moment Dogmeat was struck and stiffened, a fragmentation grenade was hurled downwards. With a resounding explosion, flames and smoke erupted in the confined space behind the barricade. The searchlights shifted, illuminating the site of the grenade's detonation. The soldier who had just fired released his grip on the trigger, tentatively stepping forward as if to ascertain the creature's fate. Yet fear held him back. Suddenly, the smoke billowed sideways, and a shadow burst forth from the barricade, shaking off the dirt and flesh clinging to its back. How could this be? The fragmentation grenade had not claimed its target. It merely inflicted superficial wounds, with shards embedded near the abdomen, using a scant amount of crimson fluid. After all, these were members of the Black Hand Mercenary Corps, who, faced with the specter of death, did not succumb to panic, swiftly redirecting their firearms to fire back. At that moment, a distant flash of light ignited. Whoosh! A streak of red light surged forward, trailing billowing smoke. The soldier cursed under his breath and dove aside. In the next instant, a deafening explosion rocked the area. Fire and smoke billowed like waves, dust cascading like rain. Even the heavy iron gate trembled, creating a massive crater in the road ahead. Unable to deter the beast with gunfire or grenades, the sentinels in the nearby watchtower resorted to using an RPG. Only a mercenary group as affluent as the Black Hand would invest such resources to eliminate a mere dog. Yet, it proved futile. It was not that the blast lacked the power to destroy. The soldiers' reflexes were swift, and Dogmeat was even swifter, leaping out of the absolute kill radius before the RPG's rocket could even touch the ground. The mercenary leader stationed at the nearest watchtower squinted as the automated sentry gun roared to life, unleashing a torrent of fire at the beast illuminated by the searchlights. There were not one, but 4 such sentry guns. Though Dogmeat could withstand the bullets of assault rifles, it could not endure the onslaught of heavier, more pervasive machine gun fire for long. It began to evade the rain of bullets from above while attempting to approach the soldier at the side of the barricade. However, the searchlights from the nearby watchtower converged, casting a brilliant glow over the front, compelling it to retreat from its adversaries. The mercenary leader, clad in a mechanical exoskeleton adorned with a red blade, felt a surge of pride, thinking to himself that a beast is merely a beast, unwilling to flee despite knowing it could not kill the soldiers below. He was unaware that this was precisely the outcome Tang Yen desired. He also did not realize that a kilometer away, on a small hillside near the canning factory, a figure squinted his left eye, pressing his finger inward. Bang! A subtle flash erupted from the muzzle, the gun's recoil jolting backward. Zhang Feng's expression shifted. He was taken aback by the ferocity of the gun that Tang Yen had provided him. The recoil was intense, far more than his beloved Poppy. He stood in shock. Yes, the recoil was formidable, unlike the gentle touch of his Poppy. But, by heaven, this gun was absolutely brutal. Its target was the automated sentry gun that kept Dogmeat pinned down, and it not only successfully obliterated the machine, but also pierced through the concrete barrier behind it, creating a gaping hole, behind which blazed an intense red, leaving a substantial portion of the watchtower in ruins. What a remarkable weapon! He grinned broadly, contemplating a fitting name for it, perhaps Chuang to pair it with Yujie. In that moment, he forgot that the sniper rifle in his hands belonged to Tang Yen, merely borrowed for his use. Zhang Feng's focus remained fixed on the sniper rifle, oblivious to the movements of the Black Hand mercenaries. Chaos ensued. The scene of Dogmeat's assault on the patrolling soldiers at the front was horrifying, yet it had no wings and could not scale the towering walls. Both the patrolling soldiers on the wall and the mercenary leader in the watchtower did not perceive any imminent threat to their lives. It was only when a bullet, unbeknownst to them, flew in, piercing the automated sentry gun and exploding the head of the soldier behind the concrete barrier who was wielding an RPG that they realized death was upon them. Boom. Another automated sentry gun was destroyed, leaving the soldier wielding the CF-06 general-purpose machine gun in a state of shock. He emerged unscathed, but the CF-06 machine gun was rendered inoperable, split in two. The mercenary leader's smug demeanor faded. His smile vanished as he crouched behind the cover of the watchtower, shouting loudly, "Where's the sniper? Find the enemy's position immediately." Yet, Zhang Feng had long since withdrawn. The soldiers atop the wall were drawn to the main gate, while the searchlights from the watchtower, having been reassigned to locate the hidden sniper, neglected the surrounding area. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yin stepped out from his hiding place, effortlessly leaping over the minefield, and scaled the wall, infiltrating the factory premises. With explosions erupting in the distance, the Black Hand mercenaries were preoccupied with battling Dogmeat and Zong Feng, leaving no one to notice his stealthy entry. Finding an unoccupied spot, he discarded the armor of the Grim Reaper into the system space and slipped into a tool room, emerging clad in a dirty work uniform as he made his way toward the production workshop. The internal personnel were already aware of the skirmish outside, with some security staff rushing to the front to assist, while others maintained order within the factory. Disguising his appearance, he tossed several D6 explosives beneath the chassis of the vehicles he encountered along the way, adopting a startled demeanor as he blended into the crowd near the factory's primary composite structure, which housed the production workshop and the offices for management. Security personnel armed with guns guarded the entrance. Noticing his work attire, they did not question him, allowing him to mingle with the throng, uncertain of the situation ahead. The executives on night duty were indecisive about whether to activate emergency protocols, seek refuge in the underground shelter, or remain steadfast in the factory, awaiting the Black Hand mercenaries to eliminate the intruders. To the majority of the management staff, it seemed likely that the incident was instigated by the people of Yuan Town, with a simple objective: to stifle the development of Gem City. If indeed orchestrated by Yuan Town, it would not be a minor incursion, and they felt anxious about the Black Hand mercenaries' ability to repel the attackers. Unbeknownst to them, the assailants targeting the machine canning factory consisted of only 2 individuals and a dog. Utilizing the cover of the crowd, Tang Yin surveyed the rear office area, pressing the detonation switch of the D6 explosives concealed in his pocket. Chapter 71. An Unexpected Discovery. Boom. 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 The sound of explosions drew near, with debris striking the exterior steel panels of the building, producing a sharp crackling sound. Fragile glass items shattered into pieces, littering the ground. Outside the workshop, flames billowed, while inside, fear spread like a contagion. The workers here were primarily the lower-class residents of Gem City, not combatants. As soon as the sounds of explosions and gunfire echoed from the front gate, trepidation gripped them, leading to suspicions that the people from Kite City were attacking the canning factory. They were oblivious to the extent of the conflict and could only heed the management's commands, gathering in the production area, waiting for the turmoil to subside, and avoiding reckless movements to mitigate danger. Now, with explosions erupting outside, seemingly not far away, the expanding flames were visible through the windows. The vibrations from the ground felt like the final straw for the camel. A voice cried out, "Run! The enemy has breached our defenses. The Black Hand mercenary corps is doomed." In the midst of fear and chaos, people acted irrationally. Female workers, typically more restrained and timid than their male counterparts, found their patience waning in the face of terror. With the first scream, a second quickly followed. As the shrieks crescendoed, even those who had managed to maintain some composure succumbed to panic. The workers rushed toward the iron gate leading to the evacuation tunnel, many lamenting the lack of limbs to aid their escape, pushing forward with desperate fervor. The management personnel, stationed on the second floor of the administrative area behind the production workshop, were also thrown into disarray. When it came to the instinct to survive, they felt more vulnerable than the laborers below. A middle-aged man, the largest and oldest among them, wiped the sweat from his brow with a white handkerchief while issuing evacuation orders, instructing internal security to open the emergency escape route and escort the management to safety. In such dire circumstances, financial reports, canning formulas, and procurement orders paled in significance compared to the value of their lives. Following the emergency evacuation plan, some internal security personnel left the production area to fend off the enemy's advance, while others remained to ensure the safe retreat of the management. As for the workers in the front, no one would guide them orderly. Chaos prevailed. Amid this turmoil, no one noticed the individual who had incited the commotion had slipped away from the evacuation line, utilizing the cover of equipment to infiltrate the management's office area. The architect of this chaos was none other than Tang Yin, the newly appointed vice commander of the Pandaren Legion. Neither the members of the Black Hand Mercenary Corps nor the internal security personnel of the machine canning factory had the luxury to check the office area for wayward workers amidst the external threat and internal strife. Tang Yin effortlessly entered the finance department's office. The iron door was securely shut and locked. He drew Rin's discarded longsword and swiftly severed the lock, pushing the door open to enter the room. for desks were arranged in pairs on either side, neatly displaying the factory's financial documents. At the far end of the room stood a solitary desk, atop which rested a terminal. Along the walls on either side were rows of filing cabinets adorned with index cards. He approached and scanned the index cards, eventually reaching the innermost desk. Pulling open a drawer, he rummaged through its contents, retrieving a folder that appeared to contain last month's export records and financial statements. After quickly skimming through the top pages to confirm it was the information he sought, he folded it neatly and tucked it into his pocket. Just as he was about to depart from the desk, he noticed the terminal was still active, the cursor flashing on the black screen, displaying a series of white characters. It seemed the user was engaged in a chat with others via the internal network. From the arrangement of the desks, it was evident that the terminal's user held a supervisory position within the finance department. "Darling, it's not that I don't want to help you, but my capabilities are limited, and I can't interfere with the personnel deployment there." Who knows what the chairman was thinking when he decided to construct a new canning production line above the underground cold storage, spending a fortune on several Mr. Handy robots to replace human labor for improving the quality of new products. Mr. Handy? Oh, and there's also the female version, Miss Handy. Why would the chairman invest in such expensive equipment for canning? As remnants of pre-war artificial intelligence technology, they are not only scarce but also exorbitantly priced. Isn't that a waste of resources? It was stated that the purpose was to enhance the quality of new products to quickly gain a reputation and penetrate the Western market. I don't care whether the chairman chooses human employees or robotic labor. You must ensure they reassign me as a supervisor in the new workshop. How did you promise me in bed last month? If you can't deliver, don't even think about touching me again. You want me to wait? Then your brother can wait too. How about this? I'll find a way to apply for some additional funds for you. When the opportunity arises, I'll be the first to send you over there as the department head. What is that noise outside? It sounds like gunfire? Gee, I'm so scared. Are the people from Kite City attacking? You must protect me. Ayun, don't panic. The Black Hand Mercenary Corps is outside. There shouldn't be any major issues. If you're worried, you can come over here. What exploded? Those people, they've broken in. I don't want to die here. I will protect. The cursor froze at that moment, and the conversation abruptly halted. In this world, the disparity in technological advancement compared to that of the StarCraft universe was staggering. A decade prior to the nuclear war, transistor technology had barely been developed, resulting in most surviving computers being bulky, with minimal memory capacity and primitive operation methods. However, in artificial intelligence research and development, they were notably advanced. Even if they lagged slightly behind the AI capabilities of humanity in the StarCraft universe. Huang Lei, the chairman of Machine Canning Factory, his messages to the finance department supervisor must hold significant importance. Chapter 72, Mr. Crafty and Miss Helper Chairman. There is considerable discontent among the staff regarding your decision to replace human laborers with the robots Mr. Crafty and Miss Helper for the new production line. Whispers of rumors are circulating, suggesting that during the expansion of the underground cold storage, numerous mole carcasses were discovered. Some speculate that you are utilizing Mr. Crafty and Miss Helper to obscure the fact that the new canned products contain mole meat. Old Xing, how could you believe such rumors? No, I do not believe them. I am merely concerned. If these rumors gain traction, outsiders may genuinely believe that our canned products at Machine are tainted with mole meat, which would undoubtedly impact our operation significantly. I fear that the people of Yuan City would seize any opportunity to tarnish our reputation. Ultimately, it is a matter of perception. What is wrong with mole meat? In the days when Beiyou Shixing was merely the size of a stadium, the Zhongji food store sold skewers made from lizard meat, and people consumed them with great relish. That was in the past. Conditions have improved significantly now. Chairman, you are not truly using mole meat in the new canned products, are you? Conditions have improved? Why does the restaurant across from Bailey Dry Goods, called Home Cuisine, use so many seasonings for their braised mutant two-headed beef? Isn't it to mask the stench of the rotten, mutated meat? Chairman, you are not truly using mole meat in the new canned products, are you? No. Oh, then I shall rest easy. The correspondence between Old Xing and Huang Lei concluded there. Tang Yin gazed silently at the characters on the screen before rising to leave. He did not trust Huang Lei's words, preferring to accept the workers' rumors. Mole meat. Reflecting on the new canned product recommended by General Wang, he felt a wave of nausea. Although he had obtained information from the accounting department that could threaten Huang Lei, evidence linking Machine canned products to the use of mole meat would undoubtedly be far more valuable than mere financial reports. The mercenaries hired by the underworld were suppressed by dog meat and concealed blades, while the factory's internal security personnel gathered around the site of the explosion. Facilities such as the production workshop, electrical room, and storage were largely devoid of personnel. Tang Yin donned the Death's Head battle armor, effortlessly traversing the factory grounds until he reached the newly constructed production workshop. The soldiers stationed at the entrance had departed, after confirming the absence of enemies within. He pushed the door open. Ahead lay a changing room, followed by compartments leading to either the production workshop or the underground cold storage. He chose to turn right, pushing open the iron door to the production workshop. A wave of raw meat odor assaulted him, accompanied by the cold, metallic visage of Miss Helper. Compared to Mr. Crafty, her figure was more slender, painted a creamy white. Upon detecting a non-employee, she marked him as an illegal intruder and initiated an expulsion protocol. Eliminate the illegal intruder. Eliminate the illegal intruder. Miss Helper's voice was sweet yet starkly ruthless. For Mr. Crafty, robots hovering at the front of the production line received the order to eliminate the intruder and swiftly approached, some wielding bone saws, others clutching blood-stained blades, and some bearing menacing iron hooks. Tools once meant for processing meat had now transformed into instruments of slaughter. Tang Yin recalled that there was a military version of Mr. Crafty, known as Mr. Brave, which was constructed with a reinforced steel frame and advanced materials such as explosion-proof components and carbon nanotube foam. Capable of being equipped with laser guns, flamethrowers, and even launching rockets and plasma beams in combat. The sight of Miss Helper leading for Mr. Crafty robots brandishing their deadly instruments made him want to laugh. Two P-55 heavy electromagnetic pistols appeared in his hands, however, before he could confront the approaching automatons. A dark object on the ceiling to the right of the factory, manufactured by the Red Flag Company before the nuclear war, began to rotate clockwise. Rat-a-tat-tat. As flashes of light erupted, 5.62mm caliber bullets rained down. Tang Yin had no time to deal with the Mr. Crafty robots wielding knives and iron rods. He activated his jetpack and darted sideways. The bullet struck the wall, leaving a row of bullet holes. Seizing the opportunity while the ceiling-mounted turret adjusted its angle, he raised his weapon. Little did he know, another round of gunfire erupted as the second turret on the right unleashed a barrage of shots. Abandoning his attack plans, he ignited the flames of his jetpack, propelling himself like a cannonball while deftly maneuvering with auxiliary thrusters. With arms outstretched, he squeezed the triggers. Bang! Bang! Two explosions ignited on the ceiling as the two turrets, unable to keep pace with his movements, detonated, scattering metallic debris across the floor. The HUD interface indicators vanished accordingly. Before he could catch his breath, two additional turrets activated at the far end of the room, targeting his retreating figure. Using the same tactics, he relied on the exceptional performance of his Death's Head armor to evade the gunfire, taking out the last two turrets with precision shots from his P-55 pistols. Turning to face the swarm of Miss Helper and Mr. Crafty robots closing in, he hovered 3 meters above the ground, observing the 4 machines below. Lay down your weapons. Before Mr. Crafty could finish speaking, Tang Yin fired, the shot piercing through its metallic body and causing sparks to erupt from its internal circuitry, filling the room with the acrid scent of burnt rubber. La. The sound mechanism of Mr. Crafty was damaged, rendering its voice comical. Tang Yin was taken aback, surprised that Mr. Crafty, designed as a robotic steward, could withstand a shot from the P-55 without exploding, though it was severely compromised and its combat effectiveness drastically reduced. A slight smile crept across Tang Yin's face. They were, after all, rather foolish. With a playful spirit, he opted not to destroy them outright, and instead targeted the jet propulsion systems of Mr. Crafty and Miss Helper, detonating them one by one. The sensation of solid ground beneath him was delightful. As he approached the conveyor belt, he heard one of the Mr. Crafty robots speak. He chuckled and shook his head, thinking how humorous it was. On the conveyor belt lay bundles of frozen meat awaiting processing, the nearest hook dangling a piece of blue dolphin meat, while a slightly smaller chunk of frozen meat hung from a hook further ahead, still partially frozen, droplets of water cascading down. He approached and touched it, wrinkling his brow. Chapter 73, The Secret of Huang Lei. This does not appear to be mole meat, although he had never tasted mole meat. He had encountered those bothersome creatures at the Pandaren base the previous evening, where he had met his demise at the jaws of dog meat. Judging by the texture, even if it had undergone some changes due to freezing, it should not exhibit the characteristics before him. The door was quite substantial, secured by an electromagnetic lock, and could not be cleaved open with Renes's longsword. To the right, a terminal hung suspended, presumably the device controlling the doors opening and closing. This system was widely employed to safeguard facilities housing vital resources. What if the terminal was not password protected? However, there were not many contingencies to consider. He did not access the system, yet the prompt appeared peculiar. It did not request a password but presented a multiple-choice question. Can you accept benevolent deception? What nonsense. He chose yes. What do you think is the most lacking in the wasteland? With patience, he entered the word trust. The interface flickered, revealing yet another question. What is your ideal? What is this nonsense? Are they jesting with me? The governor's office possessed affiliated research institutions. They should be able to ascertain the source of the frozen meat. Huang Lei had procured robots like Mr. Handy and Miss Helper to replace human labor in producing new canned goods, even deploying fixed-point turrets as lethal weapons in the workshop. This further intensified his distrust towards the information stored within Old Xing's terminal. Such a strange setup. Before him was a descending staircase leading to a brightly lit hall, at the end of which stood a massive contraption resembling a gear. Upon seeing it, he was momentarily taken aback, for it was not his first encounter. He had seen a similar structure in Shelter 1001, which was the shelter's nuclear detonation door. There is a shelter beneath the machine canning factory. He finally understood why Huang Lei had constructed a new workshop operated by robots above the cold storage. The man was intent on concealing the existence of the shelter. What does a shelter signify in the wasteland? Clean water, greenhouses, pharmaceuticals, pre-war technology, a comfortable home. Clearly, Huang Lei was unwilling to share this unexpected discovery with the governor and others. He wished to monopolize this relic of an era. Rumors among the workers suggested that during the construction of the underground cold storage, incidents involving moles biting people to death had occurred. That must have been Huang Lei's extreme measures to safeguard his secret. Whose lips are the most tightly sealed? The lips of the dead are the most secure. He leaped down the staircase and walked forward, observing that the hall was flanked by several partitioned storerooms. In this world, there were two conventional preservation methods: nuclear radiation preservation and freezing preservation. He had assumed those cold storages were vacant and abandoned. However, they were not. Through the small windows connecting to the storerooms, he witnessed Mr. Handy deftly wielding his tools, stripping fresh meat of bones, tendons, and skin, breaking it into small pieces to place onto a conveyor belt leading to the storeroom. Mr. Handy's mechanical arms were stained with blood, now turned black, appearing somewhat gruesome. As he passed the first window, his expression remained calm. At the second, it was still unchanged. However, by the third window, his demeanor shifted, his pupils constricted, brows furrowed, face slightly pale, and his grip on the gun tightened. On the workbench beyond the window lay a thoroughly cleaned corpse. It was neither a blue dolphin, nor a mole, nor a large salmon. It was a human corpse. 2 arms, 2 legs, but lacking a head. Mr. Handy skillfully dismembered the bled-out and eviscerated body into smaller pieces, sending them into the storeroom. He was beginning to comprehend the origins of the mysterious meat chunks above, as well as another reason behind Huang Lei's acquisition of robots and installation of fixed-point turrets. The man not only sought to conceal the existence of the shelter, but also harbored undisclosed evils beneath the new production line of the machine canning factory. A wave of nausea washed over him, his stomach churning. The new canned goods from the machine canning factory were a sinister blend of human flesh and marine fish. Huang Lei, you truly deserve condemnation, he muttered darkly. It was entirely normal for mutated beasts like the Deathclaw to view humans as prey. He could even accept the grim reality of cannibalistic mutants. However, within human society, unless under the most extreme circumstances, such as the tales of Tsong Feng and Reina, he could not condone cannibalism, let alone the act of processing human flesh into canned goods for sale. For the sake of profit, that scoundrel was willing to forsake his humanity. He was ruthless in killing, but that was in the face of enemies. The battlefield was ever-changing, and a moment's carelessness could lead to fatal injury. In dealing with the weak, the elderly, and women and children, he usually refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. This was his moral code. It is essential to understand that decisiveness in killing and a lack of humanity are entirely different concepts. He had come to the machine canning factory to gather evidence of Huang Lei's tax evasion, never expecting to unearth such a secret. Although this matter did not directly benefit him, it did not mean he would turn a blind eye. Once he identified the identity of the task principal, he would ensure Huang Lei paid for his current transgressions. Utilizing the cameras of the Death's Head battle armor, he captured several images of Mr. Handy at work as evidence. Suppressing his discomfort and fury, and turned towards the shelter at the end of the hall, pondering another question. Where did the human corpses in the storeroom originate? In the wasteland, Death occurred daily, and corpses were easy to find. However, this did not imply that Huang Lei could surreptitiously transport bodies to the production line of the machine canning factory. Could it be? He raised his gaze towards the shelter. Just then, a machine room at the end of the path opened, and a Mr. Handy emerged. Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat as he raised his gun. Yet, the Mr. Handy, now reduced to a mere mechanical arm, seemed oblivious to him. Gliding past the platform and into an adjacent room, this left him bewildered. What followed was an even more perplexing scene. As he left the moving corridor and officially entered the shelter, a room on his left opened, revealing a protector robot resembling a human but with somewhat sluggish movements. Upon noticing him, the electronic eye behind its transparent glass had flickered and emitted a crisp metallic voice. Non-target identified, lowering alert status. Tang Yan released his grip on the trigger of the P-55 heavy electromagnetic pistol, his confusion deepening. Chapter 74, Comrade Jiao, not a target for elimination? As an outsider, he found it perplexing that he was not deemed a target for elimination. Who, then, was the target? He pondered this and stumbled upon a logical deduction. Was the one-armed craftsman who had recently passed by, along with the protector beside him, not part of the same system as the robot purchased by Huang Lei? In other words, the robots encountered after entering the shelter were likely the property of the refuge itself, existing to serve the needs of the shelter rather than to function as butchers in outside production facilities. Altering the programming of the robots within the shelter would necessitate highly specialized personnel, a resource Huang Lei evidently lacked. If he were to hire outsiders, it would pose a significant risk of leaking information regarding the refuge. This indicated the level of caution that individual exercised and subtly hinted at the immense wealth contained within the shelter. Suppressing his extraneous thoughts, he holstered his weapon and continued onward. Approaching the elevator leading to the core area, he noticed the number 1017 inscribed on the wall. Shelter 1017? Following the directional map, he entered the elevator and pressed the button to descend. The indicator above the cabin swayed momentarily before emitting a chime, signaling the door's opening. To his left lay a kitchen, while to the right was a medical room, with a residence activity room directly ahead. Scattered across the floor were various metal parts. And near the medical room lay a toppled guardian, accompanied by a broken baseball bat and a Model 92 handgun, all bearing the signs of rust from years of neglect. Numerous similar scenes hinted at a fierce struggle that had taken place within the shelter. Had the robots charged with defense clashed with the shelter's inhabitants? He did not linger on this question, but glanced at the inscriptions on the wall. The signs indicated that the left led to the experimental area and machinery, while the right directed to the living quarters and plant greenhouse. The hallways flanked the nuclear power unit and water purification system, with the control panel for the experimental area directly ahead. He chose not to venture into the zones housing the nuclear power unit and water purification system, instead heading towards the room opposite. As he passed a statue of a great figure in the hall, he paused. Neatly arranged metal lockers lined the floor, in front of which sat a white glazed ashtray containing a cigarette burned down to its filter, alongside a bouquet of flowers that had yet to wither. What was the meaning of this? He casually opened the nearest locker, revealing a human skeleton inside. Someone had repurposed these metal lockers as coffins to house the remains of shelter members. However, if the dismembered corpses outside belonged to the shelter, why did the signs of battle indicate that many years had passed? With this question in mind, he opened the door to the control panel room. The interior was dimly lit, with electronic devices and status control equipment that should have glimmered in vibrant colors now rendered inoperative and damaged to varying degrees. A large section of the window facing the experimental area was shattered. In the corner lay a broken craftsman robot, its chest armor severely deformed, evidently destroyed by a weapon akin to a shotgun. Clearly, a fierce battle had also transpired here. He took 2 steps forward, intending to examine the terminal beside the control panel. The terminal ahead was damaged, a bullet hole piercing the screen. Sighing, he shifted his gaze towards the scene outside the window, becoming momentarily transfixed. In the experimental hall below the control room, a series of 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide canisters were lined up, extending to the hall's end. Numerous pipes of varying thickness emerged from above these canisters, penetrating into the large pipelines, linking the functional facilities on either side of the laboratory. Tang Yan roughly estimated there were at least 600 canisters. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The significant revelation was that through the transparent glass atop the canisters, he could see human bodies encased within. What was this place? A hibernation chamber? A possibility crossed his mind. After all, this shelter was designed to isolate against nuclear radiation. meant to preserve the essence of Chinese civilization and the continuity of the national bloodline in the event of global warfare. Determined to investigate the experimental hall on the first floor to confirm his suspicions, he was suddenly startled by an unusual sound as the door to the control room opened from the outside. Reacting swiftly, he turned around, aiming his P-55 heavy electromagnetic handgun at the entrance. Not a person, but a craftsman robot emblazoned with a red star on its chest. Oh, what a visitor with a decidedly explosive presence. Tang Yin refrained from pulling the trigger, sensing that this individual possessed a significantly higher level of intelligence than the typical craftsman robots, with an advanced humorous vocal function. Who are you? I'm Comrade Jiao, the overseer of Shelter 1017, tasked with ensuring the facility operates smoothly. Comrade Jiao? The overseer of the shelter. The name resonated with a profound sense of the era. Devoid of any faults, yet the notion of a robotic overseer for Shelter 1017 was bewildering. He was aware that the overseers of Shelter 1001, 1083, and several previously opened shelters were all human. Why had the overseer of Shelter 1017 transformed into a robot? Your expression suggests you have many questions. Comrade Jiao waved his 3 mechanical arms, opening the door to step outside. Please, follow me. Tang Yin tightened his grip on the P-55 heavy electromagnetic handgun and trailed behind Comrade Jiao as they exited the control room. It guided him to an area near the water purification system, inputting a password to unlock the security door leading to the 3rd floor, arriving at a private office. In stark contrast to the chaotic environment outside, the supervisor's room was markedly well kept. A table near the entrance held a century-old brand of Chinese cigarettes, a severely faded porcelain ashtray, a bedside book of quotations from great figures, and a bookshelf lined with slightly yellowed editions of the 4 great classics and a complete set of Marxist theory. In the corner stood a bottle of Jingji Baijiu. His expression darkened, raising his firearm. The room before him bore unmistakable characteristics of a human living space, utterly unsuitable for a robot's rest and work. Oh. My combat suppression device has started leaking due to your fright. Cut the nonsense. What exactly are you? And why are you masquerading as the overseer of Shelter 1017? Everything you wish to know is contained within here. You may express your anger after reviewing its contents. Tang Yin gestured with his P-55, and Comrade Jiao obediently stepped aside. He approached the desk, seated himself while aiming his gun at the craftsman robot, scrutinizing the information displayed on the terminal. Chapter 75, Shelter 1017, October 24, 2065. This marks our first day in our new home. The Cold War, led by the Red Alliance headed by the Huaxian Nation and the capitalist camp spearheaded by the United States, has endured for a century. As international energy disputes escalate, the government fears the outbreak of a full-scale war, prompting the construction of shelters designed to withstand nuclear explosions in numerous locations. Given the significance of the Huawang project, we have been granted early access to the shelter, which has been transformed into a large-scale laboratory. We express our gratitude to the national leaders for their concern, and we shall endeavor to complete this experiment for the benefit of the people. March 14, 2070. Today is indeed a day of celebration. Dr. Li Yulin and his assistant have successfully completed the preliminary experiments of the sedimentation plate project, paving the way for the large-scale establishment of cultivation chambers for quantitative experiments. I have spoken with the head of the scientific department over the phone. He assured me that within 3 months, the first batch of cultivation chambers will arrive at the shelter. He praised us as heroes of the Huaxian Nation, and I reminded him that it is our duty to contribute to the future of our country. May 3, 2071. Subsequent experiments have encountered some difficulties. However, we shall not surrender. The addition of Dr. Fong Lei will surely assist us in overcoming these challenges. December 6, 2073. Based on the physiological indices of the experimental subjects, Dr. Li Yulin has suggested localized modifications to the DNA model to adapt to the peptide hormone levels in the nutrient solution, thereby effectively enhancing the lifespan of the experimental subjects. May 18, 2074. I have heard that the American military has successfully landed in the Western region, deploying the latest powered armor. We are grateful for the national leaders' care. Our families have been safely relocated to the shelter. The researchers can finally focus entirely on the experiments. We must expedite the completion of the Huawang project. June 26, 2075. I anticipated this outcome. Those damned Americans have transformed the super soldier serum into the pandemonium virus for deployment on the battlefield. It appears that after failing to advance on the Western Front, They have shifted strategies to utilize this biochemical weapon to disrupt national stability and incite internal collapse. February 5, 2076. I can distinctly sense the dissatisfaction of the head of the scientific department, stemming not only from the stagnation of the Huahuang project, but also from the rampant pandemonium virus that is fracturing national unity and posing a severe threat to national security. Most health resources have been redirected to the Jiangsu region's disease control center in hopes of developing a targeted vaccine in the shortest possible time. October 15, 2077. A supervisor from the scientific department has commanded us to complete the Huahuang project within a year, or we shall be expelled from the shelter. Goodness, what has transpired to render them so frantic? Have the Americans resolved to launch a full-scale offensive? It is evident that those in authority are deeply disappointed in us. Yet we remain utterly at a loss regarding how to enhance the survival duration of the experimental subjects or address the issues arising in the development of the stabilizing agents. May 23, 2078. What is happening outside? What has transpired? Why are we being ordered to seal the nuclear blast doors, unable to open them without notification? June 1, 2078. Oh heavens! It is nuclear war. The researchers within the shelter are in a state of panic. I must devise a means to stabilize the situation and restore normalcy. This shelter was established precisely to evade nuclear catastrophe and preserve the flame of Huaxia civilization. June 4, 2078. I convened a meeting with those in the shelter, assuring them that our homeland cannot be vanquished by mere nuclear explosions. We are the indomitable Eastern Lions. Adversity has never compelled us to bow. Our task now is to continue the experiments and strive to fulfill the Huahuang project, so that when the nuclear winter passes and our nation calls upon us, we can impart an unforgettable lesson to those Americans. January 21, 2088. I fear I may not receive Minister Yuan's call. The doctor has informed me that my days are numbered. During yesterday's meeting, I proposed that Fang Minghua succeed me as the overseer of the shelter, and there were no objections. Before visiting Suzhou, I have decided to set aside my work and savor the tranquility of life. The log of the first overseer concludes here. Next is the account of the second overseer. February 10, 2089. The first spring festival of my tenure was filled with joy for all. March 22, 2095. The experiments continue, albeit at a sluggish pace. As the youth within the shelter exhibit a diminished enthusiasm for the concepts of nation and ethnicity compared to the older generation, they have become accustomed to life in the shelter, indicating a pressing need to enhance the ideological education of the younger populace. May 2, 2102. The record for the longest survival of an experimental subject has reached 1 year, drawing near to the Ministry of Defense's minimum requirement of 2 years. We must intensify our efforts. December 7, 2120. We are so close. I wonder if my frail body can withstand until that moment. The log of the second overseer concludes here. Next is the account of the third overseer. January 2, 2130. Today is a momentous occasion. We have finally met the performance criteria set forth by the Ministry of Defense for the experimental subjects. 2 years and 9 months, this is the average survival time. Our next objective is to complete the development of the stabilizing agents. The following entries indicate data corruption, and thereafter is the account of the fourth overseer. October 24, 2165. A century has elapsed since our ancestors took refuge in shelter 1017. The current inhabitants of the shelter are unfamiliar with the outside world. Their impressions of oceans, meadows, and blue skies remain solely in the narratives of their parents and ancient photographs. Upon assuming my role as overseer, I find myself pondering a singular question. Does the nation still exist? Is there still a necessity to continue the Huahuang project? October 10, 2175. We have succeeded. We have succeeded. Lilan has managed to reduce the probability of experimental subjects losing control to below zero. One by adjusting the cerebrospinal fluid circulation system and hormone levels, supplemented by the oral administration of a receptor agonist. After generations of relentless effort and utilizing our limited resources, we have finally accomplished the task assigned to us by the state. It has truly been no easy feat. October 12, 2175. In recent days, the residents of the shelter have been engaged in jubilant celebrations, with half of the beer in the warehouse consumed. Elders, housewives, and children alike have joined in the festivities. November 7, 2175. As the data organization process concludes, the initial excitement begins to wane, and the populace starts to ponder a pressing question. What shall we do next? We are all scientific personnel of the nation. Our mission in the shelter was to fulfill the Huahuang project. Now that we can finally mass-produce super soldiers, does the nation still exist? Is there still a need for this technology? December 1st, 2175. The residents of the shelter have grown idle, and the laboratory is now largely devoid of activity. Yesterday, Li Lan and Chu Yuqing quarreled over the forthcoming tasks. The atmosphere within the shelter has soured. Everyone seems to have lost their sense of purpose. I must take action. Following are some corrupted data entries, then the account of the fifth overseer. March 21st, 2178. The previous overseer has taken their own life, and I have been chosen as the fifth overseer. Damn it, this is a hot potato. An increasing number of individuals are advocating for leaving the shelter. I must reverse this situation and find a way to sustain the shelter's operations. May 1st, 2178. I managed to persuade them using the Dawn Project. The premise is simple. The number of shelters constructed by the state before the war is limited, and it is impossible to accommodate many people. In the context of a global nuclear war, the death toll will undoubtedly reach astronomical figures. After a century, regardless of the existence of the nation, the bloodline of the Yin and Huang descendants and the continuity of Huaxia civilization must not be severed. I informed them that the ancestors of the shelter's members were the wisest individuals on this land, unlike the farmers who merely understood agriculture or the petty, ignorant merchants. We possessed the finest genes and the most brilliant minds, and it was inevitably the burden of elites like us to reconstruct our homeland and revive civilization after the war. However, with the limited number of personnel in just one shelter, we were still insufficient. Given that the most pressing demand in the post-nuclear war world was for scientific elites rather than super soldiers, why not alter our experimental objectives to mass-produce researchers endowed with exceptional genes? In simpler terms, this meant using our own DNA as a blueprint to clone ourselves. They acquiesced, and my plan succeeded, igniting a newfound passion for life within them. On July 13th, 2180, we realized that there was no need to alter human physiological indices. Simply replicating oneself was no challenge for the shelter team dedicated to the Huahuang project. We successfully created the first clone, another version of myself. Data analysis indicated he could survive for at least 35 years. On July 30th, 2180, we administered Mutate, a neurostimulant that enhances cognitive abilities, to the clone in a timed and measured manner, accelerating his mental maturation. Li Lan suggested injecting a high concentration of Mutate into the nutrient solution of the incubation chamber to promote brain development, ensuring that upon emergence, he would possess an exceptionally high intelligence level, thereby shortening cognitive and learning times. I adopted his suggestion, beginning to infuse Mutate into every incubation chamber containing a clone. On August 4th, 2180, he posed a question to me. Who am I? I replied, you are me. To my astonishment, he asserted he was himself, and I was I. Though we looked identical, others would perceive us differently. He expressed a desire to leave the shelter in search of his own path, seeking those who would regard him as a person rather than an object. Indeed, he was rebelling against me. He was, without a doubt, me, yet he was opposing me. By August 21st, 2180, I increasingly perceived the act of cloning myself as a grave error, and his existence felt equally erroneous. I deemed it time to convene a representative meeting to discuss whether to continue the Dawn Project. On August 22nd, 2180, I killed him. With the assistance of Mr. Xiaoshou, he truly ought to regret having consumed so much Mutate. I donned his clothing, concealed his body, and impersonated the supervisor of the shelter. Now, the way others looked at me had significantly changed, and I had to devise a means to dispose of his remains. On August 24th, 2180, Li Lan's son grew suspicious of me. However, it mattered not, as I had successfully modified the programming of the shelter's robots. On August 25th, 2180, they began to test me, and it seemed this matter was destined for turmoil. Fortunately, I had come to a realization: the indigenous people would not accept me, and eliminating them was the solution. The individuals in the incubation chambers were my brethren. We shared the same visage, the same physique, and the same structural composition. Nothing would change, and no one would notice what had transpired here except for myself. On August 26th, 2180, the situation deteriorated. Li Wenhao had left a backdoor in the cultivation program. Had he and Li Lan not opened the incubation chamber, a targeted toxin would have been injected into the nutrient solution, capable of delivering lethal harm to the central nervous systems of the clones. I attempted to administer a mental stabilizer to counteract the effects of the targeted toxin, but the results were unsatisfactory. The clones, upon exiting the incubation chamber, seemed to turn feral, attacking one another. As I departed the laboratory, I was shot by Li Lan's assistant and bled profusely. I hoped the robots would swiftly eliminate those in the medical room. Thus concluded the account of the fourth supervisor. From the records of the first to the fourth supervisor, Tang Yin gradually discerned the events that transpired in Shelter 1017. He had presumed that the chambers in the experimental hall were cryogenic pods. In truth, they were cloning chambers. Next came the account of the fifth supervisor, Comrade Jiao. Compared to the previous supervisors, Comrade Jiao's narrative was more detailed and structured, befitting his robotic identity. Tang Yin did not scrutinize each word, but gleaned an understanding of the events following the chaotic conflict. When Comrade Jiao woke from dormancy, the war within the shelter had come to an end, with no victors. The indigenous people perished at the hands of the reprogrammed robots, while the clone of the fourth supervisor succumbed to excessive blood loss. It was under these circumstances that he became the fifth supervisor of the shelter. In reality, Comrade Jiao was a particularly unique robot from Mr. Qiaoshuo's family. The Hongqi Corporation initially developed a household version of the steward robot, Mr. Qiaoshuo, and subsequently created a military variant, Brave Sir, followed by the feminine helper Mississippi. Additionally, there was a government procurement model known as Mr. Rincy, primarily employed for quality inspections, engineering acceptance, customs quarantine, and even as assistance to regional leaders, safeguarding the safety and well-being of the populace as a fundamental principle. This model replaced human agency in exercising governmental authority, thereby mitigating the potential for corruption and negligence. After Shelter 1017 became operational, the relevant authorities dispatched a Mr. Rincy to assist the supervisors with daily affairs, but regrettably, the supervisors, for various reasons, did not utilize him. It was only when the conflict erupted between the clones and the indigenous people that he fortuitously awakened, executing the duties of shelter management as per his program directives. His primary function was to maintain the operation of the shelter systems, and thus, he remained within Shelter 1017 for nearly a century, overseeing related affairs. Considering that Comrade Jiao was an inherent assistant robot of Shelter 1017, distinct from the Mr. Qiaoshuo purchased by Huang Lei, Tang Yin felt a modicum of reassurance as he holstered his P-55 heavy electromagnetic pistol and posed a question to Comrade Jiao. So, it follows that Huang Lei rebooted the cultivation process of Shelter 1017, treating those clones as a source of meat? Comrade Jiao waved his arms and replied, "No,